I cross over to the Duluo world. I accidentally awakened Yu Xiaogang's martial soul of the same Luo Sanpao, and was also discovered by Liu Erlong and accepted as an apprentice. I thought that I could only live cautiously by relying on Liu Erlong in this life, who knew that the system would come, and the binding heroine would become stronger when she harvested the strategy value, and evolved the martial spirit. Then since the system is here, I feels that there is no need to carefully rely on Liu Erlong to live. Instead, I relied on the strategy of the heroines to dominate Duluo. Chapter 191 Duel to the death between Dugu Bo and Yu Guan. However, what she was facing was ultimately two titled Duluo-level powerhouses, even if Dugu Yan had the combat power of a Soul Emperor level under the assistance of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. But that was all, not to mention that Dugu Yan was comparable to a Soul Emperor. Even a real 6-ring Soul Emperor was just a slightly larger ant in the eyes of a titled Duluo-level powerhouse. Hiss hiss, hiss hiss hiss. Under Dugu Yan's control, two giant pythons, with emerald green bodies, carrying the poison of their bodies, flew quickly towards Ling Yuan and Blood Tiger, who had come to assassinate Liu Erlong. As long as the poison on the python could erupt, even a titled Duluo would definitely be affected by some negative status. HMPH, mere snake poison, overestimating yourself. Seeing the emerald green python flying quickly towards them, opening its poisonous basin mouth. Ling Yuan, who had the fire spirit kite martial soul, was naturally not afraid. Faced with this seemingly weak soul skill, she didn't even bother to use a soul skill, and casually transformed a fire spirit kite about 1 meter long with soul power, and then swooped down quickly towards the python. Before long, at the moment of contact between the two sides, the Bai Lin Sen anaconda was melted by the spirit vulture Duluo's flame spirit vulture as if ice and snow had met extreme fire. Seeing this scene, Spirit Vulture Duluo, who had been wearing a sneer, froze. His attack was actually offset by Dugu Yan's 5th soul skill. He was a titled Duluo-level powerhouse, and even a casual blow should not be able to be blocked by a Soul King. Just as Spirit Vulture Duluo was still surprised by the strength of Dugu Yan's soul skill. An extremely fishy and sweet smell suddenly began to fill the noses of Spirit Vulture Duluo and Blood Tiger Duluo. At the same time, they also felt a gaze of death staring at them. Sensing the change in the situation at this moment, the expressions of Spirit Vulture Duluo and Blood Tiger Duluo changed drastically in an instant, followed by an old voice filled with killing intent resounding in their ears. HMPH, little kids, what kind of ability is it to bully my granddaughter? If you have the ability, play with this old man. As soon as the words fell, Spirit Vulture Duluo and Blood Tiger Duluo, whose expressions had changed drastically, only felt a majestic soul power directly suppressing them. Feeling that this soul power pressure alone brought them such great pressure. Knowing that they were no match, the two of them retreated as fast as a mouse seeing a cat. And in the gap between their retreat, a burly middle-aged man wearing a dark green shirt and dark green hair appeared in front of Dugu Yan, looking at Spirit Vulture and Blood Tiger, who were like Jerry, with a sneer. When Spirit Vulture Duluo and Blood Tiger Duluo saw who it was, their expressions suddenly became extremely ugly. They didn't expect Dugu Bo's strength to have improved to such an extent. Dugu Bo, we're handling affairs, are you going to interfere too? Seeing that her grandfather had arrived, Dugu Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. Then she shouted, Grandpa, where's Xiao Yu? He hasn't returned from looking for the crown prince yet. Hearing this, Dugu Bo smiled easily. Don't worry, that kid has someone protecting him, he's fine. Hearing this, Dugu Yan, who hadn't seen Xiao Yu, finally felt relieved. Grandpa, good luck, I'm going to help the others. After speaking, Dugu Yan joined the battlefield of Xiao Wu and Meng Yiren. With her Soul King level strength, dealing with the black-clothed men who were also Soul Kings was simply too easy. Smiling as he watched his granddaughter turn and leave, Dugu Bo turned his head and sneered. Hee, why can't I interfere? You want to kill this old man's granddaughter, am I just supposed to watch you kill her? If I don't react even when my closest people are killed, then what's the use of my titled Duluo cultivation? Listening to Dugu Bo's ridicule, the expressions of Spirit Vulture Duluo and Blood Tiger Duluo were very ugly, because if Dugu Bo was protecting them, even self-preservation would be a problem. How could they kill Liu Erlong? Looking at Dugu Bo, who was blocking Liu Erlong's path, the chrysanthemum ghost Duluo, who was using the martial soul fusion technique, frowned. Old ghost, the situation is not right, release the martial soul fusion technique directly, then you go and quickly assassinate Liu Erlong. After killing her, go directly to kill Xiao Yu. I'll hold back this old poisonous thing who's looking for death. Okay. After speaking, the chrysanthemum ghost Duluo released his control over Liu Erlong. Boom. As the space blockade of the chrysanthemum ghost duo opened, Liu Erlong's fireball, which had been tightly controlled, directly slammed into the huge valley in front, and many passing black-clothed men were directly incinerated into steam by this fireball. Boom. Accompanied by a violent roar. This valley full of hard rocks was directly blown open with a huge gap. Which bastard dares to disturb this old lady? Come out and die. After releasing this move, Liu Erlong roared with a look of rage. However, the next moment, Liu Erlong, who had originally planned to go find Xiao Yu, suddenly felt as if she was being pulled by something. Liu Erlong took a closer look and saw that it was strips of black shadows. These shadows were tightly pulling Liu Erlong, making her completely unable to move. Liu Erlong, enjoy the embrace of the ghost shadows. As a gloomy voice sounded in Liu Erlong's ear, strips of thick black shadows directly wrapped around Liu Erlong. When Liu Erlong saw the ghost shadows wrapping around her, her expression changed drastically, and then she frantically erupted with extreme fire, attempting to burn these ghost shadows with extreme fire. However, no matter how hard Liu Erlong tried, she couldn't burn these ghost shadows that were wrapping around her. Therefore, even Liu Erlong could only watch as she was completely entangled by the black shadows. HMPH, useless. Although your flames are very powerful, my ghost shadows and your flames are not in the same dimension, so your flames can't burn me. The ghostly voice resounded in Liu Erlong's ear, making Liu Erlong's face full of solemnity. On the other side, Chrysanthemum Duluo also quickly flashed to Spirit Vulture Duluo's side. With the appearance of Chrysanthemum Duluo, Spirit Vulture Duluo and Blood Tiger Duluo felt much lighter on their shoulders. Then Chrysanthemum Duluo opened his mouth to the two people beside him. You go kill Xiao Yu, I'll block him. Yes. Ling Yuan and Blood Tiger quickly left after hearing the news. Then only Dugu Bo and Chrysanthemum Duluo were left on the scene. Old poisonous thing, you have a road to heaven but you don't take it, you come to hell without a door, let's settle the old and new grudges together today. HMPH, Chrysanthemum Guan, do you think I'm still the same as before? You're right, let's settle both old and new scores today. After saying that, Dugu Bo directly erupted with a terrifying soul power of level 95. Feeling the soul power fluctuations on Dugu Bo's body, Yu Guan's expression also changed drastically. You actually broke through to level 95. How is this possible? Chapter 192, Yu Luo Mian and Daughter Battle 4 titled Duluo, Blue Tyrant Team displaying great power. This old poison monster, he usually doesn't show his strength, but now he has actually broken through to level 95. HMPH, why is it impossible? Chrysanthemum Guan, prepare to die. 7th Soul Skill, Azure Phosphorus Flood Dragon True Body. In an instant, accompanied by a burst of dazzling dark green light, an Azure Phosphorus Flood Dragon, over 40 meters long, appeared within the valley. Those eyes, like dragon eyes, containing the might of a dragon, stared directly at Chrysanthemum Duluo below. Chrysanthemum Duluo only felt a sense of scalp tingling and fear at this moment. What exactly happened to this old poison monster? Yu Guan, not wanting to be outdone, directly activated his martial soul true body and began to engage Dugu Bo. For a time, a deadly battle between two equally matched arch-enemies completely began. On the other side, Liu Erlong, who was completely trapped, also felt her breathing becoming increasingly difficult. Her soul power consumption was also about to be exhausted. Just as Ghost was planning to kill Liu Erlong before going to help his old friend. Boom, accompanied by a burst of air-piercing sound. A large sword directly stabbed towards the shadows beside Liu Erlong with lightning speed. Puff, boom, 7-kill sword, damn bastard. Ghost, who was stabbed by this large sword, directly released Liu Erlong. Then quickly retreated to the side. Feeling the 7-kill sword intent on the 7-kill sword, Ghost felt a burst of fear. Sword Dao Chenxin, do you also want to interfere in our affairs? Aren't you afraid that your sect will be implicated as a result? Ghost looked at Sword Dao Chenxin, who was flashing with 6 kinds of light on his body at this moment, and questioned in a cold voice. Even if I and old Ju joined forces, we wouldn't be a match for this Sword Dao Chenxin who has been assisted by Ning Fengji. Sword Dao Chenxin, listening to Ghost's somewhat stern words, sneered and said, Ghost, Blue Tyrant Academy and my 7 treasure glazed tile school are on good terms. I advise you to completely abandon this idea. Although you are powerful, you are not the only dominant force on Duluo continent. After saying that, Sword Dao Chenxin, without saying a word, rushed towards Ghost with the 7-kill sword in hand. Seeing this, Ghost quickly began to defend. Facing the current Sword Dao Chenxin, any attack could bring him life-threatening danger. Looking at Sword Dao Chenxin's ruthless moves at this moment, Liu Erlong thanked him and quickly left, searching for Xiao Yu's whereabouts. On the other side, Spirit Falcon Duluo and Blood Tiger Duluo, after searching for a long time, soon saw Xiao Yu, who was being protected by Yu Luo Mian. Then they came to Yu Luo Mian together. They can't deal with Dugu Bo, but can't they deal with Yu Luo Mian, who is only a soul Duluo? HMPH, you bunch of Spirit Hall bastards are really shameless. In order to kill a junior, you actually sent 6-titled Duluo to assassinate him at once. I will report this matter to the sect master when I go back, and I will definitely make your Spirit Hall uprooted in the Heaven Do Empire. Looking at the Blood Tiger and Spirit Falcon in front of him, Yu Luo Mian, who was currently displaying the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon True Body, did not have the slightest fear. Because although the opponents are 2 level 91 titled Duluo, if he fights desperately, the opponents will not be able to take him down without paying a price. Centipede, Spirit Peak, come and deal with Yu Luo Mian, quick battle, quick decision. Centipede Duluo and Spirit Peak Duluo immediately let the 2 soul Duluo who survived take over the task of blocking the others after hearing the call. Then they went to join forces to deal with Yu Luo Mian. Yu Luo Mian's expression also sank as he looked at the 2 titled Duluo who came again. Although he is strong and believes that his strength is not weaker than ordinary titled Duluo, he absolutely has no way to deal with 4 titled Duluo at once. Fortunately, at this time, Liu Erlong, who had escaped from Ghost, saw Xiao Yu being surrounded and immediately came to stand with her father, protecting Xiao Yu together. 2 peak soul Duluo, both with ultimate attributes and ultimate martial souls, unless they fight desperately, this battle will take a long time to end. But even so, Liu Erlong and Yu Luo Mian were completely held back, and there was no way to focus their attention on Xiao Yu's side. At this moment, as the high-end forces from all sides gathered, everyone also noticed the battle situation on the Blue Tyrant Academy's side. As for Shrek, who was also a key target of the attack, after discovering that Tang San was not there, they immediately turned around and attacked the Blue Tyrant Academy. Therefore, Shrek's pressure instantly reduced a lot. Seeing the black-clothed people who attacked them leaving Shrek, Flanders, Li Yusong and others, who were fighting with all their strength at this moment, breathed a sigh of relief. Then they stood together with Dai Mubai, who had activated the Evil Eye Holy King mode, to protect Xiao Ao and Xiao Xin and others. At this moment, because the attacking power of the black-clothed people gradually concentrated on the Blue Tyrant Academy, many students from the academy who had solved the black-clothed people turned their attention to the direction of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Looking at the Blue Tyrant Academy, which was still engaged in a deadly battle, the expressions on everyone's faces were incredibly complex. Even with the efforts of Dugu Yan and the others, the black-clothed men, even at the Soul Emperor level, couldn't cross the line. At this moment, feeling a great weight lifted from their shoulders, they could easily see that this assassination attempt was entirely prepared for the Blue Tyrant Academy. However, what shocked them even more was that even though the lineup of assassins this time could be described as luxurious and terrifying, the power displayed by the Blue Tyrant Academy was still extremely terrifying. The Blue Tyrant Academy not only single-handedly held off the siege of 6 titled Duluos. Even those female students who participated in the competition began to shine brightly in the midst of this encirclement and assassination. Their performance also made the eyes of the students present light up. It was also at this moment that the students from the various academies finally saw the strength of those Blue Tyrant Academy members who had not participated in the competition. With the support of the auxiliary type Ning Rongrong, these seemingly weak girls, who always stayed in Xiao Yu's arms like vases, could easily defeat even Soul Emperor level experts with their combined efforts. Zhu Zuqing, who had left a deep impression in the Soul Arena, was using 1 Soul Grandmaster as 3 Soul Kings. The 3 Zhu Zuqings were connected in mind and each had their own abilities, even if 3 Soul Kings joined forces, they couldn't gain any advantage for a while. Seeing Zhu Zuqing's brilliance on the battlefield, Dai Mubai, who was currently recovering his soul power, was filled with gloom. With the assistance of the Evil Eye Saint King, he had barely managed to deal with a Soul King level black-clothed man, which was completely incomparable to Zhu Zuqing, who was playing 3 Soul Kings in the palm of her hand. Instantly, Dai Mubai's heart was filled with frustration, jealousy, and resentment. At the same time, he was even more looking forward to how much his strength would increase if he absorbed Zhu Zuqing's martial soul. Meng Yiren's performance was mediocre, but she also successfully managed to hold off a Soul King. As for Xiao Wu, who had never participated in a match. Looking at her small stature, but she was also extremely violent when fighting. Except for Xiao Yu, anyone who was stepped on by her slender jade legs basically had broken bones. Chapter 193, Crimson King takes action, crushing with a palm. However, among the women, the most powerful and fiercest performer was none other than the team battle weapon, Dugu Yan. Under the terrifying damage of her jade phosphorus serpent poison, even Soul Emperor level experts couldn't last long in her jade phosphorus serpent poison. Coupled with the joint attacks of the others, this led to the rapid decrease in the number of the originally numerous black-clothed men. Judging from this, perhaps after a while, the people who launched this assassination will soon be slaughtered. And Zhu Duluo, who was fighting to the death with Dugu Bo on the side, turned green with anger when he saw this scene. At the same time, his heart was filled with fear. This time, their spirit hall had gathered such a huge lineup, 6 title Duluos, 2 Soul Duluos, 3 Soul Saints, and dozens of Soul Emperors and Soul Kings. But even with so many experts gathered, they still couldn't kill Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was just a mere Soul Emperor. Was he really that difficult to kill? This time, the manpower they sent out was at least 2/3 of the Pope's Palace's high-end combat power, but they still couldn't complete the task. There were even faint signs of mission failure. Zhu Duluo didn't dare to imagine how angry His Majesty the Pope would be and what kind of punishment they would face if this mission failed. Puff. However, the next moment, Ghost appeared beside him, spitting out blood, his face full of horror. Damn it, this sword Duluo Chen Xin is indeed terrifying. With Ning Fengji's assistance, his combat power is already comparable to a level 97 title Duluo. Seeing Old Ghost's return, Zhu Duluo pondered for a moment, then said with a gloomy face. Old Ghost, there's no other way, let's do it again. This mission cannot be lost. Okay. Without too much hesitation, Zhu Gui Duluo once again used the martial soul fusion technique. 2-pole static domain. Before long, Sword Duluo, who was about to use a killing move to directly kill Ghost, saw the golden halo and muttered to himself that something was wrong. Then, just as he was about to retreat, he saw a golden light directly surround him, sealing himself in Dugu Bo, who also had the same idea of retreating. And after they controlled Sword Duluo and Dugu Bo, these two confidants, they shouted at the 2 remaining high-end combat power Soul Duluos. You two go and kill Xiao Yu. At this moment, they were the only 2 combat powers left who could kill Xiao Yu. Although there was still a Soul Saint present, with Xiao Yu's Soul Emperor level combat power, it was not guaranteed that even the Soul Saint would be overturned. Therefore, sending out Soul Duluos was undoubtedly the best choice. As for Xiao Yu now, there was no one left to protect him. Liu Erlong and Yu Luomian had to deal with Ling Yuan and the other 4 title Duluos, and they were already struggling to protect themselves. As time went on, they would undoubtedly lose. Dugu Bo and Sword Duluo, who had the strongest combat power in the audience, were sealed by him. Even if Sword Duluo and Dugu Bo were struggling frantically. But it would take a long time to break through their martial soul fusion technique. And this time was enough for them to kill Xiao Yu countless times. Unless Yu Yuanjun, that old thing, also came, but he still had to manage the huge blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Was that possible? If Yu Yuanjun really came, then Zhu Duluo would definitely release the domain and run away. For a time, thinking that this difficult task could finally be completed, Zhu Duluo's face also showed an excited grin. On the other side, after receiving the order, the 2 Soul Duluos quickly rushed towards Xiao Yu's direction. Now that all the high-end combat power of the Blue Tyrant Academy was held back, Xiao Yu, then no one could protect him. Just rely on this group of Soul Emperor level Heaven Do Royal Guards and those Soul Sect level students. They still had other black-clothed men holding them back. As for the group of soul saints responsible for protecting the safety of the various academies, after seeing the lineup of their assassination this time, they should be able to easily think of where they came from. Therefore, knowing their purpose and background, if they didn't want to die, they would definitely not take action, otherwise, they would be bringing a disaster to their academy. Sure enough, the high-end combat power of the Heaven Do, Shenfeng, Shrek, and other academies were all watching this scene with gloomy faces, but they didn't dare to make any changes. If they joined hands, they would definitely be able to hold back these two soul Duluos, but they didn't dare. After all, they also had to consider the academies behind them. And on the side of the black-clothed soul Duluos, although Xiao Yu still looked indifferent, but they thought that Xiao Yu was just pretending to be calm. Seeing that Xiao Yu didn't even release his martial soul, they subconsciously thought that Xiao Yu must have resigned himself to fate. So they all showed cruel smiles. They would accept the great credit of killing Xiao Yu. On the other side, Qian Jun and Zhang Mo, who were worried about Xiao Yu's safety, wanted to help Xiao Yu. However, just as they were about to take action, they instantly felt a creepy feeling. The two, who had originally been calm and surprised, immediately stood upright in place like sculptures. After feeling this aura, their faces immediately showed horror. They asked in a lost voice in surprise. This aura, could it be that fourth brother is also here? Quote. Xiao Yu, die. Soul Duluo Luo or Diara, with golden wings growing on his back, quickly flew towards Xiao Yu, intending to directly take down this great credit. The eagle claws, which seemed to be able to crack gold and shatter stones, were getting closer and closer to Xiao Yu's head. However, just as his eagle claws were about to grab Xiao Yu's head, he felt a terrifying pressure directly suppress them. Before they could react, their bodies, which were originally releasing their martial soul true body, were directly crushed into a pile of rotten flesh by this powerful soul power, and then loosely fell to the ground. Finally, lying on the ground, they still had excited and bloodthirsty eyes. Seeing this scene, everyone who was still worried about Xiao Yu's safety was instantly dumbfounded. There was actually another expert. Was the Blue Tyrant Academy a gathering place for experts? Why was it that when the assassins' trump cards kept appearing, they could always find a powerful existence? At this moment, a burly man with a strong body suddenly appeared beside Xiao Yu. The eyes of this burly man were full of tyrannical killing intent. Especially the aura emanating from his body, even Sword Duluo, who had the strongest strength in the audience, felt shocked. This person's strength was not inferior to his own. No, even stronger than himself. Seeing this scene, Sword Duluo was dumbfounded. Where did Xiao Yu find this expert again? With Fengji's assistance, he was comparable to a level 97 title Duluo. Then, wasn't this burly man a true level 97? Chapter 194, Post-War Harvest. Damn, retreat, retreat all. Seeing the appearance of this burly man, feeling the terrifying power emanating from his body, Zhuge Duluo instantly felt his scalp numb. His heart was full of uneasiness and fear. The last time they had this feeling was when they faced Tang Hao. In that time, they suffered heavy losses to the point that even today, it was a scandal that the Spirit Hall was unwilling to mention. Hearing Zhu Duluo's shouts, the black-clothed men present did not hesitate at all and quickly fled. The four title Duluos, Ling Yuan and Blood Tiger, were also ready to flash away quickly after receiving the notice. However, how could Liu Erlong and Yu Luomian let them leave so easily? They directly forcibly stopped Ling Yuan, who was one step late. But what could they do? The opposite side was four title Duluos, and they could only barely stop one. Crimson King, stop the three of them. Xiao Yu looked at the Crimson King behind him and said, "Humph." The Crimson King sneered. Then, with a wave of his hand, the terrifying soul power pressure directly suppressed the three title Duluos who wanted to escape. Bang! Quote. Red King followed up with a palm strike, and along with Spirit Vulture Duluo, the terrifying soul power fluctuations directly suppressed the four of them to the ground, unable to move. Feeling the thick and heavy pressure suppressing them, the four of them could only give up resisting. Because they knew they were definitely not a match. Chrysanthemum Ghost Duluo, after releasing the two-realm static domain, didn't even think about rescuing the four of them, and directly fled away quickly. Suppressing four title Duluos without even activating his martial soul, this was definitely not a strong person they could contend with. Running away was the best option. Sword Duluo watched the two departing figures, remained silent for a moment, and could only sigh helplessly, remaining in place. If they wanted to leave, Sword Duluo could catch up, but that would inevitably take him away from Fengji, and if Fengji were attacked, he wouldn't be able to return in time. Then the 7 treasure glazed tile school would be finished. Although there were many strong individuals here. However, Sword Dao Chenshin did not trust them. After all, they were not members of the sect, and Chenshin dared not gamble with people's hearts. Therefore, he could only watch Chrysanthemum Ghost Duluo leave. Thus, this war finally came to an end, as the black-clothed people retreated as if their lives were worthless. The crowd present breathed a collective sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with expressions of relief. At the same time, they all looked towards Blue Tyrant Academy with complex expressions. Undoubtedly, in this assassination attempt, Blue Tyrant Academy, as the main target, bore the brunt of the pressure. But even so, Blue Tyrant Academy still drove the enemy away, and forcibly left behind so many black-clothed people in 4 title Duluo-level powerhouses. The gains were considerable. After seeing Red King's figure, Qianjun and Zhengmo wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, and immediately returned to the carriage where Shui Qinghe was, and told Shui Qinghe what had just happened. Shui Qinghe also revealed a shocked expression after hearing that Xiao Yu actually had a powerhouse with a level of 97 behind him. A peak powerhouse of level 97. Even in their spirit hall, only 4 people could reach this level. He didn't expect Xiao Yu to have such a strong person behind him. Where did he find him? After a brief moment of shock, Shui Qinghe led the crowd to begin cleaning up the aftermath. Then, he directly handed over the right to dispose of the 4 title Duluos to Xiao Yu. After all, it was Xiao Yu's side that stopped the 4 of them, so Xiao Yu had the right to deal with them. At the same time, this was also a way of showing goodwill to Xiao Yu. After all, the strength that Xiao Yu had displayed at this moment was already much stronger than he had imagined. And after Shui Qinghe left, Ning Fengji also arrived here under the escort of Sword Duluo. Seeing Ning Fengji's arrival, Ning Rongrong immediately rushed into Ning Fengji's arms, acting spoiled and asking for praise. And Ning Fengji couldn't find any fault with this little devil's performance. Rongrong has already done everything perfectly that she could at her age and with her strength. Therefore, he naturally didn't hesitate to encourage his daughter. Ning Fengji's encouragement filled Ning Rongrong's face with pride and smugness. Sect Master Ning, Your Excellency Chenshin, thank you both for your assistance just now. Xiao Yu also stepped forward at this time and said respectfully, Haha, you and my Rongrong are childhood sweethearts, it's only right that I save you. After all, we're family, so there's no need to be so polite. Hearing these words, Ning Rongrong, who was in Ning Fengji's arms, blushed greatly. Then, she stopped speaking. Ning Fengji turned his head and continued to smile. It's just that it seems Sword Uncle didn't actually need to take action, you already have enough with this trump card behind you. Ning Fengji looked at the Red King, who was burly and exuded a violent aura, and said with a light smile. Although Ning Fengji really wanted to know where this guy came from. But he didn't ask. Instead, he said politely. After all, a title Duluo of level 97 was rare in the world, and it was completely illogical for such an unrecognized powerhouse to suddenly appear. Especially since the 7 treasure glazed tile school could be said to have all the information in the world in their hands, and such an unfamiliar powerhouse suddenly appeared. Ning Fengji even felt a sense of frustration. Sect Master Ning, Red King is a reclusive powerhouse, I met him when I was hunting soul beasts last time, and I made a deal with him, so I asked him to be my bodyguard for a while. Listening to Xiao Yu's explanation, Ning Fengji didn't quite believe it, but Xiao Yu was on his side after all, so he temporarily decided not to investigate further. The stronger Xiao Yu was, the stronger he would naturally be. Then, he just casually nodded and smiled. I didn't expect your luck to be so good, Xiao Yu. By the way, how do you plan to deal with these 4 title Duluos? Ning Fengji asked, looking at the 4 figures whose cultivation had been sealed. Hearing this, Xiao Yu sneered. How to deal with them? Isn't it simple? Return them. Hearing this, Ning Fengji frowned slightly. He didn't think that Xiao Yu couldn't tell where these people came from. Was Xiao Yu afraid of Spirit Hall? That's why he wanted to return these few title Duluos. Xiao Yu, You said you want to return them. What do you mean? Could it be that you want to ask them for some benefits? Ning Fengji asked. Benefits? No, how is that possible? They even sent people to assassinate me. Naturally, I have to send some gifts back. After all, it's impolite not to reciprocate, and that gift will naturally be the 4 of them. However, it won't be the complete 4 of them. Instantly, Ning Fengji, who had been full of confusion, immediately reacted after hearing Xiao Yu's words. So that was Xiao Yu's plan. So he smiled lightly and said, Xiao Yu, since you know what you're doing, I won't interfere. Anyway, if you encounter any difficulties, just tell me. With me and sect leader Yu backing you up, you can do whatever you want. For a moment, Ning Fengji, who understood the meaning in Xiao Yu's words, smiled calmly. At this moment, he was quite looking forward to seeing that great elder's face turn ashen. Chapter 195, Capturing Spirit Falcon as a Slave. Listening to Ning Fengji's encouragement, Xiao Yu nodded. After chatting for a few more words, Ning Fengji chose to leave, as he still needed to help Shui Qinghe handle the aftermath. After all, there were quite a few things to deal with after this assassination attempt. Putting aside other things, just figuring out how to find evidence of the Spirit Hall's crimes was a considerable trouble. Therefore, as the Crown Prince's teacher, he naturally had to help the Crown Prince make the most correct choices. Sect leader Ning, take care. Brother Xiao Yu, I'll see my father off. Rongrong waved to Xiao Yu, then took her father's arm and left together. After watching sect leader Ning leave, Xiao Yu stayed behind and turned to look at the 4 titled Duluos whose cultivation had been sealed, a sneer on his face. Xiao Yu, this old lady has decided for you. Don't kill them all. If you kill them all, this old lady won't feel satisfied. How about this? You kill the men directly, and leave the women behind to be your female slaves, so that bitch BBDong can lose face properly. Damn it, this old lady has long been displeased with that bitch BBDong. Liu Erlong walked over after finishing her business and said coldly. What? Leave the women behind? What? Are you unwilling? This woman looks alright, and she looks like a virgin. Just keep her for fun. You can kill her after you're tired of playing with her. A Hall of Elders elder, that's something even other titled Duluo elders can only dream of. To have such a beautiful female elder from the Hall of Elders begging for mercy under you, you should feel very good. Liu Erlong said domineeringly. At the same time, her face was full of mischievous smiles as she looked at Xiao Yu. At this moment, Spirit Falcon Duluo, who was kneeling on the ground, rebuked angrily after hearing these words. Kill me if you want to kill me, skin me if you want to skin me, don't talk about these useless things. If this old lady even frowns, then this old lady isn't a titled Duluo. As a dignified titled Duluo level expert, the only female elder in the Spirit Hall's Hall of Elders, she usually received praise and compliments, as well as the pursuit of other men. When had she ever suffered such insults and ridicule, especially since they actually wanted to take away my virginity? This is simply unbearable, utterly unbearable. Looking at the Spirit Falcon who was now refuting, Xiao Yu raised her fair chin and sneered. Oh ho, you've got quite the temper. Originally, I couldn't be bothered to keep you, but since your mouth is so tough, then I'll have to make you loosen your mouth properly. I'd like to see if you really won't frown with such a big mouth. I should say, I've basically played with women from Soul Scholar to Soul Duluo level. The only ones left are Soul Emperors and titled Duluo experts. Tisk tisk, interesting. Listening to Xiao Yu's explicit words, Spirit Falcon sneered as she looked at Xiao Yu's immature body. HMPH, just a little brat, but your mouth is quite big. If you have the ability, then try it. This old lady is different from those yellow-haired girls you play with. For a little brat like you to make this old lady feel something, it's simply laughable. Listening to Spirit Falcon's mockery, Xiao Yu became even more interested. Now Xiao Yu was so strong that even a Soul Duluo level Liu Erlong couldn't withstand his offensive for a whole night. He wanted to see if Spirit Falcon Duluo could do it. Heh, Spirit Falcon Duluo, the last one who was as stubborn as you was my teacher, Erlong, but she couldn't even last through the second half of the night before she fainted. I want to see if you're as strong as you say you are. You actually even did that to your teacher. Alright, the conversation is over, shut up. Xiao Yu sealed Spirit Falcon's cherry lips, then turned to look at Liu Erlong and said. Teacher, Please go to Tianshui Academy and have Shui Binger and the others help us make 3 ice boxes, I have a use for them. Useful? What for? Liu Erlong asked in confusion. Naturally, to store their 3 heads. It's so hot, if we kill them now and don't have ice boxes to keep them cool, then they'll definitely stink by the time we get to Spirit Hall. And if we don't kill them, keeping them will also be a hidden danger. What if their appearance changes after their soul power is crippled? Since we're going to return them to that mastermind, then naturally the fresher the better. The fresher they are, the clearer we can see the expressions on their faces when they died. Quote. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, everyone present revealed expressions of horror. This Xiao Yu is really cruel, to actually come up with such an evil suggestion. Killing them isn't enough, he even wants to store them in ice boxes after killing them. And then return them to His Holiness the Pope. Isn't he really afraid that His Holiness the Pope will go berserk in public with such a heart-wrenching method of killing? Kai Wang also frowned when he heard Xiao Yu's words. Human ruthlessness is indeed constantly new. It seems that after the 3-eyed golden lion hatches, I have to ask the Great Elder whether to kill Xiao Yu, otherwise, if Xiao Yu's wings become full, and he becomes an enemy of my clan, that will be an even more miserable disaster than the Asura King. After all, even the Asura King has never done such sinister things. Xiao Yu, this old man, have a ruyi treasure sack that can store living things. 3 heads are nothing, putting them in will be fine. Dugu Bo said with a smile. No need, let them go into ice boxes first before putting them into the ruyi treasure sack. It's not worth it to let their 3 heads, dirty blood stain the ruyi treasure sack. Instantly, upon hearing these words, the 3 titled Duluos' faces were filled with grief and indignation. They never imagined that they, as dignified titled Duluo, would have even their blood so despised. In the end, Liu Erlong went to Tianshui Academy according to Xiao Yu's request. She found their team's teacher, troubling them to create 3 slightly larger ice boxes that could store things. She said that certain conditions could be offered. After all, they had captured 4 titled Duluo this time, and their resources were quite abundant. And Shui Ling, the Tianshui Academy's team teacher, felt guilty for not being able to help Blue Tyrant Academy. She had hurt the feelings of Shui Yue and Shui Binger, who had been constantly asking her to help. Therefore, she directly refused any reward and directly made 3 for them. Dean Liu, may I ask what you need these ice boxes for? After Shui Ling finished making them, she handed them to Liu Erlong, but couldn't help but curiously ask. Oh, it's nothing, Xiao Yu is just worried that the 3 titled Duluos' heads will stink in the heat, so he's using ice boxes to suppress it. Thanks, if we meet in the competition, I'll have Xiao Yu let you off easy. Quote. After saying that, Liu Erlong thanked her and quickly left. And Shui Ling and the Tianshui Academy's members all showed horrified expressions after hearing these understated words. Shui Ling also wished she could slap herself hard at this moment. Why did her cheap mouth ask this? Immediately after Shui Ling reacted, she immediately grabbed Shui Yue and Shui Binger, who were planning to go back and promote it. Chapter 196 Yu Xiaogang meets BBDong again. Binger, Yue, you must keep this matter buried in your hearts, no one can know, just say you don't know, understand? After sternly warning them, they nodded. Especially Shui Binger, knowing the seriousness of this matter, she planned to keep a close eye on her sister. On the other side, at Blue Tyrant Academy, after Liu Erlong came back with the ice boxes, she also evacuated the people nearby, and then Kai Wang directly took action, beheading Shui Hu and the other 2. Immediately, the 3 heads, still carrying expressions of fear, fell to the ground. Then Liu Erlong immediately took advantage of the heat to put their 3 heads into the ice boxes to keep them cold. Finally, the ice boxes were placed into Dugu Bo's ruyi treasure sack. As for the 3 corpses, they were directly corroded clean by Dugu Bo's snake venom. After being completely corroded, besides that touch of dark green snake venom, no one present could see the scene of the original 3 titled Duluo level powerhouses kneeling there. Everything was smooth and flowing, their series of operations were as skilled as if they had done it countless times. Looking at the scene in front of them, even Ling Yuan Duluo, who had also killed people and beheaded people, felt a burst of horror and fear. That bloody scene was deeply etched in Ling Yuan Duluo's memory. However, Ling Yuan also knew that although she was alive, what she was about to endure next would be even more terrifying than death. Teacher, take Ling Yuan Duluo to the carriage, seal her mouth, just don't let her talk nonsense. Xiao Yu said to Liu Erlong. Okay. After saying that, Liu Erlong pulled Ling Yuan back to the carriage. Looking at Ling Yuan's curvaceous figure at this moment, Liu Erlong smiled. Your Excellency Ling Yuan, Xiao Yu's combat power is very strong, tonight will be hard on you. After saying that, Liu Erlong left the carriage in Ling Yuan's slightly desperate eyes. And outside the carriage, Kai Wang, who continued to follow Xiao Yu, seemed to sense something and directly turned his head to look at a certain place, glaring angrily, and two figures immediately flashed away. Daring not to continue looking here. Immediately, Kai Wang told Xiao Yu about this. After hearing this, Xiao Yu asked in confusion, "You said that just now there were two fairly strong gazes looking at my side." That's right, their strength is not bad, similar to that so-called sword Dao Chenshin, and just now when I was beheading those two-soul Duluo humans, they also intended to take action. Hearing Kai Wang's statement, Xiao Yu immediately understood. Those who can be similar to Chenshin Xianxia and can also be by Shui Qinghei's side can only be the demon subduing and 1,000 Jun offerings from the offering hall. It seems that they should have been ordered by Qian Runshui to help themselves at that time. As for now, they should be here to watch Kai Wang. Hehe, Kai Wang, now you should properly thank me. If it weren't for the immortal herb I gave you, you should be facing the great offering Qian Daoliu of the Spirit Hall's encirclement and suppression now. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Kai Wang coldly snorted, without saying much. But he also knew in his heart that what Xiao Yu said was correct. If it weren't for the immortal herb Xiao Yu gave him, concealing his aura, otherwise, he would not have been able to appear here so openly. Soon, as time passed, this assassination incident was gradually resolved. After the road was completely opened, the team once again embarked on the journey to Spirit Hall City. And the next journey can be described as extremely calm. There were no more assassination incidents. The participating teams were also gradually approaching Spirit Hall City step by step. And in the following time, besides cultivating during the day every day, Xiao Yu had one more thing to do that was different from the previous period, that was to conquer Ling Yuan Duluo. Although Ling Yuan Duluo was very resistant to being alone with Xiao Yu, as time passed. After seeing Xiao Yu's formidable combat power, Ling Yuan Duluo, who, like Liu Erlong, had not been nourished for many years, also began to cooperate with Xiao Yu unconsciously. From the initial fierce resistance to the later series where the body was more honest than the mouth, to the very last dog-calling master, Ling Yuan's transformation can be described as extremely rapid. As for whether it was sincere, that was none of Xiao Yu's business. Anyway, Ling Yuan did not provide strategy points, so Xiao Yu treated Ling Yuan as just playing around. Quote. On the other side, just after the participating academy teams had steadily advanced for several days, Zhu Duluo and Gui Duluo also rushed back to Spirit Hall City as quickly as possible. As soon as they returned to Spirit Hall City, they returned to Spirit Hall to report the results of the assassination. Finally, under BBDong's stern gaze, Zhu Gui Duluo truthfully recounted all the details and processes of their assassination this time. Especially when BBDong learned that the 6-title Duluo, 2-soul Duluo, and 3-soul saints they had brought on this trip, except for Zhu Gui Duluo who had luckily escaped back, had all been captured and killed alive. The vast and evil aura on BBDong's body could not be suppressed instantly. That aura, as if an evil spirit had descended, began to spread and spread wildly throughout the entire hall. And this aura also made the Zhu Gui Duluo present tremble wildly. Kneeling on both knees, daring not to have the slightest thought of resistance. And after BBDong vented her anger, she took a heavy breath. Then she said with a gloomy face, "Xiao Yu, what a Xiao Yu, what a blue lightning tyrant dragon family, what a 7-treasure glazed tile school, what a Dugu Bo. Good, very good, today's debt, one day, I will settle it with you properly." Hearing that BBDong did not reprimand them, Zhu Gui Duluo also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the Pope understands them too. Although they brought 4-title Duluo this time, seemingly with a spectacular lineup, it was completely incomparable to the opponent's lineup. The opponent had a level 95 Dugu Bo, a level 96 sword Dao Chenshin with Ning Fengji's assistance, and a solid level 97 terrifying strongman. and two who were not titled Duluo but possessed the battle power of titled Duluo, Liu Erlong and Yu Luomian father and daughter. Such a powerful lineup could not be resisted by 4 level 92 to 3 titled Duluo. Yugon, Dime, the Spirit Hall City competition is about to begin. You go down, be sure to let the competition proceed perfectly. Yes, Pope Xianxia. Hearing the Pope's instructions, Zhu Gui Duluo then quickly retreated, covered in sweat, leaving only BBDong in the room, pondering something with a gloomy face. Pope Xianxia, Elder Yu requests an audience. Hearing this, BBDong frowned slightly. Originally extremely irritable, she wanted to refuse to see Yu Xiaogang. But for some reason, this idea was forcibly stopped as soon as it came to mind. It was as if her body instinctively made her have to see Yu Xiaogang. Let him in. BBDong's majestic voice came out. Chapter 197 Green Tiqian Runshui Mode, activated. After BBDong agreed, from the door of the main hall, Yu Xiaogang, whose form had changed greatly from before, slowly walked in from the door. BBDong looked at Yu Xiaogang in front of her, whose changes were quite different from her impression, and a trace of surprise appeared on her originally calm face. Looking at the trace of familiar evil emanating from Yu Xiaogang, this feeling inexplicably made BBDong feel quite close. Elder Yu, last time we parted, didn't I say it? You are no longer qualified to see me, what are you here to see me for? BBDong said in a cold tone. Although she was very surprised by Yu Xiaogang's changes, the difference in status and position between the two sides still made BBDong stop the idea of wanting to ask clearly. Listening to BBDong's words, which were cold but slightly complex, Yu Xiaogang directly cut to the chase and said, Pope Xianxia, I am here to ask for your help. After saying that, without giving BBDong time to react, Yu Xiaogang directly summoned his martial soul. Roar. Before long, with the appearance of Luo Sanpao, a wave of evil energy instantly spread throughout the entire hall. Feeling this increasingly familiar and rich evil energy, BBDong immediately held back all the words she wanted to say in her mouth, and instead looked at the Luo Sanpao in front of her, which was completely different from her impression, with a face full of confusion. Looking at this ugly Luo Sanpao, like an evil god, BBDong asked with a shocked expression. This is your spirit. Why has it become like this? Your Majesty the Pope, this is my useless spirit, Luo Sanpao, from back then, but it is no longer the useless spirit it once was. I have found a way to evolve my spirit, so I need your help. Yu Xiaogang spoke with a serious face. Looking at this new version of Luo Sanpao, which was filled with an evil aura, BBDong couldn't help but feel a sense of kinship. Then, BBDong's red lips parted slightly, and she spoke with a slightly charming tone. How do you want me to help you? What do you want? Hearing this, a trace of excitement flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes, and then he slowly said. First of all, I want to rejoin the Spirit Hall and regain access to the library. I need the ancient books in the library to confirm some things. Just as BBDong and Yu Xiaogang were discussing matters, deep in BBDong's sea of consciousness, the Rakshasa gods Red, who had been watching everything outside, also showed a look of interest after seeing this evil version of Luo Sanpao. Quote. Before long, as time passed, the date for the start of the finals was getting closer and closer. On the evening of the 3 days before the start of the competition, the Heaven Do Empire's participating team and the Star Luo Empire's participating team came to the venue of the finals, Spirit Hall Spirit City. After arriving in Spirit City, the participating members of the two great empires moved into the residential areas specially set up by the two great empires' royal families for residence and rest. In the period of time from now until the end of the competition, they will all live here. Since it was already evening, many of the academy's students, after settling down, went to sleep and cultivate early. Late at night, inside the Spirit Hall, in the Pope's palace, BBDong, who was listening to Yu Guan's report on the settlement of the two great empires, suddenly noticed an aura that she found very disgusting walking in. Sensing this aura, BBDong looked up. She saw Qian Runshui walking in slowly at a glance. Standing beside Qian Runshui were Shilong and Si Shui, who were holding 3 ice boxes exuding cold air. After seeing Qian Runshui, Yu Guan couldn't help but bend his waist even lower. Even the greeting was tinged with a hint of flattery. Your Highness, you've arrived. Yes, Elder Yu Guan, there's nothing for you to do here, you can leave. Qian Runshui didn't even look at Yu Guan, her beautiful eyes fixed on BBDong, and she said with a cold expression. "This, Your Majesty the Pope, should this subordinate take his leave first?" Yu Guan looked at BBDong, his tone slightly questioning. Seeing BBDong nod, Yu Guan quickly left. After Yu Guan had completely left the hall, BBDong looked at Qian Runshui and questioned in a cold voice. "It's so late, aren't you going to find your grandfather? What are you doing here looking for me?" "Hehe, I'm looking for you, of course, because I have something to do, my dear sister." Qian Runshui covered her red lips with her jade hand, and said with a face full of smiles. Good, a sister, call me that from now on. If you have something to say it, if you don't, get out of here, don't be an eyesore here." BBDong saw that Qian Runshui actually showed a green tea expression that she would never show, and felt a sense of unease in her heart for some reason, and then scolded her. Tisk tisk, sister, you are still so impatient. Forget it, I'll just say it straight. I'm here this time because I was entrusted by someone to hand these 3 boxes to Your Majesty the Pope. After Qian Runshui finished speaking, she asked Shilong to send the 3 ice boxes to BBDong. BBDong looked at the 3 ice boxes placed in front of her, and with a wave of her jade hand, she directly lifted the lid. As soon as the lid was opened, BBDong saw that the heads of the 3 elders, Shui Hu, Qian Zhu, and Ling Feng, were placed in the box so watery. And on their faces, there was still a look of fear before death. Seeing their desperate eyes, BBDong seemed to feel them asking for help from her. Boom! Looking at the scene in front of her, BBDong's beautiful purple eyes were full of surging baleful aura. That terrifying, evil aura instantly erupted within the entire hall. Provocation, this is definitely a provocation to her, the Pope. How many years has it been since she ascended to the position of Pope? When has she encountered such a provocation? This Xiao Yu, that damned Xiao Yu. Feeling the murderous aura and baleful aura emanating from BBDong, Shilong, Si Shui, and Qian Zhengmo, who had been in the dark, appeared one after another to block Qian Runshui. They blocked this terrifying baleful aura for Qian Runshui. And feeling that BBDong's baleful aura was so thick, even Qian Zhen and Zhengmo were quite surprised. This woman's strength has actually reached this point. And Qian Runshui, who was standing behind the 4, looked at BBDong's furious expression at this moment, and her heart suddenly laughed even more happily. It was the first time in so many years that she had seen her sister, who was always calm and collected in everything she did, so angry. However, the angrier she was, the happier she was. Although the price of making her angry was the death of 3 titled Duluo level powerhouses, the price was a bit high, but these 3 titled Duluos were not Qian Runshui's own team after all. After she succeeded to the throne, she would not be able to continue to reuse them. Therefore, according to this method of handling, although it was a bit painful, it was not unacceptable. At least, she slapped her sister's face fiercely. Chapter 198 BBDong, who was angered into laughter. As for Ling Yuan, if I could recruit Xiao Yu, wouldn't Ling Yuan still be my person? Looking at the 4 people in front of her, feeling the swamp-like atmosphere that was gradually restricting her, BBDong, who had come back to her senses, also gradually withdrew the power she had released. Now is not the time to fall out, I must endure. I can even endure Qian Daoliu's humiliation, even giving birth to Qian Runshui, this abomination, what is this small setback? Finally, after forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart, BBDong looked at the 3 heads in front of her and said with an extremely cold tone. Where is Ling Yuan? If she's not dead, return her to me. Listening to BBDong's question, Qian Runshui couldn't help but be even happier. She was waiting for BBDong to ask this question. Then, she covered her mouth with her jade hand and chuckled. Oh, you're talking about that little slut, she's not with me, she's with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu spared her life and took her as a slave. Xiao Yu is indeed a master of love. From the valley to here, it's only been a few days, and he has already tamed Ling Yuan Duluo so well. If I hadn't seen Ling Yuan's arrogant appearance before, I would have really thought she was a bitch, hehe. Quote. Listening to Qian Runshui's mocking voice that was not quite a smile, BBDong fell into complete silence. The killing intent in her heart was even stronger. My dignified elder of the Elder Hall, it would have been fine if she had been killed, but now she has become someone else's plaything. Humiliation, It is truly an incomparably huge humiliation. Even if Ling Yuan comes back alive later, can I still reuse her? At the thought of this, BBDong's palm, filled with anger, left a deep palm print on the marble table in front of her. By the way, sister, Xiao Yu also asked me to tell you that he suspects that these 3 assassins are evil soul masters who survived from that time. He hopes that Your Majesty the Pope will investigate thoroughly, find the strongholds of the evil soul masters, and eradicate this malignant tumor of evil soul masters for the continent as soon as possible. Hearing this, BBDong smiled, really smiled. BBDong's smile was extremely beautiful, very beautiful. I know, Xiao Yu is very considerate. Go back and tell Xiao Yu that I will definitely completely eradicate this malignant tumor of evil soul masters. Whether Shui Hu and the other 3 are evil soul masters is a well-known fact. However, Xiao Yu framed them as evil soul masters and I couldn't refute anything. After all, if I stood up to object, then the Spirit Hall would be declaring to the entire continent that the assassination operation at that time was ordered by me. Now is not the time to declare war completely, therefore, BBDong can only swallow this bitter pill at this moment. After all, pushing everything to the evil soul masters makes everything more reasonable. Looking at BBDong, who was so angry that she smiled instead. Qian Runshui, who was planning to leave, added fuel to the fire again. Also, sister, I am very worried about you now. You should already be very clear about the combat ability of Blue Tyrant Academy, right? I am very worried, sister. If your so-called golden generation can't beat Xiao Yu and the others, then what should we do? After all, those are 3 very precious soul bones. Why don't you quickly change the reward content, sister? Although you will lose some face, at least the losses can be minimized. Sister, don't you think so? With a smile full of sneer and mockery. After saying the green tea words, Qian Runshui turned around and left the palace directly. Heading towards the hall of worship. She was too lazy to listen to the bold words her good sister was saying to her. It was already late, going back to see her grandfather was the real business. And Qian Jun, Zhang Mo, Si Shui, and Shi Long also left one after another. BBDong, who was sitting high on the stage, watched Qian Runshui leave. After she was the only one left in the entire hall, she finally unloaded her original dignified pretense. The originally furious aura instantly collapsed and disintegrated at this moment. The whole person was even more like she had been seriously ill, her face full of weakness as she collapsed on the chair. Her pair of purple eyes were full of exhaustion. Xiao Shui, you really are my good sister, but you don't have to worry about this. I have already formed a new generation of Golden Generation, and also recruited a new elder as the team leader. When my new generation of Golden Generation appears, even Xiao Yu of Blue Tyrant Academy will definitely not be their opponent. A memory from a few days ago appeared in BBDong's eyes, and her bright red lips then revealed a confident smile again. Quote. Walking on the way back to the hall of worship, Qian Runshui was very refreshed. She had not seen that kind of expression on BBDong's face for a long time, where she was almost dying of anger, but still had to maintain her demeanor. Xiao Yu really helped me vent a small amount of anger. After returning to the hall of worship, Zhang Mo and Qian Jun returned to their residences, and Shilong and Si Shui also left one after another. Qian Runshui went straight to Qian Daoliu's room. As soon as she saw her grandfather, Qian Runshui couldn't hold back her smug smile. Large teardrops quickly fell and began to drip on the ground. Then, like a swallow returning to its nest, she directly hugged Qian Daoliu in her arms. Qian Daoliu hugged his granddaughter who was sobbing in his arms at this moment. He patted her beautiful back, and said softly, "All right, weren't you just looking like you had vented a mouthful of anger? Why are you crying now?" Qian Runshui wiped away her tears and said stubbornly with red eyes, "I wasn't crying, my eyes are just stinging from the wind." Looking at Qian Runshui's tenacious appearance, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but feel even more heartache. Immediately, he took Qian Runshui's jade hand and sat on a chair. On the table, all kinds of delicacies and pastries that Qian Runshui liked to eat had already been prepared. The two chatted while eating until late at night. The next day, Qian Runshui woke up on her soft, large bed. Last night, she had talked a lot with her grandfather. From the development of the empire to the progress of this plan. Later, they talked about the existence of Xiao Yu. She also confirmed many things to do and not to do through her conversation with her grandfather. After having breakfast with Qian Daoliu and saying hello to her grandfather, Qian Runshui returned to the Heaven Do Empire's camp again. The competition was about to begin in a few days. She had to be there to oversee things. As for Xiao Yu's side, since last night, after moving from the carriage to a more luxurious room in the inn with a better environment and comfort, Xiao Yu couldn't wait to start interrogating Ling Yuan Duluo all night again. This time, he interrogated her directly from the doorway to a corner of the room. He directly folded Ling Yuan Duluo at an angle and stuffed her into a corner. With the foundation of the house there, Xiao Yu's interrogation was very stable. After interrogating her like this all night, Xiao Yu felt refreshed. Chapter 199 New Generation Golden Generation. Xiao Yu looked at Ling Yuan Duluo, who was full and stubborn, with an angry expression. He smiled faintly. HMPH, so what if you're a titled Duluo? You're not even as good as Teacher Erlong. You couldn't even last through the first half of the night. I was completely on my own for the second half of the night. You were like a dead pig, sleeping soundly. Think about how many times you fainted and woke up yesterday. Listening to Xiao Yu's mockery, Ling Yuan roared angrily, her eyes spitting fire. HMPH, you lecher, you sinner of this world, don't let me get a chance, or one day, I will castrate you into a eunuch and throw you into a men's den to suffer humiliation. The interrogation she had received these past few days was more humiliating than anything she had experienced in her entire life. This kid in front of her really treated her like a slave. He didn't treat her like a titled Duluo powerhouse at all. Such utter humiliation was something she had never tasted since she embarked on the path of a soul master. Looking at Xiao Yu in front of her, Ling Yuan's heart was filled with complex and indignant feelings. Oh ho, still being stubborn, huh? Come, let me see how hard your mouth is. Your body is more honest than your mouth, you dog. Looking at the stubborn Ling Yuan at this moment, Xiao Yu twisted his waist and walked forward again. Looking at Xiao Yu slowly approaching her at this moment, a trace of pain and indignation flashed across Ling Yuan's face, which was originally full of anger. Immediately, she twisted her slender waist, which only had a few strips of cloth left, and her jade legs, which didn't have much black silk fabric left, towards a corner. While twisting, she said, "You bastard, son of a bitch." An hour later, Liu Erlong opened the door and entered the room, saying to Xiao Yu, who was neatly dressed, "Xiao Yu, His Highness the Crown Prince is looking for you." "Okay, I'll go right away." Xiao Yu turned and left, leaving Ling Yuan, who was helpless and lost at this moment. Tisk tisk, that's miserable enough. Well, alright, stop crying, go wash up, and I'll have someone send some food up later. Liu Erlong helped Ling Yuan into the bathroom and said casually. Quote. After arriving at His Highness the Crown Prince's room, Xiao Yu learned from Shui Qinghe about BBDong's reaction after seeing the heads of Shui Hu and the other two. He also showed a hint of happy smile. You sent people to intercept and kill me, now you know how to feel the pain. Then he chatted with the Crown Prince for a while before leaving the Crown Prince's room and continuing to cultivate. Soon, as time passed, the day of the opening ceremony of the finals officially arrived. Amidst a burst of intense firework explosions, the participating members of the two great empires quickly entered the competition venue under the announcement of the Spirit Hall's host. After the participating members of the two great empires had entered the arena one after another, it was the Spirit Hall team's usual moment to be the finale. Therefore, the host was heard shouting in an even higher voice. Next, let us welcome the Spirit Hall's new generation Golden Generation, the Spirit Hall team, with the warmest applause. For a time, as the host said the words, New Generation Golden Generation, the crowd watching the scene burst into thunderous applause. The Soul Masters participating in the competition also showed curious gazes after hearing this. New Generation Golden Generation, what does that mean? Did the Spirit Hall team temporarily change members? Soon, amidst the confused expressions of the crowd, the so-called New Generation Spirit Hall team also quickly arrived in the waiting area amidst the roar of fireworks. As the Spirit Hall team appeared, many people's originally curious gazes instantly turned into astonishment and bewilderment. Because after seeing the members of the Spirit Hall team clearly, they were shocked to discover. Compared to the original members, the Spirit Hall team's members had undergone not a small change. The leading Xie Yu, Hu Liena, and Yan remained unchanged. However, the other 4 people behind them, except for the original Peak Soul Sect level auxiliary system, had all changed. And the faces of these 3 changed people were all familiar faces to many people present. Even Davis of the Star Luo Empire had a drastic change in expression after seeing those 3 figures. And the 3 people standing in the Spirit Hall camp at this moment were none other than Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. The 3 top combatants who originally belonged to the Shrek Academy of the Heaven Do Empire had actually joined the Spirit Hall team. This move by the Spirit Hall team immediately caused an uproar among many people present. Especially many students from the Heaven Do Empire were surprised by the appearance of this scene. And Liu Erlong, after seeing this scene, even angrily cursed BBDong as a bitch. After that, before everyone could react, they heard the host continue to announce. Next, let us welcome the current Pope of the Spirit Hall with even warmer applause. After the host finished speaking, BBDong, holding a scepter, followed by Chrysanthemum Duluo, Ghost Duluo, and an old and evil figure, quickly walked out. Seeing the evil figure following behind the Pope, the people who were still shocked and confused as to why the Shrek people would join the Spirit Hall immediately revealed a look of understanding. Because that person was none other than Yu Xiaogang, the famous, waste, master in the entire Heaven Do Empire. It turned out that Yu Xiaogang had joined the Spirit Hall, which in turn brought together Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, the 3 strongest members of Shrek Academy. After realizing this possibility, everyone looked towards Shrek with curious faces, and they saw that, besides Dean Flender and Ma Hongjun, everyone else on the Shrek team had been replaced. Judging from the strength they exuded, some of them were not even sole sovereigns. It was conceivable that even Shrek Academy was caught off guard by this matter. And Flender, as the dean, after feeling the strange gazes of everyone present, a bitter smile appeared on his originally thin face. Although he had asked Xiaogang to seek help from BBDong, even he did not expect that Xiaogang would directly take away the strongest Xiao San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar to join the Spirit Hall team, directly leaving him with such a mess. And in order to gather enough participating students, he even let the few remaining Soul Grand Masters in the academy fill in. Now, they might not even be able to pass the first round. And in the Star Luo Royal team, Davis looked at Dai Mubai, who was now standing on the side of the Spirit Hall team, with an extremely gloomy expression on his face. That bastard Dai Mubai actually joined the Spirit Hall team, how could he possibly win against him? But fortunately, Dai Mubai joined the Spirit Hall, so even if he lost, Dai Mubai would not be recognized. After all, many people in the palace hate the Spirit Hall. And at this moment, Shui Qinghe, sitting on a chair not far from the Pope, saw that Tang San and the others were actually standing on the side of the Spirit Hall. Immediately, the expression on his face was extremely gloomy and ugly. This BBDong, she really doesn't want her face anymore. Chapter 200 BBDong and Tang San's naughty operations. In order to be able to defeat Blue Tyrant Academy where Xiao Yu was in the competition, BBDong even did such shameless things. Pope, your Spirit Hall team suddenly changing members is a bit biased. Moreover, as far as I know, Tang San, Oscar, and Dai Mubai are not members of your Spirit Hall, and they cannot be substitute members of your Spirit Hall team. Ning Fengji also frowned and asked. Hearing this, Shui Qinghe immediately questioned. That's right, Pope, you are breaking the rules. If all the academies do this, then what's the point of having competition rules? If everyone doesn't abide by the competition rules, then we might as well not hold the competition. If BBDong really gets her wish and lets Tang San and the others join forces with the people from the Spirit Hall, then the chances of Xiao Yu and the others winning will be greatly reduced. And listening to Shui Qinghe and Ning Fengji's confusion, many people present also looked towards BBDong. And regarding Shui Qinghe and Ning Fengji's questioning, BBDong smiled faintly. On this matter, I admit that it is biased, but it is not breaking the rules, but rather exploiting loopholes in the rules. Moreover, the Spirit Hall team is not the first team to change members. The Heaven Do Empire's Blazing Academy and Divine Wind Academy also used this loophole to replace members. They also used rule loopholes, and even at the cost of losing the grand prize. Since they can do this, then I can naturally do it too. However, in order to show the fairness of the competition as much as possible, if the Spirit Hall team wins the final victory, we will also give up the reward of those 3 soul bones. However, in order to appease the second place, we will still prepare a beautiful gift as a reward. Hearing BBDong's impeccable words, even Ning Fengji frowned at this moment. After all, it was indeed the people of their Heaven Do Empire who first used the competition loophole to change people. They can't refute the spirit hall using them. As for giving up the reward of 3 soul bones, preparing another reward for the second place, these words are even more ridiculous. Not to mention that those 3 soul bones originally belonged to your spirit hall. Even if they are not given out on the surface, in the end, wouldn't they still be taken away by the people of your spirit hall? As for the second place reward, could it possibly be better than the 3 soul bones? Your Holiness the Pope is really making a good calculation. Faced with BBDong's perfect plan, Ning Fengji's expression suddenly became quite unsightly. Ning Fengji never expected that BBDong would actually do this. It simply didn't seem like something a pope should do. To put it nicely, it's exploiting loopholes in the rules. To put it bluntly, it's exploiting loopholes in the rules because they're afraid of losing. In response, Dai Tianquan, the sole Duluo dean of the Star Luo Royal Academy, sneered. What, are you Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire so shameless? Each and every one of you is playing the loophole game. How laughable, are you really that unconfident in your original lineup? Regarding Dai Tianquan's sneer, BBDong replied, Dean Dai, if you are also willing to give up the reward as the price, we can also let you replace students, but the time is limited to today. Hearing BBDong's words, Dai Tianquan sneered. HMPH, I'm not a petty person like you who exploits loopholes. Although Dai Tianquan's words sounded perfect, anyone could hear the lack of confidence in his tone. After all, the actual situation was that the Star Luo Royal Academy had no one to replace. If they could, they would love to replace someone. Even if they couldn't get the 3 soul bones, the honor of defeating Spirit Hall would be pretty good. Wasn't their Star Luo Empire being suppressed by Spirit Hall, preventing them from sending troops to the Heaven Do Empire? HMPH, since that's the case, then I hope that Your Holiness the Pope's new generation of Golden Generation can successfully win the championship. If they still lose like this, then Your Holiness the Pope will be heartbroken. Shui Qinghe sneered. Heh. Regarding this, there's no need for the Heaven Do Crown Prince to worry. I have great confidence in my new generation of Golden Generation. By the way, everyone doesn't need to worry. After this competition, similar loopholes will be completely patched up. I believe the next competition will be even more fair and just. Let's all wait and see. Listening to BBDong's words, the expressions of everyone present were very unsightly. The next competition would be 5 years later. 5 years, everything would be cold by then. For a time, everyone on the high platform had a look of harboring ulterior motives. Soon, after the host completely finished the procedure, the highest leader of Spirit Hall on the surface announced the start of the competition. And with BBDong's rising, BBDong's peerless appearance, powerful strength, and unreachable status instantly caused a commotion among the people who saw BBDong for the first time. Wow, is that the Pope? She's really beautiful. Yeah, if I could marry her, I'd be willing to be supported by her for the rest of my life. Hey, don't let your chicken feet show so obviously. Dong. Looking at the commotion below, BBDong gently tapped the scepter in her hand. Before long, a powerful aura directly resounded in everyone's ears with the sound of the scepter tapping. Under this tapping sound, the people who were originally in commotion stopped their discussions one after another. They all restrained their minds and looked respectfully at BBDong on the high platform. Seeing that she had controlled the situation, BBDong casually said, Thank you to all the participants for rushing to Spirit Hall. Being able to come here, I believe you are all the young elites of the Soul Master world. I am very much looking forward to seeing your wonderful performance on the Soul Arena. And for the winner of this competition, Spirit Hall will unprecedentedly take out the reward of 3 soul bones as a reward for the winner of this competition. These 3 soul bones are the 50,000-year mental focus wisdom skull, the 30,000-year bursting burning flame right arm bone, and the rapid advance wind chasing left leg bone. Alright, without further ado, next, the team draw officially begins. I am very much looking forward to seeing the wonderful performances of all you excellent soul masters. After BBDong finished speaking, the audience immediately burst into extremely warm applause and envious gazes. Soul bones, those were soul bones. Unexpectedly, the championship reward actually had 3 soul bones. Looking at the excited expressions of the crowd below the stage, BBDong sat back in her seat, while Duluo signaled the host to continue. And just as the crowd below the stage was still marveling at the richness of this reward, the host immediately began the draw procedure. A total of 7 teams participated in this final. 5 teams from the Heaven Do Empire. 1 team from the Star Luo Empire. 1 team from Spirit Hall. And the Spirit Hall team naturally received a bye in the first round, directly advancing to participate in the promotion match of the second round semifinal. And after the draw, the matches for the first 3 rounds have also been drawn. Chapter 201, The Ungrateful Duo. After the draw is completed, the specific competition schedule is as follows. In the first match, Shrek Academy will face the Star Luo Royal Academy. In the second match, Shenfeng Academy will face Tianshui Academy. In the third match, Blue Tyrant Academy will face Blazing Fire Academy. The duration of this competition is estimated to be within 3.5 days. Therefore, on the afternoon of the draw, the first match between Shrek Academy and the Star Luo Royal Academy will begin. The winner of this battle will advance to become the team to face the Spirit Hall team. As for the second and third matches, they will begin tomorrow morning and afternoon, respectively. Then, after the third match in the afternoon is completed, the winners of the morning and afternoon matches will once again face off the next day to determine the students participating in the final. Finally, the competition would begin on the afternoon of the third day, with the morning left for the academy students to rest and recharge, so they could go all out in the final match. Soon, as time passed, the afternoon competition officially began. And the Shrek Academy team did not live up to expectations. Within a short minute, they were all fiercely knocked off the stage by the Star Luo Royal Academy team, becoming the first defeated team in the finals. At this moment, Flander, as the dean, endured the mocking and contemptuous gazes from the surrounding crowd. He led the students back to their temporary residence. How high-spirited they were during the opening ceremony, how desolate the backs of the Shrek members looked now. Betrayed by both the academy teachers and students, many not only had no pity, but even thought that Shrek had brought it upon themselves. Originally, they could have gone home directly after losing the match, but Flander still wanted to watch the rest of the competition before going back. Even if it was just for a moment, he wanted to see the moment when Tang San and the others won. In the resting area of the Spirit Hall team, Oscar saw Shrek's defeat and the proud dean's disappointed look, his eyes filled with heartache for the dean. He said to Tang San beside him, "Hey, little San, why don't we go back and comfort the dean? The dean looks so pitiful." Hearing Oscar's words, Tang San, with a gloomy face, turned his head and sneered. "HMPH, what's the point of going back? To continue to let them drag us down? Oscar, you need to see clearly that we are no longer on the same level as them. We are the pride of heaven, the future titled Duluo, and what about them? They are just a group of low-level spirit masters with their own flaws. During the competition in Heaven Do City, if Fatty and the others weren't so weak and useless, how could we 3 have almost failed to participate in the finals?" Hearing Tang San's cold words, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. The crowd looked at Tang San, who was crossing his arms and lecturing Oscar, with complex expressions. They didn't expect Tang San to say such heartless words. But, "Little San, we..." Just as Oscar was about to say something, Dai Mubai interrupted and said, "Little San is right, little Ao, you are now a soul elder level auxiliary spirit master, you can't be distracted by a mere Shrek now. You can go back to see the dean and the others anytime, but not now. The dean and the others won't die just because they failed once. Wouldn't it be better to go back after you've achieved success?" After joining the Spirit Hall team, Dai Mubai finally understood what it was like to have a team with overall strength that was extremely strong. This was something he couldn't feel at all in Shrek Academy. In Shrek, not only could he not feel this feeling, but he also often had to clean up the mess for those guys. Looking at Tang San and Dai Mubai, who were singing in harmony, Oscar suddenly felt that his values were being shattered by their words. Then Oscar closed his mouth and sat down on the far side with a lost expression. His brain was extremely chaotic, not knowing what he was thinking. And Xie Yu and the other 2 showed disgusting expressions and faces after hearing Tang San's words. After all, in the eyes of others, no matter how unbearable Shrek was, it was still an academy that had cultivated them for several years. Everyone in the world can scold Shrek and dislike Shrek, but you can't, because you are people who came out of Shrek. Don't forget the well digger when you drink water. Even if that person is a bad person, after all, they gave you the opportunity to climb to a higher platform. As a result, you too just came to a higher platform not long ago, and you are already disliking the academy that once cultivated you. What's the difference between this approach and a white-eyed wolf? Looking at Tang San and Dai Mubai's smug and confident appearance, Hu Liena even thought about letting her teacher kick them all out of the spirit hall after the competition was over. Even if these white-eyed wolves stay in the spirit hall, they won't do their best for their spirit hall. And Shui Qinghe also sneered mockingly after hearing Tang San and Dai Mubai's words. Hehe, Your Majesty the Pope, it seems that these two people you found, apart from being a little strong, their character is not very good. Don't be backlashed by them. After all, they can mock Shrek like this, maybe they can mock your spirit hall like this tomorrow. As for their defection, Shui Qinghe had no dissatisfaction, but was very happy. After all, one of them is the child of his father's killer, and the other is the prince of the Star Luo Empire. He doesn't feel bad at all that they left. After all, once they leave, it won't be so easy to come back. Not to mention whether he agrees or not, their current faces are seen by many people. Talent is important, but no matter how good the talent is, without a heart that knows how to be grateful, even a titled Duluo will subconsciously refuse to accept it. Hearing someone talking about him, Tang San turned to look at Shui Qinghe. His pair of purple eyes were full of coldness. HMPH, you little punk, what are you looking at? I'm talking about you, you who recognizes a thief as your father. If your father knew you joined the spirit hall, he might break your legs. Looking at Tang San's angry expression, Shui Qinghe sneered. You, little San. Tang San wanted to refute, but considering the other party's status as a prince and his teacher shaking his head at him, he had no way to retort. So, he could only turn his head and ignore the mockery just now. At the same time, he was also thinking about going back later to ask his father about the grievances between him and the spirit hall. It was only at this moment that Tang San remembered the complex expressions of his teacher and the Pope after he agreed to join the spirit hall. Before long, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Chapter 202, Davis Wants to Eat Gafen. The competition also officially began with the arrival of the various academies. The first match was between the Godwind Academy and the Tianshui Academy. When the members of both sides participating in the competition took the stage, everyone couldn't help but be surprised to discover. Like the Spirit Hall team, the participating members of the Godwind Academy had also undergone considerable changes. Several students from the Godwind Academy, whose strength had not yet reached the Soul Elder level, were directly replaced by Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang from the Blazing Academy, as well as a Soul Elder level Fire Attribute Soul Master. On the arena, Shui Binger looked at the drastically changed Godwind Academy, thought for a moment, and then said with a helpless smile. Fire borrows the wind to rise, and the wind borrows the fire to grow, a very powerful idea. Originally, I was wondering why the Spirit Hall team suddenly changed people. It turns out they copied your idea. Regarding Shui Binger's teasing, Feng Shaoshan spread his hands and said helplessly. Hehe, there's no way around it. The original intention of doing this was also because we were afraid of the combat power of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. As a result, I didn't expect the Spirit Hall team to imitate our approach at the same time because they were afraid of the combat power of the Blue Tyrant Academy. I can't say, I also secretly tricked Xiao Yu and the others. Listening to Feng Shaoshan's conversation on the arena, Xiao Yu, who was watching the match, also smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that BBDong, such a proud person, would do such a thing in order to win. It seems that the plot has changed after all because of my appearance. Xiao Yu, don't worry, I believe you will definitely be able to defeat that bitch BBDong. Liu Erlong patted Xiao Yu's shoulder and said, of course, Tang San and the others are all our defeated opponents. The Spirit Hall team absorbed them, and the chances of being able to beat us were not great in the first place. Now, maybe it's even smaller. Dugu Yan also said with a charming smile. On the competition field, after chatting for a few words, the competition officially began. Since Tianshui Academy was not the opponent of Godwind Academy in the first place. And after the Godwind Academy joined several high-end combat forces from the Blazing Academy. Tianshui Academy was even less of an opponent. In the fusion skill of Huo Wu and Feng Shaoxian. In the terrifying power of the Wind Fire Flame Wolf. Even Shui Binger and Shui Wu's martial soul fusion skill, the Ice Phoenix, was directly blown away. In response, the leader of the Tianshui Academy sighed secretly and simply conceded defeat. After the two sides left the arena, Shui Yue was very upset about this failure, and then shouted in the direction of Xiao Yu with a displeased face. Xiao Yu, give that bastard Feng Shaoxian a hard beating tomorrow. Beat him half to death for me, and if you do it, I'll go on a date with you. Listening to Shui Yue's fierce words, Feng Shaoxian, who was still preparing to get close to Huo Wu, instantly showed a bitter smile. Especially after seeing Xiao Yu's expression that it was no problem. His heart was even more uneasy. However, unlike Feng Shaoxian's bitter smile, the belligerent Huo Wu said with a face full of excitement. It's okay, no problem, Xiao Yu, why don't we just make an appointment for a battle? We, the Blazing Academy, will concede defeat in the afternoon's match, and you will directly advance. Tomorrow, let's have a good fight. Hearing Huo Wu's challenge, Xiao Yu smiled lightly. No problem, but this time, our Blue Tyrant Academy will have to play all of us due to the rules. You guys be prepared. Since the Blue Tyrant Academy had always been outnumbered in previous competitions, and in order to expand the influence of their empire, the prince asked them to play as much as possible, even if it was just to show their faces. Naturally, Xiao Yu agreed to this. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Huo Wu's face couldn't help but become even more excited. Although she knew that she and others would not be Xiao Yu's opponents. But she just wanted to see how big the gap between them was. Looking at the Blue Tyrant Academy and the brand new Godwind Academy who were making an appointment to fight below at this moment, Shui Qinghe couldn't help but sigh. Alas, this is the thriving scene that should have appeared in the Soul Master competition the most. It's a pity that a good Soul Master competition was completely destroyed by a rule loophole. Alas, some people really like to be clever and tie themselves up. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Listening to Shui Qinghe's sarcasm, BBDong was angry. But there wasn't much to say. I can only mutter frantically in my heart. My own, my own. After that, since the Blazing Academy chose to abstain from the afternoon's match, the Blue Tyrant team naturally advanced to the semifinals. After that, as the semifinal schedule was arranged, the first match tomorrow will be between the Star Luo Royal Academy and the Spirit Hall team. The second match will be between the Blue Tyrant Academy and the New Godwind Academy. After seeing this schedule arrangement, Davis can be described as surprised and delighted. After all, whether it was the Godwind Academy or the Blue Tyrant Academy, he had no confidence in defeating them. Therefore, if he could directly face the Spirit Hall Academy, it would be a good thing for him. At the very least, he was defeated by the Spirit Hall, not by the Heaven Do Empire. After going back, he could have some excuses. After the arrangements were completed, since there were no matches in the afternoon, the students of all the academies had a lot of time to move around freely. They began to have a good time playing in Spirit Hall City. Meanwhile, Davis of the Star Luo Royal Academy, along with Zhu Zuyun and Dai Tianquan, who was responsible for their safety, arrived at the Blue Tyrant team's inn. Davis planned to take Zhu Zuqing away directly today, and then return to the Star Luo Empire immediately after losing the match tomorrow morning. He wanted to return and stabilize his position as Crown Prince as quickly as possible, without giving Dai Mubai any chance to resist. At the same time, no matter what, even if he would be blamed by his father and mother, he had to enjoy the sister's rice bowl that he had been dreaming of for so long. Just imagining Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyun lying on the bed at the same time, looking at him pitifully, the sinister look in Davis's eyes became even more intense. Especially when he thought about how he could enjoy the sister's rice bowl while toying with Dai Mubai's fiancé, with double the happiness. Davis felt even more excited. With their arrival, Liu Erlong, as the dean, was responsible for receiving them and welcoming them in. Liu Erlong also knew their purpose, so after instructing the servants to pour 3 cups of tea, she called out Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Yu. Seeing Zuqing appear, and seeing that Zuqing was safe and living relatively stably, the worry in Zhu Zuyun's eyes immediately disappeared, replaced by a coldness and arrogance that concealed her tenderness. Davis, with a slightly fiery gaze, directly said, "Zuqing, come back with us, your mother and Zuyun miss you very much." I can guarantee in my capacity as Crown Prince that you will not be subject to any punishment from the rules after you return. Chapter 203. You want a sister's rice bowl. What a coincidence, I want it too. Looking at Davis's sinister smile, a trace of disgust suddenly rose in Zhu Zuqing's heart. Davis, stop pretending, you and Dai Mubai are the same. I know very well what dirty things you are thinking. I am very good here. Now that I'm out, I don't plan to go back to that hell. Zuqing, don't be willful, people will laugh at you. Let's go, come back with us. Seeing Zhu Zuqing's refusal, Davis, feeling that his dignity had been challenged, said in a serious tone. Davis, I'm giving you face, aren't I? My Zuqing has already said she's not going back. What are you still saying? If you have the ability, let's fight. If you win, I'll let Zuqing go back with you. If you lose, leave your Zhu Zuyun to me. Xiao Yu, seeing Davis's appearance of trying to force others, directly pulled Zhu Zuqing behind him and said coldly. Xiao Yu, you. Seeing Xiao Yu, a trace of fear flashed in Davis's eyes. After all, he knew that Xiao Yu's strength was Soul Emperor. He wasn't even a Soul King, how could he possibly beat Xiao Yu? Not to mention that he couldn't win, even if he and Zhu Zuyun fused into the Netherworld White Tiger, they might not be able to beat Xiao Yu. And this kid is actually eyeing his fiancée. Damn it, he actually forgot that this kid is also a lecherous guy. He knew he shouldn't have brought Zhu Zuyun here. HMPH, Xiao Yu, although your Soul Emperor cultivation is very powerful, it is not enough, just relying on you, you still can't protect the person our Star Luo Empire wants. Little Zhu family doll, don't embarrass yourself here, quickly go back with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I don't want to say the same thing a second time. If you don't want to go, don't blame me for taking action. Seeing this scene, Dai Tianquan immediately strode forward, releasing a huge pressure to suppress everyone present, while coldly snorting. This was after all Spirit Hall City, and Dai Tianquan didn't want to cause any trouble. Old thing, don't be shameless, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Zuqing is my student, I won't allow anyone to force her to do something she doesn't want to do. Unless Zuqing is willing to go back with you today, otherwise don't even think about taking anyone away from me. Feeling Dai Tianquan's tyrannical aura, Liu Erlong also directly released her Soul Duluo peak pressure to suppress Dai Tianquan without saying a word. And Dai Tianquan was immediately startled after feeling Liu Erlong's huge soul power pressure. He knew that Liu Erlong was strong, but he never expected her to be even stronger than him. Although Dai Tianquan muttered to himself inwardly, he still forcibly endured the fearful emotions and coldly snorted with a slightly pale face. Dean Erlong, do you know what you are doing? We are the Star Luo Empire's royal family. You are just a mere dean of an academy. Even if you are a Soul Duluo level powerhouse, are you sure you want to have a conflict with our Star Luo Empire? Star Luo Empire's royal family? So what? I am also a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The Blue Tyrant Academy comes from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Do you think I would be afraid of your damn Star Luo royal family? Liu Erlong roared domineeringly. The ultimate fire on her body was faintly visible, as if Liu Erlong would directly attack as long as Dai Tianquan said another word. HMPH, you can represent the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. A woman like you is worthy. Hehe, Dai Tianquan, I didn't expect that after so many years, you would actually become so courageous, daring to bully even my daughter and son-in-law. Just after Dai Tianquan's voice fell, another incomparably rough voice entered everyone's ears. And after hearing this familiar and terrifying voice, Dai Tianquan's originally incomparably resolute expression instantly panicked. Even the soul power pressure that had been constantly released was instantly retracted into his body as quickly as a mouse seeing a cat. Looking at the place where the voice came from, he panicked and said, You Luomian, you're actually here too. Seeing Yu Luomian, who was walking out slowly, with a broad back and a bare waist, Dai Tianquan was dumbfounded. Yu Luomian, the vice-sect master of the dignified Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he was actually here too. The once close Clear Sky School of the Star Luo Empire has gone into seclusion, and now the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, which doesn't help either side, has naturally become the target of contention between the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. If I offend the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan because of a woman, then His Majesty will definitely hold me accountable. That's right, if I weren't here, Wouldn't you be able to use your star Luo imperial family to bully my daughter and son-in-law? Looking at Yu Luo Mian, who seemed to be smiling but not smiling at the moment. Dai Tianquan didn't have the mind to dwell on the so-called daughter and son-in-law at this moment. At this moment, he knew that he had to make a decisive decision. He hurriedly bowed and apologized. I'm really sorry, I didn't know Dean Erlong was your daughter. I apologize to you and your daughter. As for Zuqing, it is an honor for our star Luo imperial family that Zuqing can study at Blue Tyrant Academy. Looking at Dai Tianquan, who was so sensible, Yu Luo Mian sneered. Humph, I still prefer the way you were just now. Listening to Yu Luo Mian sneer, Dai Tianquan didn't dare to show any emotion. Under Yu Luo Mian's pressure, his rough face was covered with terrified sweat. Davis's expression suddenly became extremely ugly when he saw that Zhu Zuqing had found such a huge backer. Then, with a face as bitter as a gourd, he opened his mouth with difficulty. Humph, since Zuqing has found such a good home, then we won't bother you too much. Farewell. After saying that, Davis pulled Zhu Zuyun away quickly. Watching their departing backs, Xiao Yu said to Zhu Zuyun, Sister Yun, if Davis is defeated by Dai Mubai tomorrow and you have nowhere to go, you can also come to me. I believe Zuqing would be very happy for you to come. Hearing this, Davis was instantly furious and retorted. Xiao Yu, Zhu Zuyun is my fiancé, isn't it enough that you have Zhu Zuqing already? Humph, Davis, you want Zhu Zuqing sisters together, can't I want Zhu Zuyun sisters together too? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Davis was instantly so angry that his face was as ugly as a pig's liver. A green hat on his head loomed. Zhu Zuyun, who heard this, also stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. She originally just came to see how Zuqing was doing, she didn't think so much. Humph, it's impossible for me to lose. That bastard Dai Mubai joined the Spirit Hall, the Empire's mortal enemy, which means he has directly lost the qualification to compete. Even if I lose tomorrow, I will still be the crown prince. You should give up this idea. Davis looked at Xiao Yu with a gloomy face and a hint of fear, and then pulled Zhu Zuyun away quickly. He was afraid that he would be forcibly stopped if he was a step late. After all, with Xiao Yu's current strength, if he wanted to forcibly kidnap Zhu Zuyun, he would have no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Chapter 204 1-minute victory for the Spirit Hall team. Even if he went back, his father would not cause trouble for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan because of a Zhu Zuyun. Therefore, running away quickly now is the best policy. Watching Davis and Zhu Zuyun leave in disgrace, Zhu Zuqing finally couldn't help but cry in Xiao Yu's arms. Ever since she escaped from the Zhu family to here, she had been living in fear. But it's over as of today. From today onwards, she is officially equivalent to breaking away from the quagmire that made her despair. She can finally be herself again. And for all this, she must thank Xiao Yu for his help and support. Liu Erlong pulled Yu Luo Mian away, leaving the room for Xiao Yu to comfort Zhu Zuqing. And after crying, Zhu Zuqing directly summoned her clone. Then she pounced on Xiao Yu. The three Zhu Zuqings simultaneously began to serve Xiao Yu with tears of gratitude in their eyes. Xiao Yu, don't worry, if my sister comes too, I will definitely bring her to serve you well. While massaging Xiao Yu, Zhu Zuqing said with a serious and firm expression. Hehe, I am looking forward to the day when you two sisters are lying and crouching in front of me. Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. Then he directly started to play with Zhu Zuqing. He posed the acrobatic shape he had mentioned. 2 hours later, Xiao Yu looked at Zhu Zuqing, who was completely exhausted at the moment. After helping her cover the quilt, he turned around and came to Ling Yuan Duluo's room, his interest still not satisfied. In Ling Yuan Duluo's terrified gaze, Ling Yuan Duluo started singing soprano again. Ling Yuan Duluo didn't expect that Xiao Yu had been playing for 2 hours and was still not satisfied, and even wanted to interrogate himself. On the other side, Davis, who fled in panic, brought Zhu Zuyun back to the room. Looking at Zhu Zuyun's confused eyes, he asked in a cold voice. Zhu Zuyun, what do you mean? You can only be mine. You are my person, don't think about that bastard Xiao Yu. Zhu Zuyun, who was thinking about something, was awakened by Davis's voice. Zhu Zuyun put her jade hand on her waist and smiled faintly. Don't worry, little tiger, isn't your matter of becoming the crown prince already a certainty? Why would I give up the opportunity to become the crown princess because of a Xiao Yu? Hearing Zhu Zuyun's words, Davis breathed a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, then while it's still early, let's do what we should do. After saying that, Davis walked towards Zhu Zuyun with a lewd smile on his face. He had long coveted Zhu Zuyun's body, but because of the damn rules, unless he really became the crown prince, he could never touch the crown princess. Therefore, Davis could only find palace maids to vent his desires. Now that his position as crown prince is a certainty, it shouldn't be a problem to taste Zhu Zuyun's body in advance and exercise the rights of the crown prince. Originally, Davis wanted to bring Zhu Zuqing back, play with Zhu Zuqing first, and then play with Zhu Zuyun after returning, and finally have a sister cover meal together. But now Zhu Zuqing is hopeless. He can only find Zhu Zuyun. And after going back, he needs to find another sister or sister of Zhu Zuyun, a sister cover meal, he must get it. Anyway, the Zhu family is not short of women. If he can't get Zhu Zuqing, he can just find another one. Hey, the dean is next door, do you want to be taught a lesson by the dean? He is a pedantic old stubborn. Zhu Zuyun's jade hand resisted Davis's broad body. She smiled charmingly. Hearing this, Davis snorted coldly. Then he pulled two maids and turned around to enter the room. Before long, two crisp tearing sounds came from the room, followed by the maids' shrill screams. And Zhu Zuyun just sat outside and smiled with her head down. At this moment, she was finally able to completely rest assured about her naughty sister. Soon, as time passed, the second day of the competition arrived in the blink of an eye. Today, the two teams participating in the finals will be determined. Although many people have already seen clearly which teams will enter the finals. But many people are still looking forward to seeing today's battle scenes. Before long, amid the cheers and applause of the onlookers, the Star Luo Royal Academy and the Spirit Hall team participating in the competition took the stage one after another. After taking the stage, the two sides didn't have so much tension. After all, they had already expected the outcome before taking the stage. This competition is mainly about the personal grievances between Davis and Dai Mubai. Davis looked at Dai Mubai standing in the back at this moment and sneered. My good brother, what's wrong with you? You actually chose to join the Spirit Hall. Your joining the Spirit Hall means that you have no chance at all. Davis, whether there is a chance or not is not up to you, but up to those elders. As long as I defeat you, I still have a chance. Dai Mubai sneered and retorted. Seeing that Dai Mubai was so stubborn, Davis was too lazy to say anything more. He planned to find a chance to teach this ignorant brother a good lesson later. The competition begins, both sides release their spirits. With the referee's order, the Star Luo Royal Academy took the lead in releasing their spirits. Before long, the all-spirit sect lineup of the Star Luo Empire appeared in front of everyone. Since they had already fought Shrek yesterday, everyone was not too surprised by the all-spirit sect lineup. Instead, after seeing the Spirit Hall team releasing their spirits, they were shocked. 1 Spirit King, 2 Spirit Kings, 3 Spirit Kings. In the shocked gazes of everyone, the people present were shocked to discover. The Spirit Hall team actually had such a terrifying lineup of 4 Spirit Kings and 3 high-level spirit sects. In addition to the Spirit Hall's original Golden Generation, Tang San had actually broken through to the Spirit King realm. He obtained the 5th Black 10,000-year Spirit Ring. Davis looked at the scene in front of him, and a sense of despair also rose in his heart. But fortunately, Dai Mubai is a member of the Spirit Hall. Even if he loses this competition, his position as Crown Prince is still secure. The competition begins. Before long, with the referee's order, Davis immediately exchanged a look with Zhu Zuyun. Zhu Zuyun also knew Davis's thoughts. In an instant, the two of them held hands immediately, and then merged into a behemoth over 6 meters long, the Nether White Tiger. Xie Yu and Hu Liena also immediately used their spirit fusion skill. As a slender figure appeared on the stage, a pink mist instantly covered the entire stage. It covered everything that happened on the arena, except for the earth-shaking roars of tigers that occasionally echoed out. The audience watching the battle simply couldn't see what was happening on the arena. They couldn't even guess. Roar. Not long after, a minute later, a mournful cry came from within the fog. The originally restless arena instantly fell silent, and the pink fog began to slowly dissipate. As the fog completely dispersed, the previously blurred and chaotic arena revealed its true appearance. Chapter 205, The Confident Master Falls Again. As the true appearance of the arena gradually emerged, the onlookers could clearly see what had happened on the arena. On the wide arena, the members of the Spirit Hall team stood unharmed in their original positions. Except for Dai Mubai, who had activated the Evil Eye Holy King mode, the other states remained unchanged. On the other hand, the members of the Star Luo Royal Academy were lying on the ground like dead dogs, unable to move. The Netherworld White Tiger had also disintegrated, transforming Davis and Zhu Zuqing into unconscious figures sprawled on the ground. Seeing this scene, the referee immediately announced loudly, "The match is over, the winner of this match is the Spirit Hall team." Whoa whoa whoa. As the referee spoke these words, the audience burst into enthusiastic applause. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall was indeed worthy of being seeded players, completely crushing the Star Luo Royal Academy, also seeded players from the Star Luo Empire, in just 1 minute. Such a display of combat power truly opened the eyes of everyone present. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the members of the Star Luo Royal Academy quickly carried Davis and the others off the arena to begin treatment. Then, Dai Mubai was seen walking up to Dai Tianquan, speaking with a cold expression. "Dean Dai, after I win the competition, I will return to inherit the position of Crown Prince, please inform my father." After speaking, Dai Mubai deactivated the Evil Eye Holy King mode and returned to the Spirit Hall's resting area. Dai Tianquan did not respond, but looked at the departing Dai Mubai with a complex expression in his eyes. Originally, Dai Mubai, having joined the Spirit Hall, was not qualified to continue participating in the competition. However, Dai Tianquan did not expect that he would actually obtain the inheritance of the ancient soul beast, the Evil Eye Holy King, recorded by their Star Luo imperial family. With this inheritance, he might still have the qualifications to inherit the Crown Prince position. After all, this inheritance had not appeared in their Star Luo imperial family for hundreds of years. On the arena, seeing the new generation of the Golden Generation who had defeated the Star Luo Royal Academy in just 1 minute, BBDong's face also revealed a hint of smugness. Then, her beautiful eyes gently looked towards Yu Xiaogang's direction. She sighed. Xiaogang was truly her timely reign. If he hadn't stepped in to help her, she might still be worrying about how to defeat the Blue Tyrant Academy. Yu Xiaogang also seemed to notice BBDong's gaze, responding with a dry and cold smile. After exchanging a glance, BBDong asked Ning Fengji with great interest. "Sect leader Ning, what do you think of the strength of my new generation of the Golden Generation? How does it compare to the Blue Tyrant Academy?" To BBDong's question, Ning Fengji smiled faintly. He replied ambiguously, "Your Majesty, the Pope has a discerning eye for talent, they are very powerful. The team has not only gathered 4 Soul Kings, but Dai Mubai's strength after transforming is also comparable to a Soul King. In this way, Your Majesty's Spirit Hall team can actually possess the battle power of 5 Soul King level individuals. Such a team lineup is probably the most powerful team lineup in so many years, but even so, compared to Xiao Yu of the Blue Tyrant Academy, I think it is still half a step behind. After all, a Soul King is a Soul King, but Xiao Yu is a Soul Emperor." Listening to the first half of Ning Fengji's praise made BBDong quite satisfied, but as the second half of Ning Fengji's words came out, BBDong suddenly felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Wasn't Ning Fengji clearly saying that his new generation of the Golden Generation was not Xiao Yu's opponent? However, BBDong did not refute Ning Fengji's statement. After all, Xiaogang still had a secret weapon that had not been used, which was their trump card against Xiao Yu and the others. Defeating the Star Luo Royal Academy now was just their people fighting on their own. If that killer move was used, not to mention a Soul Emperor, even a Soul Sage would be difficult to resist. After Ning Fengji finished speaking in a rather euphemistic way, Shui Qinghe directly opened his mouth and sneered mockingly. "HMPH, it's just an honor obtained by exploiting loopholes in the rules, what's there to be happy about? It's really ridiculous. If this Crown Prince also exploited loopholes, I could put together a full Soul King lineup for you in minutes." Listening to Shui Qinghe's words, BBDong couldn't help but become even angrier. She glared at Shui Qinghe with a hidden anger in her eyes. However, Shui Qinghe not only did not have the slightest fear, but instead had an expression of, "Go ahead and hit me." Hearing these words, Zhu and Gui Duluo, who were next to the Pope, lowered their heads even further, not daring to say half a word. One of them was the current master, and the other was the current young master. They couldn't help either of them. On the other hand, Yu Xiaogang, after hearing BBDong being spoken about, actually ignored the silence of the others present and directly retorted. Your Highness, that's going too far. Although His Holiness the Pope exploited a loophole in the rules, it's still a way to win. The Duluo continent respects the strong. Some things are destined to be judged only by the result, not the process. As a prince of a nation, Your Highness shouldn't be so naive. Quote. As soon as Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, the atmosphere froze for a moment. Zhu and Gui Duluo exchanged horrified glances. BBDong's expression also changed slightly. The next moment, Shui Qinghe said faintly, "Who is speaking?" Before BBDong could react, a booming sound echoed behind her. BBDong turned around and saw her Xiaogang being slapped away. At this moment, Xiaogang's body was like a water bag, crashing directly into the wall, instantly staining it with blood. Bang! Yu Xiaogang's body slowly fell down as if boneless. Seeing this scene, BBDong was about to get angry when she heard Qianjin's voice in her ear. BBDong, control your people. The great priest gives you face, but the six of us won't. If there's a next time, he will die. You can stop me, but can you stop the six of us? Hearing Qianjin's words, BBDong's expression changed slightly. She suddenly remembered her agreement with Qian Daoliu, then clenched her jade hand, forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart, and secretly sighed that Xiaogang was so ignorant. Then, she ordered people to take Xiaogang down for treatment. If he wasn't treated quickly, Xiaogang might die. Your Holiness, I've been wondering since yesterday, why is Yu Xiaogang, this waste that everyone in our Heaven Do Empire despises, actually your new generation Golden Generation's instructor? Do you perhaps have a habit of collecting garbage? Shui Qinghe looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was covered in blood and being dragged away. He sneered at BBDong. After hearing this, BBDong also snorted coldly with a gloomy face. HMPH, whether they are trash or not, you will know tomorrow. I won't misjudge. I have full confidence in our new generation Golden Generation and Master Yu. Chapter 206, Xiao Yu's Ultimate Suppression. Looking at BBDong, who was anxious, Shui Qinghe sneered. A trace of confusion flashed in his beautiful eyes, but he didn't continue to speak. After all, if he continued to press, it would ruin his persona as Shui Qinghe. Soon, time flew by, and it was afternoon in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon's match, Blue Tyrant Academy will face New Godwind Academy. Under the referee's announcement, the 7 members of the Blue Tyrant team and the 7 members of Godwind Academy stepped onto the arena. Feng Xiaoshan looked at the 7 people led by Xiao Yu on the opposite side. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hey, I finally see all 7 of your team members on the field together. Can I ask, if there wasn't a rule requiring all members to participate, how many of you would you send to deal with us? We would still send everyone. After all, it's the final, it's good for everyone to show their faces. Hearing Xiao Yu's indifferent words, Feng Xiaoshan couldn't help but shake his head helplessly again. The match begins, please release your martial souls. Buzz. As the referee's voice rang out, both sides began to release their martial souls. The Godwind Academy still had the usual lineup of all soul ancestors. However, looking at the Blue Tyrant Academy, their lineup was even more eye-catching. On the Blue Tyrant Academy's side, not only were they all soul ancestor lineups, but Du Ji Yu Yan, as the vice-captain, was actually a Soul King level powerhouse. And Xiao Yu, as the captain, was even a Soul Emperor with a strength reaching 6 rings. And what was even more incredible was not Xiao Yu, who had reached the Soul Emperor realm at a young age, but his 6 10,000-year soul rings, all flashing with black light. Xiao Yu was not only a 6-ring Soul Emperor, but he was also a Soul Emperor with 6 rings that were all 10,000 years old. The appearance of this situation, which completely violated the common sense of Soul Master theory, instantly shocked everyone present. After all, Xiao Yu's situation could no longer be described with the word genius. In front of the Soul Emperor Xiao Yu, at this moment, even the Godwind Academy's lineup, which was already very rare, was directly crushed. Even the Spirit Hall team, whose performance in the morning was extremely mysterious and powerful, was still much weaker in terms of aura in front of the Blue Tyrant Academy's terrifying lineup. It was also now that many people realized why the Pope would rather lose face than exploit the loopholes in the rules. Because if they didn't do this, then for their Spirit Hall team's initial lineup, they would be beaten without the ability to fight back. Xie Yu and Hu Lian's martial soul fusion skill could be comparable to a Soul Emperor, but after all, it couldn't compare to a real Soul Emperor's combat power. Moreover, it was a Soul Emperor with 6 black rings. How could Xie Yu and Hu Lian fight? Looking at Xiao Yu's 6 black 10,000-year soul rings on the opposite side at this moment, Feng Xiaoshan took a deep breath. Forcibly suppressing the fear and shock in his heart, he opened his mouth with a solemn expression. Xiao Yu, you are very powerful. Even if we exploit loopholes, we are no match for you, but I won't just admit defeat like this. Therefore, next, we won't have any probing. Next, I will use our strongest attack, take this. At this moment, Feng Xiaoshan, with gale wings growing on his back, immediately released his gale twin wolves. And behind him, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang also released flames to boost the power of Feng Xiaoshan's gale twin wolves. That wisp of scorching flame began to fuse, spread, and grow on Feng Xiaoshan's gale wolves' illusory form. Regarding Feng Xiaoshan's challenge, Xiao Yu, standing at the forefront, smiled faintly with his hands behind his back. Xiaoshan, although I really don't want to discourage you, I still want to tell you, not just you, even if the Spirit Hall's new generation of Golden Generation came together, I wouldn't take them seriously. After all, in the face of absolute strength, everything you do is just like chickens and dogs. After hearing Xiao Yu's confident and proud words, many people present were stunned by this statement. Arrogant, too arrogant, but isn't this the youthful vigor and top combat power they wanted to see? Therefore, as Xiao Yu's words came out, the crowd present once again erupted in enthusiastic cheers. And Xie Yu and Hu Liana of the Spirit Hall, who were originally surprised by Xiao Yu's spirit rings. Their eyes were filled with anger as they looked at Xiao Yu. To look down on them so much without even fighting, how could they bear the pride they had maintained for many years? At this moment, Hu Liana, as the Saintess, couldn't wait to go down and fight Xiao Yu. Even if she couldn't win, she couldn't let the Spirit Hall's reputation fall. Nana, don't let anger cloud your mind. Watch the upcoming competition carefully. In tomorrow's final, as long as you can defeat Xiao Yu, then the others, even Dugu Yan, will not be your opponents. BBDong's voice also entered Hu Liana's ears. Hearing her teacher's comfort, Hu Liana turned back, her face full of solemnity as she looked at the scene before her. Her eyes, like those of a fox spirit, were also filled with unwillingness. And at this moment, on the arena, listening to Xiao Yu's arrogant words, Feng Xiaoshan also took a deep breath. He knew that Xiao Yu indeed had the qualifications to say these words. However, Feng Xiaoshan was not discouraged by this. Instead, as he exerted all of his spirit power, the tornado behind him, carrying flames, became more and more violent. Whoosh! As this disaster-like, nearly 10-meter-high giant tornado completely formed, the onlookers all felt the scorching heat of the flames and the fierce wind emanating from this tornado. Under the sweep of this fiery storm, many people forcibly stabilized their bodies, so as not to be sucked away by the terrifying suction of this tornado. The academy teachers present all stood in front of the students, blocking this strong suction for them. Even the members of the Spirit Hall team showed solemn expressions when they looked at this move before them. Apart from Hu Liana and Xie Yu, who had used the spirit fusion skill, even Dai Mubai, who had activated the Evil Eye Saint King mode, and Tang San didn't have the confidence to forcefully break through this attack. After all, his blue-silver grass spirit was just fuel in front of this tornado mixed with flames. As for his clear sky hammer, without any spirit rings, it could be said that it was completely helpless against this flame tornado. The saying that one force can break all techniques is not suitable for Tang San's clear sky hammer at the moment. After gathering his strength, Feng Xiaoshan took a deep breath and shouted loudly in Xiao Yu's direction. Xiao Yu, this move is our strongest move, Wolf Flame Tornado. This fire tornado swept quickly towards Xiao Yu's direction. And as this tornado began to drift, the terrifying suction increased to another level. The Soul Sage instructors present all released their spirit avatars to resist. The students behind them also released their spirits, ready to protect themselves at any time. Looking at this huge flame tornado in front of them, the old generation of powerhouses present couldn't help but sigh secretly. The strength of the participants in this Soul Master competition is too abnormal. It's completely incomparable to their generation back then. Chapter 207, Shui Qinghei's sincere question. Just as the crowd of participating academies watching were exclaiming in amazement, the wolf flame tornado was already very close to the blue tyrant team's position. Looking at this scene in front of him, Feng Xiaoshan, who was trying his best to control this terrifying energy, shouted loudly. Xiao Yu, the power of our wolf flame tornado is comparable to a soul emperor, not only containing the speed of a gale, but also the scorching extreme flames. Its power is terrifying. Unless it's an attribute that restrains us. Otherwise, even a soul emperor of the same level would not be able to break it. Presumably, even you would need to use your sixth spirit ability to resist it. If they could force Xiao Yu to use his sixth spirit ability, then even if they lost this time, they could brag about it when they got back. After all, even Dugu Yan's fifth spirit ability could not shake their fire tornado in the slightest. Poison in front of wind and fire can only be assimilated, not broken. For a time, everyone's eyes were full of anticipation as they looked at the stage. Hoping to see Xiao Yu use his sixth spirit ability, and then break this powerful tornado through a strong confrontation. After all, among all the participating members, only Xiao Yu possesses a true sixth spirit ability. However, watching the flame tornado getting closer and closer to him, there was no fear on Xiao Yu's face. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "The power of your move is indeed sufficient, but it's a pity, to deal with it, I don't even need to use my sixth spirit ability." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yu's fourth spirit ring began to flash with dazzling black light, and this black light quickly attacked the wolf flame tornado in front of him. Snap! In the next moment, Xiao Yu snapped his fingers. Instantly, as the crisp sound of this snap echoed on this soul battle stage, the wolf flame tornado, which seemed to be able to sweep everything away, stopped directly in place, completely unable to move. Seeing this scene, Feng Xiaoshan, who was still smiling, was immediately dumbfounded. A pair of sharp eyes were filled with disbelief. What's going on? Why has the raging and violent wolf flame tornado stopped? What did Xiao Yu do? Why doesn't my wolf flame fire tornado listen to my commands? This is a full-powered strike containing all the soul power of the seven of us. Why did Xiao Yu just snap his fingers and it stopped? What exactly did Xiao Yu do just now? Feng Xiaoshan, unwilling to accept defeat, wanted to control the wolf flame tornado to continue moving forward. But no matter how hard he tried, the wolf flame tornado seemed to be pulled by an inexplicable force, completely unable to move forward even an inch. Feng Xiaoshan, look there. As the saying goes, those involved are often confused. Huo Wu, standing in the back, quickly noticed something was wrong and quickly signaled to Feng Xiaoshan. At Huo Wu's prompting, Feng Xiaoshan finally saw it. He saw that there were slender golden lines on their tornado that seemed to be able to engulf everything. These golden lines were extremely numerous and complex, intertwined tightly with each other, and also entwined around the tornado. Seeing this scene, Feng Xiaoshan understood. It was these lines that were controlling the wolf flame tornado, so no matter how hard Feng Xiaoshan tried, he couldn't make the wolf flame tornado move forward even an inch. At the same time, Feng Xiaoshan was also extremely shocked that Xiao Yu had actually completely controlled their 7-person full-power strike with just his fourth soul skill. Just as Feng Xiaoshan continued to rack his brains trying to find a solution, Xiao Yu's faint laughter continued to come. Xiaoshan, I have to say, your soul skill fusion technique is indeed very powerful, even comparable to a real martial soul fusion technique. But it's just a pity, if you were soul kings, then even I would have to treat this move with caution. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. Snap! As soon as the words fell, with another snap of Xiao Yu's fingers, the crisscrossing and complex golden threads directly began to burst out with scorching and dazzling light. Under the flashing of this golden light, Feng Xiaoshan and others were all blinded and couldn't open their eyes. Instantly, in the midst of the intense flashing of light, this 10-meter-high wolf flame fire tornado was directly annihilated by these thin golden threads. In the end, it directly turned into a burst of air, completely turning into nothingness. For a time, apart from the red flames floating in the air and the golden starlight, there was no trace of the tornado on the stage. With the dissipation of the mighty tornado, the crowd present looked at the scene in front of them with dazed expressions. Their faces were full of shock. They never expected that this battle would end in this way. They originally thought that this tornado, comparable to the power of a soul emperor, might force out Xiao Yu's sixth soul skill, allowing them to see a head-to-head confrontation between soul skills. But who would have thought that Xiao Yu only used a fourth soul skill, 2 snaps of his fingers, and directly annihilated the attribute fusion skill released by the 7 members of the Kamikaze Academy. Xiao Yu's strength is really shocking. At this moment, compared to the victory of the Wuhun Temple team in the morning, the victory of the Blue Tyrant Academy team in the afternoon was even more impressive to the spectators present. Because they only saw the ending of the Wuhun Temple team's victory, not the process. And the victory of the Blue Tyrant Academy team was something they could see with their own eyes, and it was a victory with an overwhelming degree. They could see the process and the ending with their own eyes. Therefore, this visual impact made them feel happy to a great extent. At this moment, BBDong on the high platform also looked serious. This Xiao Yu, the strength he showed on the stage just now, was even stronger than BBDong imagined. However, before BBDong could recover from the scene just now, the next moment, a headache-inducing and familiar voice sounded again. On the side, Shui Qinghe, who had been eager to try, immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Yo, Your Majesty the Pope, your complexion doesn't look right. Are you shocked by Xiao Yu's strength? By the way, I just wanted to ask you, you said this morning that you have full confidence in the Wuhun Temple team. Now that you see Xiao Yu's combat power, do you still have confidence?" Quote. Hearing these words full of teasing, BBDong's forehead suddenly bulged with veins, and her jade hand clenched tightly into a fist. "This damned rebellious daughter, poking at my sore spot, is my confidence any of your business?" Although she was extremely angry in her heart at this moment, she had no way to vent it because of her different position. She could only hold it in her heart. She opened her mouth with an extremely cold tone. "Your Highness, this is an internal matter of our Wuhun Temple, so I won't trouble you to worry about it." It has to be said that after seeing Xiao Yu's combat power, BBDong didn't have much confidence anymore. Although Little Gang's theory is still powerful, it's just a theory after all, not reality. Chapter 208 BBDong vents on Tang San. The strength that Xiao Yu showed just now is the real reality. HMPH. Looking at BBDong's extremely ugly face at the moment, Shui Qinghe snorted coldly and stopped talking. Shui Qinghe's heart was extremely comfortable at the moment. Qian Runshui felt that these few days of going home were really like her birthday. After all, being able to see her sister so aggrieved. She didn't know how many times she had been deflated by BBDong, so she was extremely happy. Shifeng Academy concedes. On the arena, they watched their fire dragon tornado being annihilated. Feng Xiaoshan dispelled his gale wings. Then he directly shouted out. Regarding Feng Xiaoshan's concession, Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang had no dissatisfaction. After all, their soul power was also completely exhausted at this moment. If they didn't concede, were they supposed to fight to the death? The match is over. The winner of this match is Blue Tyrant Academy team. Following the referee's announcement, the crowd burst into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Looking at Blue Tyrant Academy, who also easily won, they couldn't help but look forward to tomorrow's final between the Blue Tyrant team and the Spirit Hall team even more. Looking at Feng Xiaoshan and the others stepping down, the leader of Shifeng Academy smiled wryly. "Xiaoshan, you conceded too decisively, right?" To this, Feng Xiaoshan smiled helplessly. "I had no choice but to be decisive. If I didn't concede, I might not have been able to walk off the stage. Xiao Yu promised Shui Yue yesterday that he would beat me up. My soul power is completely exhausted now, and besides, I lost the match. Why bother letting Xiao Yu beat me up?" Hearing this, everyone present then remembered Shui Yue's words from yesterday. Immediately, they all looked towards the direction of Tianshui Academy. Sure enough, they saw Shui Yue with a face full of displeasure, clenching her jade hands as she looked this way. And beside Shui Yue, was Shui Binger, holding her forehead helplessly. Seeing Shui Yue's man-eating gaze, Huo Wuxuang patted Feng Xiaoshan's shoulder. At the same time, he sighed at how quick his mouth was. If he had surrendered a step later, then maybe Xiao Yu would have really directly attacked. Sure enough, seeing Feng Xiaoshan conceding so decisively, Xiao Yu also smiled helplessly. He originally wanted to beat up Feng Xiaoshan, after all, he had promised yesterday. But he didn't expect Feng Xiaoshan to surrender so promptly. As the match ended, the various academies also left one after another, heading back to the hotels where they were staying. After watching today's match, everyone was even more looking forward to tomorrow's strong showdown. And unlike the expectant mood of the crowd, on the Spirit Hall team's side, everyone gathered here at this moment, but they no longer had the same relaxed atmosphere as before. Today, after seeing a portion of the strength displayed by Xiao Yu, the faces of the Spirit Hall team members were full of solemnity and helplessness. At this moment, even Yan, who had the most violent temper, didn't know what to say. He could only sit on the sofa with a solemn face and ponder. Xie Yu and Hu Liena were sitting together. Hu Liena leaned her head on Xie Yu's shoulder, looking slightly tired, her pretty face full of complex expressions. And just as the atmosphere of the Spirit Hall team was incomparably heavy, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds of a scepter hitting the ground, a graceful figure slowly walked in. "Teacher, you've come." Seeing BBDong, Hu Liena, who looked slightly dazed, immediately trotted up. Hugging BBDong's arm, her face was full of joy. "Your Majesty the Pope." Seeing BBDong's arrival, everyone except Hu Liena respectfully saluted BBDong. BBDong nodded her head with dignity. "I have come here to ask you, for tomorrow's battle, are you confident that you can win the match?" Hearing these words, Xie Yu, Yan, and the others all had solemn faces, then lowered their heads and shook their heads. The strength that Xiao Yu displayed just now was simply too terrifying. They were confident in fighting a match, but not confident in winning. After all, apart from Xiao Yu, behind him there was also a Soul King and 5 Soul Grandmasters, all of whom were powerful enemies. There was also a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda auxiliary type support. To win, it would be quite difficult. Looking at the disappointed expressions of the crowd, BBDong wasn't surprised at all. After all, after witnessing Xiao Yu's strength, for tomorrow's match, even she herself didn't have much confidence in winning. But fortunately, Xiaogang still had a trump card. If everything was really as Xiaogang said, then their chances of winning were still very high. After all, a Soul King might be able to defeat a Soul Emperor, but a Soul Emperor couldn't defeat a Soul Sage. "Your Majesty the Pope, although we don't have much confidence in defeating them, we can still give it our all. After all, in terms of average strength, we aren't much weaker than the Blue Tyrant team." Xie Yu said with a solemn face. "That's right, at worst, I'll go and stop Xiao Yu tomorrow first, buy time for Big Brother Xie Yu and Nana to deal with the others from the Blue Tyrant team, and then I'll retreat." Yan, who had a fiery temper, even planned to trade injuries for time. After all, with his Fire Lord's Earth-Fire dual attribute spirit, his defense was also quite amazing. After Xie Yu and Yan spoke, the others also showed their fighting spirit. Looking at the performance of the crowd in front of her, BBDong was also quite gratified in her heart. Fortunately, they weren't completely shocked by Xiao Yu's strength. "Well, not bad, you weren't blinded by pride. I thought that after seeing Xiao Yu's strength, you would be afraid to fight because your confidence was shattered. I didn't expect you to have figured everything out yourselves. In that case, then I will teach you a skill on behalf of Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang, to help you truly defeat the Blue Tyrant team in tomorrow's match." Hearing BBDong's words, everyone present showed surprise. Only Tangan asked with a puzzled face. "Your Majesty the Pope, where is my teacher? Why isn't he coming to teach us personally?" Hearing Tangan's question, BBDong said in a cold tone. "Your teacher spoke disrespectfully and was taught a lesson by His Highness Shui Qinghe. He has now stabilized his injuries and is recuperating." Hearing these words, Tangan was immediately enraged. "Shui Qinghe, you dare to hurt my teacher, you have a death wish." "Nonsense, Tangan, the Heaven Do Empire and my Spirit Hall are on good terms, and Shui Qinghe is even the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire. How can you insult him at will?" Originally, she was already quite angry today because she was contradicted by her daughter. Now, hearing Tangan scolding her daughter, she was even more angry. When would it be this little brat's turn to scold her daughter? Before long, the terrifying soul power pressure of a super Duluo directly suppressed Tangan. Tangan could only be suppressed to kneel on the ground. His face was full of unwillingness. BBDong looked at Tangan kneeling on the ground at this moment, her face full of coldness. If it wasn't because Tang Hao indirectly helped her. If it wasn't because the strength of the Blue Tyrant Academy was strong, and the original Golden Generation simply couldn't win. If it wasn't because she could be with Xiaogang, how could BBDong allow Tang San, the son of her enemy, to join her golden generation? Chapter 209 Xiao Wu, very moist. You must know that just because she agreed to let Tang San join the Spirit Hall, not only did many older generation powerhouses within the Spirit Hall have considerable disputes over BBDong's decision. Even the group of old fogies in the Elder Hall who had long been very unhappy with BBDong didn't know how many times they had told Qian Daoliu to remove her from the position of Pope. And in order to appease their resentment and disputes, BBDong didn't know how much effort and exchange of conditions it took to make them shut their mouths. Feeling the anger emanating from BBDong, apart from Dai Mubai and Oscar, everyone else looked at Tang San with faces full of anger. Especially Hu Liena, her eyes were even full of killing intent. After venting the anger of being contradicted by her daughter just now, BBDong then stared at Tang San with a serious face and said coldly, Tang San, regarding your teacher's secret technique, for the time being, you are still the main focus, and you are in charge, because your clear sky hammer has the strongest attack power, the highest damage, and is most suitable for being the releaser of the secret technique. Therefore, for tomorrow's match, you can only win, you can't lose. If you lose, then the bet that you and your teacher made with me will be considered a failure, and you should prepare to dedicate your life to the Spirit Hall. Yes, Your Majesty the Pope, Tang San remembers. Under BBDong's powerful pressure, Tang San didn't dare to have any thoughts of resistance, he could only silently endure it. But in his heart, he had already sentenced BBDong to a death wish. And when Xie Yu and Yan heard that the leader tomorrow would actually be Tang San, although they were very unconvinced, they could only choose to silently endure it due to the power of the clear sky hammer. Soon, under BBDong's arrangement, the new generation of the Golden Generation began special training. And before the training began, BBDong also briefly introduced the content of this secret technique. Grandmaster Yu's secret technique is a method he came up with when he saw the Wind Spirit Academy's wine borrowing the power of fire, and the fire increasing the power of the wind in the Wolf Flame Dragon Tornado. With your current Soul King level strength, if you operate it properly, it is very likely that you can unleash Soul Sage level strength. At that time, relying on the explosive power of the clear sky hammer, it won't be difficult for you to defeat Xiao Yu. Listening to BBDong's introduction, everyone present became even more excited and anticipated the secret technique. A secret technique that can unleash Soul Sage level combat power. That is very much looking forward to. As for the content of the training, it was also quite simple. It was just gathering the soul power of the original 7 people onto one person. Therefore, they only trained until the second half of the night before they completed the training. BBDong looked at the crowd panting heavily at this moment, and said with a cold expression, Alright, the training ends here, everyone go and have a good rest. For tomorrow's match, you are only allowed to win, you are not allowed to lose. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty the Pope. Except for Tang San, the other Spirit Hall team members replied to the Pope with faces full of respect. Then they each left and returned to their rooms to rest. Before long, as time passed, the day of the finals finally arrived. At this moment, within the venue of the finals, the stands were packed with people. Countless people were preparing to witness with their own eyes who between the Blue Tyrant Academy team and the Spirit Hall team could obtain the final victory of this competition. The match begins, please both teams come on stage. As the referee's voice began to sound, the crowd in the stand stopped their discussions. They focused on watching the match. And the Blue Tyrant team and the Spirit Hall team also stepped onto the arena at this moment. As the members of both sides stepped onto the arena, the referee continued to speak. Please, both teams release your spirit souls. The referee's words had barely faded when the members of both great teams released their spirit souls. But the one who attracted the most attention and was the most captivating was undoubtedly Xiao Yu from Blue Tyrant Academy. Even those who had seen his 6 all-black, 10,000-year spirit rings several times felt incomparably shocked. As dozens of spirit rings of various colors manifested on the platform, the spectators erupted in earth-shattering applause once again. Their eyes were filled with even greater anticipation for the start of the match. Standing in the middle of the team, Tang San looked at Xiao Yu, who was shimmering with 6 black spirit rings, his face filled with anger and jealousy. Xiao Yu, the humiliation you inflicted upon me, today, I will completely return it to you. Tang San's pair of purplish pupils stared intently at Xiao Yu, his tone incomparably ferocious. Xiao Yu didn't pay much attention to Tang San's words, beckoning towards Xiao Wu behind him. Seeing this, Xiao Wu's pretty face flushed slightly, and she strode forward with her long legs, first giving Tang San a look of extreme complexity, then, under Tang San's dazed and bewildered gaze, she entered Xiao Yu's embrace. Immediately, they heard Xiao Yu ask, "You little runt, what did you just say? I didn't hear you, do you want to say it again?" Xiao Yu fondled Xiao Wu's slender waist and delicate face as he looked at Tang San, who was now flushed with anger. Seeing this scene, Tang San suddenly felt a sharp, splitting headache, his body unable to support him, and he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. His hand tightly gripped his right eye, his facial expression incomparably ferocious, his pair of purplish pupils on the verge of cracking, as if about to shed tears of blood. At this moment, Tang San, with his purple demon eyes fully activated, could clearly see every detail of Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu's interaction, even the pores on their faces were visible. Therefore, when he saw that Xiao Wu showed no resistance or opposition to Xiao Yu's various aggressive actions, and even seemed very docile and obedient, Tang San was completely dumbfounded. The way Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu were interacting was just like how he used to interact with Xiao Wu, where Xiao Wu would come close with just a gesture. "Xiao Wu, why? Tang San asked, his tone incomparably sorrowful and heartbroken. Xiao Wu didn't reply, only lowering her head and hugging Xiao Yu tightly, using actions to replace words. Xiao Wu didn't want to explain anymore, because she carried too much. If she didn't follow Xiao Yu in this life, using her body to please Xiao Yu, then not only her, but even her 200,000-year spirit beast brothers would be completely liquidated. Xiao Yu patted Xiao Wu's hips, signaling her to go back. Xiao Wu obediently turned around and returned to her seat. Immediately, they heard Xiao Yu say indifferently, "Tang San, I have to say, Xiao Wu is very moist." PFF'd. Instantly, as these words left his mouth, Tang San suffered a direct attack on his heart, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With the expulsion of a mouthful of blood, Tang San's aura immediately weakened. Seeing this, everyone present was dumbfounded. Chapter 210. BBDong completely loses her composure. Is Tang San's psychological quality this weak? He spat blood just from that. Seeing this, Flender couldn't help but subconsciously look in Liu Erlong's direction. Back at Blue Tyrant Academy, when he heard those words, he almost felt the urge to spit blood too. First Liu Erlong, then Xiao Wu, provoking Xiao Yu is truly a disaster for Xiaogang and Xiao San. Seeing this, Shui Qinghe on the high platform immediately opened his eyes wide and said, "Oh ho, Your Holiness the Pope, your trump card seems to be almost finished before the match has even started. He's already spitting blood. Do you want to change someone to take his place? We'll just pretend we didn't see anything." Crack. Hearing Shui Qinghe's mocking voice again, and seeing Tang San's performance, BBDong, who was already furious, became even more enraged and directly crushed a corner of her papal chair. Seeing this, Shui Qinghe immediately closed his mouth. Although he didn't dare to say another word, he was secretly overjoyed. She's lost it. His older sister has finally completely lost her composure. At this moment, not only did Shui Qinghe shut his mouth, but even Ning Fengji, who had originally wanted to say a few words of reconciliation, didn't dare to say anything more when he sensed BBDong's unapproachable demeanor. Behind BBDong, Chrysanthemum Duluo, with a face full of horror, transmitted his voice to the sole Duluo referee, urging him to start the match quickly. "Don't let them continue talking, no one knows what will happen if they continue. Now that Her Holiness the Pope is so angry, perhaps only by winning this match can she feel a little better." After hearing Chrysanthemum Duluo's reprimand, the referee stopped his gawking expression and shouted loudly, using Soul Duluo level soul power. "I now announce that the final of the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament, the Spirit Hall team versus the Blue Tyrant team, the match officially begins. Xie Yu, Yan, Huliena, the plan has changed, the probing is cancelled, directly use the secret technique." At the very beginning of the match, Tang San shouted loudly, "Xiao Yu, that damned bastard, I will definitely make him die completely on this platform. I want to take my Xiao Wu back. If I don't take her back, Xiao Wu might really not belong to me anymore." This was a scene that Tang San really didn't want to see. Hearing Tang San's words, Xie Yu questioned, "Tang San, our plan was to first probe Xiao Yu's strength, not to directly reveal our trump cards." "Shut up, I'm in charge today, listen to me in everything. Tang San roared, his eyes red. Immediately, Xie Yu, Yan, and Huliena, with faces full of unwillingness, quickly stood behind Tang San according to yesterday's training. They originally wanted to clash with the formidable opponent, Xiao Yu. After all, with Xie Yu and Huliena's martial soul fusion skill, plus Yan's assistance, they might have been able to put up a good fight against Xiao Yu. However, for the sake of victory, they could only choose to follow instructions. Who told Tang San to be the main character today? After Xie Yu and the others chose to obey instructions, the remaining team members also stood at the rear. The Spirit Hall team as a whole directly formed a straight line. At this moment, Oscar, who was at the very back of the team, summoned his large sausage and devoured a few mouthfuls. Then, he directly transferred his soul power to the auxiliary-type soul master of the Spirit Hall team in front. The auxiliary-type soul master in front of Oscar also immediately gathered all of his soul power and transferred it to Dai Mubai in front. Dai Mubai also activated his Evil Eye Holy King mode and, following suit, transferred his soul power forward. Finally, with Yan transferring the last of his soul power to Tang San himself behind him. Instantly, Tang San felt the terrifying soul power fluctuations within his body. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly opened his left hand. In an instant, a pitch-black hammer flickering with specks of lightning slowly appeared in Tang San's left hand. Before long, as Tang San began to input the formidable soul power within his body into this hammer crackling with blue light. This hammer, which was originally only the size of an arm, instantly began to become incomparably huge. Finally, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, this hammer actually transformed into a dark golden hammer with a length of over 30 meters in just a few breaths. The moment this dark golden hammer appeared, its domineering aura directly shocked the eyes of everyone present. Ha, ha, at this moment, Tang San, who was in control of this large hammer, was trembling all over. The cold sweat on his face dripped down frantically. His pair of purplish eyes even showed faint signs of shattering. Even though he had trained several times in the evening, it still took some time for Tang San, with his Soul King level strength, to control this hammer. At this moment, in the audience stands, everyone was shocked by the hammer that Tang San displayed. Especially those who had seen this hammer before, their expressions were even more shocked. This is Martial Soul True Body, Clear Sky True Body. Seeing this large hammer, Sword Duluo immediately opened his mouth with a shocked expression. The others on the high platform also looked at the scene in front of them with solemn expressions. Clear Sky True Body, ah, that is the Clear Sky True Body. Tang San can already display the Clear Sky True Body now. Is this the secret weapon that His Holiness the Pope spoke of yesterday? So, this secret weapon is the Martial Soul True Body. As for the shock of the people present, BBDong, who was originally extremely angry in her heart, finally revealed a sneer at this moment. This was the shocked expression that BBDong wanted to see. Thinking of how her rebellious daughter had just sprinkled salt on her wounds again, BBDong also turned her head and sneered. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this 7-in-1 fusion skill is a special soul skill developed by Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang. Through special positioning and soul power circulation, it can allow a person to temporarily gain strength surpassing the Soul Sage level. The Heaven Do Empire actually considers such a truly talented Grandmaster to be a waste. It seems that Your Highness the Crown Prince, your vision still needs to be greatly improved. At the same time, I must also thank Your Highness the Crown Prince for your generosity, otherwise Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang would not have defected from your Heaven Do to join our Spirit Hall. Listening to BBDong's taunts, Shui Qinghe didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only look at the scene in front of him with a difficult expression. After all, this is the Clear Sky Hammer at the Martial Soul True Body level. At this moment, Xiao Yu, who is only at the Soul Emperor level, may not be able to withstand it. Damn it, this woman actually managed to show off. Just as Shui Qinghe was silent, Ning Fengji slowly opened his mouth. Hehe, the 7-in-1 fusion skill has also been used by the Kangwei Academy. In the end, it's not a very difficult trick. On the contrary, it is Your Holiness the Pope's broad-mindedness that surprises Fengji. Hearing this, BBDong's expression froze, as if anticipating Ning Fengji's next words. Chapter 211 Clear Sky True Body flaunting its power in Spirit Hall City. Sure enough, Ning Fengji's next words directly made BBDong feel a burst of depression. If I remember correctly, the Clear Sky School was forced by the Spirit Hall to retreat into the mountains, not asking about worldly affairs. However, now the Spirit Hall wants to win the competition. But it still has to rely on the power of the Clear Sky Hammer to determine the outcome. Your Holiness the Pope, regardless of today's victory or defeat, this move of yours will cause heroes all over the world to criticize you. For the sake of a championship, aren't you being a little too greedy for small gains and losing big ones? Hearing this, BBDong, who was originally smiling, instantly stopped smiling, her expression quite gloomy. These words of Ning Fengji were also the reason why Qian Daliu strongly opposed her at the time. If she hadn't proposed many conditions, perhaps Qian Daliu, this old stubborn, wouldn't have agreed to her at all. After all, in his eyes, the face of the Spirit Hall was more important than anything else. Regarding these, there is no need for Sect Master Ning to worry. I have my own plans in my heart. BBDong waved her hand and said in a cold tone. If everything develops smoothly according to her plan, then the Spirit Hall will only become stronger and stronger under her leadership. Similar remarks to Ning Fengji's would gradually and completely subside with the passage of time. Therefore, what she needs to do now is to withstand these rumors and wait quietly for time to prove that her ideas today are correct. Quote. Within the Spirit Hall's Hall of Worship, the enshrined elders who were originally in closed-door cultivation had also emerged one after another to see how the finals were progressing. However, when they saw the Clear Sky Hammer that had once killed the Pope now appearing so openly in their Spirit Hall's camp, many people were so angry that they were blowing their beards and glaring after seeing this scene. They really couldn't believe that this decision, which could be called a betrayal, was approved by the eldest brother. If the eldest brother hadn't been on the scene, the six of them would have already appeared to capture BBDong. Damn it, this BBDong, when Shui ascends to the position of Pope, I will definitely make her die without a whole corpse. Golden Crocodile Duluo looked at the dark golden Clear Sky Hammer, his old and resolute face full of anger. Alright, don't be angry, you're all old, why are you still so easily angered? Besides, all of this is temporary, just watch in peace, and besides, if it weren't for BBDong's self-inflicted wounds, I wouldn't have been able to get her to agree to return the Saintess position to Shui so early. Unlike the anger of the others, Qian Daliu smiled faintly. Knowing the truth, he didn't have too much resentment, but was instead sighing that BBDong had made some very bad moves for the sake of a useless Yu Xiaogang. At this moment, Qian Daliu suddenly felt that if he had brought Yu Xiaogang over earlier, wouldn't BBDong have been less shrewd and vigilant? If he wanted to use her as a puppet, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. But after thinking about it carefully, forget it, if Shui knew about this, she would be heartbroken to death. Quote. On the arena, Tang San, having exhausted most of his mental power, finally regained perfect control of the Clear Sky Hammer, and then shouted loudly in the direction of Xiao Yu with a grim smile on his face. Xiao Yu, you insulted my teacher, insulted me, Tang San, insulted my academy, bullied my sister, the grievances of the past, today, let's settle them all at once. After saying that, Tang San, with an angry expression, raised the Clear Sky Hammer high. At this moment, the length of this Clear Sky Hammer could even be seen by passers-by outside Spirit City standing tall in the center of Spirit Hall. At the same time, after seeing this great hammer, they all exclaimed and sighed. Xiao Yu, die for me. With another roar, the Clear Sky Hammer smashed fiercely towards Xiao Yu's direction. Dong, dong, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, the Clear Sky Hammer slowly descended with an indescribable heavy force. However, just as this hammer was about to smash down, Xiao Yu's fourth spirit ring began to flicker. Fourth spirit ability, Divine Punishment Chains. Before long, with a flash of black light, Xiao Yu stretched out his hand. Following several flashes of golden light, golden chains directly and fiercely wrapped around Tang San's great hammer, preventing it from continuing to fall. Tang San, who was controlling the Clear Sky True Body, immediately noticed the abnormality of the Clear Sky Hammer, and then sneered. HMPH, Xiao Yu, you are so ridiculous, at this point, do you still want to repeat your old tricks? This is the Clear Sky True Body at the Soul Sage level, not something your mere fourth spirit ability can resist, die for me. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, under the angry glare of Tang San's blood-red eyes. The dark golden clear sky hammer began to slowly descend under Tang San's control. And the golden chains that locked the clear sky hammer also began to collapse and break apart. Obviously, even the golden chains that had once destroyed the wolf flame dragon tornado could not pull the spirit avatar clear sky hammer in the same way. Seeing this scene, Dugu Yan asked, "Xiao Yu, what should we do next? Should we directly attack their main bodies? I am confident that I can poison them to death in an instant." Regarding Dugu Yan's proposal, Xiao Yu, who had expected this, smiled faintly. "No, it would be boring to break their formation, and besides, they are 7-in-1 at the moment, so it's not that easy to break, but we can imitate them. They can use the 7-in-1 fusion skill, we can too. The key to this move is just to fuse the soul power of 7 people into one person, although everyone's soul power attributes are different, but we have Rongrong who can control distractions. It's simpler to apply than the other side." "Alright, Rongrong, you lead and transfer all our soul power to Xiao Yu." Since Xiao Yu had spoken, there was no need for Dugu Yan to doubt. She directly spoke to Rongrong. "Okay." Soon, Rongrong nodded, and then stood at the back of the team. Then, under the surprised gazes of the crowd, the Lanba battle team also stood in a row like the Spirit Hall battle team. Then, Ning Rongrong, who was at the very back, began to use distraction control, began to condense soul power, and after condensing soul power, quickly input the soul power into Meng Yiren in front. Soon, when the audience on the stand saw this familiar scene, they were shocked. What does this Lanba battle team mean? Did they also want to imitate the secret skill of Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang used by the Spirit Hall battle team? Did they also know this move? Above the stands, BBDong couldn't help but sneer when she saw this operation of the Lanba battle team. HMPH, how ridiculous, still want to imitate Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang's secret ultimate move. We have undergone a period of hellish training for this move. To conduct actual combat without training is undoubtedly certain death. Chapter 212 Clear Sky Hammer. Clear Sky School. So. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu, you are a soul emperor in vain, you can't even tell good from bad. Listening to BBDong's words, Ning Fengji's face was also full of solemnity and worry. However, Ning Fengji also knew that since Xiao Yu dared to do this, he must have confidence in himself. Immediately, he suppressed the worry in his heart and continued to watch. At this moment, Tang San, who was controlling the clear sky true body to get rid of the entanglement of the chains, burst into a cold laugh when he saw that Xiao Yu and the others also wanted to complete the 7-in-1 fusion skill. "Xiao Yu, you are so ridiculous. This is the 7-in-1 fusion skill specially developed for us by my teacher, Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang. Not everyone can imitate it at will. If you fight us head-on, you may still have a chance of winning, but if you want to defeat us by imitating our path, then you will never be able to defeat us. Haven't you heard that imitators can never become the original?" At this moment, it was not just Tang San who was sneering. Xie Yu, Huliena, Yan and others also had sneers on their faces after seeing this scene. Laughing at Xiao Yu's arrogance. They had all participated in the training, so they naturally knew how difficult this move was. This move is not as simple as transferring the soul power of 7 people to one person. This secret skill not only requires tacit cooperation, but the recipient must also have a huge amount of mental power and a physical quality that can fuse various different attributes of soul power. Even Tang San can only barely do these things. Using imitation rashly without knowing anything is tantamount to seeking death. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, just as Xiao Yu and the others were still transmitting soul power, the heavenly punishment chains that had trapped the clear sky true body broke down several more times, and as time went on, the speed at which these golden chains collapsed due to being unable to support themselves became faster and faster. Finally, after the last chain collapsed, the clear sky true body's clear sky hammer finally completely lost all restraints at this moment, and then, under Tang San's control, it slammed down towards Xiao Yu's direction like Mount Tai pressing down. At this moment, Xiao Yu and the others were still gathered together. Therefore, if this hammer were to smash down so fiercely, even if Xiao Yu and the others did not die, they would be seriously injured. "Xiao Yu, you little bastard, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack." Outside the arena, Liu Erlong, Yu Luomian, and Dugu Bo all watched the scene in front of them with anxious faces. Yu Luomian, who wanted to forcibly stop it, was stopped by Liu Erlong. Sword Duluo was even more ready to stop this move at any time. Haha, Xiao Yu, you must be regretting it now, but unfortunately, there is no regret medicine for you in this world. Go to hell for me. In Tang San's arrogant laughter, this hammer finally slammed down fiercely. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud noise, the dust filled the entire arena in an instant. Countless people felt a pang of heartache after seeing this hammer smash down. Xiao Yu, wrong. Seeing this scene, Ning Fengji stood up with an anxious face. However, in the next moment, Ning Fengji saw the golden light that flashed and disappeared in the dust, and immediately stopped Sword Duluo, who was planning to rush out directly. Sword uncle, wait a little longer. Sword Duluo questioned in confusion. Fengji, what are you waiting for? If we don't save them, Rongrong and Xiao Yu will. Before Sword Duluo could finish speaking, he felt a terrifying soul power pressure rapidly spreading and growing from the arena. And in the dust, there were also dazzling golden lights flickering frantically through the gray-white dust. At the same time, a sneer also slowly sounded from this cloud of dust. Hehe, Tang San, the so-called 7-in-1 fusion skill is just gathering the soul power of 7 people on one person, allowing that person to temporarily use strength beyond their own. This is not a mysterious skill. If we really want to talk about secret skills, your Clear Sky School's Ring Burst and Great Sumeru Hammer are the real secret skills. As for the 7-in-1 fusion skill, as long as the person receiving the soul power has a strong physique, strong spirit, and the 7 people cooperate tacitly, it can naturally be done. Besides, this method was clearly first discovered by Kangwei Academy. When did it become your trash teacher's discovery in your mouth? Your trash teacher still likes to simply modify other people's things and turn them into his own. As soon as the voice fell, a powerful and incomparable aura far exceeding the previous one began to surge out from the cloud of dust. The people present stood up with shocked faces after feeling the aura emanating from the cloud of dust. This is the aura of a soul Duluo. Before the people present could be shocked by this terrifying aura, everyone only saw that this golden light became more and more intense. And as the light flickered, the dust also began to gradually dissipate. After the dust dissipated, they only saw that the dark golden clear sky hammer that seemed to be able to smash everything was easily caught by Xiao Yu with one hand. What? No, this is impossible. How is this possible? This is the weapon Soul True Body Clear Sky Hammer. How could you catch it with one hand? As the dust dissipated, Tang San was completely dumbfounded when he saw that Xiao Yu had caught his weapon Soul True Body Clear Sky Hammer so easily at this moment. And not only Tang San, but also Xie Yu and the others behind Tang San all had shocked and unbelievable expressions on their faces after seeing this scene. This is the Clear Sky Hammer of the weapon Soul True Body level. How could he have caught it? No one on the entire continent can catch the true form of the Spirit Tool level Clear Sky Hammer with one hand. No. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. You must be forcing yourself to catch it, you must be. With a face full of disbelief, Tang San controlled the Clear Sky Hammer, intending to smash it down again. Looking at the Clear Sky Hammer attacking again, Xiao Yu's second spirit ring began to glow. Heh, outstanding battle spirit hammer, majestic Clear Sky sect, I see, it's nothing more than this. Instantly, as soon as Xiao Yu's words fell, a golden pillar of light reaching the sky descended directly from the sky onto Xiao Yu and his group. Bang! Instantly, with the descent of this golden pillar of light, the arena, which was originally enough to withstand the attacks of a spirit sage, was directly smashed into a huge pit. I don't believe it. Tang San, with a face full of ferocity, once again used the spirit tool True Body to smash towards Xiao Yu's golden pillar of light. Bang! However, although the Spirit Tool True Body Clear Sky Hammer smashed fiercely onto this pillar of light, it did not cause any damage to this pillar of light. Moreover, not only was there no damage, Tang San also felt an unbearable backlash. This backlash of spirit power even caused the members of the Spirit Hall team to vomit blood due to excessive consumption. Chapter 213, Light Sacred Dragon True Body. After a futile attack, the members of the Spirit Hall team, who were vomiting blood, all became dispirited, looking at the golden pillar of light in front of them with despair on their faces. And Tang San, who was responsible for controlling the Spirit Tool True Body Clear Sky Hammer, when he saw that his full strength attack had no effect on Xiao Yu, And now that he was about to be unable to maintain the state of the spirit tool true body due to excessive consumption, Tang San's face was not only incomparably pale, but also gradually began to show a look of despair. At this moment, Tang San, having exhausted all his means, was very puzzled. Did Xiao Yu have no limits? Why is it that no matter how strong he becomes, Xiao Yu can always become stronger than him? Why is this? Just as Tang San was still sighing and agonizing, he heard Xiao Yu's voice echoing in his ears again. Heh, Tang San, since you have allowed me to witness your clear sky true body, then I will also let you witness my light sacred dragon true body. Ding, buzz, roar. As soon as Xiao Yu's words fell, the crouching dragon under his feet first flashed a dazzling golden light in its vertical pupils, followed by a roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. All the beast spirit owners present felt an extreme and inexplicable panic, as well as a feeling of fear from the depths of their souls. At this moment, even BBDong on the high platform felt a burst of heart-stopping fear from the depths of her soul after seeing this scene. After feeling the changes in her own spirit, a look of horror appeared in her pair of purple eyes. What exactly is Xiao Yu going to do? Why are both of her spirits feeling fear from this roar? At this moment, Xiao Yu on the arena spread his golden dragon wings and slowly ascended into the air. And Xiao Yu's spirit, the crouching dragon, stood below Xiao Yu. In the next moment, Xiao Yu's 6 black spirit rings and a pure and vast spirit power detached from Xiao Yu's body. Then it directly poured into the crouching dragon's body below. The crouching dragon's body began to undergo extremely violent changes with the addition of Xiao Yu's spirit rings and the vast spirit power of 7 people. Roar, thump, thump. Before long, the crouching dragon, which was originally only more than 5 meters long, began to grow and enlarge crazily with the injection of spirit rings and spirit power. The increasingly large crouching dragon's rapidly increasing weight alone caused the arena, which was originally enough to withstand the attacks of a spirit sage, to tremble non-stop, and shocking, tear-like cracks began to spread rapidly across the arena at the same time. The crowd in the stands looked in horror as a spirit beast that was more than 5 meters long crazily enlarged. The originally 4-legged crouching dragon also gradually turned into standing on 2 legs at this moment. The originally different colors of scales also gradually evolved into solid golden scales with the changes. Finally, when the crouching dragon's body was completely transformed, the crouching dragon slowly raised its head, looked at the azure blue sky, and then directly spewed out a golden breath. Buzz, rumble. Instantly, the clouds in the sky began to churn because of the crouching dragon's breath. The originally azure blue sky was now directly infused with a crimson gold color. And just as the crouching dragon's pillar-like breath spewed out, the pair of golden dragon wings behind the crouching dragon also fully unfolded at this moment. As this pair of 100-meter-long dragon wings completely unfolded, golden halos also scattered with the unfolding of the dragon wings. Many viewers touched the golden halos that were within reach with their hands. These golden halos were like clouds, soft and light. At this moment, the crowd in the stands looked at this golden giant dragon. Each person's eyes were full of awe and yearning. Because they seemed to see the legendary gods descending into the world at this moment. A feeling of awe and admiration rose uncontrollably in their hearts. On the high platform, Shui Qinghe was dumbfounded when he saw the scene before him. Her heart could no longer be described with the word shock. Because after seeing this golden giant dragon, Shui Qinghe suddenly felt that her holy angel spirit might not be as holy as this giant dragon. A dragon is holier than an angel, who the hell can she reason with? If the timing wasn't wrong, she would have gone back to ask her grandfather what was going on. At this moment, not only Shui Qinghe had this feeling, but even the 7 great enshrinements in the Hall of Enshrinement, when they saw the huge golden dragon visible to the naked eye, were all filled with solemnity and a hint of curiosity. After all, being able to possess such a sacred aura of martial soul, in today's continent, besides the seraphim martial soul, no one else can possess it. Simply put, the term, sacred, is unique to the Qian family's seraphim martial soul in the spirit hall, unique in the continent. But now they saw a wild dragon filled with sacred aura. Who knows what's going on inside? They can't help but think wildly. And Qian Douluo, after seeing this golden dragon with a sacred aura, was also filled with solemnity. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, could this be the seed that Jer left behind somewhere before without his knowledge? No way, it can't be such a coincidence, right? If this was really possible, Qian Daliu immediately felt a headache and felt like he was going to grow more brains. At this moment, everyone in Spirit City looked at this terrifying dragon that was 50 meters tall, golden all over, with golden wings on its back, and filled with a sacred aura. Their hearts were filled with horror and fear. Even the referee, who was also a soul Duluo, felt like he wanted to kneel down and submit when he looked at the behemoth in front of him. His martial soul was the blazing rock tiger. A good mutated dual attribute martial soul, but even so, he still had the illusion of wanting to kneel down and submit. This is Xiao Yu's martial soul true body. His martial soul, the complete form is actually like this. Feng Xiaoshan looked at the scene in front of him with a dazed expression. Not only Feng Xiaoshan, when this divine scene appeared in front of everyone present. They couldn't believe what they saw at all. Among the people present, only Yu Luomian's eyes were filled with hope and tears when he saw this scene. So, this is the next level of their blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Xiao Yu, he really didn't disappoint him. Unknowingly, Yu Luomian, with tears streaming down his face, sat on the chair and lowered his head in silence with tears streaming down his face. Liu Erlong, seeing her father's gaffe at this moment, also slightly stood in front of Yu Luomian. Chapter 214 Tang San's Necromancer Trump Card. At this moment, Xiao Yu, who didn't know what others were thinking, stood on Wolong's shoulder, looking down at the dazed Tang San below. His face was full of mockery. Tang San, why don't you think about whether your teacher copied any secret techniques from other places for you? If you have any, take them all out, I'll wait for you. Listening to Xiao Yu's ridicule, Tang San couldn't say a word even if he had thousands of words to say. Because he really didn't know what to say. He really had nothing to say. Looking at the scene in front of him, looking at Xiao Yu's soul Duluo level pressure, what else could he say? At this moment, Tang San only felt a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. He had even used his clear sky hammer, the weapon soul true body, today, but it was of no use to him. Is he really that much worse than Xiao Yu? At this moment, Tang San felt that his Dao heart seemed to be breaking. And on the stage, Shui Qinghe, seeing this scene, suppressed the restlessness in his heart and spoke to BBDong again. Yo, Your Majesty the Pope, who said just now that this is a secret technique that is not passed down. It looks like it's just a well-known trick, and Xiao Yu succeeded in imitating it casually. You, the dignified Pope, actually value this kind of rotten street secret technique so much, it's really laughable. You have always regarded Master, this plagiarist, as a treasure, Your Majesty the Pope, it seems that your vision needs to be broadened a bit. Listening to Shui Qinghe's ridicule, this time it was BBDong's turn to be filled with solemnity and gloom. Grasping her jade hand tightly, she didn't know what to say at all. She had just said the words of ridicule not long ago, but as a result, this rebellious daughter directly returned them to her intact. At this moment, BBDong only felt that her pretty face was full of pain, the pain after being slapped in the face. After all, not to mention anything else, just the fact that Xiao Yu's combat power is already comparable to a soul Duluo is something that Tang San and the others can't deal with. Moreover, on this Xiao Yu's body, besides feeling a fear from the depths of her soul, BBDong also felt a disgust and dislike from her body. This feeling is exactly the same as when she faced the Seraphim martial soul. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, the people of the Spirit Hall team were filled with despair after feeling Xiao Yu's combat power comparable to a soul Duluo. Tang San, admit defeat, although it's very unpleasant, Xiao Yu's strength is comparable to a soul Duluo after using the secret technique, we can't beat him. It's not worth it to continue fighting. Xie Yu, standing behind Huliena, said to Tang San. Yes, Tang San, admit defeat quickly, that's a soul Duluo level powerhouse, we can't compare. At this moment, even Yan, who had the most fiery temper and refused to admit defeat, couldn't raise any thoughts of resistance when he looked at the light holy dragon true body that was like a god. Among the three, only Huliena didn't say anything, she just looked at Xiao Yu who was bathed in golden light. A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with longing and a dazed look. Xiao Yu's actions just now gave Huliena a considerable shock. Huliena couldn't help but look at Xiao Yu at this moment. At this moment, Huliena finally developed a curious feeling about this man, whom even her teacher was so wary of that she was willing to break her own rules. However, even though others were advising Tang San to surrender, Tang San did not intend to give up so easily. After all, if he admitted defeat today, he didn't know when he would have another chance to defeat Xiao Yu. Moreover, he still had a trump card that he hadn't used. If he surrendered without using it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Then, he heard Tang San shout hoarsely, "No, I won't admit defeat. I haven't lost yet, I still have one last move." Hearing this, Xiao Yu and the others' expressions froze. Tang San actually had a trump card. Was his teacher so awesome? Could he copy it? Before long, amidst the confused gazes of Xiao Yu and the others, stalks of dark green blue silver grass quickly surged from beneath their feet. Then, they directly pierced into the necks of Xiao Yu and the others. Immediately, they began to greedily absorb the little soul power left in their bodies. "Ah, Tang San, you little bastard, what are you doing?" Yan roared in anger, feeling the pain. "Everyone, the strength of my clear sky hammer true body is currently around level 78. Therefore, if I can absorb more soul power, it's possible for my clear sky hammer true body to break through to level 80 power. As long as I can break through to the soul Duluo realm, I'll be confident in fighting Xiao Yu again. So, I need all of your soul power. Everyone, help me." Hearing this, the others in the Spirit Hall battle team changed their expressions one after another. Xiao Yu even roared in anger. "Tang San, you bastard, you're trying to drain us dry. Don't you know that once our soul power is exhausted, we can only maintain the formation by consuming our life force before the secret skill ends? What are you doing? Quickly withdraw the formation and admit defeat." "What, Tang San, you bastard, let go quickly. We admit defeat." Hu Liena also reprimanded. Tang San stubbornly said as if he was deaf. "Stop arguing. His Majesty the Pope has already said that everything today will be led by me. If you don't want to lose, then do as I say. What does losing a little life force matter? You're still young, you can make it up later. Compared to winning this competition's championship, can't you tell what's more important?" Hearing Tang San's words, Juliana immediately stopped the words she was about to say. If they could win, wouldn't she be able to make her teacher happy and not disappoint her? For a moment, thinking of this possibility, Juliana also stopped her red lips that were parted as if she wanted to speak. The others also closed their mouths with solemn expressions, unable to speak. In an instant, Tang San didn't give the others any time to react. As the soul power was drained, the life force in their bodies began to officially take over the maintenance of the formation as the soul power was exhausted. In an instant, the feeling of pain from the rapid loss of life force instantly made everyone present full of pain and with ferocious expressions. Just as they were full of ferocity and discomfort, the soul power fluctuations emanating from the dark golden clear sky hammer were also rapidly increasing. In just a short moment, the soul power fluctuations of the clear sky hammer directly broke through to the soul Duluo level. It was almost the same as Xiao Yu at this moment. Instantly, with the appearance of this scene on the stage, everyone present, who thought the battle was almost over, was dumbfounded. What was happening? Why did Tang San's clear sky hammer's aura suddenly surge again? What did he do? On the platform, BBDong also noticed the clear sky hammer whose aura had broken through to the soul Duluo level. Even BBDong had a puzzled look on her face at this moment. What exactly did Tang San and the others do? Why could this secret skill still erupt with such terrifying energy? Chapter 215. That man came carrying a speaker. However, when BBDong saw the blue-silver grass inserted into Juliena's neck, she instantly understood everything, knowing the cultivation methods of evil soul masters. Especially when she felt the life force in Nana's body rapidly decreasing, BBDong completely flew into a rage. "Tang San, you bastard, how dare you absorb Nana's life force?" BBDong could see it, and naturally others could see it too. Immediately, many people's gazes looked towards Pope BBDong's direction, with mocking and inexplicable expressions in their eyes. It seemed that His Majesty the Pope's decision this time not only failed to achieve initial results, but also put her own disciples in a difficult situation. Tisk tisk tisk. The inexplicable gazes of the people around her made BBDong even more angry and worried. However, before she could get angry, Tang San, with bloodshot eyes, once again wielded the clear sky hammer and slammed it fiercely at Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, die for me." Bang, bang. Before long, accompanied by a series of violent sounds of air being torn apart, the clear sky hammer, carrying the sound of compressed air shattering, slammed fiercely at Xiao Yu, who was standing on the shoulders of the bright holy dragon. Looking at Tang San, who was so stubborn at this moment. Xiao Yu sneered, Tang San, I didn't expect you to still be so selfish now. For your own selfish interests, you don't even care about the lives of your teammates. The people who are with you are really sad. Originally, they had great prospects, but now they have basically become stepping stones for you to go further. Hearing this, BBDong's expression on the high platform became even more ferocious. Then, Xiao Yu patted the head of the crouching dragon next to him. Then, the crouching dragon directly opened its mouth wide. A strengthened breath of light directly spewed out fiercely. Boom! Instantly, this terrifying breath, which was more than 30 meters wide, completely covered Tang San's clear sky hammer. The clear sky hammer, which seemed to be able to suppress everything, was directly suppressed by the impact of the breath, unable to continue descending even a bit. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Then, in the shocked gazes of everyone, Tang San's clear sky hammer, under Xiao Yu's attack, actually began to melt again like it did in Heaven Do City. Once again, it began to melt into molten iron and dripped onto the ground. The clear sky hammer, which was also at the soul Duluo level, had absolutely no ability to resist in front of Xiao Yu's martial soul true body. Instantly, as the clear sky hammer began to melt again, Tang San, who didn't even have time to be shocked, immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain from the depths of his soul again. The shattering of a martial soul was a pain that ordinary people could not bear. Moreover, Tang San had suffered twice in a short period of time. And what Tang San felt at this moment was not just heart-wrenching pain, but also a severe pain from his spirit. It was too difficult for him, a soul king, to forcibly control the clear sky hammer at the soul Duluo level. And at this moment, Tang San, who was suffering from both physical and mental torment, had no intention of controlling the clear sky hammer. Therefore, before long, the clear sky hammer, which was no longer controlled, was directly melted by this high-temperature breath. It once again turned into a pool of molten iron and was scattered over a large area of the arena. The scorching temperature even caused a pit to sink deep into the arena. At this moment, not only Tang San, but even Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan and the others were all listless, pale, and screaming miserably. Due to Tang San's stubbornness, Hu Liena and the others' auras were already very weak. At this moment, they had not only lost all their soul power and a large portion of their life force, but even their mental power was suffering along with Tang San. Your Majesty the Pope, if you don't admit defeat, Spirit Hall will be wiped out. BBDong, who was awakened by Shui Qinghei's words, quickly said. Spirit Hall admits defeat, Xiao Yu, show mercy. Hearing the Pope's words, Xiao Yu stopped his breath. It was also because BBDong spoke in time, otherwise Xiao Yu's attack would have almost hit the 7 people on the opposite side. It was a pity. If they were hit by Crouching Dragon's breath of light, the 7 of them would definitely die. Sect Master Ning, I'm troubling you. Hearing BBDong's request, Ning Fengji did not hesitate and stood up to display his martial soul true body, using his 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to help the people from Spirit Hall recover. As a 7-colored light shone on the 7 members of the Spirit Hall battle team, their pale faces gradually recovered a lot. However, the more he recovered, the more Ning Fengji frowned. He opened his mouth to BBDong's slightly anxious face. Your Majesty the Pope, these people's conditions are very bad. Not only is there no soul power in their bodies, but even their life force has been consumed a lot. Their mental power is even more of a mess. It seems that they will need several years to slowly recover. Hearing this, BBDong's expression froze. If Ning Fengji was right, wouldn't that mean that her golden generation would have to spend the most important years of their lives for cultivation to recover from their injuries? How many years in life are most suitable for cultivation? Tang San's move undoubtedly dragged her golden generation directly into a quagmire. Immediately, BBDong, with a face full of anger and a hint of regret, said to Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo. Chrysanthemum Duluo, Ghost Duluo, capture this bastard Tang San for me. Imprison him and await disposal. Yes, Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo rushed over quickly. However, just as they were about to take Tang San away, an incomparably domineering voice resounded in everyone's ears. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost, how dare you try to hurt my son? Get out of my way. Hearing this voice, the two of Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo, who had been relaxed and resentful, revealed horrified expressions. Watching the huge hammer slam towards them, they quickly retreated, exclaiming in horror. Tang Hao, boom, accompanied by a loud noise, everyone fixed their eyes and looked. They saw that at this moment, in front of Tang San, there was a clear sky hammer that was 10 meters long, standing proudly there. Although it was only a hammer standing there, just this hammer alone made Zhu Gui Duluo, an elder of the Papal Hall, don't dare continue to step forward after seeing it. He could only watch the scene unfold before him, at a loss for what to do. Then, amidst the surprised gazes of the crowd, a robust middle-aged man with tattered clothes and messy, chicken nest-like hair, looking disheveled, slowly descended, stepping on the void. And as he stepped down, 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, slowly appeared beneath his feet. Unknowingly, the sound of an impassioned melody, as if recited by gods from the 9 heavens, echoed in everyone's ears. Still fighting bravely, that's what makes a hero. Dash 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 dash. Tang Hao. Chapter 216. Tang Hao flees in panic. Seeing Tang Hao's arrival, BBDong's entire face turned green with anger. Without a word, she flew towards Tang Hao. Behind her, Zhu Gui Duluo closely followed. The sole Duluo elder serving as the referee, along with several elders responsible for guarding, also followed BBDong to attack. Tang Hao looked at the 4 title Duluo and 5 soul Duluo flying towards him. He burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Spirit Hall, what a spirit hall. What a spirit hall indeed. Little San, watch carefully, this is the true Hao Tian true body. After speaking, Tang Hao tightly gripped the summoned clear sky hammer, and the 7th spirit ring on his body began to erupt with a pitch-black light. Behind him, a towering crimson phantom over 10 meters tall appeared. Before long, this black light surged into the clear sky hammer. The clear sky hammer became incomparably huge. Instantly, a gigantic clear sky hammer exceeding 40 meters in length was tightly held in Tang Hao's hand. The next moment, as Tang Hao's 9th spirit ring began to glow with a red light, this clear sky hammer smashed down fiercely, and the crimson phantom behind Tang Hao also tightly gripped a crimson clear sky hammer, fiercely smashing towards the location of the Papal Hall. Tang Hao, how dare you? Seeing that Tang Hao actually wanted to smash the Papal Hall, BBDong hurriedly led the others back to defend. Bang! Instantly, Tang Hao's clear sky true body and the energy shield formed by BBDong and the others collided with each other. A terrifying storm instantly swept across the entire area. Countless people were sent flying by the impact of this title Duluo level. At this moment, even the Soul Saint level teachers from various academies were struggling to protect their students. They could only barely resist with difficult expressions. Above, the two sides were completely locked in a stalemate. Currently, bathed in the colorful light of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, Tang San, who was slowly recovering his strength, watched his father displaying his divine power, with even the Pope and several title Duluo unable to stop his advance. He was truly filled with excitement and passion. At this moment, seeing this scene, Tang San's originally shattered heart was revived. So the clear sky hammer is actually so powerful. It seems that my clear sky hammer has not been cultivated to its full potential. If I could cultivate to the level of my father, perhaps I could definitely defeat Xiao Yu. At this moment, Tang San's fragile heart seemed to be stitched back together. Ha ha ha, Spirit Hall, what a Spirit Hall. What if the Pope makes a move? Still unable to stop me, Clear Sky Duluo, Tang Hao. Ha ha. Listening to Tang Hao's wildly arrogant laughter, everyone present couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions as they watched the scene before them. Is this the Tang Hao who killed the previous Pope? As expected, he is unparalleled in his dominance. Even the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, along with several title Duluo elders and several red-robed bishops, cannot stop him, Clear Sky Duluo, Tang Hao. Looking at the domineering figure in the sky, everyone present revealed expressions of longing and envy. Quote. Finally, amidst Tang Hao's wildly arrogant laughter, he once again raised his hammer and smashed it down again. Then, taking advantage of BBDong and the others' full defense, he rushed towards his son. BBDong obviously saw this scene and hurriedly spoke anxiously. Quick, stop him. However, due to the assassination attempt some time ago, the available living forces within the Spirit Hall are extremely scarce. Although there is no shortage of experts present, no one is willing to help BBDong. Therefore, Tang Hao rushed to Tang San's side as if he had entered a no-man's land. He quickly hugged Tang San, preparing to leave. However, after seeing Xiao Wu not far away, he planned to take Xiao Wu away as well. After all, she is his little San's beloved, her spirit ring must belong to little San. He can't let her stay with Xiao Yu anymore. Xiao Yu's strength has exceeded Tang Hao's imagination. If Xiao Yu really breaks through to Seoul Duluo, Xiao Wu's spirit ring will definitely be in danger. HMPH, Tang Hao, you still want to lay your hands on Xiao Wu? Do you think I don't exist? Just as Tang Hao was planning to take Xiao Wu away as well. Xiao Yu's ethereal and indifferent voice sounded. Tang Hao turned a deaf ear to this voice until a scorching breath of light spewed out. Only then did Tang Hao reveal a look of surprise and defend himself. Dare to touch Xiao Wu, Tang Hao, you're courting death. At the moment Xiao Yu made his move, Liu Erlong, Yu Luomian, Dugu Bo, and others also immediately took action. They didn't hide anything in their attacks, and they all used their ultimate moves. 8th Spirit Skill, Dragon Phoenix Destruction. 8th Spirit Skill, Thunder Dragon's Fury. 9th Spirit Skill, Azure Phosphorus Dragon's Roar. We don't care if you attack the Spirit Hall, but if you dare to touch Xiao Yu's people, then we have something to talk about. Instantly, Tang Hao's expression changed drastically as he sensed so many terrifying spirit skill fluctuations surging towards him. Then, he quickly abandoned Xiao Wu. He grabbed Tang San and rushed away. Damn it, spirit detonation. Bang, bang. Tang Hao ran very fast, but the speed of Liu Erlong and the other spirit skill attacks was even faster. In just an instant, these three attacks were incredibly close to Tang Hao. At this moment, holding his fragile son in his arms, he could not fight with all his strength. If he resisted, little San might be hit by these three moves. If little San was hit by these three moves, even if he only suffered a little aftermath, little San would definitely be seriously injured or even die. Moreover, there was that strong man beside Xiao Yu who he couldn't even deal with even if he recovered to his peak strength. If he made another move, he would have no way to escape. In addition, BBDong was rushing towards here. Therefore, under duress, Tang Hao could only choose to detonate his spirit rings again. Even if he was injured again, he had to try to leave here as quickly as possible. As his 5th and 6th spirit rings exploded, Tang Hao, whose aura instantly increased, quickly fled forward. Even if he broke a few pillars along the way, he only staggered a few times before continuing to ignore everything and flee at full speed. At this moment, everyone looked at Tang Hao's panicked escape and couldn't help but reveal expressions of astonishment. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Because the Tang Hao who had fled in panic just now and the Tang Hao who had wreaked havoc in the Spirit Hall before gave people the feeling that they were completely different people. How arrogant Tang Hao was when he wreaked havoc in the Spirit Hall, how embarrassed Tang Hao was when he was beaten into a panicked escape by the teachers of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Everyone is now quite confused. Is the strength of this Blue Tyrant Academy so strong? Tang Hao, who even the Spirit Hall couldn't stop, actually ran faster than anyone else when facing the Blue Tyrant Academy. It was as if the Blue Tyrant Academy was some kind of flood or beast. Damn it, this Tang Hao is really running fast. Xiao Yu stood on Wolong's shoulder, looking at Tang Hao, who was running away with his tail between his legs, and sneered. Then, he sighed that if Patriarch Yu Yuanjun had also come today, then Tang Hao would definitely not have been able to escape. Spirit detonation is indeed awesome, but the dragon transformation of their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is not unable to fight spirit detonation. Chapter 217, The Most Beautiful Wife in the Entire Continent. BBDong's face was even more gloomy as she watched Tang Hao's panicked escape. She could already foresee, after she goes back, she will be subjected to such harsh scolding and accusations from those old guys. Not only did she let a wolf into the house, harming Nana and the others, but she also let Tang Hao, the Spirit Hall's #1 enemy, leave. This foolish act undoubtedly directly and severely lowered BBDong's prestige as Pope. Elder brother, are we just going to watch Tang Hao leave? Inside the Hall of Offerings, Golden Crocodile Duluo looked in Qian Daoliu's direction and asked with a confused face. If their Hall of Offerings had taken action just now, then even if Tang Chen came today, Tang Hao would have to stay. To this, Qian Daoliu smiled faintly. It doesn't matter, just a mere Tang Hao, if he runs, he runs. Presumably, with Tang Hao's disturbance today, BBDong's reputation will be lowered again. When the time comes, the day for Shui to take the throne will be even closer. Qian Daoliu didn't care about just a Tang Hao. To the demigod Qian Daoliu, killing him was just a matter of flipping his hand. After all, not everyone in this world is like Tang Chen, a chosen one. Moreover, as long as Shui achieves the angel god position, let alone Tang Chen, even Poseidon, who is also a god envoy and can fight Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen one-on-one at sea, will have no suspense other than falling in the face of the absolute strength of a god. The Golden Crocodile and the others had no way to disobey the decisions made by the elder brother, so they could only sigh and lament that Tang Hao was really lucky and could repeatedly provoke the Spirit Hall without any harm. As Tang Hao left with Tang San after causing a disturbance at the finals. This final, fraught with drama, finally came to a complete end. Even if BBDong, as the Pope, was filled with anger and unwillingness in her heart. At this moment, she could only forcibly suppress the anger in her heart and continued to complete the final part of the competition. The Continental Advanced Soul Master competition is officially over. Now, let's invite the champion team, the Blue Tyrant team, to send a member to the stage to receive the award. Please welcome His Holiness the Pope to present the award. As the host's voice began to sound, Xiao Yu, as the representative of the Blue Tyrant team, came to the award stage. As soon as he arrived here, he saw Ning Fengji and Sword Duluo give him a smile. Shui Qinghe, who was next to Ning Fengji, even had the expression of a good younger brother. And Dugu Bo on the side couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth that were rising crazily. He was just short of announcing loudly on the spot that this was his granddaughter's son-in-law. After a simple look around, Xiao Yu also focused his attention on the 3 soul bones on the award stage. Although they were of little use to him, he wouldn't refuse them for nothing. As Xiao Yu arrived, BBDong also walked over with her scepter in hand. Now that he was closer, Xiao Yu could truly see clearly the most beautiful woman in the original novel of his previous life. BBDong. She was indeed very beautiful, with a curvy figure, delicate features, and snow-white skin. Her purple hair and light purple lips made her even more dazzling against her fair skin. And most importantly, she was a married woman. This was a very attractive point for her in the original work. And she also had a daughter whose appearance was no less than hers, which was another very attractive point. At this moment, Xiao Yu was looking at BBDong, and BBDong was also looking at this man who had forced her to break her bottom line repeatedly with his own strength. No, he should be called a boy, or a man, with so many girlfriends, he didn't look like a boy at all. Chapter 218 Oscar and Dai Mubai leave the Spirit Hall. As for Xiao Yu's gaze towards her, BBDong didn't care too much. She knew that Xiao Yu had many girlfriends, and this alone could show Xiao Yu's personality. Therefore, BBDong fearlessly returned Xiao Yu's gaze. Thus, after the two looked at each other for a while, BBDong took the lead and asked with a complex expression. Xiao Yu, your talent is unparalleled. Are you willing to join the Spirit Hall? Hearing BBDong's routine inquiry, Xiao Yu shook his head and said, Thank you for your love, Your Holiness the Pope. This junior only wants to be a carefree person, traveling the continent with his wives, and has no intention of joining any force. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, BBDong nodded slightly. BBDong didn't feel lost or regretful about Xiao Yu's refusal. After all, he was the dragon son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If Xiao Yu really agreed, then Yu Luomian below would definitely be the first to jump up and argue with her. Alright, in that case, I wish you further progress in the future and an early breakthrough to the title Duluo realm. I hope that when I see you next time, it will be in the Elder Hall to certify your title. BBDong said with a faint smile. Thank you, Your Holiness the Pope. Afterwards, Xiao Yu took the tray with the 3 soul bones from BBDong's hand. With a calm expression in his eyes, he turned around. Then he quickly walked towards the Blue Tyrant team in the distance. On the way back to the Blue Tyrant Academy, many people looked at the 3 soul bones with very envious and jealous expressions. If it weren't for the wrong situation here, and the strong members of the Blue Tyrant Academy were watching the surroundings vigilantly. Otherwise, someone might have rushed up to snatch them. With the end of the final award ceremony, the host on the scene announced loudly, "I announce that the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition is officially over. Coach, I may not be able to continue staying in the Spirit Hall. I still need to go back and compete with my elder brother for the position of Crown Prince." Dai Mubai came to the red-clothed bishop in charge of guiding their Spirit Hall team as soon as he saw the competition officially ended, and said calmly, "Well, go ahead, I will help you tell His Holiness the Pope." The red-clothed bishop didn't care too much about Dai Mubai's statement. After all, Dai Mubai was ultimately a member of the Star Luo Empire. Letting him join the Spirit Hall this time was just to use him. Now that he had been used, he could leave if he wanted to. They in the Spirit Hall didn't feel sorry for the departure of a prince from an enemy country. As for if he failed to compete for the position of Crown Prince in the future, it wouldn't be so easy for him to join the Spirit Hall again. "Bishop, I don't want to stay in the Spirit Hall either. The Spirit Hall is very good, but I still want to go back to Shrek." Seeing Dai Mubai leave, Oscar hurriedly said, "Little Ao, you're leaving too." Hearing that Oscar also spoke up, the red-clothed bishop was immediately stunned. The casual and relaxed tone from before was gone in his voice. Obviously, the red-clothed bishop didn't expect Oscar to want to leave either. Xie Yu and the others looked at this scene with a look of astonishment. Little Ao had reached the soul sect level of a food-type soul master at a young age, which was quite important to their Spirit Hall team and even the entire Spirit Hall. "Well, I've thought about it for a long time. I can't be as ruthless as Little San and Boss Dai. I was adopted by Shrek Academy since I was a child, and I was raised by Shrek's teachers. Shrek is my home. If Shrek Academy hadn't taken me in, I don't even know if I would still be alive now. Therefore, I still want to continue staying in Shrek. To be a carefree uncle selling roasted sausages," Oscar said with a serious expression. Sigh, "Alright, but Little Ao, if you want to come back in the future, the Spirit Hall will welcome you at any time." Seeing Oscar's expression so serious, the red-clothed bishop sighed helplessly and nodded. Although the red-clothed bishop felt extremely regretful in his heart, Oscar's ambition was not here, and it was not good for him to stop him too much. "Well, okay, thank you, Bishop." Little Ao bowed respectfully to the bishop and Xie Yu, Huliena, Yan and others, and then ran excitedly towards the hotel. Watching Little Ao's figure running away, the red-clothed bishop sighed, and then said faintly, "Alright, they were outsiders to begin with. Let them go if they leave. Now, come with me to accept His Holiness the Pope's punishment." Listening to the red-clothed bishop's words, everyone present showed a bitter expression. Quote, "Your Holiness the Pope, now that the competition is over, then Fengji will not accompany you for now. Farewell. It's okay, Sect Master Ning, please do as you please." "Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for your help just now," BBDong said with a smile. Then she returned to the papal palace with Ju Duluo and Gui Duluo. After watching BBDong leave, Ning Fengji and Dugu Bo, as well as Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, came to the Blue Tyrant Academy's station. As soon as they arrived here, they heard Xiao Yu distributing soul bones. "Come, this head soul bone is for Sister Yanyan, this leg bone is for Zuqing, this one is for Teacher Erlong." Dad, Ning Rongrong, who was smiling and watching this scene from the side, saw Ning Fengji coming and immediately rushed into Ning Rongrong's arms with a face full of excitement. "Good girl." Ning Fengji touched Ning Rongrong's little head and smiled gently. "Brother Yu, you're really something. You even used the Soul Duluo combat power. The competition just now really made my blood boil." Shui Qinghe patted Xiao Yu's shoulder with a radiant face and laughed loudly. This time, being able to see his big sister suffer such a big loss, Shui Qinghe's heart really felt so good at this moment. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is too kind," Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. Just as everyone was chatting quite enthusiastically, Liu Erlong saw Flender walking over slowly with his hands behind his back. Seeing this scene, Liu Erlong walked over quickly and said in a calm tone, "Boss Flender, you are." Flender looked at the increasingly radiant Erlong Mei at this moment, and showed a sincere smile. "I don't have anything to do, just that the competition is over, and our Shrek Academy is also preparing to leave. I was thinking of saying goodbye to you before leaving. Erlong girl, Congratulations on winning the championship. Thank you, but this is all thanks to Xiao Yu. Liu Erlong said with a smile. Hearing this, Flender couldn't help but sigh quietly. He sighed in his heart why he wasn't braver back then. In the end, thousands of words turned into a bitter smile. Then I'll leave first. Well, Liu Erlong watched Flender leave in disappointment, and then turned around and returned to the Blue Tyrant Academy with a normal expression. Dean Erlong, are you going back today? Ning Fengji asked. We are planning to go back tomorrow. We will take a good rest today. Anyway, the competition is over, and we have nothing to do. Chapter 219 Qian Daoliu's arrival. Then would you like to go to the Spirit Hall's Holy Maiden succession ceremony tomorrow? What? Holy Maiden succession ceremony? Isn't the Spirit Hall's Holy Maiden Juliana? Could it be that she has been replaced? Liu Erlong asked in surprise. She was before, but I don't know what happened inside the Spirit Hall. Later, the Holy Maiden was replaced. As for who she was replaced with, it is still unknown. Ning Fengji murmured. Hearing the statement of the Holy Maiden's succession, Xiao Yu couldn't help but look at Shui Qinghe beside him. It seems that Qian Daoliu didn't let Tang San and the Master join the Spirit Hall for no reason. BBDong has suffered a heavy loss this time. Regarding Ning Fengji's statement, Liu Erlong thought for a while and asked hesitantly. Okay, let's stay and see, but is this appropriate? We are not members of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Shui Qinghe, who had been listening to their conversation, took over the conversation and said. Appropriate? Why is it not appropriate? You are the orthodox of our Heaven Do Empire, and I will also stay and visit tomorrow. With Shui Qinghe's agreement, Liu Erlong naturally decided to stay. Anyway, she and BBDong disliked each other because of Yu Xiaogang, but now she belonged to Xiao Yu, so Yu Xiaogang could be left to BBDong. Thus, everyone decided to watch the Saintess's succession ceremony the next day before leaving. Quote. Inside Shrek Academy, Flander, who had returned from Blue Tyrant Academy, looked at the disappointed faces of everyone before him, and sighed. But he still forced himself to cheer up and said, All right, everyone, cheer up. We are, after all, a team that has participated in the finals. What if we lose? It's not just you guys, even if I went on stage, I couldn't beat the Blue Tyrant team or the Spirit Hall team. Okay, everyone, pack up. We're going home. Okay, finally, we can go back. Dean, I want to ask for 3 days of leave after we get back. I've been suffocating these past few days. Ma Hongjun said with a face full of relief. Looking at his precious disciple, Flander sighed helplessly. Not to mention comparing him to Xiao Yu, even compared to Tang San, he was far behind. Well, he's still my disciple after all. With his spirit, it would be good enough if he could live to the end. Dean, how can you go home without waiting for me? Fatty, after we get back, let's go to Drunken Spring Pavilion and get drunk for 3 days. Just as Flander was about to start packing, a cheeky laugh came. Flander turned his head and saw Oscar standing at the door with a package in his hand. His face was full of Oscar's signature cheeky smile. Little ow, damn it, you cheeky bastard, how did you come back? You didn't even say a word when you came back. Seeing his good friend return, Ma Hongjun was the most excited. After all, he was the only one left of the original Shrek 7 Devils, and he had to act like a senior in front of a group of people who were not as strong as him. He couldn't let go at all. Oscar rubbed his nose and smiled. Fatty, do I need to tell you guys when I come home? What's wrong? Have you become so estranged after not seeing each other for a month? Going home, what simple words. But it was precisely these 2 words that brought tears to Flander's eyes. Good, sure enough, not everyone is like Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, never to return. Flander's heart was incredibly complex at this moment. Dean, Oscar, I'm back. You wouldn't not welcome me, would you? Oscar said with red eyes. No, once Shrek, always Shrek. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Let's go home. Flander also said with a trembling voice. As for the whereabouts of Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Dai Mubai, Flander didn't ask much, nor was he bothered to ask. He just wanted to enjoy this moment properly. Afterward, Shrek Academy completely washed away its original negative atmosphere. After Oscar returned, it instantly became incredibly happy. After packing up, Flander generously rented 2 carriages, one for himself and one for the remaining 8 students. Soon, as time passed, night fell again. Under the moonlight, although the room in the restaurant was dim, the furnishings inside the room could still be clearly seen through the bright moonlight. Bedroom, above a large bed. The bright moonlight shone into the room, onto the shaking bed. Instantly, 4 figures were revealed in their true forms under the bright moonlight. At this moment, on this big bed, illuminated by the moonlight, Xiao Yu was kissing 3 Zhu Zuqings. Deeply moved, Zhu Zuqing's main body breathed heavily and softly said in Xiao Yu's ear, "Xiao Yu, the competition is over. Take me, I don't want to see you so uncomfortable anymore. I can also help you instead of Sister Erlong and Sister Yanyan. I have 3 people here." Listening to Zhu Zuqing's charming and gentle tone, Xiao Yu murmured in a low voice, "Okay." However, at the next moment, just as he was about to have a real 1-on-3, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from outside the window. Immediately, he told Zhu Zuqing with a serious expression to stay where she was and not move. And not to tell anyone else that he had left. Then he left the room. The Zhu Zuqings looked at Xiao Yu's departing figure, exchanged glances, and saw a solemn expression in each other's eyes. On Xiao Yu's side, Xiao Yu spread his dragon wings and quickly flew out of the city in the direction of the aura. When he arrived outside the city, he immediately saw a person wearing a golden robe waiting for him there. He had a head of golden shoulder-length hair. His face was handsome. He was wearing a simple golden patterned robe. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Judging from the aura he was exuding at the moment, he appeared incomparably noble. Moreover, he was standing in the air out of thin air, treading on the void, and there was no feeling of soul power circulating on his body. This act further proved the strength of this person's power. "You've come." Qian Daliu saw Xiao Yu arrive, a trace of complexity flashed in his eyes, and he said softly, "I wonder what the senior wants from me." Xiao Yu respectfully cupped his hands and asked. Although it was a pity to have his chance with Zuqing interrupted, since it was Qian Daliu who interrupted him, Xiao Yu could only silently remember this matter and find a way to get it back from his granddaughter in the future. "It's nothing. I saw the strength you displayed during the day, so I just wanted to confirm something with you." Hearing Qian Daliu say this, Xiao Yu was stunned. What kind of reply was that? I don't even know him. What's there to confirm? Then, he saw Qian Daliu's figure fly over quickly. Before Xiao Yu could react, Qian Daliu's big hand directly grabbed Xiao Yu's wrist. Then, a gentle soul power directly poured into Xiao Yu's body and carefully sensed it. Chapter 220 Judgment, Recruitment, Confrontation, Trump Card. As for the scene before him, Xiao Yu didn't dare to resist too much and could only look at the handsome middle-aged man in front of him with a strange expression. Looking at Qian Daliu's slightly anxious and nervous appearance, Xiao Yu couldn't help but be stunned. No way, didn't the original work state that Qian Daliu liked Bo Saishi? But why is he? Could it be another chain reaction caused by me? In the end, after not sensing the familiar bloodline aura, the expression on Qian Daliu's face became even more complicated. He let go of Xiao Yu's hand and then distanced himself from him. After all, Qian Daliu also noticed that Xiao Yu's eyes were not quite right when he looked at him. "Little guy, don't be nervous. Do you know who I am?" Qian Daliu asked with a faint smile. "I have some guesses." "Oh, tell me," Qian Daliu asked curiously. "Although this is Spirit Hall City, the place where the strongest high-end soul master power in the entire continent is located, if you want to hide it from my teacher, my grandmaster, and Grandpa Dugu, whose strength has already reached the level of a titled Duluo at level 95, to see me, then your strength must be above level 98, and as far as I know, there are only 2 or 3 people in the entire Spirit Hall with such strength, so I boldly guess that you are perhaps the great enshrinement senior of the enshrinement hall." "Hehe, you guessed right. This seat is the great enshrinement elder of the Spirit Hall Enshrinement Hall, Qian Daliu. I have met Senior Qian Daliu, but I don't know what Senior Qian Daliu came to see this junior for in the middle of the night to confirm." Xiao Yu asked with a slightly puzzled expression. His original body was a beggar in Heaven Do City, and his spirit was also accidentally awakened as the Luo Sanpao beast spirit. Logically speaking, it doesn't seem to have much to do with the Qian family of the Spirit Hall. The reason why I saw you this time is because I sensed the sacred aura attached to the spirit on your body during the day. However, the sacred aura can only be possessed by our seraphim spirit on the Duluo continent, so I was wondering if you might be a bloodline of our Qian family that was lost outside. Hearing this, Xiao Yu understood, so that's how it was. If Qian Daoliu's statement is followed, it is indeed correct. After all, even in the god realm, only the seraphim god position can possess the sacred aura. However, what Qian Daoliu didn't know was that the Duluo continent actually had not only the existence of the god realm, but also the beast god realm, which was no weaker than the god realm 10,000 years ago. And in the beast god realm, the light sacred dragon, one of the 9 great dragon kings, was a divine beast carrying a sacred aura. Then senior, am I a member of your Qian family? Xiao Yu asked curiously. No, you are not. Qian Daoliu also said with a slight pity for this result. It was really a pity. If Xiao Yu, a genius with unprecedented talent, was really a bloodline of their Qian family that was revealed outside, then Xue's path to becoming a god in the future would be much more comfortable because of this, with the help of such assistance. Even if I sacrificed myself for Xue in the future, Xue could have a powerful helper who could help Xue better control the spirit hall. If that was really the case, then at tomorrow's saintess succession ceremony, Qian Daoliu would have to tie Xiao Yu over to be the saint's son no matter what. But unfortunately, Xiao Yu was not. Qian Daoliu could only think about these thoughts for the time being. Then senior, since I am not the person you are looking for, can I leave now? I still have important matters to deal with. Important matters? Are you talking about that bed matter? That's not urgent. What's the hurry now when it can be done anytime? I'll ask you one question. Are you willing to join my spirit hall? I'm talking about my spirit hall, not the papal palace. Qian Daoliu asked with a serious expression. Since Xiao Yu was not a member of the Qian family, Qian Daoliu had to change his way of speaking. With Xiao Yu's talent, Qian Daoliu had to pull him to his camp. If he could help Xue, it would be of great benefit to Xue. It's just a pity that he's not a member of Xue's clan. Otherwise, getting along with members of the same clan would be much more comfortable than with subordinates. Listening to Qian Daoliu's serious words, Xiao Yu replied. No, senior, this junior doesn't want to join any forces for the time being. Hearing Xiao Yu's refusal, Qian Daoliu questioned in a cold voice. Boy, are you refusing me? Do you know what you will face by refusing me? This junior knows, but I think senior definitely doesn't want to completely fall out with me, right? After all, behind this junior is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Dugu Bo, the Poison Duluo. Although the Spirit Hall has unparalleled combat power, if we really fight, I believe there are many people in this world who would like to kick us when we're down, such as that one in the Pope's Hall. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Qian Daoliu sneered. HMPH, boy, the so-called upper 3 sects are just that my Spirit Hall doesn't want to bother with them. A mere Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, I can send the 2nd offering alone to slaughter them all. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I can send the 3rd, 4th, and 5th offerings together to destroy them. As for Dugu Bo, Yu Guan and Gui Mei can join forces to kill him. As long as Dugu Bo's poison is controlled, he is no threat. As for BBDong, she can't wait for me to help her eliminate the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. If I wanted to attack these 2 sects, it would be good if she didn't help. So far, do you think you still have any background that I should be afraid of? To this, Xiao Yu didn't want to refute, but said faintly. Senior Qian Daoliu, since you have inquired about my background so clearly, then you should also know that there is a mysterious level 97 powerhouse by my side, right? You wouldn't really believe that he was someone I randomly met when I went to hunt spirit beasts, would you? Quote. Hearing Xiao Yu reveal his trump card, Qian Daoliu was also silent. Yes, this is also the point that Qian Daoliu is most worried about so far. A level 97 peerless powerhouse who appeared out of nowhere. Even within their spirit hall, only a few people could reach this level of strength. And now, Xiao Yu has such a powerhouse by his side, and this is just the strength that has been shown. Who can guarantee that there are no stronger powerhouses by Xiao Yu's side? As for how these powerhouses came to be, Qian Daoliu had no clue about this. After all, the Duluo continent is very large. Even though Qian Daoliu was the universally recognized invincible in the sky of the previous generation, at the very least, even Qian Daliu didn't know how many powerful sea spirit beasts there were in that vast sea. On the other side of that vast sea, what exactly is on the other side of the sea, even more distant than Sea God Island? There are so many gods in the god realm, can there only be him and Bo Saishi as divine envoys in this world? Could there be none in other places? Looking at the silent Qian Daliu at this moment, Xiao Yu smiled faintly. As expected, everything was exactly as he expected. Chapter 221 Qian Daliu's Indecision. Although Qian Daliu is strong, his indecisive and unwilling to risk his life character makes him easily wary of unknown and powerful things. Under the same circumstances, if Xiao Yu was facing Tang Chen today, maybe Tang Chen's hammer would have already smashed down the moment Xiao Yu refused. That guy doesn't care what you have behind you. Based on his experience of fighting for a lifetime, he would first kill you, a genius with good talent, and strangle you in the cradle so you can't grow up before considering anything else. If this Qian Daliu had half the decisiveness of Tang Chen, or even Tang Hao, how could he have allowed Tang Hao to escape repeatedly? And even allowed the Clear Sky sect to recuperate and gradually grow with the financial resources of Yu Zhan? Normally speaking, no matter who killed his son, as long as he had this excuse, he should first kill the Clear Sky sect, this great enemy, and then talk about other things. Who in the entire continent would dare to easily stop him from avenging his son's death? And after destroying the Clear Sky sect, he would then fully cultivate his granddaughter to become a god, and not let her carry out any ridiculous undercover missions. When his granddaughter becomes a god, who would dare to resist when he wants to completely unify the continent? At that time, even if Tang Chen came back, facing a god, what use would Tang Chen, who wasn't even a divine envoy, be? Even if Tang Chen came back in the middle of cultivating Qian Runshui to become a god, as long as Qian Daliu was still there, it would only mean that the spirit hall would have a few branch halls wiped out, and some bishops and elders would be killed and injured. If that really happened, then what they would have to do is temporarily avoid Tang Chen's combat power, and shrink the spirit hall's sphere of influence. Would Tang Chen dare to directly attack their spirit city headquarters? Even if Tang Chen really dared to attack alone, the 7 great offerings would join forces to surround him, plus Zhu Gui Duluo's two-sided static domain. Tang Chen himself would be exhausted to death. Looking at the silent and contemplative Qian Daliu at this moment, Xiao Yu continued to speak. Senior Qian Daliu, I don't care if you want to kill me, after all, you are stronger than me. If you want to kill me, how can I resist? I just want to say one thing, in this world, there are not only 2 choices, subjugation and annihilation. There is also a choice called cooperation. Although this junior has low strength, with this junior's talent and background, it shouldn't be a problem to talk about cooperation with senior. As soon as Xiao Yu's words fell, Qian Daliu hadn't spoken yet. A gentle and noble voice rang out behind Xiao Yu. Then let's cooperate, Xiao Yu, you have the qualifications to cooperate. As this voice came, Xiao Yu and Qian Daliu turned their heads one after another. They saw a beautiful figure with a pair of snow-white wings on her back slowly floating over. This beautiful figure exuded golden light all over. A head of golden, waist-length hair fluttered in the wind. A golden battle skirt was worn close to her body. A figure with a perfect figure and appearance slowly flew over. Shuiye, seeing his granddaughter, Qian Daliu sighed helplessly. Since his granddaughter had spoken, he couldn't say anything more. Qian Daliu was indeed wary of Xiao Yu's mysterious background. And Xiao Yu was also seeing this most beautiful angel in the entire continent for the first time, and couldn't help but look her up and down a few times. Looking at this beautiful angel in front of him, whose appearance and figure were no less than BBDong's, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the animation team is YYDS. Boy, cooperate if you want to cooperate, just take a look, what else do you want to do? Coming back to his senses, Qian Daliu saw that Xiao Yu was actually staring intently at his granddaughter so openly, and immediately said with a face full of anger. This sentence had nothing to do with the anger of being rejected by Xiao Yu just now, it was all resentment that his own cabbage was being targeted. This kid, isn't he satisfied with so many beautiful girlfriends? Could it be that he has also set his sights on his granddaughter? In response, Xiao Yu didn't know what to say. He could only smile helplessly. On the contrary, Qian Runshui was very satisfied with Xiao Yu's gaze towards her. So, how do you want to cooperate? With the strength of your spirit hall, it should be very simple to do anything. Xiao Yu spread out his hands and said, Xiao Yu, it's late tonight, let's talk about it tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will inherit the position of Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, and I will tell you the specific cooperation matters tomorrow. After speaking, Qian Runshui spoke to Qian Daoliu. Grandpa, let's go. Okay. Afterwards, under Qian Runshui's lead, Qian Daoliu left this place. Although Qian Daoliu was a little worried about Shui's actions, after all, he was really worried that his granddaughter would not be able to take the dominant position in the cooperation with Xiao Yu. But when he thought that his granddaughter was destined to become a god, no matter how strong that kid's strength was, no matter how mysterious the forces behind him were, in front of the gods, could he still have a way to resist? After thinking of this, Qian Daoliu was slightly relieved. Watching their departing backs, Xiao Yu also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If this Qian Daoliu's character wasn't so indecisive, it would have been really difficult to directly shock him with words today. As for cooperation, it was probably nothing more than letting himself help Qian Runshui control the Heaven Do Empire. As long as he didn't provoke Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Yu didn't care who the ruler changed to. So Xiao Yu turned around and quickly headed towards the restaurant. Before long, Xiao Yu quickly flew back into the restaurant. Zhu Zuqing, who had been worried, saw Xiao Yu return, and immediately threw herself into Xiao Yu's arms with a face full of nervousness, and then asked with a face full of nervousness. Xiao Yu, what exactly happened just now? It's nothing, it's not a big deal, don't worry. Xiao Yu said while tasting the taste of Zhu Zuqing's lipstick. Feeling Xiao Yu's sudden attack, Zhu Zuqing, although worried, still rushed to deal with the offensive launched by Xiao Yu first. Soon, as time passed, the time of one night passed. The next morning, Xiao Yu got up under Liu Erlong's call. He put on his clothes under Zhu Zuqing's service. Under the leadership of His Highness the Crown Prince, he went to the Spirit Hall. Soon, under the leadership of the prince, they came to the viewing platform where the Holy Maiden was to be inaugurated. As soon as they arrived here, they saw many familiar figures standing behind the Pope. At the same time, there were also many red-robed bishops nearby, as well as some black-robed elders. As time passed, more and more people appeared. Until the end, the 7 elders of the Elder Hall, led by Qian Daoliu, wearing golden enshrined robes, walked into the venue, and the scene suddenly became completely quiet. The ceremony was solemn, but also very fast, without any dawdling process. After the previous Holy Maiden Hu Liena stepped down, Qian Runshui walked onto the high platform under everyone's gaze. Then, under the leadership of the great enshrined Qian Daoliu, she completed the Holy Maiden's inauguration ceremony. And under the stage, Hu Liena looked at Qian Runshui on the high platform. A trace of inferiority couldn't help but flash in her eyes. Chapter 222 BBDong's Request. Because the person who was standing on the stage at this moment accepting the Holy Maiden's inauguration ceremony was superior to herself in every aspect. Even Hu Liena's most proud appearance was still weakened in the face of this golden-haired woman's peerless beauty. Moreover, in front of this golden-haired woman named Qian Runshui's noble and arrogant temperament, Hu Liena's charming temperament was several levels weaker in comparison. In the main seat, BBDong watched this scene with eyes full of resentment and anger. Even though the person who was inheriting the position of Holy Maiden at this moment was her own biological daughter, BBDong's heart was still full of incomparable anger. Because Qian Runshui's succession to the position of Holy Maiden also meant that the power she controlled was further diluted, which made BBDong, who had spent decades completely controlling the entire Spirit Hall except for the Enshrinement Hall, feel incomparably uncomfortable. And the most crucial thing was that this opportunity was given to Qian Daoliu by BBDong herself. Therefore, this flame of anger was burning wildly in her heart. Soon, the ceremony ended, and Qian Runshui completely inherited the position of Holy Maiden, and could act as the Pope's proxy. When the Pope was not around, the Holy Maiden was in charge. It was conceivable that if BBDong was not around at this time, Qian Runshui would be able to completely control the entire Spirit Hall. Just as the ceremony ended and Xiao Yu was waiting for Qian Runshui to come to him, Zhu Duluo Yugan came to Xiao Yu's side with a complex expression and whispered, "Your Excellency Xiao Yu, please wait a moment, Her Majesty the Pope invites you." Hearing this, Xiao Yu raised his eyebrows. Immediately, he asked Teacher Erlong and the others to go back first, and then he followed Zhu Duluo to the Pope's palace. Although Liu Erlong also wanted to follow, she was rejected by Xiao Yu. He and Qian Daliu had started cooperating, so Qian Daliu would definitely protect his safety. With Qian Daliu protecting him, Xiao Yu believed that he would be very safe within the Spirit Hall. Under the leadership of Zhu Duluo, Xiao Yu came to the main hall of the Pope's palace. And here, in addition to Pope BBDong sitting on the Pope's throne, there were also Hu Liena, Yan, Xie Yu, and the support system from that team. Looking at their faces full of death and grayness, Xiao Yu had some guesses about the reason why BBDong called him here this time. Your Majesty the Pope, what a coincidence, we meet again. I wonder what you want me for? Xiao Yu asked. Looking at Xiao Yu on the stage, BBDong's expression was incredibly complex, and then she said faintly. Xiao Yu, after yesterday's great battle, my disciples seem to have been poisoned, and they need several years of recuperation to completely clear it, but how much time does a soul master have in their life to specifically use to remove poison? Moreover, it is at their age, which is most suitable for cultivation. Therefore, I have heard that your martial soul has the ability to remove evil poison. I would like to ask you to help them remove the evil poison from their bodies so that they can restore their ability to cultivate. In this way, even if their vitality is still somewhat lacking, at least they can continue to cultivate in the future, so as not to delay their good years. This time is my personal invitation. If you are willing to help me this time, this 10,000-year thunder dragon left arm soul bone was obtained by chance when I hunted soul beasts back then, and it will be used as an exchange. To be honest, BBDong really didn't want to ask Xiao Yu for help if she didn't have to. After all, she sent so many people to hunt down Xiao Yu last time. But she had to ask for help, otherwise, Nana and the others would be in danger. Since Nana and the others were absorbed of their soul power and vitality by Tang San in the competition, the first thing she did after yesterday's competition was completely over was to ask Zhu Duluo to thoroughly check their bodies. However, after checking their bodies, Zhu Duluo was shocked to discover. Not only was Nana and the others' vitality absorbed, but a mysterious toxin was also planted in their bodies by Tang San's blue-silver grass. This toxin is like a curse, hindering the restoration of Nana and the others' vitality while continuing to worsen Nana and the others' physical condition. And if they don't quickly remove this toxin from Nana and the others' bodies, then Nana and the others' lives will be in danger. Originally, this matter was caused by Tang San, and Tang San should be asked to deal with it, but Tang San was taken away by Tang Hao, and no one could find him. BBDong didn't want to ask Qian Runshui and Qian Daliu, fearing that she would pay more chips and Qian Daliu would further weaken her control over the Spirit Hall. Therefore, BBDong could only turn to Xiao Yu, who also possessed a sacred aura. After all, compared to being manipulated by Qian Daliu, the cost of a 10,000-year soul bone is light for her. When Xie Yu, Hu Liena, and the others heard that the Pope had taken out a 10,000-year Thunder Dragon attribute soul bone to save them, the three of Xie Yu couldn't help but lower their heads even further. As disciples of the Pope, they enjoyed the Pope's support, but not only did they not share the burden for the Pope, but they even made the Pope so worried about them. At this moment, they really felt ashamed of the Pope's efforts. However, after hearing BBDong's words, Xiao Yu sneered in his heart. Now you know to ask me. Why don't you ask Tang San? Why ask me? If you hadn't sent someone to kill me before, I might have helped you for the sake of the soul bone, but you sent someone to kill me, so why should I help you? Do you really think I am the kind of person who repays evil with kindness? After sneering, Xiao Yu said calmly, I'm sorry, Pope, although my martial soul has a sacred aura, I am not good at removing toxins. Perhaps you should ask Tang San to come back and help you, after all, he is the culprit. Only he himself knows how poisonous his blue-silver grass is and why it has become so poisonous. Tang San's blue-silver grass's poison can make BBDong helpless, presumably it has evolved by absorbing the vitality of I don't know how many poisonous soul beasts. Even if Xiao Yu can solve this kind of poison, he is too lazy to solve it. Hearing Xiao Yu's refusal, BBDong suddenly clenched the scepter in her hand, and a trace of anger appeared on her pretty face. This damn kid. BBDong naturally knew why Xiao Yu was unwilling to help her, so at this moment, she could only endure the anger in her heart and said, Xiao Yu, I know that there may be some misunderstanding between you and me, otherwise, this time, in addition to this soul bone, as long as you can take action, I will owe you a favor, how about that? For Nana, BBDong could only slightly put down Her Majesty. Seeing that the Pope actually bowed her head and sold favors to a junior for their safety, Juliana and the others couldn't help but feel even more lost in their hearts. At the same time, they hated Tang San even more in their hearts. If he hadn't messed around in the competition, how could the Pope be so embarrassed now? Chapter 223 BBDong, who was extremely frustrated. However, even if BBDong had already softened, Xiaoyu still shook his head. I'm sorry, Pope, I don't dare to ask for your favor for the time being. I'm afraid that if I make a mistake, my junior's life will not be guaranteed, and I am indeed not good at detoxification. Xiaoyu, I'm giving you face. The Pope has already spoken like this, what else do you want? Don't forget where you are now. Zhu Duluo, who was standing next to Xiaoyu, saw Xiaoyu repeatedly refusing the Pope, and immediately said coldly. Oh, Zhu Duluo, are you healed? Quote. Hearing this, Zhu Duluo's tone stagnated. He looked at Xiaoyu with resentment. Bang! Before Zhu Duluo could speak, he saw BBDong heavily knock the ground with her scepter, restoring her original majesty, and said coldly. Since Xiaoyu is incapable, then I won't bother you. Yu Guan, see him off. BBDong could see that Xiaoyu had the ability, but he just didn't want to help her. This kid Xiaoyu wants to avenge the assassination back then. Xiaoyu, you wait for me, when I destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, I will see if you will come to beg me. Yes, Your Majesty, BBDong spoke, and Zhu Duluo could only respectfully agree. Your Excellency Xiaoyu, please. The next moment, just as Yu Guan was about to take Xiaoyu away, a golden-haired beauty in a long dress with golden patterns pushed open the originally closed gate of the Papal Palace, and then slowly walked into the Papal Palace with Thorn Dolphin Duluo and Serpent Spear Duluo. Seeing this graceful figure arrive, Juliana's eyes were filled with jealousy as she looked at her. And on the papal throne, after BBDong saw this golden figure, her already angry face became even more furious. She opened her mouth with an unkind tone. Saintess, you should stay in the hall of worship, what business do you have coming to my papal palace? I am still in the spirit hall, so I don't need you, Saintess, to worry about the affairs of the papal palace. Listening to the annoyed voice of her elder sister, Qian Runshui covered her mouth with her slender hand, adorned with white and gold-trimmed gloves, and smiled faintly. This Saintess has come here, of course, to help Your Majesty the Pope share some of the pressure. This Saintess heard that because of Your Majesty the Pope's limited vision, several of your disciples have been poisoned, and Your Majesty the Pope is unable to resolve it. That's why I rushed here to help Your Majesty the Pope alleviate your worries. Looking at her good younger sister, who was once again in green tea mode, BBDong immediately knew that this girl had come to see her make a fool of herself, and she became even more annoyed. Her slender hand tightly gripped the scepter. Although she wanted to drive her away directly, Xiaoyu was unwilling to help, and Nana's life was in danger. BBDong had no other choice. Quote. Xiaoyu, I know you can also save them. Therefore, can I trouble you for a moment? I will ask you to take action later. Help me once, and I will owe you one. Qian Runshui had just finished speaking her words, not caring about the trouble, when she immediately transmitted her voice to Xiaoyu, who was beside her. Although she could also clear the toxins from Juliana's body, that was not enough. If she could get Xiaoyu to take action, that would undoubtedly make her elder sister even more angry. I got the person she couldn't move to move. Seeing this scene, the proud her would be so angry that she would die. Hearing Qian Runshui's voice, which was slightly pleading, Xiaoyu sighed and chose to agree. Has he become a part of their mother and daughter's play? However, regardless, for the sake of the monk's face, if he wanted to torment and take revenge on BBDong, he needed to have a good relationship with Qian Daoliu's side. However, he and Qian Runshui were in a cooperative relationship, so he couldn't just say he would do it so casually. I am not Qian Runshui's servant. Immediately, Xiaoyu continued to transmit his voice. I also want the 10,000-year soul bone. Single quote. Single quote. You. Fine, I promise you. Hearing Xiaoyu's outrageous request, Qian Runshui's expression froze. She had already given Xiaoyu a favor, but he was still not satisfied. However, Qian Runshui immediately agreed when she thought that she could see the look of frustration on her elder sister's face. Open black lens bracket ding. Gained 1 point of Qian Runshui's capture value, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current capture value, Qian Runshui 1%, close black lens bracket. Before long, Xiao Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the long-awaited system notification sound. It seemed that this action had an unexpected surprise. He had accidentally triggered Qian Runshui's capture mode. Since Qian Runshui was possible, then BBDong might also be. In an instant, Xiao Yu couldn't help but look at BBDong, who was on the stage with a resentful expression. After all, when it came to revenge, what revenge could be more satisfying and enjoyable than suppressing the enemy under your body and wantonly playing with her, turning her into a slave and a mu dog? He believed that teacher Erlong and Qian Runshui would also be very willing to see this scene. After all, they both wanted to see BBDong in an extremely uncomfortable state. After that, in the extreme tug of war between BBDong and Qian Runshui, Qian Runshui used the soul bone as a reward and agreed to treat Huliena and the other two. BBDong saw that she was still only paying with the soul bone and was not being deprived of her power. Although she was upset, she still nodded in agreement. Immediately, BBDong threw the soul bone to Qian Runshui with a displeased expression. "The soul bone is yours, hurry up and do it," BBDong said angrily. She just wanted Qian Runshui to take action quickly and then drive her away. "Your Majesty the Pope, I am the dignified saintess. Why would I need to take action for such a trivial matter as removing toxins? Xiao Yu, this time, I'll have to trouble you." Qian Runshui looked at the soul bone in her hand, handed it to Xiao Yu, who was beside her, and then said coldly. However, after saying that, Qian Runshui immediately transmitted a sentence to Xiao Yu with an extremely eager tone. "Xiao Yu, give me some feedback, I want to see the Pope's angry look." "Yes, Your Highness the Saintess." Xiao Yu heard the voice transmission and helplessly bowed slightly in agreement. Immediately, he quickly walked towards Huliena and the others. Single quote. Single quote. On the high platform, seeing that Xiao Yu, who had previously rejected her, had actually agreed to Qian Runshui's instructions so readily, BBDong immediately gritted her silver teeth. The jade hand that was tightly gripping the scepter had veins popping out, and her eyes looking at Qian Runshui and Xiao Yu contained extremely strong killing intent. Especially after seeing the look of gloating on her good daughter's face. The angry expression on her face was almost uncontrollable. This rebellious daughter, this Xiao Yu, they must have discussed it to make me look bad. At this moment, BBDong, feeling that her authority as the Pope was being repeatedly trampled on by the two of them, was trembling with anger. However, even though BBDong was extremely angry at this moment, seeing that Xiao Yu had already summoned his martial soul, she still endured her temper and planned to see what would happen next. Chapter 224 Maternal Love That Is Desirable But Unattainable. Xiao Yu, who had summoned Wolong, quickly walked to the front of Huliena and the other three. After simply looking at the gray death aura on the faces of the four, he directly used his first soul skill. First soul skill, Breath of Light. Before long, the first black soul ring on Xiao Yu's body flickered with black light. A golden breath, as thick as a water tank, was directly spat out from Wolong's mouth. Then, it directly shone on Huliena, Yan, Xie Yu, and the auxiliary type Soul Master. Before long, the moment they were illuminated by that aura, the deathly pallor on their faces began to rapidly dissipate. The exhaustion on their faces gradually faded, and the weariness in their eyes slowly disappeared. A faint black aura began to emanate from their bodies. As time passed, the expressions on their faces gradually became more relaxed. But before they could relax for long, they felt a sudden, intense pain within their bodies, as if countless ants were rampaging, crawling, and biting inside them. Unable to endure the pain, they collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing violently. Their faces were covered in sweat and twisted in agony. Seeing Nana's face full of pain, BBDong immediately felt a pang of heartache. She didn't try to stop it, knowing that it was a necessary step to eradicate the root of the illness. Fortunately, the root hadn't been deeply embedded for too long. If they had waited a few more years, it would have been too late to remove it. Soon, the black aura on their bodies completely dissipated under the illumination and purification of Wolong's light breath. As Xiao Yu dispelled the light breath soul skill, the four, now rid of the source of their illness, lay on the ground with vacant eyes. Although their auras were incredibly weak, Their pale complexions had a hint of rosiness because the root of the illness had been removed. They were simply exhausted from the removal of the disease's root, and would recover with medication and a few days of rest. After completing all of this, Xiao Yu patted Wolong's little head and then put Wolong away. On the high platform, BBDong watched Xiao Yu put Wolong away, a trace of confusion flashing in her beautiful eyes. After all, she had been wondering ever since she first saw Xiao Yu summon his martial soul. Why was the way this kid summoned his martial soul so similar to the way Xiaogang summoned his martial soul? Just as BBDong was still pondering, she heard Xiao Yu's voice. Your Majesty the Pope, the evil poison within them has been completely cleared, but I cannot restore the vitality within their bodies. It can only be replenished with external objects. BBDong naturally knew this, and nodded slightly. I know. Afterward, too lazy to say any more pleasantries, BBDong got up and quickly came to Nana's side, taking Nana's sweaty hand. She continuously transferred her soul power to Nana, while gently wiping Nana's sweat with her handkerchief. A beautiful and moving face was filled with pity and love. And under BBDong's soul power transfer, Huliena's complexion improved a lot. A pale face also revealed a relaxed look. Slowly opening her eyes, looking at BBDong's eyes full of concern, she opened her mouth weakly. Teacher, I'm sorry. All right, don't say any more, you should rest well. BBDong responded gently. Thank you, teacher. After saying that, Huliena fell into a deep sleep again. And BBDong continued to hold Huliena and input soul power, until the energy in Huliena's body completely stabilized. Quote. Qian Runshui, who was still smiling beside Xiao Yu, saw BBDong's kind motherly appearance, and the excitement and joy she felt for embarrassing her sister immediately disappeared, replaced by intense pain and sadness. Years ago, in order to make her treat herself like this, she had exhausted her soul power and fallen to the ground many times, hoping that she could hold herself and comfort herself like this now. But she just didn't look at herself much. Even when she dragged her tired body to find her for comfort, seeking that simple hug, she turned a blind eye to herself. From the time she was a child, she was nothing but scolding and driving away, and the undisguised disgust in her eyes made Qian Runshui extremely uncomfortable. Even today, Qian Runshui still remembers it vividly. Therefore, at this moment, when she saw Huliena so easily obtain the maternal love that she had sought since childhood, a trace of jealousy also rose in her heart. Seeing that Nana's condition had recovered a lot, BBDong was relieved, and then asked Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo to take Nana and the others back to rest. Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo immediately took their orders and left with them. With the withdrawal of most of the personnel, only Qian Runshui, BBDong, Xiao Yu, as well as Spiny Seahorse and Serpent Spear were left in the papal hall at this moment. Saintess, now that everything is fine, you should hurry back to see your grandfather. I still have government affairs to deal with here, so I won't entertain you. Please help yourself. BBDong said to Qian Runshui with a cold face, as if the person with a face full of maternal love just now wasn't her. You, humph, Xiao Yu, let's go. Seeing BBDong's cold eyes, Qian Runshui immediately pulled Xiao Yu's hand angrily and left the papal hall. Looking at Xiao Yu and Qian Runshui leaving, the coldness in BBDong's eyes gradually dissipated. A faint golden halo inexplicably lit up in her usually purple pupils. Shui, BBDong, who wanted to murmur something, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her brain. BBDong subconsciously used her left hand to support her head. After the sharp pain in her brain eased a little, BBDong looked at her left hand with a strange expression. That was the hand she had just used to help Nana transfer soul power. Just now, when her brain was in pain, she used this hand to support it, and it seemed to relieve her headache a lot. As the rays converged, BBDong could clearly see that at this moment, this hand was actually emitting a faint golden halo. What is this? BBDong looked at the warm halo on her left hand, and her mind involuntarily began to recall all the things she clearly wanted to forget at that time. Mom, Shuei swung her sword 1,000 times today. Shuei is amazing, right? Mom, I heard Grandpa say that today is your birthday. Shuei came specially to help you celebrate. Mom, don't drive me away, okay? Shuei will be very good. Shuei doesn't want to go to the Tiando Empire. Chapter 225. A Debt to Yu Xiaogang. Mom, I hate you. Sister, I'm back. When these memories emerged, BBDong's pair of purple eyes were filled with complicated expressions. Quote. Outside the papal palace, Qian Runshui took Xiao Yu's hand and walked quickly towards the Hall of Offerings. No matter how strong and scheming she had been before, after seeing the gentle scene of her sister just now, these disguises were instantly torn to shreds. For her, who had longed for maternal love since she was a child, seeing this scene was tantamount to suffering a critical blow. On the way to the Hall of Offerings, many staff members of the Spirit Hall were shocked to see their new holy maiden actually holding a man's hand and leaving quickly. How long has it been since the holy maiden took office, and she already has a sweetheart? Soon, after returning to the Hall of Offerings, Xiao Yu was pulled into Qian Runshui's room. After returning to the room, Xiao Yu was about to say something when he felt a suction force coming. Xiao Yu's body was directly sucked out of the room. Then the door closed tightly. Only Qian Runshui was left in the room. Outside the door, Qian Daliu was holding Xiao Yu down with soul power. Boy, don't go into a girl's boudoir, wait outside. Looking at Qian Daliu's thief-like eyes, Xiao Yu smiled and said nothing. Then he sat on the stone chair outside the house. Soon after Xiao Yu sat down, someone brought tea and pastries. Xiao Yu also began to eat and drink without any politeness. Qian Daliu looked at Xiao Yu, who was not polite at all at this moment. He also sat directly opposite Xiao Yu. The look in his eyes at Xiao Yu was still a look of regret. What a pity, if this kid wasn't too flirtatious. Otherwise, he and Shuei would have been a perfect match. Alas, what a pity. But fortunately, with Xiao Yu's cooperation, perhaps Shuei can be much easier in the execution of the task. Looking at Qian Daliu's inexplicable eyes, Xiao Yu cleared his throat and asked. Senior Qian Daliu, what exactly are you going to cooperate on? With the strength of your Hall of Offerings, it should be invincible on this continent. Qian Daliu did not answer Xiao Yu's question, but looked at Qian Runshui's room and revealed a smile and said. Let Shuei tell you about these things herself. She is the executor of the plan, and it will be much clearer if she tells you. Qian Daliu naturally knew about what happened just now, so at this moment, his heart was also incomparably distressed for this granddaughter. The bitter fruit formed by the grievances of the previous generation was ultimately completely eaten by Shuei. Just as the two were chatting without a word, Qian Runshui walked out of the room. If it weren't for the trace of bloodshot in her eyes, you basically couldn't see anything wrong. Then Qian Runshui came to Xiao Yu and sat down, ready to have a good chat with Xiao Yu about the specific scope of cooperation. As for the process and content of the cooperation, it was not much different from what Xiao Yu had initially thought. Qian Runshui admitted her identity as the Crown Prince, and then let Xiao Yu, carrying the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Blue Tyrant Academy, help Qian Runshui completely control the Tiando Empire. As long as Qian Runshui's plan succeeds, then the Tiando Empire will be able to share equally with Xiao Yu. And Xiao Yu doesn't have to worry about the issue of safety in the future. If the Papal Palace sends people to take action again, the Hall of Offerings will take action to stop it. At this point, the discussion ended, and the cooperation officially began. After the discussion was completed, Xiao Yu got up to say goodbye and left the Hall of Offerings, heading back towards the restaurant. As for Qian Runshui, who is the Crown Prince, she will be a little later. After all, she is now the Holy Maiden, and there are many things that need her to come forward to deal with. Shui Qinghe has a substitute to temporarily hold Ning Fengji back. Don't let Ning Fengji see anything wrong. Quote. Papal Palace, a place where the elders live. BBDong slowly pushed open the door, endured the various fishy and foul smells in the room, and slowly walked in. Xiaogang, how are you feeling now? BBDong looked at the figure lying on the bed, completely wrapped in bandages, a look of heartache on her face. Humph, BBDong, what are you doing here? Are you here to shed crocodile tears and feign compassion? I haven't forgiven you yet. You actually dared to drive away Xiao San. I am Xiao San's teacher. You drove Xiao San away without my permission. Are you looking down on me, Yu Xiaogang? Although Yu Xiaogang's body was unable to move at the moment, his mouth could still move. Especially after learning that his disciple had been driven away by BBDong, Yu Xiaogang didn't even bother to pretend and directly cursed. Xiaogang, it's not that I wanted to drive Tang San away, but Tang San really crossed my bottom line. He actually openly absorbed Nana's life force and soul power, almost killing Nana. If Xiao Yu hadn't intervened, Nana might have had difficulty even cultivating in the future. BBDong felt extremely wronged when she heard Yu Xiaogang scolding. As for BBDong's explanation, Yu Xiaogang didn't want to listen at all. Now that Xiao San had been driven away, who would realize his theoretical knowledge? This bitch BBDong only thinks about herself all day long and never thinks about me. So what, it's just a little bit of life force, so what if he absorbed it? It's not like it can't be recovered. Besides, if you hadn't driven Xiao San away, Xiao San would naturally have helped Hulina recover her physical condition. Now that you've driven him away, there's no one to help Hulina recover, who can you blame? Isn't it all your own fault? Looking at Yu Xiaogang's angry face, BBDong suddenly felt a pang of pain in her heart. She had clearly thought of Xiaogang time and time again, but why couldn't he think of her even once? Nana was a disciple that I treated like a daughter. Your disciple absorbed her life force, why do you still act like it's a matter of course? Your disciple is a disciple, doesn't my disciple count as a disciple? For a moment, BBDong, who wanted to retort, looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was seriously injured, and swallowed the words she wanted to say. Perhaps Xiaogang is just too tired, so his personality seems more radical. When he recovers from his injuries, perhaps he won't be so radical. Yes, perhaps that's how it is. I should just understand her more. When he recovers from his injuries, perhaps he will understand me. Then, BBDong reluctantly suppressed her temper, squatted down in a rather humble manner, and said with a gentle face. All right, Xiaogang, after all, I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I know that without Tang San, the ambition in your heart cannot be realized. How about this, I will give you Xie Yu and Yan from the golden generation of my Spirit Hall to train them for me, consider it a little compensation for you, how about it? At this moment, BBDong, who was usually incomparably arrogant and cold in front of outsiders, was speaking softly to Yu Xiaogang like a devoted follower. If this scene were to be seen by others, they would probably be scared to death on the spot. Chapter 226, Rakshasa God's New Choice. After all, how could they have imagined that the dignified Pope of the Spirit Hall would show such a gentle expression to a man? Yu Xiaogang saw BBDong's humility and obedience. Although he was still incredibly angry, in addition to anger, a hint of pride also rose within him. After all, the one squatting beside him and comforting him at this moment was the Pope, whom others yearned for but could not reach. The Pope, who was cold and powerful in front of outsiders, was now squatting so humbly beside him, comforting him. This undoubtedly made Yu Xiaogang, a useless man who had endured ridicule for most of his life, feel an unprecedented sense of pride and satisfaction. HMPH, that's more like it, BBDong, I need to recover from my injuries quickly. The things I told you about last time, have you gotten them? Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly. I've gotten them, they are all in the dungeon of my Spirit Hall now. When your body has recovered a bit, I will take you to the dungeon to further evolve your Sanpao. BBDong revealed a relieved smile when she heard Yu Xiaogang no longer blaming her. I knew it, Xiaogang was just temporarily throwing a tantrum. Hearing BBDong's words, a flash of excitement crossed Yu Xiaogang's old face, and he immediately said excitedly. Quick, take me there quickly, I want to go now. Not long ago, in order to further evolve his Luo Sanpao spirit, Yu Xiaogang planned to learn from his disciple's method of completely devouring the life force of living beings with blue-silver grass, attempting to allow Luo Sanpao to also completely devour the life force and soul power of living beings. Therefore, he asked BBDong to help him find some heinous and evil people who had committed crimes, so that Luo Sanpao could devour them, absorb their life force and soul power, so as to improve his own strength and Luo Sanpao's strength. Moreover, Yu Xiaogang even righteously declared that he was clearing out this group of evil people for the continent, and that his actions were absolutely correct and just. BBDong originally didn't want to do this, because it didn't conform to the Spirit Hall's way of doing things. If this kind of thing was discovered by Qian Daliu would take away a lot of her foundation. But when she thought that she owed her Xiaogang even more because she had driven away Tang San at the time, she agreed for the first time. BBDong had been brainwashing herself. Anyway, these people would be sent to the City of Slaughter to fend for themselves in the future. They would die if they went to the City of Slaughter, and they would die if they were killed by Xiaogang. Then it would be better to be killed directly by Xiaogang, and give Xiaogang a favor. Looking at Yu Xiaogang's excited face, BBDong was helpless and could only satisfy Xiaogang, then immediately had someone secretly take Yu Xiaogang to the prison of their spirit hall. At this moment, in the prison, there were prisoners who were locked in various heavy shackles. They were all evil criminals who should have been sent to the city of slaughter, but under BBDong's arrangement, they were temporarily staying here. After Yu Xiaogang arrived here, looking at the fresh flesh and blood that was trapped and completely unable to move, his face was full of excitement. At this moment, the prisoners in front of him were no longer people, but the blood food of his Luo Sanpao. After seeing BBDong dismiss the prison guards, Yu Xiaogang did not hesitate and directly summoned his spirit, Luo Sanpao. Then, he acted like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He began to devour the flesh and blood of these people in the screams of the prisoners. And as the devouring of flesh and blood began, the originally dirty and chaotic prison was instantly filled with bright red and viscous blood, and the air was filled with a fishy and bloody smell. The pleas for mercy and wails that had been rising and falling gradually disappeared. Walking on the scarlet, viscous ground of blood, Luo Sanpao resembled a hellhound emerging from the depths of hell. Meanwhile, the injuries of Yu Xiaogang, Luo Sanpao's master, were gradually healing. All of this was observed by BBDong. Staring at the purgatory-like scene before her, BBDong knew that her Xiaogang was developing into an evil soul master, yet she didn't know why. As the Pope, she should have executed all evil soul masters, but she had no intention of stopping what was happening before her. At this moment, BBDong's state of mind was incredibly complex and chaotic. As time passed, deep within BBDong's mind, a purple-black thought that had been dormant for years slowly awakened, sensing that BBDong's original vengeful beliefs were now inexplicably showing cracks. Open black lens bracket strange, BBDong has undergone multiple god trials, so shouldn't Xianxia's seraphim spirit have been completely devoured by her long ago? But why is there still such a strong aura of light within her? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Wait, who is this? Why is the evil energy within this man so strong, even more so than BBDong back then? Interesting, this quality of evil energy, perhaps BBDong is more suitable to be my successor, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Interesting, BBDong seems to care about this person very much, perhaps I have a new option to consider, close black lens bracket. After a long time, when the 25 death row inmates in the prison cell had been completely devoured by Luo Sanpao's form had further expanded. It was even larger than Xiao Yu's Wolong. Its already ferocious face now appeared even more ferocious and arrogant. Even Yu Xiaogang's injuries had recovered a lot under Luo Sanpao's influence. Donger, thank you, I've almost recovered, you've worked hard. Yu Xiaogang came to BBDong with a gentle expression, expressing his gratitude while inexplicably reaching out his aged, withered hand to caress BBDong's pretty face. But for some reason, BBDong, who should have been immersed in Yu Xiaogang's tenderness, subconsciously took a step back, missing Yu Xiaogang's hand. Donger, you, seeing BBDong unwilling to touch him as before, Yu Xiaogang's gradually forgotten inferiority complex rose again. Since he had joined BBDong, she had been willing to comfort him in a gentle tone and agree to all his requests. But BBDong had always been unwilling to accept intimate contact, which made Yu Xiaogang feel deceived again. However, Yu Xiaogang didn't know. Ever since she was raped by Xianxia, BBDong had been extremely disgusted by men approaching within a meter of her. If Yu Xiaogang wasn't BBDong's white moonlight, perhaps it wouldn't have been BBDong taking a step back when he reached out just now, but Yu Xiaogang's hand being broken. What Yu Xiaogang didn't know was that BBDong's every gentle comfort was actually suppressing her inner disgust and nausea to comfort Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 227, Yu Xiaogang's God Trial. BBDong looked at Yu Xiaogang's changing expression and said, flustered. I'm sorry, Xiaogang, I didn't mean to, and don't be impatient, okay? For some reason, she felt no joy at all. Logically, she should be very happy that Yu Xiaogang's strength had become stronger with her help. I'm sorry, Donger, I was impatient. Yu Xiaogang said with a gloomy face. I'd like to see if you can still reject me so proudly when I get my hands on you. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang had already determined that BBDong was resisting him. She was not as submissive to him as she appeared. Deep down, she still looked down on and despised him like everyone else. It must be said that Yu Xiaogang had not considered BBDong's position at all. Afterwards, BBDong arranged for someone to send Yu Xiaogang back to his room, while she returned to the Pope's palace. Her mind was very chaotic, very chaotic. She felt as if there were several voices in her head arguing with each other. Her head was about to explode in pain. And Yu Xiaogang, after returning to his room, had a flushed face. Because as long as he continued to do this for a period of time, his strength would definitely increase rapidly. At that time, breaking through to become a titled Duluo and restoring his former glory would be a piece of cake. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was very regretful, regretting why he hadn't thought of this before. Devouring flesh and blood was such a wonderful thing. Open black lens bracket ding. Continue to devour the flesh and blood of 1,000 soul masters to unlock the Rakshasa God trial. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket progress. 25 1,000ths. Close black lens bracket. Just as Yu Xiaogang was lying on the bed, fantasizing about the wonderful future, a voice appeared in Yu Xiaogang's mind. Hearing this voice for the first time, Yu Xiaogang was shocked. He jumped up like a carp and looked around with a serious expression. Then, when he carefully felt the voice in his mind, Yu Xiaogang was shocked. This is actually the legendary God trial. He actually unlocked the God trial. Not only did he find a way to continuously evolve Luo Sanpao, but he also unlocked the legendary God trial. And what shocked Yu Xiaogang the most was that the God trial came to him on its own. He didn't go looking for it. Oh heavens! At this moment, Yu Xiaogang only felt that his life had completely reached its peak. He was even more certain that the path he was taking was definitely the right one. Even the God trial came to him, how could this path be wrong? Someone. Immediately, Yu Xiaogang no longer hesitated and directly called his subordinates. Go and notify BBDong, and have her capture more heinous soul masters. I will personally judge them. At this moment, a soldier in armor was stunned when he heard Yu Xiaogang's words. He had been in Wuhun City for so long, and this was the first time he had heard someone dare to call the Pope by her full name so directly. Are you not going yet? Seeing the person before him so slow and uncomprehending, Yu Xiaogang immediately reprimanded him. Yes, I will go at once. On the other side, inside the papal hall, BBDong looked at the documents before her with a splitting headache. She was in no mood to deal with the documents in front of her. Just then, Qian Runshui slowly walked in. Your Holiness, I am going back to the Heaven Do Empire, and I came specifically to inform you. Hearing Qian Runshui's voice, BBDong slowly raised her head and looked at her daughter below. Go then. She merely glanced at her and responded casually before continuing to lower her head. Are you all right? Below, Qian Runshui, who had intended to leave directly, stopped when she saw BBDong's pained expression. Then, with a hint of concern in her voice, she asked. It's nothing, just an old ailment acting up, it's nothing to do with you, just go back. Don't be an eyesore here. BBDong waved her hand. Seeing her elder sister's aloof demeanor, Qian Runshui bit her red lip. She wanted to turn around and leave, but she still tentatively asked. Do you need me to cast a light blessing on you? Light blessing has a similar effect to Xiao Yu's light breath. Both can heal injuries and dispel evil poison. I still have documents to deal with, hurry up and do it. In the end, BBDong, who had intended to refuse directly, was unable to voice a rejection to this request that she would have previously refused sternly. So she could only find a random excuse to agree. Hearing her elder sister actually agree, without the usual resistance and scolding, Qian Runshui was stunned. She had thought she would be rejected and glared at again, but unexpectedly. Immediately, Qian Runshui summoned her angel martial soul without another word and cast a light blessing into BBDong's body. At that moment, for some reason, BBDong, who usually hated and loathed light energy, actually felt that this light energy was very warm. After being infused with the light blessing, BBDong's headache was greatly relieved. Since you're all right, then I'll leave, Qian Runshui said casually before quickly turning and leaving. Although her tone was calm, the excitement and elation in the depths of her eyes could not be suppressed. Watching Qian Runshui's departing figure, BBDong opened her red lips, wanting to say something, but couldn't bring herself to speak. Not long after Qian Runshui left, the guard responsible for protecting Yu Xiaogang walked in. He explained Yu Xiaogang's request. BBDong nodded slightly, without saying much. She waved her hand and dismissed the guard. Yu Guan. Your Holiness. As before, go to the other branch halls and capture more heinous and evil soul masters. Yes, Your Holiness. Ju Duluo, not daring to question the task that was the same as before, quickly left after receiving the task, heading to other branch halls to capture evil soul masters. Before long, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Within this half year, neither long nor short, the situation on the continent's surface gradually stabilized with the passage of time. Whether it was the complete end of the all-continent advanced Soul Master competition or Tang Hao, who had once killed the Spirit Hall's Pope, causing havoc in Spirit Hall again. These news that had previously been used by people to talk about after meals were gradually forgotten and faded away. However, the continent could not remain stable and silent forever. The gossiping masses couldn't possibly have no gossip to consume. And so, recently, a lot of new gossip has emerged. Within the Star Luo Empire, the two princes' battle for the position of Crown Prince ended quickly with overwhelming force from the start. Within Spirit Hall, the current Pope BBDong is even more stringent and strict in the capture of evil soul masters. Chapter 228, Changes after half a year. In the past, even if evil soul masters were captured, they would only be arrested and held accountable after a thorough trial. But now it's different. Spirit Hall now directly starts arresting any soul masters who are suspected of being evil soul masters without saying a word. This swift and decisive action has caused panic among many people with unique martial souls, fearing that they would be arrested directly because of their unique martial soul. Apart from the matter of evil soul masters, the current Spirit Hall Pope has also publicly hired the former Waste Master Yu Xiaogang to serve as a Scarlet Cardinal in Spirit Hall, a position second only to the Pope, specifically responsible for the teaching of the Golden Generation and other talented geniuses with excellent innate soul power. Within the Heaven Do Empire, Crown Prince Shui Qinghe is suspected of being close to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, which has been neutral for many years. It is often seen that Shui Qinghe leads the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's next sect master candidate, the Dragon Child, into the Moon Pavilion together. In addition, the owner of the Moon Pavilion is suspected of finding love. Many people have personally seen the owner of the Moon Pavilion and a man often entering and exiting the owner of the Moon Pavilion's boudoir. Some people who firmly believe that the owner of the Moon Pavilion and Emperor Shui Yi have an unclear relationship are suspecting that Emperor Shui Yi has been cuckolded. 2 months ago, because Shui Qinghe was close to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the current Emperor Shui Yi was overjoyed and further delegated power to Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, allowing Crown Prince Shui Qinghe to handle government affairs independently. Emperor Shui Yi retreated to the second line and began to recuperate. After taking power, Crown Prince Shui Qinghe further reduced taxes, treated the people kindly, and won people's hearts. Thus, the voices of the common people of the entire Heaven Do Empire for Crown Prince Shui Qinghe are getting higher and higher. There are signs of popular support. Quote. Heaven Do Empire, Heaven Do City, Moon Pavilion. Ah, accompanied by a high-pitched ending sound. Tang Yuehua collapsed, unable to move, with a face full of pain. After panting heavily for a few breaths, Tang Yuehua turned her head and looked at the man whose large hand was wandering over her body with her alluring eyes. Her eyes were full of anger, grievance, and a hint of extremely thin happiness. Noticing the look in Tang Yuehua's eyes, Xiao Yu's palm slightly increased its strength again, causing Tang Yuehua to feel another burst of pain. Tang Yuehua, who wanted to resist, could only suppress this pain in her heart when she thought of her current situation. Then, suppressing the anger in her heart, she said in a gentle tone, Xiao Yu, for the past 6 months, I have allowed you to command and gallop as you please. Look, can you help my fourth uncle detoxify him? After all, fourth uncle is also my elder. I don't want to see him living such a life worse than death. Hearing this, Xiao Yu said coldly, Tang Yuehua, don't forget, our relationship is just a transaction. You don't have the qualifications to make requests to me. All right, I have something else to do, I'll leave first. Xiao Yu didn't say much. After speaking, he got up, put on his clothes, and left, completely disregarding Tang Yuehua, who was ravaged and unable to move. Outside the house, Tang Lufeng, who had been standing guard outside the door, saw Xiao Yu come out. His expression immediately froze. Have someone go in and help Yuehua clean up. Also, let Yuehua replenish her energy more. otherwise, how can this physique keep up with my pace? If this happens again next time, you can wait to die. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Tang Lufeng's already extremely depressed face was filled with frustrated and discomfort. Pain, too painful. His niece has suffered such great humiliation, not only can he not protect her, but he even has to satisfy the tyrant's demands. Yes, but what if he is angry again? After all, he made all this himself. If he hadn't believed Tang Hao's sweet words at the beginning, how could it have become like this now? The rather desperate Tang Lufeng could only agree to Xiao Yu's request with a face full of frustrated. Then watched Xiao Yu leave. In the past 6 months, Xiao Yu would come to the Moon Pavilion several times a week. And after coming, he would make Yuehua lie in bed for a whole day. Because Yuehua's strength was too weak, with only level 9 soul power, so she couldn't fight at all. She could only be forced to accept the moves. Soon, after letting the maidservant clean up, Tang Lufeng entered the room. Seeing Yuehua, who was lying on the bed with a weak face at the moment, Tang Lufeng's face was full of pain. Quote. Open black lens bracket ding. Gain 3 points of Tang Yuehua's conquest value. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket conquest value gained. Tang Yuehua 18%. Close black lens bracket. Sitting in the carriage back to the academy, Xiao Yu looked at the rising conquest value again and smiled slightly. It seems that his guess was correct, for Tang Yuehua, as long as he controls Tang Lufeng, and then puts it into practice. As long as Tang Lufeng is not dead, Tang Yuehua will definitely not dare to disobey me. Tisk tisk, it's really a pity. If Tang Yuehua's strength was a little stronger, I wouldn't have to worry about killing her when playing with her. Under the action of the carriage, Xiao Yu returned to the Blue Tyrant Academy. As soon as he returned to the Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Yu was watched and cheered by countless people. Since Xiao Yu led the team to win the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master competition with an overwhelming absolute advantage, the Blue Tyrant Academy has completely become famous under the leadership of Xiao Yu, this young Soul Emperor. In addition, the Blue Tyrant Academy also has the endorsement of Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect at the same time. Therefore, the Blue Tyrant Academy can now be called the most famous academy on the entire continent without exaggeration. Each year, the number of applicants can be described as unprecedented, an endless stream. To cope with so many people applying to the academy, the dean, Liu Erlong, had to repeatedly raise the admission requirements. Now, the admission requirements are basically the same as those of the original Shrek Academy. Reaching the Soul Grand Master level before the age of 12 is required for admission. But even so, every year countless geniuses from all over the empire flock to enroll. Furthermore, to cope with the increasing pressure within the academy, Liu Erlong had to transfer some soul sages from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to serve as teachers. At the same time, she also pulled in an elder from the clan, an 82nd level soul Duluo, to serve as the vice dean and help deal with some daily affairs. Otherwise, if Yinshu had to handle so many things alone, she might be worked to death even if she didn't resign. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Xiao Yu quickly walked back to the small courtyard where Liu Erlong lived in seclusion. As soon as he returned, he saw Xiao Wu frantically chasing a soul beast emitting a golden halo, holding a medicinal herb. She muttered helplessly, "Oh dear, please don't run, Lord Auspicious Beast. Come and eat something delicious." But after hearing Xiao Wu's words, the soul beast emitting a golden halo not only didn't stop. Instead, it swung its limbs even faster. Finally, Kai Wang stood in front of the soul beast, blocking its path. Chapter 229, Fighting for Alone, Silver Dragon King's Gratitude. Only then was it reluctantly picked up by Xiao Wu. Looking at the resolute Kai Wang in front of it, the soul beast bared its teeth at him. Looking at his little master who was baring its teeth at him, Kai Wang suddenly felt a burst of helplessness. At the same time, his brain, full of fighting, was also extremely confused. How exactly did Xiao Yu make the auspicious beast little master so well behaved? Looking at the scene in front of him, Xiao Yu slowly stepped forward and said with a faint smile, "Auspicious beast, are you being naughty again? Be careful, I'll spank you." The soul beast in front of him, which even Kai Wang couldn't handle, was the auspicious beast hatched from the 3-eyed golden lion egg that the Silver Dragon King entrusted to Xiao Yu. In the past year, Xiao Yu had been using the power of light to nurture the auspicious beast egg. Finally, 2 months ago, this imperial auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden lion, which the entire Stardow Great Forest was paying close attention to, finally hatched. And after the three-eyed golden lion hatched, it immediately regarded Xiao Yu, whom it saw at first glance, as its father, and was extremely attached to Xiao Yu. Ah, brother Yu is back. Xiao Wu, who was feeding the auspicious beast, saw Xiao Yu coming back and immediately said with a happy expression. And the three-eyed golden lion, seeing its father coming back, also immediately broke free from Xiao Wu's arms and ran into Xiao Yu's arms. Then, it rubbed against Xiao Yu's chest with a well-behaved face. Xiao Yu took the medicinal herb from Xiao Wu's hand and began to feed the three-eyed golden lion. This medicinal herb is called Silverheart Grass, which the Silver Dragon King specifically instructed to use, which can lay a solid foundation for the physique of the newborn three-eyed golden lion. On the other side, after learning that Xiao Yu had returned from Yuzan, Yu Luomian, who happened to come to the Blue Tyrant Academy to see his daughter, followed his daughter to the wooden house. What? The sect master wants to see me. After chatting with Yu Luomian for a few words, Yu Luomian said the reason why he came here this time. That's right, the sect master said that it's time for you to go back and accept the sect's inheritance. Yu Luomian smiled with his hands behind his back. He is really more and more satisfied with this son-in-law. Compared with the previous Yu Xiaogang, it is really a world of difference. Fortunately, Erlong changed her mind and found such a golden turtle son-in-law. Otherwise, if Liu Erlong is still obsessed with Yu Xiaogang, then Yu Luomian would have a headache to death. Master, do you think you can go back and explain to the sect master that I will go back after a while? I broke through to level 70 in soul power yesterday and need to find a 7th soul ring. Xiao Yu spread his hands and smiled. Hearing that Xiao Yu actually refused, Yu Luomian couldn't help but condense his expression, and then said with an unhappy expression. Xiao Yu, this is the sect master's invitation, a major event for you to inherit the sect's inheritance. Is there anything else that can't be? Wait, what did you just say? Yu Luomian, who originally wanted to persuade Xiao Yu, asked with a bewildered face after carefully savoring the meaning of Xiao Yu's words just now. I said, I'm going to get a 7th soul ring, so I want to wait until I get the 7th soul ring before going back. After all, if it's to get the inheritance, wouldn't the strength of the soul sage level be better? Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. In the past 6 months, Tang Yuehua gave herself a treasure chest, and after completely eating Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu, they also gave themselves a treasure chest. Therefore, breaking through to level 70 is as easy as playing. And Soul Sage is also the realm requirement that the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Kings gave themselves at that time. When I am promoted to Soul Sage, I will have to go to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well again. Single quote comma comma single quote. Instantly, after completely hearing Xiao Yu's words clearly, Yu Luomian was instantly stunned. Soul Sage, Xiao Yu's strength has reached the Soul Sage level. How long has it been? Xiao Yu has broken through to Soul Sage. Wasn't he only a Soul Emperor half a year ago? Is his breakthrough speed so fast? Yu Luomian has seen Xiao Yu's cultivation process in the past 6 months. For a normal person, breaking through one level in half a year as a Soul Emperor would already be a blessing. How on earth did this kid Xiao Yu cultivate? He crossed so many levels in half a year and directly broke through to Soul Saint. Xiao Yu, have you really become a Soul Saint? Yu Luomian asked with a face full of disbelief. Afterwards, it wasn't until Xiao Yu displayed his 70th level strength that Yu Luomian was completely convinced. Immediately, with a face full of excitement, he patted Xiao Yu's shoulder and laughed loudly. Ha ha, good, 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 Xiao Yu, well done. Don't worry, when I get back, I'll immediately tell the sect master about this. We'll talk about other things after you obtain your 7th soul ring. Afterwards, Yu Luomian didn't stay long and immediately rushed back to the sect to explain this good news to the clan leader. A 14-year-old soul saint. A 14-year-old soul saint. Yu Luomian could already imagine how excited his good brother would be. Hee, this time, this old man, will impolitely accept your old fellow's private collection. On the way back, Yu Luomian seemed to have thought of something, and immediately grinned with a gloomy face. The others, after learning that Xiao Yu had broken through to Soul Saint, also congratulated Xiao Yu with happy faces. That night, in order to celebrate Xiao Yu's breakthrough to Soul Saint, Liu Erlong waved her hand and gave Xiao Yu 4 chances to flip the cards. Thus, Xiao Yu flipped the cards and got Xiao Wu, Liu Erlong, Dugu Yan, and Ning Rongrong. That night, the lakeside cabin could be said to have been shaking all night long. Xiao Wu, Liu Erlong, and Dugu Yan took turns suppressing Xiao Yu, while Ning Rongrong used the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda to assist the three with healing and status buffs. But even so, the four women, with their soul power fully unleashed, were still defeated by Xiao Yu, their white bellies filled. Quote. The next morning, Xiao Yu woke up the earliest. After simply cleaning up the mess on the floor, he lightly went outside. Outside, Kai Wang had been waiting for a long time. This time, Xiao Yu didn't plan to bring anyone to obtain his 7th soul ring. After all, as early as before, the Silver Dragon King had promised Xiao Yu that as long as Xiao Yu hatched the auspicious beast, she would be responsible for helping him deal with his soul rings. Thus, Xiao Yu held the 3-eyed golden lion and took Kai Wang onto the carriage heading to the Stardow Great Forest. And within the Stardow Great Forest, as if sensing something, the Silver Dragon King slowly opened her eyes, which seemed to contain the stars of the entire universe. She slightly raised her head and looked in the direction of Heaven Do City. A look of excitement finally appeared on her originally calm face. The 3-eyed golden lion is finally returning to the Stardow Forest. Moreover, the Silver Dragon King could also feel that, under the influence of the light aura released by Xiao Yu, the auspicious beast effect of the 3-eyed golden lion might have been improved to varying degrees. As for how much it has improved, she would only know when she met that little guy in person. At this moment, the Silver Dragon King was also quite grateful. Grateful for her decision back then. After all, although the auspicious beast could also be hatched here with her, the auspicious beast after hatching would definitely not be as powerful as the current 3-eyed golden lion. Chapter 230, A Family of 3 Reunites. 3 days later, 2 figures, one strong and one thin, appeared at the entrance of the Stardow Great Forest. The slightly thinner figure was holding a soul beast that looked incomparably soft and cute. And this soft and cute soul beast, which was emitting a golden halo all over its body, was also seeing such a vast forest for the first time. For a moment, she suddenly had an impulse, which was to play and frolic freely within this forest. And at this moment, the soul beasts within the Stardow Great Forest, whether they were 10 years old, 100 years old, or thousands of years old, all looked towards the outer periphery of the Stardow Great Forest as if they had sensed something. Central Lake. After truly sensing the aura of the auspicious beast, the Silver Dragon King opened her eyes again and transmitted her voice to DTN. DTN, the auspicious beast has returned, go and greet it. What? The auspicious beast has returned. Okay, I'll go right now. DTN, who was cultivating diligently, was immediately overjoyed when he heard that the auspicious beast had actually returned. He was about to break through to 800,000 years, and the return of the auspicious beast at this time meant that his chances of breaking through to 800,000 years were even greater. Before long, DTN's huge body transformed into a middle-aged man wearing a black tight-fitting suit. After simply sensing the direction of the auspicious beast, he quickly stepped into the air towards the direction of the auspicious beast. At this moment, Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, who were sunbathing near the central lake, were startled when they saw this adult jump out of the central lake. Titan Giant Ape instinctively wanted to follow and see, but the more intelligent Azure Bull Python stopped Titan Giant Ape. Since the adult didn't speak, what if they left here at will, and someone came over and disturbed the cultivation of other adults while they were leaving? Therefore, Titan Giant Ape could only continue to stay in place and dare not run around casually. Xiao Yu, DTN is here. As a ferocious beast, Kai Wang sensed DTN's aura the first time DTN left the central lake, so he spoke. Oh, alright, then let's wait for him to pick us up. Xiao Yu stroked the little head of the auspicious beast in his arms and said with a faint smile. Soon, DTN, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, arrived at the auspicious beast's location. Upon seeing the Emperor Rui beast in Xiao Yu's arms, DTN's eyes, originally full of fortitude and determination, instantly turned gentle and kind. However, in the eyes of the auspicious beast, this was undoubtedly a fierce-looking guy who wanted to eat it, smiling at it. Therefore, after sensing DTN's aura, the Emperor Rui beast squeezed even closer into Xiao Yu's arms. As if sensing that the auspicious beast was afraid of him. DTN was a little embarrassed for a moment, then stopped approaching the auspicious beast, and then said to Xiao Yu with a slightly embarrassed expression. "Let's go, the master wants to see you." After speaking, DTN waved his hand, directly taking Xiao Yu and the auspicious beast in Xiao Yu's arms, and quickly flew towards the center lake. And Kai Wang closely followed behind. After a few breaths, DTN brought the group back to the center lake. With DTN's return, Tian Qing Niu Mang and Tai Tan Ju Yuan instinctively greeted him, but in a trance, they seemed to feel Sister Xiao Wu's aura. Then they all quickly stepped forward, with expectant faces, planning to see if there was that pink figure. But to their disappointment, it seemed that Sister Xiao Wu did not come back this time. Only Xiao Yu came here. "Xiao Yu, didn't Sister Xiao Wu come back with you?" Ming asked. "No, but after Xiao Wu breaks through level 50, I will bring her to obtain a spirit ring, and you will be able to see her then." Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Tian Qing Niu Mang and Tai Tan Ju Yuan nodded. Then they watched Xiao Yu enter the bottom of the center lake. On Xiao Yu's body, they felt an extremely strong aura of Xiao Wu. It was precisely because of this that the two beasts misunderstood. Entering the center lake, Xiao Yu once again arrived at that strange space. And at this moment, within this space, figures of ferocious beasts with terrifying auras awakened from their slumber one after another. Because they all sensed the aura of the Emperor Rui beast. Then they woke up one after another, looking at the Emperor Rui beast held in Xiao Yu's arms with faces full of surprise. "Daddy, I'm scared, these strange uncles are so scary." San Yan Jin Ni felt so many gazes, and suddenly shrunk in Xiao Yu's arms with a face full of horror. Looking terrified, not daring to look outside again. At the same time, he conveyed the message to Xiao Yu with his mind. In response, Xiao Yu stroked San Yan Jin Ni's head. Ni, don't be afraid, they will be your new family in the future." "What do you mean, family? Daddy, aren't you my family? Are they too?" the auspicious beast asked with a puzzled face. Then Xiao Yu briefly explained to the auspicious beast. Just as Xiao Yu was explaining, Xiao Yu once again arrived at the entrance to the pure white space where the Silver Dragon King was. After arriving here, DTN stopped moving forward. Then he said to Xiao Yu, "Go in, the master is waiting for you inside." Xiao Yu nodded slightly, and then entered the light curtain with the auspicious beast in his arms. As soon as he entered this light curtain, after briefly adapting to the pure white light within the light curtain, Xiao Yu saw that the Silver Dragon King's snow-white dragon body was now lying on the edge of a piece of the gold of life that was about half the size of the Silver Dragon King's body. Using the vast and boundless life force of the gold of life to repair the vast injuries on her body. After sensing Xiao Yu's aura, her star-like beautiful and dazzling eyes also shifted towards the entrance of the light curtain. Neither Xiao Yu nor the Silver Dragon King spoke the first word. However, at this moment, San Yan Jin Ni shouted with a face full of surprise. "Mommy, you are mommy. You are mommy. You have the smell of mommy on you. I remember the smell of mommy, you are my mommy. Daddy, so you brought me to see my mommy." Quote. Instantly, San Yan Jin Ni's words instantly stunned the Silver Dragon King and Xiao Yu who wanted to speak. In the next moment, San Yan Jin Ni quickly broke away from Xiao Yu's arms, and then ran to the Silver Dragon King's feet. Affectionately rubbing the Silver Dragon King's perfect silver-white delicate dragon scales. Lord Silver Dragon King, it's not my fault, I didn't teach this." Listening to San Yan Jin Ni's address, Xiao Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Although he had this idea, now was not the time. In response, the Silver Dragon King didn't say much, but said in a flat tone. "It doesn't matter, the auspicious beast has been with me for countless years since it was still in egg form, so it is normal for her to think so." While chanting, the Silver Dragon King gently stroked the Emperor Rui beast at her feet with her dragon claws. She had protected the auspicious beast's egg for so many years, and had long regarded the auspicious beast as her unborn sister, or even her offspring. "Human, the aura of the holy light dragon in your body is getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, your physique has actually reached the level of a high-level dragon general." Chapter 231 Silver Dragon King's Thank You Gift, Golden Crocodile Dragon. Feeling the changes in Xiao Yu's body at this moment, the Silver Dragon King spoke. It's just that the tone of her speech lost its original calmness and etherealness. "Perhaps there has been some adventure recently," Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. Previously, With the help of others, he prematurely activated the Holy Light Dragon true body, allowing the foundation of the Holy Light Dragon in Wolong's body to be further stimulated. In addition, the treasure chests harvested in the past 6 months have allowed Xiao Yu's physique to be further improved. Just as the two were chatting, San Yan Jinni, who had been warming up at the Silver Dragon King's feet for a while, quickly ran back into Xiao Yu's arms, and then asked in a milky voice. "Daddy, the difference in your and Mommy's body size is so big, how did you let Mommy give birth to me? Is it also according to the kind of behavior you and those human big sisters do together in bed?" Listening to San Yan Jinni's milky voice, Xiao Yu was stunned again. "Damn, how can I answer this? I am not a soul beast in the first place, so I definitely won't act according to the breeding method of soul beasts. Ni, you are too young, these are not things you should know, when you grow up, you will naturally know." Xiao Yu said with cold sweat on his forehead. "Oh, okay." Although the auspicious beast was still extremely confused, she still lowered her head. "HMPH, human, you really raised the auspicious beast very well." Just as Xiao Yu was sweating profusely, the Silver Dragon King's cold and ethereal voice slowly came. Although there was no meaning of blame, it still made Xiao Yu feel a burst of guilt. Ding ling ling. Just as Xiao Yu was still feeling embarrassed, a burst of extremely dazzling 7-colored light suddenly appeared in this silver-white space. This dazzling 7-colored light completely illuminated every corner of this silver-white space. And at this moment, Xiao Yu and San Yan Jinni, who were illuminated by this 7-colored light, suddenly felt extremely warm and comfortable. Under the illumination of this warm 7-colored light, they felt as if there was a warm hand caressing Xiao Yu and San Yan Jinni's body and mind. This 7-colored light came and went quickly. After the light dissipated, Xiao Yu looked in the direction of the Silver Dragon King. But at this moment, the huge Silver Dragon King had disappeared. What replaced it was a girl wearing a simple white gold-rimmed dress, floating barefoot in the air. This girl had silver white hair that was extremely smooth and looked like it had a crystal-like texture, casually draped behind her, hanging straight down until it reached her ankles. Her skin was snow-white and her appearance was delicate but extremely charming. A pair of light purple eyes as beautiful and moving as the vast starry sky were clear and transparent. Looking at this delicate girl floating in the air, the 3 words Ji Yu Na suddenly appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. Is this Ji Yu Na, who is known as the #1 beauty of Duluo? She is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Just as Xiao Yu was still surprised, San Yan Jinni had already rushed out of Xiao Yu's arms again with a face full of excitement. Then rushed in front of the Silver Dragon King, said with a face full of excitement. "So that's how it is, Mommy can also turn into a human form. Now I know, Mommy must have slept with Daddy in bed to have me." Quote. As soon as San Yan Jinni said this, Xiao Yu was sweating again. And for the outrageous words of San Yan Jinni in his arms, the Silver Dragon King just smiled indifferently. Looking at the Silver Dragon King, who had all kinds of amorous feelings with just a light smile at this moment, Xiao Yu asked confusedly. "Silver Dragon King, I want to take care of this little guy. Naturally it is more convenient to be in human form. When she grows up, I will change back. In the end I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for your many women, I who have lived here for a long time would not have been able to come into contact with and see so many human women. Without human women as a reference, I really wouldn't know how to change for a while," the Silver Dragon King said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's face froze. "What do you mean? Could it be that, you?" The Silver Dragon King looked at Xiao Yu with calm eyes and said in a flat tone. "I have lived here for tens of thousands of years, and I am quite tired of facing the same scenery every day, but since putting my consciousness on you a year ago, I suddenly feel that the human way of life seems to be very good. Although you humans have a very short lifespan, most of you cannot break through even 100 years, but the human way of life is indeed much more comfortable than my tens of thousands of years of life." "So, you saw everything." "See what? Oh, you mean the matter of you feeding your teacher and several girlfriends yesterday? Ah, I saw everything. Isn't that something you humans must do? As the co-master of soul beasts, it's okay for me to learn about humans properly." The Silver Dragon King, who was holding San Yan Jinni at this moment, said in an extremely flat tone. "She is a soul beast, not a human, so for that kind of thing, other than watching a good show, there is nothing else to think about." Quote. Listening to the Silver Dragon King's admission, Xiao Yu was stunned and didn't know what to say. He didn't expect that his galloping during this period of time was seen by this co-master of soul beasts. In the end, Xiao Yu could only sigh helplessly. Alright, since that's the case, Silver Dragon King, I need a 7th soul ring to advance. Xiao Yu spoke the other purpose of this trip. To this, the Silver Dragon King replied calmly. Your 7th soul ring, I have already prepared it for you. After you go out, just tell DTN. Although letting humans absorb soul rings is not what the Silver Dragon King wants to see. But for some reason, if it's this human in front of her absorbing it, the Silver Dragon King feels that her heart won't have too much resistance. Hearing the Silver Dragon King's words, Xiao Yu nodded, then said to the three-eyed golden lion. Near, I'm going out for a bit, you stay here and don't run around. Okay, the three-eyed golden lion shouted. Afterward, Xiao Yu left this pure white space. He arrived in front of DTN. DTN also seemed to know that Xiao Yu would come to find him. Therefore, after seeing Xiao Yu walking towards him, he didn't hesitate too much and took Xiao Yu to a corner within their space. Within this corner, there was a behemoth over 10 meters in size lying prone. This behemoth's body was covered in golden and ferocious scales. These golden scales were still emitting bursts of fierce and dazzling light. At this moment, DTN stood beside Xiao Yu and slowly said, This golden crocodile dragon is considered a special gift prepared for you by the Lord. It was originally a golden crocodile dragon with a rather mixed bloodline, but it was brought here by the Lord. The Lord refined its bloodline for it. Now, not only has its strength greatly increased, but even its body contains a significant amount of pure dragon blood. Now that the auspicious beast has returned, if it cultivates properly, it may even have the possibility of breaking through to a 300,000-year-old ferocious beast. HMPH, if you hadn't helped us hatch the three-eyed golden lion, I wouldn't have been willing to give you such a soul beast with a chance to break through to 300,000 years as a soul ring. Chapter 232 Level 72, Soul Saint. Looking at the golden crocodile dragon in front of him, DTN's tone was full of reluctance and unwillingness. As one of the few remaining pure-blooded dragons on this continent, he naturally hoped to see more soul beasts containing pure dragon blood. To strengthen their dragon race's already scarce foundation. Especially since this little guy is of the light attribute, it would be much more convenient and simple to breed offspring than other attributes, making it virtually all-purpose. But unfortunately, this little guy was specially reserved for Xiao Yu as a soul ring. Listening to DTN's explanation, Xiao Yu felt that the Silver Dragon King was thoughtful. She was even able to specially support a soul beast containing dragon blood to be his soul ring. Roar. As if sensing that someone was talking about it, the golden crocodile dragon slowly opened its closed eyes, then looked at the two people in front of it with a hint of confusion. When it saw DTN, the golden crocodile dragon immediately lowered its head, and its mouth would occasionally emit whimpering sounds. Looking at the golden crocodile dragon in front of him, which seemed to be acting like it was spoiled, a rare smile appeared on DTN's face. Subsequently, under DTN's arrangement, the golden crocodile dragon directly sacrificed itself to Xiao Yu. After all, this was the Lord's place of seclusion, and blood could not be spilled easily. And if Xiao Yu killed it in public, although the other ferocious beasts would understand, their emotions would still fluctuate. You killed their junior in their home, and they couldn't say anything. Who wouldn't have emotional fluctuations? So the safest way was still to directly sacrifice. Although it was just the simplest soul ring sacrifice, preserving the physical body. But it was enough for Xiao Yu to obtain his 7th soul ring. With DTN's order, the golden crocodile dragon didn't hesitate too much. It directly sacrificed itself to Xiao Yu. DTN was a dragon king with pure dragon blood. Listening to him was definitely right. Before long, a burst of black light began to flicker. The golden crocodile dragon's massive body began to transform into streams of pure soul power, which then poured into Xiao Yu's body. Xiao Yu also sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the sacrifice of this terrifying soul beast with a lifespan of up to 70,000 years. Because it was a soul beast sacrifice, Xiao Yu absorbed the soul ring very quickly. After only an hour, Xiao Yu had completely absorbed the soul ring. When Xiao Yu officially opened his eyes, 7 black soul rings were slowly rotating beneath him. Level 72. Xiao Yu carefully felt the soul power within his body and smiled. As expected of a 70,000-year soul beast, it actually gave him an additional level of soul power. Reaching the soul saint level, even those with good talent would need a year or two to advance a level. Now, directly advancing an additional level undoubtedly saved Xiao Yu about a year of hard training. Treasure chests could also allow him to advance, but wouldn't it be possible to maximize the benefits by using that kind of thing at level 90? Xiao Yu stood up, took a deep breath, and cupped his hands towards DTN. Thank you, Lord DTN, for guarding me. Xiao Yu looked at the purple-clothed beauty who didn't know when she had arrived here and whose face was full of anger, wishing she could eat him alive, and said, "It's all right, this is what we owe you. All right, ZG, take the golden crocodile dragon's corpse down. I know what you're thinking, but this is the Lord's order." When ZG heard the word, Lord, her expression immediately froze. Immediately, with a face full of grief and indignation, she dragged the golden crocodile dragon's corpse away. Subsequently, while walking, ZG also took a bite of the golden crocodile dragon's meat and ate it. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu asked in astonishment, "DTN, what is this?" DTN looked at Xiao Yu and replied expressionlessly, "Although this little fellow's soul power attribute and soul ring sacrifice were given to you, his flesh, which contains dragon blood, is still very pure. Therefore, I asked ZG to take him down and let the other younger generations eat it to increase the dragon blood content in their bodies, so as to increase their strength. Now the number of soul beasts in our dragon clan is getting smaller and smaller. In the future, we will have to prepare your 100,000-year soul rings for you. This kind of measure is also a last resort." Hearing this, Xiao Yu also fell silent, not knowing what to say. "All right, this is something our soul beasts should be concerned about. It's none of your business. Now that your transaction with the master has been completed, you can leave here. When you break through level 80, come back to us to obtain a soul ring. As for the others, you don't have to worry about it." While DTN was speaking, he wanted to take this jinx, Xiao Yu, away. But Xiao Yu asked in confusion, "What do you mean? What about Nini? Are you going to keep her here all the time?" DTN glanced at Xiao Yu and sneered, "HMPH, otherwise. You still want to take the auspicious beast back? The auspicious beast calls you, Daddy, and you actually think you're the auspicious beast's father. The auspicious beast is the mascot of our Star Do Great Forest. With it here, the cultivation speed of the soul beasts in our Star Do Great Forest can be accelerated, and the success rate of our ferocious beasts breaking through can also increase. So how could we possibly let the auspicious beast go back with you? As for safety, don't worry, Kai Wang will always protect her closely. The Titan Giant Ape and Sky Blue Bull Python outside will also be available at any time. With them protecting the auspicious beast at all times, even if that person from the Spirit Hall takes action, as long as they can hold him back for a moment, I will immediately appear." Listening to DTN's words, Xiao Yu, who knew the subsequent developments, couldn't help but curl his lips and smile. Although DTN's words were simple, they were also filled with DTN's extreme arrogance and complacency. Although with DTN's current strength of 700,000 years, comparable to a level 99 peak Duluo, this approach does seem foolproof. But there are still loopholes in it, and as time goes by, this loophole is getting bigger and bigger. If DTN's arrangements were really so proper, then 10,000 years later, it wouldn't be the gluttonous Duluo Xuanzi who used Ni to threaten Kai Wang to find a soul ring for Huo Yuhao. Instead, it would be his supreme elder of the Holy Spirit cult who was slapped to death by DTN in the Stardo Great Forest. If there was no such thing as a threat, Huo Yuhao would not be able to approach Ni, and would not be able to form a connection of consciousness with Ni. Subsequently, there would be no such thing as his Ni incarnating as Wang Chou'er to understand and compete for Huo Yuhao. Looking at Xiao Yu's grin, DTN could see that Xiao Yu was mocking him. But DTN was too lazy to bother with a soul saint. If an ant scolds you, and you scold back, then what's the difference between you and an ant? He is a dragon king, how could his vision be understood by a brat like Xiao Yu? In the end, although Xiao Yu was quite reluctant to leave Ni here, no matter what, letting Ni stay here is indeed the best choice now. Ni is, after all, a soul beast. Letting her stay in the Stardo Great Forest is the best choice for her. Taking her back would only be good for her as a pet, but it would not be beneficial to her in any way. Chapter 233 How do you act as a parent? As for the original plot, now that he is here, Shrek is a pile of shit. Even the future god King Tang San cannot have the qualifications to become a god now. As long as Tang San does not become a god, then the god realm cannot gradually be transformed into the Tang family god realm. Therefore, it is impossible to develop to the later situation, and the peerless Tang sect period of 10,000 years is still very far away from now. Let the auspicious beast stay here for now. Immediately after thinking clearly, Xiao Yu looked at DTN and said calmly, Ni is a soul beast, and letting her stay in the Stardow Great Forest is indeed the best choice, but I will come to see her at any time. I hope you don't refuse. Otherwise, when I break through to level 99, it won't be a negotiation, but a forced entry. When I break through to level 99, I believe that even you will definitely not be able to stop me. Don't you believe me? I am already a soul saint level cultivator at the age of 14. You can guess how many years it will take for me to break through to level 99. Listening to Xiao Yu's confident words, DTN frowned. His heart was filled with vigilance. A soul saint at the age of 14, according to his talent, perhaps he will be able to break through to a level 99 peak Duluo in less than 100 years. At that time, he will definitely be a formidable enemy. If it weren't for the master's orders at this moment, DTN really wanted to directly obliterate this genius among humans here. He hatched the auspicious beast, but that was just a transaction, not a request. Alright, Xiao Yu, stop pretending. Ni was hatched by you. I have no objection to you coming to see her. DTN, take Xiao Yu outside to find Ni. Let the two of them say goodbye, and then you stay by Ni's side and protect her until she comes back. Not long after, just as the atmosphere at this time was quite tense, the Silver Dragon King's voice rang in Xiao Yu and DTN's ears. Hearing the master's voice, DTN instantly let go of all his tense emotions. Hearing that Ni was not with the Silver Dragon King, Xiao Yu asked with some confusion. Isn't Ni with you? I just absorbed a soul ring, and you let Ni run around. How old is she? What if she gets lost? Seriously, what kind of parent are you? Upon hearing Xiao Yu's audacity to question their master directly, DTN was not angered but filled with horror. Is this human courting death? He dares to scold even the master at will. The Silver Dragon King clearly didn't expect Xiao Yu's reaction to be so strong, but feeling guilty, she explained, Ni wanted to go out and play, of course I would let her go. Don't worry, I sent Kai Wang to follow her, nothing will happen. Quote. Hearing the Silver Dragon King's confident words, Xiao Yu's heart sank. Although this was the Silver Dragon King's guarantee, Xiao Yu felt uneasy. After all, this scene. Instantly, familiar with the original plot, Xiao Yu's expression froze. Good heavens, why is this scene so similar to that famous scene 10,000 years later? Hopefully, it's just my imagination. No, I still need to go see Ni. Subsequently, Xiao Yu didn't hesitate much and immediately followed DTN outside, intending to say goodbye to Ni. And also, to tell her some rules about staying away from yellow-haired, no, staying away from humans. His Ni is currently at an age of curiosity. If he lets her become curious about humans other than those from Blue Tyrant Academy, then wouldn't there be a chance that he would hear Ni say that line that makes people vomit blood? Old man, you don't understand him. Although this is a romance continent, focusing on romance. But Xiao Yu doesn't want to see his Ni live the kind of life in the original story where she was forcibly fused and absorbed for her fortune. Soon, under DTN's lead, Xiao Yu quickly left the underwater space. Then, amidst the bows of Tian Qing Niu Meng and Titan Giant Ape, he returned to the continent. Da Ming, Ming, where did Kai Wang take Ni? Xiao Yu asked. Da Ming and Ming, upon hearing this question, immediately pointed in a direction and said, Lord Kai Wang and the Rui Beast Little Master ran off in that direction. Seeing the direction Da Ming and Ming pointed, Xiao Yu directly activated the Holy Dragon wings and quickly flew towards that side. DTN silently followed closely behind. Quote. On the other side, in the central part of the Stardow Great Forest, a woman wearing tight black leather clothes was releasing her martial soul, nimbly leaping back and forth between the thick trees. This woman wearing black leather clothes had neat short hair, but due to prolonged running, the tips of her short hair were covered with fragrant sweat flowing down after exercise, and her originally incomparably beautiful face was now full of panic and despair. Her bright red lips were also rapidly rising and falling, breathing in the fresh air. But even in such an emergency, the woman's perfectly curved figure was still vividly displayed under the black leather clothes. Especially with her nimble jumping movements between the trees. It made her curves start to bounce rhythmically. And this person is Zhu Zuyun, who had just escaped from the Star Luo Empire not long ago. Because of Davis's failure to compete for the throne, according to the rules, Zhu Zuyun would die with Davis. Originally, Zhu Zuyun was thinking about whether she could get on Dai Mubai's good side and continue to be an empress to save her life. But who knew that Dai Mubai had become extremely ruthless after ascending to the position of crown prince, and carried out a major purge of Davis's loyalists. And although Dai Mubai had also promised to marry her and make her a princess, after seeing Dai Mubai's actions towards others, Zhu Zuyun didn't dare to gamble. Even those powerful officials who held great power were dead. What ability did a woman like herself, who was only slightly more outstanding in appearance, have to stabilize Dai Mubai? Perhaps by the time Dai Mubai was tired of playing with her, she would be nearing her end. Anyway, the Zhu family was not short of women. If she was replaced, her parents would immediately replace her with a new woman to serve Dai Mubai in the palace. In the end, perhaps there was only one path: death. Therefore, in order to continue living, she imitated her sister and escaped from the Zhu family. And her purpose for this trip was to go to Blue Tyrant Academy. After all, Xiao Yu's words last time were still in her heart. Since the path of Dai Mubai was impassable, then she would go find her brother-in-law. Sisters eating together and sleeping under the same blanket was the dream of many men. She didn't believe Xiao Yu would refuse. Even if the other women behind Xiao Yu refused, by defecting to her brother-in-law, she could at least save her life. She wouldn't need to worry so much about her life safety. However, her escape was eventually discovered. She was now, like Zhu Zuqing back then, being relentlessly chased and killed by the Dai family. And the person chasing her was none other than Crown Prince Dai Mubai, who was preparing to obtain his fifth soul ring. Zhu Zuyun couldn't help but sigh at this moment. She used to chase Zuqing to train her. But now Dai Mubai was chasing her. He was really holding the idea of killing her. Chapter 234, Encountering the Three-Eyed Golden Lion. If Dai Mubai hadn't thought he had everything under control, and had been teasing his sister-in-law, whom he had always looked down on, with the idea of a cat playing with a mouse on this chase. Otherwise, with Zhu Zuyun, who had just reached level 50 and was not even able to hunt a soul ring, she would not have been able to escape here. After all, besides Dai Mubai, there was also a Soul Duluo level royal enshrinement following behind Dai Mubai who was chasing her. It would have been a matter of minutes for him to catch up to Zhu Zuyun. The reason why Dai Mubai did this was mainly to take revenge. He wanted to satisfy the rather empty pleasure in his heart by trampling and humiliating Zhu Zuyun's self-esteem, which had been maintained for decades. It was just like a cat that wouldn't immediately kill a mouse after catching it, but would play with it for a while before eating it. It was precisely because of this that Zhu Zuyun had multiple opportunities to escape. Although Zhu Zuyun knew that this was a trap set by Dai Mubai, she still resolutely stepped into it in order to have a chance to escape. Damn it, we're already in the central area of the Stardo Great Forest. Why are they still chasing after me so relentlessly? Aren't they afraid of being besieged by high-level soul beasts? Zhu Zuyun muttered in horror, looking at the flickering figures behind her pretty face. His purpose in venturing deep into the Stardo Great Forest was also to try to get rid of these pursuers by using the soul beasts of the Stardo Great Forest. Behind them, Dai Tianming, the royal family's offering who had come to assist Dai Mubai in hunting soul beasts and protecting the safety of the prince, also noticed the danger here and advised. Your Highness, we can't keep playing around. This is already deep in the Stardo Great Forest. Soul beasts of 70 or 80,000 years are no longer rare here. If we encounter a few, I might not be able to protect you safely. Hearing the offering's words, Dai Mubai snorted coldly with a displeased expression. HMPH, if that's the case, go and bring that bitch Zhu Zuyun back. I'm tired of playing this cat and mouse game. After catching her, take her out first and let me play with her for a night, and then tomorrow we'll go find soul beasts. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Dai Tianquan's expression turned gloomy, but he didn't say much. Instead, he quickly flashed away. Then, he quickly approached Zhu Zuyun's location. Zhu Zuyun saw the aura of the royal family's offering getting closer and closer to her, and she was immediately frightened and lost her color, quickening her pace involuntarily. Seeing the offering leave, Dai Mubai was too lazy to continue chasing, so he stopped to rest, and the people around him began to be vigilant. With Dai Tianquan's strength, it would be easy to catch Zhu Zuyun, so they didn't need to follow. Just as they were resting, they saw a rustling in the bushes beside them. "Your Highness, be careful." Seeing the abnormality, several Soul Sage-level guards quickly stood ready. However, just as the Royal Guard army was looking serious and ready, as the rustling bushes were opened, a weak soul beast emitting a halo appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that it was just a weak 10-year soul beast, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was the depths of the Star-Do Great Forest, and they were worried about encountering some powerful soul beasts. Dai Mubai saw this 10-year soul beast, his tightly frowned brows relaxed, and then he snorted coldly, no longer looking at it. At this moment, the Evil Eye Holy King, who had been silent in Dai Mubai's sea of consciousness, seemed to sense something. After seeing the 10-year soul beast with a green halo through Dai Mubai's eyes, he laughed and said, "Damn, your kid's luck is too good, you actually encountered the Emperor Rui Beast, the three-eyed golden lion." Hearing this, Dai Mubai asked confusedly, "What Emperor Rui Beast, three-eyed golden lion, what do you mean?" Listening to Dai Mubai's confusion, the Evil Eye Holy King slowly explained the rarity of the Emperor Rui Beast. When he heard about the rarity of the Emperor Rui Beast, the three-eyed golden lion, Dai Mubai's heterochromatic pupils lit up. He asked with a face full of surprise, "So, this little cutie that looks like just a 10-year soul beast is the Emperor Rui Beast you're talking about?" "That's right, and this Emperor Rui Beast looks like it was just born not long ago, and is still in an ignorant moment. If you can get it to acknowledge you as its master, it's no exaggeration to say that you can have any soul beast you want in the entire Star-Do Great Forest, and they will all compete to offer themselves to you." Hearing this, Dai Mubai's eyes instantly turned red. He just needed a fifth soul ring. If he could get 100,000-year soul beast to offer itself to him through this Emperor Rui Beast, wouldn't he be able to take off directly? Then he excitedly said, "Good, good, good, I, Dai Mubai, am indeed the chosen one. Since I have encountered this three-eyed golden lion today, then this young master naturally cannot let go of this great opportunity." After saying that, Dai Mubai was about to step forward to grab the three-eyed golden lion, but was stopped by the Evil Eye Holy King. "Wait, there is a 200,000-year fierce beast guarding it. If it weren't for seeing that you are weak and not a threat, you would have already died." As a former million-year soul beast, the Evil Eye Holy King could easily sense the identity of the Red King. "What, a 200,000-year soul beast? Damn, are you trying to kill me? No, let's go quickly." Hearing that the so-called Emperor Rui Beast actually had a 200,000-year soul beast guarding it, Dai Mubai's cowardly genes instantly began to operate. The heroic ambition just now immediately extinguished and entered the soil. He immediately wanted to back down. However, the Evil Eye Holy King continued to say, "Don't be so timid, kid, I will help you. That 200,000-year soul beast is a bit far from here. After you catch the three-eyed golden lion, I can help you cover up your aura, and then run immediately. As for the others, they will help you block that soul beast. Using their lives to exchange for a precious Rui beast is very worthwhile." Hearing the words of the Evil Eye Holy King, Dai Mubai tentatively asked, "Is it really useful?" "Of course, have you ever seen me lie to you?" Hearing the Evil Eye Holy King's confirmation, Dai Mubai said decisively, "Okay, let's do it." Then, Dai Mubai pretended to walk towards the three-eyed golden lion as if nothing had happened. The sensitive three-eyed golden lion also sensed the human who was slowly walking towards it. Due to Xiao Yu's influence, the three-eyed golden lion had never witnessed the cruelty of humans, so it still held a kind and gentle attitude towards them. Furthermore, the Crimson King didn't step forward to stop it. Therefore, the three-eyed golden lion curiously walked towards this golden-haired human. However, what the three-eyed golden lion didn't know was that the Crimson King's lack of action was entirely because the Evil Eye Saint King had concealed Dai Mubai's aura. In the Crimson King's eyes, the three-eyed golden lion was still playing with a beast. But after taking a few steps, the three-eyed golden lion stopped. Because she clearly saw the look in the human's eyes. Chapter 235, DTN's Pain and Anger. That kind of look was different from her father's and the Crimson King's. This gaze, filled with possessiveness, made the incredibly sensitive three-eyed golden lion extremely vigilant and uncomfortable. Boy, the three-eyed golden lion is already wary of you, quickly grab her. The Evil Eye Saint King urgently shouted. Okay. Dai Mubai nodded, without the slightest hesitation, he directly activated his white tiger transformation, quickly rushing towards the three-eyed golden lion. When the three-eyed golden lion saw this human pouncing towards her like a predator, she was immediately frightened and quickly ran backwards. Indeed, not all humans are like my papa. Papa. At this moment, the three-eyed golden lion, having witnessed the ugliness of humans for the first time, was directly terrified, running frantically towards the direction of the central lake. At the same time, she was urgently calling for her papa in her heart. Near. At the same time, Xiao Yu, who had already arrived not far from here, felt Nier's call. Immediately, he once again spread his wings and flew towards the place where the feeling was getting stronger and stronger. DTN, seeing this scene, also quickened his pace to follow. The Crimson King, who had been observing all along, saw Xiao Yu's urgency and his expression also changed. He quickly followed. Hee, three-eyed golden lion, don't run, obediently come and acknowledge me as your master. I will take good care of you. How could the three-eyed golden lion, a mere 10-year soul beast, be able to deal with Dai Mubai, a soul king? Therefore, she was directly controlled by Dai Mubai with his soul power. Just as Dai Mubai, with a lewd smile on his face, was about to touch the three-eyed golden lion, the Evil Eye Saint King suddenly shouted. Boy, retreat with all your strength. You will die if you don't retreat. What? Hearing the Evil Eye Saint King's words, Dai Mubai didn't hesitate too much, directly releasing the Evil Eye Saint King mode. Then, he quickly retreated backwards. Just after Dai Mubai had retreated, a dazzling golden light gathered at the place where Dai Mubai had been standing. Bang! At the place where the light gathered, in just a short moment. This patch of grassland mixed with blue-silver grass was blasted out with a huge hole. Seeing this scene, Dai Mubai's expression was shocked. Immediately, he summoned guards to come. Roar. At the next moment, a familiar dragon roar resounded in Dai Mubai's ears. Ah, this dragon roar, as if it could directly penetrate the soul, rang in Dai Mubai's ears. Dai Mubai directly covered his ears and screamed in agony. The Evil Eye Saint King also muttered with a face full of horror. This is a light holy dragon. No, how is this possible? How could there still be a light holy dragon, this kind of soul beast, on the Duluo continent? Didn't the light holy dragon already die? Didn't the 9 great dragon kings, and even the entire dragon clan, already die in that great battle? There can't possibly be a second light holy dragon in this world, right? But why now? Thump. Not long after, just as Dai Mubai and his group didn't know what had happened. A giant dragon, exuding golden light all over its body, fell directly from the sky. It slammed heavily onto the ground. This giant dragon, exuding a golden halo all over its body, was as tall as 10 meters, and even if its pair of dragon wings were slightly spread, they had a width of nearly 20 meters. And at this moment, this soul beast was staring at Dai Mubai and his group with a solemn expression. Even though there were 4 or 5 soul sages among them, it was still not afraid. Papa, Papa, the three-eyed golden lion felt the aura of her papa on the light holy dragon in front of her, and immediately opened her mouth with a joyful smile. Nier be good, go to the back and wait for me. Xiao Yu's ethereal and majestic voice sounded. The three-eyed golden lion immediately ran to the back of Xiao Yu, behind the Crimson King. The Crimson King and DTN, who arrived afterwards, also had drastic changes in their expressions when they saw this scene. Especially the Crimson King, the cold sweat on his face was completely uncontrollable. Because the current situation had completely explained everything. If Xiao Yu hadn't acted in time just now, perhaps the three-eyed golden lion would have been captured by this human. If he didn't know the importance of the three-eyed golden lion, it would be fine, but if he knew, then for their entire Stardow Great Forest, it would be a disaster. Crimson King, after returning, go to ZG's Dragon Flame Demon Cave and seclude yourself for 500 years. Without my master's orders, no one can let you out. DTN also saw the current situation, so he spoke to the Crimson King in a cold and stern tone. Yes, The Crimson King lowered his head and said with a face full of shame. He didn't have any explanations, because he knew that no matter how he explained, it would be useless. DTN was very angry at this moment, very angry. He had just guaranteed to Xiao Yu that he and these ferocious beasts would be responsible for the safety of the auspicious beast. But what was the result? How long had it been since he had said those words? Now this kind of thing had happened to him. This made DTN suddenly feel that his face was being slapped loudly. It resounded throughout the entire Star-Do Great Forest. Even when he fought with that big octopus from the Sun Moon continent in the past, and was scratched by Xianxia, it didn't make DTN feel as painful as this slap in the face today. This kind of pain that touched the soul couldn't be explained by physical pain. It was only because the Star-Do Great Forest was short of people now, otherwise, for the Crimson King's mistake this time, in the past, DTN would have directly slapped the Crimson King to death, and divided his flesh and blood among other more promising cubs. Your Highness, be careful. On the other side, just as the situation at this moment was extremely tense, a burly figure quickly rushed back, holding Zhu Zuyun's wrist. After he arrived here, he was first startled by the golden light holy dragon. But after seeing the soul rings on his body, Dai Tianquan was treated. This was a human, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It's a human, it's good that it's a human, if it's a human, we can talk. This soul sage, we are from the Star Luo Empire's royal family, this is our Star Luo Empire's crown prince Dai Mubai, I am the Star Luo Empire's royal family's consecrator, Dai Tianquan, I wonder if there is some misunderstanding between us. Although he, Dai Tianquan, was a soul Duluo, there were still two strong men behind this soul sage. Dai Tianquan couldn't see through their details, so he put down his posture and cupped his hands in greeting. When Dai Mubai heard that this behemoth in front of him was actually a human, his pupils shrank in fright. This is actually a human. Dai Mubai looked at the 7 black soul rings under the feet of this behemoth at this moment, and then, as if he realized something, shouted in horror. You are Xiao Yu. Over the years, only Xiao Yu's 6 completely black soul rings had left an extremely deep impression on Dai Mubai. Therefore, at this moment, after seeing the 7 black soul rings on this person's body, he immediately thought of Xiao Yu. Zhu Zuyun, who was covered in dirt and thrown on the ground by Dai Tianquan, heard the word Xiao Yu at this moment. She also raised her tired face to look at this behemoth exuding golden light all over its body. This is Xiao Yu, her brother-in-law Xiao Yu. Chapter 236, Killing Dai Mubai. After realizing this, Zhu Zuyun suddenly remembered that the golden dragon in front of her was the martial soul avatar that Xiao Yu had displayed during the final match of the competition in Wuhun City. Although it was much smaller than it was in Wuhun City, the basic form was still exactly the same as she remembered. How long has it been, and he is already a soul sage level powerhouse? Zhu Zuyun covered her slightly open, seductive red lips with her jade hand, her face full of disbelief. After a brief shock, her heart became even more determined that she must serve one husband with her sister Zhu Zuqing. Such a genius man, even if she was just his concubine, it would be more comfortable and wonderful than being a puppet queen. Seeing that his identity had already been recognized, Xiao Yu didn't pretend anymore. He directly dispelled his martial soul avatar. Then, he turned back into human form. After dispelling his martial soul avatar, Xiao Yu still used his dragon wings to fly in midair. Looking down at the crowd below, Dai Mubai, have you thought about how you want to die? Xiao Yu said in a calm tone. Today, the three-eyed golden lion was almost in danger. If he hadn't arrived in time, perhaps his Nier would have been captured by Dai Mubai. According to Xiao Yu's understanding of Dai Mubai, he wouldn't be so attentive to a 10-year soul beast if he didn't know the power of the three-eyed golden lion. Since Dai Mubai dared to provoke his Nier, then today, he must die. Moreover, even if he didn't act, the Crimson King and DTN would definitely not let them leave the Star-Do Great Forest so easily. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Dai Mubai, who was still shocked that Xiao Yu had broken through to the Soul Sage level of 70 in just half a year, sneered. HMPH, Xiao Yu, even if you are powerful, you are just a Soul Sage, and you want to kill me. I have 5 Soul Sages on my side, and an 85th level Soul Duluo. Although you have broken through to the Soul Sage level, you are still too inexperienced to kill me. Red King, except for Dai Mubai and that woman, kill the others. Xiao Yu didn't respond, but spoke lightly to the Red King behind him. Buzz. Hearing Xiao Yu's instructions, the Red King didn't hesitate at all. In the next moment, as the Red King's figure disappeared from the spot, Dai Mubai and the others only felt a powerful pressure suppressing them. No, this is impossible. Dai Mubai never thought that Xiao Yu could command that ferocious beast with more than 200,000 years of cultivation. Puff, puff. In the next moment, in Dai Mubai's desperate eyes, the 5 soul sages he brought this time in Dai Tianquan, the sole Duluo level royal family enshrinement, were directly crushed into a pile of blood foam scattered on the ground by this powerful soul power pressure. In just a short moment, only Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuyun, Xiao Yu, the Red King, DTN, and the 3-eyed golden lion were left on the scene. Watching his bodyguards being crushed into blood foam in a few breaths, Dai Mubai was completely afraid at this moment. His already small courage was completely shattered. He didn't even dare to maintain the Evil Eye Saint King mode, and shouted in horror. Xiao Yu, you can't kill me, you can't kill me, I am the prince of the Star Luo Empire, you can't kill me, if you kill me, the people of the Star Luo Empire will not let it go. Are you trying to provoke a war between the two countries? It doesn't matter, this is the Star Do Great Forest, who knows that you died in my hands? Could it be that your Star Luo Empire has the ability to slaughter the entire Star Do Great Forest? Xiao Yu looked at Dai Mubai's desperate eyes and sneered. Dare to bully my Nier, you have already sought your own death. Looking at Xiao Yu's murderous eyes, Dai Mubai couldn't help but feel even more fear. Immediately, he knelt on the ground on both knees and began to kowtow frantically, begging for mercy. Please, Xiao Yu, spare my life, spare my life. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I am the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, if you spare my life, I can help you do a lot of things. Don't you like the people of the Zhu family? I can send a lot of Zhu family beauties for you to play with. You can have whatever you want, as long as our Star Luo Empire has it, you can take it away. You want money, land, women, anything is fine, and when I ascend the throne, I can divide the Star Luo Empire with you, we can be equal. We can be emperors together, wouldn't that be great? Dai Mubai was extremely humble at this moment, kowtowing frantically and begging for mercy. In order to make himself look sincere, he didn't even use his soul power. This also made his head full of blood seeping out after kowtowing. Looking extremely miserable and embarrassed. Senior, please save me, Senior, didn't you say you would help me? Why is there no sound now? Hurry up and find a way to save me. I don't want to die. Regarding Dai Mubai's shrill screams, even the Evil Eye Saint King was full of helplessness at this moment. He was almost successful just now. But who knew that a soul master who could use the light holy dragon true body would suddenly appear halfway? This directly shocked the knowledgeable Evil Eye Saint King, causing his movements to slow down by a bit. And when the Evil Eye Saint King wanted to attack again, he saw the Red King and another strong man behind him. With the Evil Eye Saint King's eyesight, he could clearly see that the strong man who had been standing in front of the 3-eyed golden lion with his arms crossed and without speaking was definitely a ruthless character with powerful strength. The Evil Eye Saint King had an estimate of his strength. That is, even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to completely defeat the opponent. And to have such strength, the opponent was either like him, a million-year-old soul beast in the world, or it was the legendary 99th level peak Duluo. Neither of these two could be resisted by the current him. Therefore, the Evil Eye Saint King, who was no longer as brave as he was in the past, hid directly like a quail. Since he couldn't beat him, he would be wretched, not embarrassing. And looking at Dai Mubai, who was extremely humble and embarrassed at the moment, Xiao Yu was too lazy to continue playing, as the second black soul ring on his body began to flicker. Before long, a towering golden beam of light directly slammed heavily on Dai Mubai's body. Second soul skill. Holy light descends. No, no, no. Subsequently, in Dai Mubai's infinitely enlarged pupils, Dai Mubai was directly suppressed into a pile of minced meat by this golden beam of light. Looking at Dai Mubai, who had completely quieted down at this moment, Xiao Yu casually dispersed the beam of light. Then he turned his head and came to Nier's side, gently stroking Nier's little head. Daddy, you are so amazing, I want to be as amazing as you in the future. Nier lay in the arms of the 3-eyed golden lion with an excited face and acted coquettishly. Well, Nier, Then you stay here and cultivate well with your mother, okay? Chapter 237 Zhu Zuyun, combining the qualities of a girl and a mature woman. Hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion, who was still full of joy, immediately said with disappointment. Daddy, don't you want Nini anymore? Nini is very good, I don't eat much, and I won't cause you any trouble, please don't abandon Nini, okay? Daddy. Looking at the sad Nini at this moment, Xiao Yu also explained softly. Nini, I don't want to be separated from you either, after all, Nini is so cute, how could I bear to abandon you? But the problem is that you are a soul beast, staying with your mother is more suitable for your future growth. Besides, I'm not abandoning you, I will come to see you every once in a while, and when that time comes, I will also check your cultivation progress. If you don't cultivate diligently, I will spank you. Listening to Xiao Yu's explanation, the three-eyed golden lion finally regained some spirit. Then, with a face full of reluctance, it followed Kai Wang and DTN back to the center lake. Xiao Yu also looked at the gradually disappearing Nini with a face full of reluctance. Although Nini has only been with him for a few months since its birth, those were, after all, unforgettable months. And at this moment, the Silver Dragon King, who saw all of this through Xiao Yu's perspective, had an extremely complex expression. After this incident, Xiao Yu had every reason not to let the three-eyed golden lion stay, but Xiao Yu still let the three-eyed golden lion stay. For a time, a trace of guilt also unconsciously rose in the Silver Dragon King's heart. As DTN and Kai Wang's figures completely disappeared, Xiao Yu then slowly walked towards Zhu Zuyun, who was not far away. Sister Yun, what a coincidence, to meet you here. Seeing that Xiao Yu was done, Zhu Zuyun slowly stood up, clutching her shoulder, and looked at her brother-in-law with a complex expression. She asked with a tangled face. Brother-in-law, does what you said back then still count? What thing? It's about you being willing to take me in. I can't survive in the Star Luo Empire anymore, so I can only come to you. Don't worry, I won't just eat and not work. What Zuqing can do, I can do too. Zhu Zuyun said with a flushed face. At this moment, even though she really wanted to in her heart, she was extremely willing. But this kind of robbing a man still made Zhu Zuyun, as a person, feel a sense of shame. Of course, you are Zuqing's sister, so naturally I have no objection to you coming to rely on me. I believe Zuqing will be very happy to reunite with her sister. Hearing Xiao Yu's agreement, Zhu Zuyun breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Afterwards, Xiao Yu used the breath of light to simply heal Zhu Zuyun's body, allowing her to regain her ability to move freely. Although the clothes on her body had been torn apart due to the chase during this period, revealing Zhu Zuyun's white skin and ruddy, healthy complexion. However, Zhu Zuyun not only did not hide anything, but instead showed Xiao Yu her charm as a mature woman from time to time. After that, she took Zhu Zuyun towards the outer periphery of the Stardo Great Forest to leave. And not long after they left this place, the bloody smell here finally attracted several thousand-year soul beasts. The extremely hungry ones were attracted by the bloody smell and planned to have a good meal. And just as one of the thousand-year soul beasts walked towards Dai Mubai's flesh and blood, a gray-white light appeared out of thin air, and then directly blasted away this thousand-year soul beast. Just as this thousand-year soul beast was blasted away, a figure with a pure white body and filled with a holy halo slowly appeared there. As the halo dissipated, the true appearance of this figure was finally revealed. It was unexpectedly Dai Mubai in the Evil Eye Saint King mode. It's just that this Dai Mubai at this moment is completely different from the original Dai Mubai. This Dai Mubai at this moment is full of killing and tyrannical aura on his face. There is not a single feeling that a person should have. The aura emanating from him at this moment made the several thousand-year soul beasts present feel fear. And after a brief moment of recovery, only to see Dai Mubai shouting excitedly with a face full of excitement. Ha ha, ha ha, this old man is resurrected, this old man is finally resurrected. Ha ha, Xiao Yu, you are really this old man's benefactor. If you hadn't given Dai Mubai so much pressure before, it would have been impossible for Dai Mubai to listen to this old man so much. Gradually hand over the control of the body to me. If you hadn't taken action to kill this silly boy Dai Mubai, I wouldn't have been able to seize Dai Mubai's body so smoothly and completely complete the resurrection. Ha ha. Now that this old man has Dai Mubai's body, I, the Evil Eye Saint King, am equivalent to transforming and recultivating. In this life, this old man wants to complete the regrets that he did not complete before. This old man wants to become a god, this old man wants to become a god. After a brief celebration, the Evil Eye Saint King quickly left this place. Although he was very excited that he was resurrected, he was not overwhelmed by this excitement. This is the central area of the Star Do Great Forest. Once a soul beast of 30,000 years or more comes out, those are existences that he cannot deal with at all. Now that he is resurrected, he needs to cultivate with peace of mind even more. With his talent and vision, to cultivate is just to retrace the path of the past. Back then, he was able to cultivate into a million-year soul beast as a soul beast body. Now, with a human body, cultivation will definitely be faster. In addition, with the support of the Star Luo Empire behind him, the Evil Eye Saint King believes that his path to breakthrough will definitely be incomparably smooth and fast. With the departure of the Evil Eye Saint King, the forest finally fell into complete silence, and the group of thousand-year soul beasts could finally enjoy a good, filling meal. Meanwhile, after helping Zhu Zuyun, who had broken through to the Soul King realm but hadn't obtained a soul ring, obtain a 10,000-year soul ring from a ghost tiger, giving her a soul skill like Zhu Zuqing's, the Netherworld Shadow clone. Xiao Yu left the Star Do Great Forest with Zhu Zuyun. Seeing that the sky was getting late, Xiao Yu chose to stay here for the night and head back to Heaven Do City tomorrow. When it came time to open a room at the inn, Zhu Zuyun took the lead and opened a king-size bedroom. After eating and drinking her fill, she immediately pulled Xiao Yu, eager to offer herself to him. And for the sensible and obedient mature woman, Zhu Zuyun, Xiao Yu naturally didn't refuse. He allowed Zhu Zuyun to serve him. It is said that young girls are obedient, sensible, and have good personalities. Mature women are experienced and know a lot. However, in Zhu Zuyun, Xiao Yu saw a combination of both. Zhu Zuyun, whose body was already fully ripe, had long left the category of young girls. However, because of the rules of the royal family, Zhu Zuyun was still a flawless person who had not experienced any battles. Therefore, tonight, Zhu Zuyun rarely possessed the advantages of both a young girl and a mature woman at the same time. And she was also extremely obedient. When Xiao Yu was tired, she knew to summon a clone to massage his shoulders. When Xiao Yu was thirsty, she knew to pour water and feed him. Throughout the night, Xiao Yu was basically served by 3 Zhu Zuyuns. Finally, exhausted, Zhu Zuyun apologized and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 238, Evil Soul Master Search Team. Perhaps it was because Zhu Zuyun was too enthusiastic and impulsive after her first experience yesterday. In addition to being chased by Dai Mubai for a long time, the multiple exhaustion stacked up, until nearly noon the next day. Even though she was now a soul king with first-class physical fitness, Zhu Zuyun slowly woke up. However, as soon as Zhu Zuyun woke up, she felt Xiao Yu's big hand slowly wandering and kneading on her body, slap, slap. Feeling the strange sensation on her body, Zhu Zuyun's expression suddenly became flustered. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, I just obtained my 5th soul skill yesterday, so I'm not proficient yet, and I've been chased for so long, I'm already very tired. If you're not satisfied, please forgive me because yesterday was my first time. When I'm proficient in my 5th soul skill, I'll serve you well. Okay, tonight, I'll definitely serve you until you're satisfied. Zhu Zuyun leaned against Xiao Yu's arms with a face full of guilt, letting Xiao Yu knead her body, and said with a lost expression. She knew that her only bargaining chip was her body. If she couldn't even satisfy her brother-in-law with this, then what face would she have to follow him? As for Zhu Zuyun's apology, Xiao Yu casually said, "It's okay, considering that it was your first time, you performed very well. But if you want to make me enjoy myself, not to mention you, even my soul Duluo level Erlong teacher can't make me enjoy myself alone. Even she has to pull in Sister Yan, Little Wu, and the auxiliary system Rongrong to barely fight me until dawn. After returning, you can learn the usage of the Netherworld Shadow clone from Zuqing. Her Netherworld Shadow clone is already playing very skillfully. For you and Zuqing, I have great expectations. I really look forward to the 6 of you sisters being able to make me feel truly satisfied. The Dragon Clan is indeed the body of war. No matter what aspect, the combat power is so strong. Since Xiao Yu activated the Dragon General body, Xiao Yu's combat power has also become much stronger. If it weren't for the many girlfriends he had subdued later, including the soul beast incarnation Little Wu, the #1 auxiliary system martial soul Ning Rongrong in the entire continent, the dragon serpent family Meng Yiren, and Zhu Zuqing, who could be used as 3 people. Each girlfriend shared most of the pressure from Xiao Yu. It gave Erlong teacher and sister Yan a lot of breathing time. Otherwise, just relying on Erlong teacher and sister Yan, they would have been exhausted to death. As for Tang Yuehua, with that woman's ability, she can't even be considered an after-dinner dessert. If you really get started, she can be played to death. Listening to Xiao Yu's gentle words, Zhu Zuyun knew that she had bet right this time. Her brother-in-law was really gentle. For a time, Zhu Zuyun couldn't help but get closer to Xiao Yu. The two seemed to be completely integrated together, and Zhu Zuyun's snow-white delicate body was squeezed out of its gully. Immediately, Zhu Zuyun also made up her mind that after returning, she must discuss with Zuqing to see how they can make Xiao Yu enjoy himself. After the two continued to cuddle for a while, Xiao Yu said lightly, "It's almost time, can you get up? If you can't get up, we'll go back in the afternoon." "Yes, I can, but I can't delay your business because of me. Brother-in-law, your business is the most important." Although Zhu Zuyun was very tired, she also knew that Xiao Yu's business was the main thing, so she still braced herself and stood up, saying with a smile. Afterwards, Zhu Zuyun took the lead to stand up. Under Xiao Yu's gaze, she put on her clothes, covering up her perfect and graceful figure. Then she began to serve Xiao Yu to dress. After dressing neatly and finishing packing, Zhu Zuyun holding Xiao Yu's arm, as if they were a couple in love, and came to the hall downstairs. Since it was approaching noon, Xiao Yu wanted to have a meal before taking the carriage back. So the two ordered a table of delicacies, and began to eat separately. Along the way, Zhu Zuyun was also very observant and fed Xiao Yu. Treating herself as Xiao Yu's maid, wholeheartedly serving her young master Xiao Yu. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise of slamming the door rang out. Because it was meal time, there were many people in the restaurant. Therefore, Xiao Yu and Zhu Zuyun, as well as the other people in the restaurant, looked towards the direction of the sound. Before long, they saw figures wearing spirit hall uniforms walking in one after another from the direction of the door. Seeing these figures, everyone present was stunned. Immediately, they lowered their heads, their faces filled with fear, not daring to continue looking towards the entrance. It was as if those standing at the door were not members of the spirit hall, but some kind of prehistoric monster. Seeing this strange scene, Xiao Yu frowned slightly. The spirit hall is the sacred ground in the hearts of all soul masters on the continent. Therefore, it is normal for soul masters to feel respect when they see people from the spirit hall. But the expressions they are showing now should be fear, not respect, right? At this moment, the people from the spirit hall at the door saw the reactions of the people in the restaurant, and nodded in satisfaction. Then, they slowly opened their mouths with an icy tone. "We are evil soul master investigators belonging to the spirit hall sub-temple of the Sylph's kingdom. I am the captain of this investigation team, a level 52 power attack system battle soul king, Sith. This morning, someone reported to me that there are evil soul masters active in this restaurant. We are here to arrest them. Among you, does anyone know who is an evil soul master? If you know, tell me quickly. Otherwise, I will start searching." As Sith's words fell, everyone present was still silent. The originally peaceful and lively atmosphere seemed extremely low and oppressive. Logically speaking, arresting evil soul masters should be a very happy thing, but at this moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant does not have the atmosphere it should have when arresting evil soul masters. Seeing that no one present spoke, Sith also showed a sneer, and then said to the spirit hall staff behind him, "No one is willing to speak. Good, since you don't speak, then we will find them ourselves. Go, search everyone for me. Search each one of them carefully, don't let anyone go. Anyone who dares to resist, arrest them and take them back to Elder Yu for interrogation." Before long, as spirit hall combat personnel entered one by one, the situation became chaotic for a while, because the way they searched was actually to search the storage soul tools of the people present, to see if there is anything similar to what evil soul masters use inside. But how can storage soul tools be searched casually? Therefore, although many people showed unparalleled resistance, but the other party is the most powerful spirit hall in the entire continent, even if there are powerhouses who are also soul kings present. But in front of the spirit hall, they didn't dare to be presumptuous at all, and could only let them search. Chapter 239 Get Lost. Seeing their private collections being searched back and forth, the anger towards the spirit hall in the hearts of everyone present was suppressed even more. Soon, the search personnel came to Xiao Yu's side. When the search personnel saw Xiao Yu and Zhu Zuyun, who was wholeheartedly serving Xiao Yu, first, they were shocked by Zhu Zuyun's appearance and figure. Immediately, a trace of inferiority and jealousy rose in their hearts involuntarily. Why are we all human, but you kid has such a beautiful woman with a perfect figure serving you? HMPH, let's see how I deal with you later. So, with a jealous mentality, this search personnel said coldly with an impatient face. Boy, take out your storage soul tools. Hearing this, Zhu Zuyun immediately sneered and said, what are you? How dare you search us? Get lost if you don't want to die. You. Hearing these words, this search personnel was stunned for a moment, and then directly summoned his martial soul. At the same time, 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, slowly emerged from his body and said coldly, our Evil Soul Master search team is searching for Evil Soul Masters under the order of Red Archbishop Yu. If you dare not let us see your storage soul tools, presumably you are Evil Soul Masters. Even if you are not, you must have a close relationship with Evil Soul Masters, otherwise you would never be so guilty. Hey, come over here, a few people, take them away. Take them back for interrogation. While saying this search personnel's face was full of sneers. Presumably you should also have some power behind you, but in front of the spirit hall, no matter what power it is, you have to lie down for me. When you get to the spirit hall, I'll see if you can still be so arrogant. HMPH, a mere soul venerable dares to be presumptuous here, courting death. Seeing that the other party had released his martial soul, Zhu Zuyun also released her martial soul. In an instant, as Zhu Zuyun's 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, appeared, a Soul King level pressure directly suppressed this soul venerable. This soul venerable, who was still sneering, looked at the woman in front of him, who was both beautiful in figure and appearance, and was actually a 5-ring Soul King with a perfect soul ring configuration, and was instantly stunned. Immediately, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. And just at this moment, Sith, as the captain, also noticed something wrong here. He quickly walked over. Looking at Zhu Zuyun's perfect soul ring configuration with her beautiful appearance, he was stunned for a moment, and then immediately knew that this girl must have a strong background. But he only marveled at it for a moment and then retracted his mind. After all, they represent the spirit hall. Is there any organization in this world that is stronger than their spirit hall? Therefore, Sith said coldly, little girl, perhaps you have some power behind you, but behind us is the spirit hall, the most powerful spirit hall on the entire continent. Today, we are investigating the whereabouts of Evil Soul Masters under the order of Red Archbishop Yu Xiaogang to protect the safety of normal Soul Masters. Are you trying to provoke our spirit hall by doing this? Considering that you are still young, hand over your storage soul tools. As long as there is nothing from Evil Soul Masters, today's matter will be settled. Otherwise, although I am only a purple-robed bishop with limited authority, Red Archbishop Yu Xiaogang is nearby, and beside him is Chrysanthemum Duluo Yugan, an elder of the Papal Hall. If they also come here, then what happened today won't be as simple as checking storage soul tools. Hearing Sith's words, everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect that Red Archbishop Yu Xiaogang would be nearby. No wonder the people from the Spirit Hall dared to be so arrogant. Listening to Sith's threat, Zhu Zuyun sneered. HMPH, Yu Xiaogang indeed, Spirit Hall indeed, to be able to speak so grandly about randomly checking Soul Master's storage soul tools. If things continue to develop like this, who will be considered an evil Soul Master and who won't in the future? Wouldn't that be up to your Spirit Hall to decide? Listening to Zhu Zuyun's sneer, Sith's expression froze, and he secretly thought something was wrong. He didn't expect this girl's personality to be so unyielding. He had already explained the stakes, but she didn't even acknowledge them. She was still spouting such wild words. It seems that force is the only option. Although the other party is a Soul King, they have a Soul King and 2 Soul Grand Masters here. They might be able to take down this arrogant girl. Little girl, since we can't reason with you, then come back to the Spirit Hall sub-hall with us and let Elder Yu chat with you. After speaking, Sith waved his hand slightly. Several figures quickly walked over. Immediately, they also released their spirits one after another. Before long, 2 Soul Grand Masters and 5 Soul Elders released their spirits, looking at Zhu Zuyun with solemn expressions. Zhu Zuyun looked at the white, yellow, and purple soul rings on their bodies and sneered. They want to fight her with such trash soul ring configurations. Courting death. The next moment, just as Zhu Zuyun was about to make a move, Xiao Yu, who had been quietly eating, pulled Zhu Zuyun back. Feeling Xiao Yu's pull, Zhu Zuyun retracted her spirit and sat back in her seat. Seeing this scene, Sith thought that perhaps this man knew the seriousness of the matter and felt that the spirit hall was not to be trifled with. That's why he stopped his maid and wanted to reconcile. This, scram, boom, PFF'd. Sith had just wanted to say something. Xiao Yu didn't even raise his head and directly spat out the word, scram. Instantly, the Soul King, 2 Soul Grand Masters, and 6 Soul Elders present were all shocked by this one word. The spirits and soul rings on their bodies dissipated in an instant. The immense pressure directly suppressed them. Unable to withstand this pressure, they spat out blood one after another, collapsing powerlessly to the ground, their faces full of horror. What just happened? This young man suppressed so many people without even moving a hand. Who exactly is he? His strength is even stronger than that beautiful girl. With Xiao Yu's move, the originally whispering scene was instantly shocked into silence, and no one dared to say another word. They couldn't imagine that a young man who looked so young could suppress a Soul King, 2 Soul Grand Masters, and several Soul Elders with just one word. Whose outstanding junior is this guy? In the end, facing the aura of death emanating from Xiao Yu's body, Sith dared not say another word. He could only hurriedly crawl towards the direction of the door. When the others saw their captain running away, they naturally ran away quickly, not daring to say another word. Soon, the search team from the Spirit Hall, which was originally high-spirited, was now fleeing from this tavern like a stray dog. At this moment, they were very different from the high-spiritedness they had when they first arrived. Chapter 240 Yu Xiaogang breaks through level 30. The next moment, as the majestic crowd from the Spirit Hall fled like stray dogs, everyone present shouted excitedly in Xiao Yu's direction. Little brother is really domineering. We have long been displeased with these Spirit Hall guys who are using their power to bully others. I don't know what wine the Spirit Hall has been blowing recently. They often search our storage soul tools under the pretext of searching for evil soul masters. It would be fine if they were really searching for evil soul masters, but some people dare not speak out even if they find something missing from their storage soul tools after being searched. Little brother's actions today have really let us vent our anger. Little brother is domineering, I'll toast you a cup. As the first person began to complain, more and more people who had been harmed by the so-called search team of the Spirit Hall also began to accuse the Spirit Hall of its tyranny. Yes, last time a searcher stole 2 gold coins and a medicinal herb that could be sold for money. That was a medicinal herb that I worked hard to find in the Stardow Great Forest for a week. It makes me angry whenever I see these guys now. Quote. For a time, because of Xiao Yu's actions just now, everyone present looked at Xiao Yu with gratitude. They had been oppressed by the people of the Spirit Hall for a while. Therefore, at this moment, seeing the crowd of the Spirit Hall in such a miserable state, they also felt extremely happy and delighted. Listening to the complaints of everyone present about the so-called evil soul master search team of the Spirit Hall, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh at BBDong, this love-struck brain. For her Gangzi, she really can do anything. After being with Yu Xiaogang, BBDong seemed to suddenly change from the Pope at the peak of power to a silly white sweet. She is really doing all kinds of brain-dead actions that harm others and do not benefit herself. Now, when it is clearly the time when it is most necessary to win over grassroots soul masters, the Pope actually allows the Spirit Hall to do things that make the bottom-level soul masters complain. I really don't know what this woman BBDong is thinking. Such an idiotic act wouldn't have happened even in the most insane and deranged moments of the original story's later stages. At this moment, Xiao Yu truly witnessed how terrifying the abstract nature of love-obsessed minds in the Romance continent could be. He also increasingly understood why Qian Runshui and BBDong, who clearly held a winning hand of a royal flush plus 4 twos, would lose to Tang San in the original story. Even though Tang San had the sea gods help several times, if it weren't for their incredibly abstract love-obsessed minds repeatedly giving Tang San opportunities, even if the sea god helped Tang San, would the sea god dare to directly descend and fight on his behalf against two gods? However, Xiao Yu simply shook his head inwardly and stopped dwelling on these thoughts. After all, it didn't concern him much. If BBDong wanted to court death, what did it have to do with him? Because her appetite for eating was disturbed, Zhu Zuyun quickly finished her meal and went ahead to rent a carriage. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, stayed in the restaurant, sipping tea while waiting for Zhu Zuyun to return. Just like a master. Meanwhile, at the entrance of this small town closest to the Stardo Great Forest, a team of carriages belonging to the Spirit Hall was entering the town in an orderly manner. Seeing the flags of the Spirit Hall on these carriages, everyone present immediately gave way to the Spirit Hall's caravan with fearful expressions. Their speed of avoidance was as if they were dodging some kind of demon or monster, their eyes filled with disgust and aversion. Inside a carriage, a bewitching figure wearing golden armor saw that they had reached their destination and slowly asked a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression opposite her. Grandmaster Yu, the Stardo Great Forest is almost here. Do you have any ideas for obtaining your third spirit ring this time? At this moment, inside the carriage was none other than the Spirit Hall's new cardinal, Yu Xiaogang. After half a year of devouring, Yu Xiaogang had finally broken through the 30th rank, a realm he had never reached in his entire life, a few days ago. After learning that her Xiaogang had broken through the 30th rank, BBDong immediately had Chrysanthemum Duluo take Xiaogang to obtain a spirit ring. Quote. Hearing Yu Guan's question, Yu Xiaogang said with a gloomy expression. As for my third spirit ring, Elder Ju doesn't need to worry about it. This cardinal has his own plans. You are not qualified to know my exclusive secrets. You just need to help me hunt spirit beasts properly. Also, Elder Yu Guan, why haven't the evil spirit masters I asked for been captured yet? The Duluo continent is so big, are evil spirit masters hard to find? Are you slacking off and neglecting the Pope's orders? Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Yu Guan couldn't help but falter. He had meant well by asking, but this Yu Xiaogang was so arrogant that he wouldn't even tell him. Did he really think that a rank 95 titled Duluo would care about the exclusive secrets of a great spirit master? It was utterly ridiculous. But what made Yu Guan even more upset was the second half of Yu Xiaogang's sentence. In the past 6 months, he had basically traveled to all the Spirit Hall branches on the continent to search for traces of evil spirit masters. However, due to the Spirit Hall's slaughter over the years, there were not many evil spirit masters scattered across the continent in the first place. After all, most of the evil spirit masters had been driven to the City of Slaughter. Did he expect him to ask the City of Slaughter to help him capture people? Whether he could return after going there was an unknown. Although Yu Guan felt annoyed, he still suppressed it. Yu Xiaogang was, after all, a favorite of His Holiness the Pope, and he couldn't afford to offend him for the time being. Then, enduring his displeasure, he said, Elder Yu, almost all the evil spirit masters have been captured. Those who haven't been captured are basically powerful or very good at hiding, so please be patient. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's already gloomy expression became even more furious. Especially when he saw that there were only 2 progress points left on his panel for evil spirit master personnel, he became even more annoyed. Damn it, I only need 2 more people to obtain the Rakshasa God's test, why can't I find them? Were 2 evil spirit masters hard to find? In the past 6 months, a lot of manpower and resources had been used to capture evil spirit masters for Yu Xiaogang. Even among the spirit masters captured, most of them couldn't even be considered evil spirit masters, but only criminals. But for Xiaogang's sake, BBDong didn't hesitate much and fed them all to Yu Xiaogang, just so that Yu Xiaogang could evolve his spirit. However, even so, Yu Xiaogang was still short of 2 slots. And these 2 slots had made Yu Xiaogang wait for several days without any progress. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang became increasingly irritable. This BBDong is really something. If there are no evil spirit masters, wouldn't it be good to slander a few people as evil spirit masters? If the Spirit Hall says you are an evil spirit master, who would dare to deny it? Why are you so upright? Don't you know that my spirit evolution is the most important thing? Chapter 241, The God Test that can be activated with only 2 people left. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang, who was on the verge of exploding with anger, shouted frantically in his heart, blaming BBDong for not being willing to help him wholeheartedly. The next moment, the carriage that was still on its way stopped. Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to get angry, he heard a voice outside the carriage. Elder Yu Guan, a purple-robed bishop reports that 2 spirit masters, a man and a woman, were found in a restaurant who were unwilling to accept the search of our search team. To resist our search, one of the spirit masters even used a strange ability to injure the search team. Hearing this, Yu Guan frowned slightly. Originally, I didn't want to bother, as searching soul storage devices can easily lead to conflict. However, upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's face lit up with joy. Haha, 2 people, good, excellent, I was just short 2 people. These 2 people have delivered themselves to my door. Excellent, as long as I absorb them, I will surely be able to truly begin the Rakshasa God trial. Is today my lucky day? Not only can I obtain my 3rd soul ring, but I can also begin the Rakshasa God trial today. I, Yu Xiaogang, am destined to become a god. Immediately after, Yu Xiaogang shouted with a crazed expression. What are you waiting for? Since you know they are evil soul masters, why aren't you going over there? If you let the evil soul masters escape, will you take responsibility? Ah, yes, we'll go right away. With that, the convoy continued to move. They immediately advanced rapidly towards the restaurant. Looking at Yu Xiaogang's manic expression, Yu Guan frowned slightly and asked. Grandmaster Yu, what if they aren't evil soul masters, but disciples from a great family? If we needlessly provoke disciples from a great family, that wouldn't be a good thing for the spirit hall. To this, Yu Xiaogang replied impatiently. HMPH, Yu Guan, for a title Duluo, how can you be so timid? What if they're disciples from a great family? I am an evil soul master killer. If I say he is an evil soul master, then he is. And as long as they are evil soul masters, they fall within the spirit hall's capture range. We are helping that family capture evil soul masters, that family should be thanking our spirit hall. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Yu Guan was stunned. He couldn't help but feel that Yu Xiaogang had gone mad. According to his words, did he intend to forcibly slander the other party as an evil soul master? What is he thinking? Does he really want to start a war? However, Yu Guan had no ability to resist Yu Xiaogang's actions. On the contrary, when Yu Xiaogang was in trouble, he had to help him as much as possible. Even save his life. Therefore, he could only follow along. To see which family's descendant it was, and to see if he could minimize the impact of this matter as much as possible. Soon, the spirit hall's convoy arrived in front of a restaurant. Upon arriving here, when the passing crowd saw the spirit hall's flag fluttering above, they revealed looks of horror. The spirit hall's people have actually come again. And this time, they've brought so many people. In an instant, the commotion outside quickly attracted the attention of the people inside. Before long, the news of the spirit hall's return spread quickly. Inside the restaurant, everyone felt a sense of fear towards the spirit hall's search team that had returned. The restaurant owner hurried to Xiao Yu's side, advising him to leave through the back door as soon as possible. Although this young man looked very strong, the owner could roughly guess that this young man had quite a background. However, the spirit hall had definitely brought enough manpower this time. This young man in front of him was so young, no matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? Therefore, the owner thought of letting him leave quickly. At least returning to his own family would be much safer than staying here. As for the owner's suggestion, Xiao Yu shook his head slightly. Feeling that it wasn't necessary. The spirit hall saintess is my partner. How could these guys who only know how to bully others based on their master's power hurt me? Just as the owner wanted to say a few more words, several figures directly burst open the door and quickly walked in. Seeing these spirit hall people rushing in again, the people in the restaurant immediately dodged away. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing the attire of a red-clothed bishop and a charming figure wearing golden armor walked in under the escort of the spirit hall's people. Heavens, it's actually a red-clothed bishop. A red-clothed bishop has actually come in person. It's over, that young man is finished, he's too unlucky, actually encountering a red-clothed bishop in person. Red-clothed bishops are all Soul Duluo level powerhouses. In an instant, seeing the red attire on the person leading the group, many sharp-eyed people recognized the outfit. Immediately, they exclaimed in horror. As this person spoke, the others also exclaimed. They didn't expect that a red-clothed bishop would actually come. That young man is in danger. Red-clothed bishops are all Soul Duluo level powerhouses. Even soul saints are very rare existences in ordinary great families, and families that can possess soul Duluo level powerhouses are comparable to the lower four sects. However, even for the lower four sects, they are still not enough to stand up to the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang, wearing the attire of a red-clothed bishop, listened to the whispers and discussions of the people present. Listening to their exclamations, horror, and respect for him. This made his self-esteem, which had been trampled on for decades, feel an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. After all, in his opinion, this was the treatment that he, as the famous Grand Master of the entire continent, should have. Afterwards, Yu Xiaogang, who was quite happy, slowly spoke in a cold voice. I heard that there is a soul master here relying on his family background and refusing to accept our Spirit Hall search. I wonder which family's descendant it is. Daring to openly defy my Spirit Hall's orders, I will now give you a chance. If you stand out now and go back with me to accept the investigation, if it is confirmed that you are fine, I can let you off. If you resist stubbornly, don't blame me for taking action myself. Soon, Yu Xiaogang's cold and arrogant words spread throughout the entire restaurant. Everyone present was shocked by Yu Xiaogang's words and dared not speak. They could only look towards Xiao Yu's direction. Seeing that no one present responded to him, Yu Xiaogang felt that his majesty seemed to have been challenged, so he once again spoke loudly. I'll say it one last time. I think you are young and vigorous, and I can give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you come out now, I can give you a lighter sentence. If you don't come out, don't blame me for directly arresting people. At that time, it won't be something that can be solved by a simple search. Seeing that there was still no response, Yu Xiaogang's face turned green with anger. Since he became a red-clothed bishop, when has he ever encountered such a thing? When has he ever been so ignored? Since he became a red-clothed bishop, when has there not been a response of 10,000 people to a single call? Immediately after, Yu Xiaogang spoke with a furious tone. Chapter 242 Yu Xiaogang, who deeply understands the essence of face changing. Good, very good. I thought you were young and gave you a chance to stand up, but you still didn't come out. It seems you think my identity as a red-clothed bishop is made of mud. Since you refuse to come out, I will let you know what the consequences of disobeying my red-clothed bishop are. Come on, arrest all the people in the restaurant and take them back. Interrogate them all properly. I think there must be someone among them who is an accomplice of the evil soul master. Then, find out that ignorant kid who dared to attack our Spirit Hall search personnel, find out the family behind him, and send people to investigate properly. See if the family behind him has any relationship with the evil soul master. As the saying goes, a straight body is not afraid of a crooked shadow. If they have nothing to do with the evil soul master, I don't believe they would refuse to accept our Spirit Hall search. As Yu Xiaogang's orders began to be issued, when the people present heard that the red-clothed bishop in front of them was so crazy that he wanted to arrest them all and rigorously interrogate them, the scene immediately became chaotic. However, under Yu Guan's soul power suppression, the originally noisy crowd quickly quieted down again. Only when they looked at Yu Xiaogang did they have an expression of daring to be angry but not daring to speak. Seeing the scene of everyone surrendering to him at this moment, Yu Xiaogang smiled coldly. HMPH, this is the consequence of disobeying my red-clothed bishop Yu Xiaogang's orders. I want to see which family's people are so bold as to dare to disobey my Yu Xiaogang's orders. With that, Yu Xiaogang waved his hand, intending to take all the people in the entire restaurant back for a good interrogation. Just then, a charming figure wearing black leather clothes ignored the Spirit Hall's people who were on full alert and slowly walked in alone. Speaking softly, "Brother-in-law, the carriage is here." At this moment, Yu Xiaogang and Yu Guan, who were standing in place, also saw this figure who had broken into their midst amidst the flickering of several black shadows. Looking at this familiar figure, Yu Xiaogang quickly recalled that the figure in front of him was actually Zhu Zuyun of the Star Luo Empire. However, before Yu Xiaogang could ask how you were here, he heard a voice that made him tremble with fear. Okay, quote. Instantly, with just a simple word, Yu Xiaogang and Zhu Duluo's faces, which were still slightly confused, instantly became incomparably horrified. The Spirit Hall's people, who were originally planning to arrest everyone, were also stopped by Zhu Duluo. The tense atmosphere at the scene was also quickly suppressed as Zhu Duluo spoke. In the next moment, amidst Yu Guan's strange gaze, a figure slowly passed through the crowd. Arriving before them, looking at the figure slowly walking out of the crowd, Yu Xiaogang, who was currently wearing the attire of a red-clothed bishop and had an incomparably arrogant expression, was directly frightened by the person in front of him and took a few steps back. His old body directly leaned against the guard behind him, his face full of horror. Yu Guan, who saw the person clearly, looked around in horror, intending to see if there were any other strong aura. At the same time, he fully activated his soul power and stood in front of Yu Xiaogang. At this moment, the onlookers saw the change in the scene and all had confused expressions. Why would this red-clothed bishop, who was still so arrogant just now, look at the young man in front of him with such a horrified expression? Aren't they backed by the spirit hall? Why would they be so afraid of a young man? There is no stronger force in this world than the spirit hall. With Xiao Yu's appearance, after a moment of silence, Yu Guan looked at Xiao Yu with a gloomy face, asking with incomparable fear. Xiao Yu, why are you here? Was it you who drove away the people from our spirit hall just now? It was me. Your spirit hall people are too arrogant, even searching me. So, I taught them a lesson on behalf of Her Holiness the Saintess. What, is there a problem? Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. Hearing Xiao Yu say this, Yu Guan, whose face was gloomy, was immediately speechless. Given his relationship with the Saintess, he could indeed do this. Behind Yu Guan, Yu Xiaogang, who was terrified after seeing Xiao Yu's figure, also reacted. He was now a red cardinal, protected by the Pope. Why should he be afraid of Xiao Yu? Immediately, Yu Xiaogang shouted with a gloomy face. Xiao Yu, you actually dare to hit someone from my spirit hall. You have seriously violated the dignity of the spirit hall. I advise you to come back with me immediately and then have Erlong come to redeem you. Xiao Yu's attack on the spirit hall was precisely an opportunity for him to take revenge on Xiao Yu. As long as Xiao Yu was in his hands, wouldn't he be able to take revenge on everyone who had looked down on him before? For a moment, Yu Xiaogang, whose mind was unclear, was beautifully imagining everything in his mind. Regarding Yu Xiaogang's statement, Xiao Yu sneered. As 7 black 10,000-year spirit rings flickered beneath his feet, his figure flashed. Presumptuous. Although Xiao Yu's speed was fast, it was nothing in the eyes of Yu Guan, a titled Duluo. Therefore, Yu Guan also immediately reacted, releasing his spirit and blocking Xiao Yu. Before long, 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, appeared beneath Yu Guan. Yu Guan's aura further exploded. Only then did the crowd in the tavern scatter in horror. They didn't expect that not only a red cardinal had come, but also a spirit hall elder of the titled Duluo level. However, what shocked the crowd even more was the 7 black 10,000-year spirit rings on Xiao Yu's body. They couldn't imagine that this legendary spirit ring configuration would appear on one person. Xiao Yu looked at Yu Guan, who was blocking him, and sneered. Chrysanthemum Duluo, have you forgotten that my spirit can leave my body? Hearing this, Yu Guan's expression changed in shock as he looked at the 7 black 10,000-year spirit rings beneath Xiao Yu's feet. Roar. Immediately, all that was heard was a dragon's roar. Ah! Then, before Yu Guan could turn his head, he heard Yu Xiaogang's miserable scream. Yu Guan turned his head and saw that Yu Xiaogang was being trampled underfoot by a dragon lizard emitting a golden halo. This golden dragon lizard seemed to be pressing all its weight and strength on Yu Xiaogang. The bones in Yu Xiaogang's body were making cracking sounds as if they were about to break under the dragon lizard's pressure. At this moment, because it had not been fused with Xiao Yu's 7 10,000-year spirit rings, the crouching dragon summoned by Xiao Yu could not be considered a light saint dragon. Although it had evolved again into a golden glow, it was still a few steps away. If the real light saint dragon was pressing on Yu Xiaogang's body, Yu Xiaogang might be crushed to death. Chapter 243 Say Thank You. Xiao Yu, enough, stop it. Yu Xiaogang is an important member of the Spirit Hall. If you kill him, His Holiness the Pope will definitely not let you go. Are you planning to provoke a war between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the Spirit Hall? Yu Guan said with a solemn face. Although he could directly expel the crouching dragon, it would be useless no matter how he attacked as long as Xiao Yu disagreed. Therefore, Yu Guan thought of using words to make Xiao Yu let go. HMPH, as the dragon child of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, what's wrong with teaching an unpromising clansman a lesson? A good direct descendant of the family, but playing the trick of deceiving and swindling, and just now he even had ideas about me. Chrysanthemum Duluo, tell me, shouldn't I teach him a lesson? After speaking, another scream came. Under the suppression of the crouching dragon, one of Yu Xiaogang's hands was directly trampled and broken by the crouching dragon. Feeling the intense pain coming from his hand, Yu Xiaogang, unable to bear this pain, shouted for mercy. Xiao Yu, let me go, let me go. I was wrong, let me go, I won't catch you anymore, I was wrong, Xiao Yu, I am willing to apologize. Hearing these screams, Yu Guan's face became even more gloomy. A dignified red cardinal actually had such a soft bone, begging for mercy on the spot after being taught a lesson. So many people were watching, wasn't this clearly embarrassing their spirit hall? Xiao Yu, let Master Yu go. Let's end today's matter here. If you continue to make trouble, it won't be good for you, for us, for the Pope, or for the Saintess. Yu Guan earnestly advised. Oh, not right, Chrysanthemum Duluo, for the Saintess, the more things like this develop, the better it will be for Her Holiness the Saintess. The more brain-dead actions the current Pope makes, the more it benefits the next Pope, Qian Runshui, when she takes the throne. In contrast, Qian Runshui doesn't even need to make much effort. She only needs to restore all the policies issued by the Spirit Hall to the policies of half a year ago. She can very easily whitewash the Spirit Hall and at the same time lay the most solid position in the hearts of the Soul Masters for Pope Qian Runshui. Listening to Xiao Yu's meaningful words, Yu Guan was already covered in cold sweat. He was just an employee, how could he admit to such a thing? If he really admitted it, the Pope could personally crush him to death tomorrow. In the end, after a period of anxiety, Chrysanthemum Duluo said with a look of despair. Xiao Yu, tell me, what exactly do you want? Now that things have come to this, I am not afraid to tell you. Yu Xiaogang is very trusted by His Holiness the Pope. You can kill him, but you better be able to bear the Pope's revenge after killing him. Regarding Chrysanthemum Duluo's words, Xiao Yu naturally showed an indifferent smile. Of course, he couldn't kill Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang was a very good bargaining chip that could be used to deal with and contain BBDong. With Yu Xiaogang by BBDong's side, BBDong was a love-brained idiot. To deal with her, you don't even need to use your brain, just wait for BBDong to court death herself. If there was no Yu Xiaogang by BBDong's side, that would be an unparalleled empress who could build the spirit empire. That would be BBDong's most difficult state to deal with. Therefore, Xiao Yu would naturally not kill Yu Xiaogang so easily. At the very least, he had to wait until he had completely used Yu Xiaogang, discredited BBDong, fell from the clouds into the mud, completely abolished BBDong, and at the same time waited for Qian Runshui to completely take the throne. By then, it would be completely fine to kill Yu Xiaogang. Donger, you don't want Gangzi to be uncomfortable, do you? Dash 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 dash. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu smiled indifferently. Hehe, Chrysanthemum Duluo is serious. Yu Xiaogang is also a member of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan after all. How could I slaughter my clansmen at will? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Chrysanthemum Duluo breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Xiao Yu was willing to compromise. As a result, hearing Xiao Yu's next words made Chrysanthemum Duluo's face show a look of horror. If I didn't feel wrong, Master Yu should have broken through the 30th level of soul power, right? Just right, as the dragon child of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I have the responsibility to help the clansmen obtain spirit rings. In this way, Master Yu's third spirit ring will be obtained by me. Hearing this, Yu Guan didn't know what to say. Although Xiao Yu's words were perfect, he always felt that Xiao Yu's words had other meanings. Then, Xiao Yu said something to Crouching Dragon. Crouching Dragon spread its dragon wings and quickly flew towards the Stardo Great Forest. Yu Xiaogang began to recover under the treatment of the Spirit Hall's auxiliary soul master. Crouching Dragon went quickly and came back quickly. When he came back again, he saw that he was holding a seriously injured 10-year soul beast in his mouth. This 10-year soul beast is called Black Ferret, a soul beast that farts to drive away enemies when encountering danger. Come on, Master Yu, this is the third spirit ring I specially prepared for you, absorb it. Quote. Looking at the 10-year soul beast in front of them, Yu Xiaogang and Yu Guan were stunned. Yu Guan asked with a dazed face. Xiao Yu, what is this? Hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled indifferently. Chrysanthemum Duluo, this soul beast is called Black Ferret. It is a soul beast I specially prepared for Master Yu. Although the age is a bit low, his soul skill is farting, and Master Yu's soul skill is also farting. The two combined, I believe that perhaps a soul skill with considerable power can be born. Listening to Xiao Yu's explanation, Yu Xiaogang suddenly felt that his brain was instantly filled with anger, irritability, and violent emotions. As a soul beast master, he naturally knew about this kind of soul beast. But his farting were completely different roots. His farting was an accident, and the black ferret's farting was innate. How could this be the same? If he absorbed this spirit ring, he would definitely not be able to continue to break through the 40th level. Yu Xiaogang originally wanted to use this third spirit ring to completely change Luo Sanpao. Bullying people too much, it's really bullying people too much. This Xiao Yu is bullying people too much. For a time, Yu Xiaogang's eyes turned red when he looked at Xiao Yu. Blood red, and the most important thing is that he didn't dare to resist. After all, the pain of the broken hand just now was clearly imprinted in his brain. Looking at Yu Xiaogang's eyes, Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. What's wrong, Master Yu, are you not satisfied with the spirit ring I prepared for you? If you feel dissatisfied, it's okay. I can personally take you to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt. Feeling Xiao Yu's cold gaze towards him, Yu Xiaogang, who was originally full of anger, suddenly felt a sense of horror. His body couldn't help but start to tremble. Then, under the gaze of Xiao Yu's cold gaze, Yu Xiaogang could only quickly nod his head, indicating that he was very satisfied. Looking at the nodding Yu Xiaogang, Xiao Yu frowned slightly. Master Yu, you have forgotten the etiquette that the family taught you. Since you have accepted someone's kindness, what should you say now? Say thank you. Thank you. Chapter 244. Some are happy and some are sad. Under Xiao Yu's knife-like, eerie smile. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang, who was extremely terrified, didn't dare to say another word. He didn't even dare to show the slightest hint of anger. He could only say, thank you. According to Xiao Yu's wishes. Chrysanthemum Duluo, who was standing to the side, watched Yu Xiaogang's incomparably frightened expression, feeling extremely wronged and angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to question Xiao Yu at all. Chrysanthemum Duluo's expression became even more gloomy. This Yu Xiaogang is truly hopeless. He was easily frightened by Xiao Yu and didn't even dare to resist. He is a red cardinal, and he has the support of His Majesty the Pope. Does Xiao Yu really dare to kill him? Although Yu Xiaogang agreed at this moment, Chrysanthemum Duluo didn't dare to really let Yu Xiaogang absorb this 10-year soul ring. If His Majesty the Pope were to find out, even if he didn't die, he would lose half his life. Just as Yu Guan was about to speak, Xiao Yu looked in Yu Guan's direction and said with a faint smile. Chrysanthemum Duluo, since Grandmaster Yu has already agreed to my help, please don't disturb Grandmaster Yu's absorption of the soul ring. Otherwise, Grandmaster Yu might not die, but you, well, that's not certain. Hearing Xiao Yu's blatant threat, Yu Guan's expression instantly changed drastically. Her slender hands clenched into fists, and she bit her lip as she looked at Xiao Yu, not daring to say another word. In the end, when Chrysanthemum Duluo saw that Yu Xiaogang had finally begun to absorb the 10-year soul ring, he could only close his eyes with a face full of sorrow. When Xiao Yu saw that Yu Xiaogang had begun to absorb the soul ring, he didn't plan to watch Yu Xiaogang finish absorbing it and prepared to leave directly. Before leaving, Xiao Yu said to Chrysanthemum Duluo, Chrysanthemum Duluo, I'll leave the matter of protecting him to you next. Grandmaster Yu is old. If something unexpected happens while he's absorbing this soul ring, then he might never have another chance to improve. After speaking, Xiao Yu left the tavern with Zhu Zuyun. They got into the carriage back to Tiando City. Yu Guan, BBDong has gone mad. If you don't want to die an inexplicable death, you'd better quickly find someone else to rely on. Watching Xiao Yu leave, Xiao Yu's voice transmission suddenly came to Yu Guan's ears. Hearing Xiao Yu's voice transmission, Chrysanthemum Duluo didn't even have time to think about it. When he saw Yu Xiaogang, who was stabilizing the soul ring, the blackness in front of him became even more intense. If his strength wasn't strong enough, he might have completely fainted by now. In the end, Yu Guan could only grit his teeth and shout. Red Cardinal Yu Xiaogang is absorbing a soul ring, clear the area. Soon, under Chrysanthemum Duluo's orders, the tavern was instantly cleared. However, even though the area was cleared, the mocking and anticipating gazes of the people in the tavern as they left were still seen by Chrysanthemum Duluo. At this moment, Yu Guan's expression was ashen, and his heart was as dead as ashes. After returning this time, he would probably be scolded miserably by His Majesty the Pope. For a moment, recalling Xiao Yu's words just now, Yu Guan couldn't help but reveal a pensive expression on his face. Although Xiao Yu's words were very direct, they were not without reason. On Yu Xiaogang's side, although he was only level 30, even a trash like Yu Xiaogang could safely complete the absorption of a mere 10-year soul ring at the level 30 soul venerable realm. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang only spent half an hour to absorb the soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Yu Xiaogang sensed that he had obtained a soul skill called, farting like thunder, a puff of black smoke Luo Sanpao. Like Black Weasel, the soul skill releases farts containing paralyzing and foul-smelling properties. Used to drive away enemies. Bastard, bastard, bastard. After absorbing the soul ring and sensing his soul skill, Yu Xiaogang directly punched the table closest to him. However, because of his low strength, he couldn't even break an ordinary table. It even made his left hand extremely painful. A 10-year soul ring, the third soul ring that he had been thinking about and planning for so many years was actually just a 10-year soul ring. This really made Yu Xiaogang's heart completely unable to hold back. Before this, he had clearly envisioned a large number of 1,000-year soul rings suitable for him. But he didn't expect that in the end, his third soul ring would not only not be 1,000 years, but it wouldn't even be 100 years. It was just a mere 10-year soul ring. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang can be said to be getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. In my lifetime, I will definitely eat your flesh raw, drink your blood, devour your meat, gnaw your bones, and make sure you never recover. In this life, it's either you die or I perish. Yu Xiaogang clutched his aching fist, and roared with a gloomy and fierce bloodthirsty expression. Yu Guan looked at Yu Xiaogang's crazy expression at this moment. A hint of mockery rose in her heart. This ridiculous Yu Xiaogang is truly extremely laughable. In front of him, he didn't even dare to say another word. But he only dared to curse at people behind their backs. Sensing Yu Guan's gaze, Yu Xiaogang glanced at Yu Guan with bloodshot eyes, then turned and left, saying in an extremely hoarse voice, "Chrysanthemum Duluo, it's time to go back." Immediately, Chrysanthemum Duluo also composed himself and prepared to escort Grandmaster Yu back to Wuhun City. He didn't expect that this trip, which should have been an extremely simple task to obtain the third soul ring, the development of the matter would actually be like this. Soon, as Xiao Yu and the people from the Wuhun temple all left, Yu Xiaogang's deeds finally began to spread throughout the entire town. And at this moment, everyone finally began to know. So the so-called evil soul master killer, Red Cardinal Yu Xiaogang, was actually just a trash soul master who had just broken through the 3 rings. And the third ring was still a white soul ring. For a time, as the news spread wider and wider, many people went from questioning the authenticity of this matter to questioning Pope BBDong's ability to handle affairs. BBDong actually let a soul venerable hold the position of Red Cardinal. Isn't this crazy? Before long, there were more rumors about BBDong on the continent because of this. However, these rumors are nothing to BBDong today. But if this continues for a long time, a single spark can start a prairie fire. As long as BBDong and Yu Xiaogang continue to act stupid, then the dissatisfaction of the Soul Master world with the current Pope BBDong will continue to be squeezed down, until it accumulates to a limit. Then it will completely erupt. And when that time comes, it will be when the Pope abdicates. The news about this incident is being spread and understood by soul masters all over the continent. Some powerful forces received the news early on. Inside the Hall of Offerings, Qian Daoliu looked at the letter in his hand, and at BBDong's decisions, which could be called foolish, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Qian Daoliu was even more grateful that he had let Yu Xiaogang, this trash, in to restrain BBDong. Chapter 245 Xiaogang, please understand me. With Yu Xiaogang around, he, Qian Daoliu, didn't even need to ask BBDong for benefits. BBDong would run to his door and give them to him for Yu Xiaogang. This period of time can be said to be the most leisurely moment for the entire Hall of Offerings. Tiando City, Imperial City, the Crown Prince's residence. At this moment, the soft big bed of the Crown Prince was violently rising and falling and shaking. And on this big bed, the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire was tapping on the soft bed and laughing loudly. And beside his frantically shaking body were some recent news about BBDong. After seeing his sister so foolish, Shui Qinghe laughed out loud completely. This sister of his is really getting more and more ridiculous. On the other side, after taking a carriage for a few days, Xiao Yu and Zhu Zuyun also returned to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Zhu Zuyun's appearance also made Liu Erlong and the other girls look slightly surprised. However, they quickly adapted to Zhu Zuyun's joining. After seeing her sister, Zhu Zuqing rushed into her sister's arms directly. Zhu Zuqing helped Zhu Zuyun settle down in the Blue Tyrant Academy. At the same time, Zhu Zuyun also took advantage of the current situation to chat with her sister about what had happened in the Zhu family recently. For a time, although Zhu Zuyun's sudden addition to Xiao Yu's harem group was a bit abrupt, but it didn't cause any storms. On the contrary, it became more and more harmonious. After all, from the perspective of the eldest sister, Liu Erlong, the more sisters she had, the less pressure she would have to bear. Xiao Yu's strength was really so terrifying that even Liu Erlong, this fierce woman who could absorb earth while sitting, felt fear. Unlike the harmony of the Blue Tyrant Academy, inside the Wuhun Temple, BBDong looked at Gangzi, who was floating with 2 yellow and 1 white 3 soul rings at this moment. Even she couldn't help but feel a darkness in front of her eyes. Her slender jade hand tightly gripped the scepter in her hand, and her fair forehead was covered with blue veins, and her face, which would be stunningly beautiful with a little powder, was covered with iron blue. BBDong looked at Yu Guan, who was kneeling on the ground at this moment. The killing intent in her heart couldn't stop boiling. However, when I think about it, there are fewer and fewer titled Duluos in the Spirit Hall who are willing to submit to me. Several were killed by the Blue Tyrant Academy before, and later because I recruited Yu Xiaogang as a cardinal. It caused dissatisfaction among many elders. They felt that my actions lowered the level of their titled Duluos. Therefore, they all chose to remain neutral. They were no longer as close to me as before. Therefore, at this moment, Zhu Duluo, whose strength has reached level 95, can also use spirit fusion skill, and is still loyal to me. BBDong would never dare to kill him casually. After weighing the pros and cons, BBDong, heartbroken and helpless, could only take a deep breath and then coldly said to Yu Guan. Yu Guan's protection was inadequate, so he will be fined 1 year's salary, and resources will be halved within 1 year. You can leave now. Yes, Your Holiness the Pope. Yu Guan had no intention of resisting the Pope's punishment. As Yu Guan left, only Yu Xiaogang and BBDong remained in the papal palace. Looking at Yu Xiaogang, whose face was ashen at the moment, BBDong felt a pang in her heart. Then, she softly said, Xiaogang, don't worry, one day, I will personally kill Xiao Yu and avenge the humiliation you have suffered today. Listening to BBDong's gentle words, Yu Xiaogang's face became extremely gloomy and ugly. BBDong, stop saying nice things. You asked Yu Guan to protect me, but Yu Guan didn't even dare to fight Xiao Yu, causing me to absorb this piece of trash 10-year spirit ring. Why didn't you kill Yu Guan just now, why? At this moment, Yu Xiaogang, who was extremely aggrieved and angry, wanted to vent his anger. But he didn't know who to vent to. Therefore, he could only vent to BBDong. Listening to Yu Xiaogang's words, BBDong instinctively began to explain, saying that the Spirit Hall is short of manpower now. A titled Duluo is extremely precious, and killing one would be detrimental to subsequent management and vacancies. However, Yu Xiaogang didn't care about these things. He just wanted to vent his anger now. So he directly stood in the papal palace and angrily scolded BBDong for half an hour. Finally, looking at BBDong above, who was covering her chest with a face full of pain. After Yu Xiaogang vented his anger, he turned around and left, ignoring BBDong above, whose face was extremely pale at the moment. Listening to Yu Xiaogang's scolding, BBDong's face was pale. But her face was still full of incomprehension. Why, Xiaogang, why? I am clearly thinking of you, why can't you think of me for once? If I really killed Yu Guan, then my position as Pope would really be in name only. If that's the case, how can I help you fulfill your wish if I lose the position of Pope? Forget it, this is what I owe you, Xiaogang. In this life, I, BBDong, am here to pay you back. Even if I am smashed to pieces, even if I cannot complete my revenge, I will help you to the end. BBDong looked out the window, her pretty face full of tenderness. As long as I help Xiaogang to the end, he should thank me well on the day he achieves success and fame. For a time, thinking of this scene in the future, BBDong couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. After Yu Xiaogang finished scolding BBDong, he came to the training ground refreshed. After all, there are still several students with good talents waiting for him, the cardinal, to harm them. In the northern part of Heaven Do City, there is a dangerous place that is covered by dark clouds all year round and flashes with pure white and fierce lightning. And in this dangerous place where even titled Duluo level powerhouses cannot stay for long. There are 9 huge mountain peaks standing here. And on these 9 mountain peaks, there are always huge lightning bolts that strike these 9 mountain peaks fiercely. These 9 mountain peaks seem to be undergoing a tribulation of thunder. No grass grows on the mountain peaks, and they are extremely dry. And after the turbulent and violent lightning is struck on the mountain peak, a part of it will directly disperse. However, there is still a part that, after being struck on the mountain peak, the lightning directly penetrates into the mountain peak, and is nurtured and extended by the strange soil of the mountain. Over time, after an unknown amount of time, these 9 mountain peaks even have the power of thunder mixed in the soil. These 9 mountain peaks are an extremely dangerous place in the eyes of outsiders. However, in the eyes of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, who is the #1 beast spirit in the mainland, this is undoubtedly the most suitable place for their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon to live. Therefore, in a livable place on these 9 mountain peaks, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family directly opened mountains and crushed rocks, built houses, and established a sect. And these 9 mountain peaks were also designated as territory by the contemporary patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. To the outside world, it is declared as a family practice place, and these 9 mountain peaks are renamed 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. And internally, these 9 mountain peaks are the most hidden and mysterious inheritance place of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Chapter 246, Battle of the Two Dragons. Within the entire family, except for the contemporary patriarch and vice patriarch, no one knows what kind of secrets are contained within the 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. However, at this moment, within this 9 Dragon Thunder Valley, which ordinary people cannot set foot in, there are 2 peerless mad dragons, one gold and one blue, fighting and killing each other here. Within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, at this moment, countless direct disciples and collateral disciples are standing on the highest point of the roof, looking at the 2 figures who are fighting fiercely within the 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. One of these 2 figures is emitting a deep blue and white color, and the surface of the body is crackling with fierce thunder, and the height is as high as 35 meters, which is as tall and mighty as a small mountain of Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. When the huge Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's limbs are swinging, there will be extremely bright thunderclaps mixed with fierce sounds. And the other one is a golden giant dragon with a slightly shorter height, only about 20 meters, but the whole body is showing an incomparably dazzling and flashing halo. This golden giant dragon is filled with a sacred aura all over its body. People can't help but subconsciously choose to surrender. Before long, after another powerful collision between dragon claws and dragon claws, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon burst out with a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha, good. Xiao Yu, with your mere 72nd level strength, you can actually fight me evenly when I use my spirit avatar. Next is the last move, watch out. 8th spirit ability, Dragon Soaring Sky Thunderstorm. Boom, boom, as Yu Yuanjun's jet black 8th spirit ring began to flicker. Yu Yuanjun's already huge Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit avatar became even stronger. Then Yu Yuanjun waved his wings, suspended above the sky. Then I saw Yu Yuanjun open his huge dragon mouth. Then a pure thunder-based energy completely composed of thunder quickly gathered in his mouth. After a short gathering, this thunder element energy wave mixed with a deadly jet black color. quickly rushed towards Xiao Yu's direction. Looking at the huge thunder energy wave, Xiao Yu's face remained unchanged. Then the first, second, third, and sixth spirit rings on his body all lit up. A thick breath of light also spewed out from Xiao Yu's mouth. After a short flight, it directly collided with this dragon soaring sky thunderstorm. However, this outpouring of energy did not last long. Dragon soaring sky thunderstorm, the word, storm, is the key. I saw that the moment these two breaths touched, the dragon soaring sky thunderstorm directly burst open. The original concentrated thunder attribute streamline rays directly turned into a thunderbolt that could not be shielded. Before long, after a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yu's light holy dragon spirit avatar was directly covered by this thunderbolt. Quote. Within the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, everyone looked at the desperate struggle, and all the clansmen were filled with horror and shock. They didn't expect that Xiao Yu could actually fight the patriarch to this point with the strength of a spirit sage. Will the patriarch be too harsh? Will Xiao Yu be okay? Looking at the scene in front of her, Liu Erlong said with a worried face. And beside her, Yu Luomian was pulling her daughter, who was about to rush into the battlefield to have a husband and wife mixed doubles, while comforting her. Don't worry, Xiao Yu is the future of our blue lightning tyrant dragon family, big brother knows what he's doing. Hearing her father's comfort, although Liu Erlong also knew this, she still couldn't stop worrying when she saw the thunderous power that covered the sky and the sun. Chapter 247. Hey, I'm the patriarch, hey. The patriarch clearly said that he was just coming back to accept the inheritance within the family, but now he's directly fighting like this. You want to try Xiao Yu's skills, so try his skills. As a result, you're fighting so hard now that you're even using your spirit avatar and 8th spirit ability without any martial ethics. As a 95th level title Duluo, you, the patriarch, really don't want your face anymore. How old is Xiao Yu? Why are you fighting him so fiercely? Unlike Liu Erlong's worry and anger towards patriarch Yu Yuanjun. At this moment, within the crowd watching the battle from the sidelines, they looked at the two giant dragons in the 9-Dragon Thunder Valley, neither willing to give way. The expressions on their faces had gradually turned dull from shock and horror. Within the crowd, Yu Tianeng looked at Xiao Yu, who was fighting fiercely with his grandfather. A bitter smile appeared on his handsome face. Xiao Yu was clearly of the same generation as him. Even his age was a few years younger than his. But now, he had already surpassed him, and had begun to challenge people of his grandfather's generation. Indeed, only such a strong person could be worthy of Yanyan. Quote. Just as the onlookers were showing different expressions. Within the 9-Dragon Thunder Valley, the 10,000 zhong of thunder gradually dissipated after erupting with all its energy. Yu Yuanjun, who was waving his wings, did not continue to attack. Instead, he just watched the scene within the Thunder Valley. Before long, when he saw the golden halo emanating after the thunder gradually dissipated, the expression on his face quickly changed from nervousness to relief. This kid actually withstood my 8th soul skill with the strength of a soul sage, it's simply unbelievable. At this rate, perhaps after he breaks through to Soul Duluo, I might not be his opponent. Regarding their competition just now, Yu Yuanjun admitted that he had not held back in the slightest. Except for Soul Bone's skills in the 9th Soul Ring, Yu Yuanjun used everything he could. Moreover, the competition venue was still within this thunder-filled valley. Geographically, he was more advantageous than Xiao Yu. But even so, he was still unable to completely suppress Xiao Yu. From this, it can be seen that Xiao Yu's strength has surpassed his own realm by a large margin. Finally, as Yu Yuanjun pondered, the thunder completely dissipated. After the thunder dissipated, the golden halo became brighter and brighter. Finally, a figure also fanning golden dragon wings slowly flew into the air. Looking at the golden giant dragon in front of him, whose aura was only weakened, but was not greatly harmed, Yu Yuanjun became even more satisfied. Ha ha ha, good kid, you're strong enough, today's fight was very enjoyable, let's go, accompany this old man for a good drink today. Yu Yuanjun took the lead in dispelling his martial soul true body, and said happily. Afterwards, Xiao Yu also dispelled his martial soul true body. His face was slightly pale as he returned to the ground. As Xiao Yu landed, Liu Erlong immediately used her flame dragon wings to quickly fly to Xiao Yu's side. She held Xiao Yu in her arms, supporting him, becoming his support. And when she sensed the clan leader also slowly landing, Liu Erlong couldn't help but look at her nominal uncle with a hint of anger. Noticing Liu Erlong's glare, Yu Yuanjun, even as the clan leader, smiled helplessly. Immediately, he winked at his younger brother, who was also rushing over, telling him to quickly manage his daughter. His face couldn't be lost in front of so many people. Liu Erlong's current strength is at the peak of Soul Duluo, coupled with her evolved martial soul and extreme fire, her combat power is not worse than his. In addition, she has a special relationship with Xiao Yu. Therefore, Yu Yuanjun had no way to say anything. Back then, Liu Erlong was able to stay away from her father for Yu Xiaogang. Now, for Xiao Yu, even if Liu Erlong publicly contradicted him, Yu Yuanjun had no way. Who told Liu Erlong to be Xiao Yu's woman? As for his elder brother's wink, Yu Luomian directly pretended not to see it. After instructing some arrangements for the aftermath, he stood in place with his hands behind his back, like a pillar. Just kidding, want me to manage Liu Erlong? Are you crazy? Don't I understand her temper? In this world, apart from Xiao Yu, no one can make Liu Erlong restrain her temper. Liu Erlong can talk to me because of Xiao Yu's sake. Now that Erlong is so angry, no one but Xiao Yu can help. I'm full and have nothing better to do than to provoke her. Looking at his second brother who was not moving at all, Yu Yuanjun was immediately angered to the point of itching teeth. But there was no way. Damn it, Teacher Erlong, it's okay, I just exhausted too much soul power, I'll be fine after resting for a while. Xiao Yu simply replied, holding Liu Erlong's plump waist, he said softly. Looking at Xiao Yu's slightly pale face, Liu Erlong said with dissatisfaction. HMPH, Xiao Yu, when you break through to title Duluo, go find the clan leader to ask for guidance. I believe, the clan leader will definitely teach you well. Liu Erlong stared at Yu Yuanjun and said, quote. Hearing this, Yu Yuanjun's face darkened. And Yu Luomian showed a gloating expression after hearing this. Finally, Yu Luomian saw Yu Yuanjun's twitching veins, then coughed a few times and said, Ahem, Erlong, don't be rude, quickly take Xiao Yu back to rest, let's have a good family gathering tonight. Listening to Yu Luomian's words, Liu Erlong opened her mouth, but still didn't say much. She took Xiao Yu back to the small courtyard that belonged exclusively to Xiao Yu. This small courtyard was specially built by Yu Yuanjun for Xiao Yu. It is located in the central area of the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The whole presents a scene of fragrant flowers surrounding it. Clear mountains and rivers, spring is warm and flowers are fragrant. It can be said to be comfortable to the extreme. Living around Xiao Yu's courtyard are some single clansmen of the right age and some beautiful women who have lost their husbands early. As long as Xiao Yu wants, just a slight move of his hand, the neighboring young women and beautiful girls of various types and attributes can line up to wait for Xiao Yu's favor. Moreover, Yu Yuanjun also considered Xiao Yu's broad mind, and specially set up several rooms in this courtyard. Each room has a big bed. It is for Xiao Yu to have a good place to rest and work when he comes back. After returning to the small courtyard, Liu Erlong sat on the stool with Xiao Yu, enjoying the warm sunshine. Looking at Xiao Yu's face, which was gradually regaining its color. Liu Erlong still looked distressed. Looking at Liu Erlong's expression as if her father had died. Xiao Yu hugged Liu Erlong and said slowly, Okay, teacher, I'm fine, it's just a fight, don't worry. Feeling Xiao Yu's warm embrace, Liu Erlong muttered a few words, then stopped talking. Enjoying the leisurely time, Chapter 248 True Dragon 9 Crowns. At night, after having dinner with Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luomian, Xiao Yu went back to rest with Liu Erlong. Since he still had to accept the inheritance tomorrow, Xiao Yu and Liu Erlong only fought for half the night tonight. The other half of the night was used to rest. The next morning, Xiao Yu, who woke up early, helped Liu Erlong cover the quilt. Then he came to the Nine Dragon Thunder Valley alone again. I don't know if it's because of the climate season. Today's thunder in the Nine Dragon Thunder Valley is more fierce and violent than yesterday. In the valley, Yu Yuanjun was already waiting here. Seeing Xiao Yu coming, Yu Yuanjun chuckled. Xiao Yu, you have so many women, when will you have a few children? Our old guys have reached the limit of our strength, and we can help you take care of the children. To this, Xiao Yu smiled lightly. Let's talk about having children later, I haven't settled down myself yet. To this, Yu Yuanjun smiled noncommittally. Then he slowly asked. Xiao Yu, the Duluo continent is so big, do you know why only the Clear Sky sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect can be collectively called the upper three sects? And why is it the upper three sects, and not the upper four sects, the upper five sects? Because there is one or several titled Duluo powerhouses in the sect. Xiao Yu was silent for a moment, and said. Yu Yuanjun shook his head slowly after hearing this answer. Looking at the thunderous dark clouds flashing in the sky, he continued. Having a titled Duluo powerhouse in the sect is only one of the reasons, although a titled Duluo powerhouse is the foundation and backbone of a sect, but if having a titled Duluo can fight for the position of the upper three sects, then the upper three sects would be too worthless. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was silent for a moment, and slowly asked. Could it be inheritance? Hearing Xiao Yu's answer, Yu Yuanjun nodded with a smile. That's right, it's inheritance, the reason why the upper three sects are the upper three sects, and not the upper four sects, the upper five sects, is because of inheritance, although inheritance is available all over the continent, but in terms of the intensity and completeness of inheritance. The Tang family, the Ning family, and Ru family, have all maintained the best and most complete, therefore, although there are so many sects on the Duluo continent, and there are not a few hidden families presided over by titled Duluo-level powerhouses. But the strongest are still the three of us, and it is precisely because our three families are the strongest that the saying of the upper three sects exists. This is also the main reason why there is no upper four sects or upper five sects. Listening to Yu Yuanjun's explanation, Xiao Yu also nodded slightly. But he still asked, what about the Spirit Hall? Listening to Xiao Yu's question, Yu Yuanjun helplessly said. The Spirit Hall, it has already transcended the secular world and the strong on the continent itself. The Spirit Hall is an organization that existed 10,000 years ago. The inheritance they contain is beyond our estimation. According to my guess, even if our three major sects are combined, we may not be able to match the Spirit Hall. Listening to Yu Yuanjun's words, Xiao Yu also showed an approving expression. After all, the truth is like this. As the absolute powerhouse organization of Duluo continent, the strength of the Spirit Hall is beyond doubt. Even if the upper three sects really fought the Spirit Hall, it can be said that there is basically no chance of winning. Tang Chen, no matter how powerful he is only one person, and he cannot turn the entire battle around with his own strength. Even Tang San, the so-called child of destiny, only won that final battle with the repeated foolish and cheap actions of the three beauties of the Spirit Hall, and the several helps from the Sea God and other gods. Even the Sea God Island, which also possesses the Sea God inheritance in the level 99 limit Duguo Bo Saishi, is still far behind the Spirit Hall. Even if the Spirit Hall cannot conquer Sea God Island, as long as all supplies to Sea God Island are cut off, then Sea God Island is equal to a slow death. After all, Sea God Island does not have the ability to be self-sufficient. Alright, I won't go into detail about the Spirit Hall. What I want to talk about today is the inheritance of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. You have a good relationship with Ning Rongrong. Do you know that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has something called the Distraction Control Method? I know, that is the Rongrong family's secret. When practiced to the highest level of the 7 Aperture Exquisite Heart, Rongrong can assist 7 people at the same time, and the soul power consumption will not be too great. Yu Yuanjun nodded slightly. That's right. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's number 1 auxiliary spirit, coupled with distraction control, and the Clear Sky School's number 1 weapon spirit, coupled with the inherited secret skill, the Great Sumeru Hammer, this is the main reason why their sect can become one of the upper 3 sects. As one of the upper 3 sects, what they have, we naturally have, and we even have one more inheritance than the Clear Sky School and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Within our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, in addition to our number 1 beast spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and the Dragon Transformation secret skill that can increase combat power by 30%. We also have an ancient and long-standing inheritance. Counting the time, this inheritance has not been shown in front of outsiders for hundreds of years. That is a death inheritance that, once used, is a never-ending battle, a self-destruction. Speaking of this, Yu Yuanjun paused for a moment. Then, with a complicated expression, he said the name that he had said for the first time after learning about this inheritance. Open black lens bracket True Dragon 9 crowns close black lens bracket. Hearing these 4 words, Xiao Yu's expression suddenly froze. This name sounded quite familiar to Xiao Yu, but upon closer inspection, he couldn't remember where he had heard or seen it. Looking at the confused expression on Xiao Yu's face, Yu Yuanjun continued to speak. According to the records in the clan leader's notes, the true dragon 9 crowns are 9 soul bone fragments collected from an unknown mysterious space by the first clan leader of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Don't look at them as just soul bone fragments, but in order to bring them out, the sect's first ancestor consumed most of his life to bring them out. But even so, after bringing out the true dragon 9 crowns, the ancestor, who originally thought he could rely on the power of the true dragon 9 crowns to look down upon the world, died within a few days of leaving that mysterious space due to chi and blood reversal and flesh decay. It was only then that later generations learned that although wearing the true dragon 9 crowns could instantly strengthen one's body to the realm of a demigod, and could also arbitrarily increase the age of one's soul rings, even breaking through the soul rings to 100,000 years was not impossible. But all of this was only temporary. The so-called demigod body was just a powerful combat power achieved by consuming life force. Because of this, after that, the true dragon 9 crowns were secretly placed within these 9 mountain peaks for preservation by that clan leader, and a clan leader's death order was issued. Unless absolutely necessary, the true dragon 9 crowns must not be used. And in order to prevent others from being jealous of the power of the true dragon 9 crowns, no one except the current clan leader can know about the true dragon 9 crowns. Only the clan leader can pass it on to the next clan leader. Chapter 249 Yu Yuanjun's Madness. Listening to Yu Yuanjun's introduction, Xiao Yu finally remembered something about the true dragon 9 crowns. The true dragon 9 crowns are said to be fragments of the ancient dragon king. After absorbing these 9 soul bone fragments, not only can one's physical strength level be raised to the demigod level, but also the age of the soul rings can be evolved. At most, the age of the soul ring can be directly increased to 100,000 years. In the original work, after Yu Yuanjun merged the other 8 soul bone fragments except for the snow jade crown, he directly raised his 7th, 8th, and 9th most powerful soul rings to 99,999 years. Infinitely close to the 100,000 year limit. But Xiao Yu remembered that this was not something that existed in the original novel. It was something original in the manga outside of the original work. Unexpectedly, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family actually has something like this that does not belong to the original work. But after thinking about it carefully, it is actually understandable. As one of the upper 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family must have some real trump cards. Why else would they be on par with the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the clear sky school? And why else would they stand tall in this Duluo continent for so many years? After Xiao Yu was silent for a moment, he asked, "Clan leader, you're telling me this, it's not because you want to retire, right?" Hearing this, Yu Yuanjun smiled and shook his head. "No, I can still move, so I won't give you the position of clan leader. It's not that I'm greedy for the position of clan leader, but your current task is to improve your strength as soon as possible. The things to be dealt with as clan leader are more than just strength. If I really let you be the clan leader now, it will only distract you. Then why are you telling me this today? Is it because I see in you the hope of completely merging the true dragon 9 crowns?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu looked puzzled. Then he only heard Yu Yuanjun say with an extremely excited expression. Although the past clan leaders all regarded the true dragon 9 crowns as their trump card and ultimate weapon, they never gave up on developing and researching them. After research, we discovered that the main reason we couldn't perfectly fuse with the true dragon 9 crowns, besides the difference in strength, was because our martial souls were too weak. If a dragon-type martial soul stronger than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon appeared, perhaps, the true dragon 9 crowns could be perfectly absorbed. However, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul is already considered top tier. Improving it further would be extremely difficult. Fortunately, we encountered you. Your light sacred dragon martial soul, although mutated, is still stronger than our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul. I'm ashamed to say, this is also why I've been urging you to have children quickly. I want you to pass down your bloodline and produce more light sacred dragon martial souls." After speaking, Yu Yuanjun paused for a moment and continued. "Xiao Yu, the true dragon 9 crowns are extraordinary. The absorption process is completely irreversible. If this plan succeeds, you will be the strongest person below the gods. If it fails, it's not a big deal. With your current physical condition, temporarily absorbing a fragment shouldn't be a problem, although it can't be removed once absorbed. But as the next successor to the clan leader position, you have the qualifications. Besides, I can still move and protect you and the family for now. When your cultivation reaches level 95, I will pass the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan leader position to you. What do you think, Xiao Yu? Would you like to give it a try? Chapter 250, Silver Dragon King's Explanation. Looking at Yu Yuanjun's serious expression, Xiao Yu fell silent. Listening to Yu Yuanjun's words, Xiao Yu had to admit that this guy was a bit crazy, actually wanting him to absorb the true dragon 9 crowns. What a perfect way to utilize all the potential of my light sacred dragon. But on second thought, although this idea seems crazy, it's not without a chance of success. Currently, not only is my martial soul the light sacred dragon, which is stronger than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, but my physique has also been elevated to the Dragon General physique with the help of the system, just one step away from reaching the Dragon King physique. This physique alone surpasses most of the previous Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan leaders. Plus, I currently possess Soul Sage level strength. Perhaps Yu Yuanjun's idea is indeed feasible. If I can truly perfectly absorb the true dragon 9 crowns, then the increase in my own future strength will definitely be incredibly terrifying. So, after a moment of silence, Xiao Yu chose to agree with Yu Yuanjun's idea. Yu Yuanjun's face immediately lit up with excitement when he saw Xiao Yu nod. Although he wouldn't have said anything if Xiao Yu was worried and didn't want to agree, he would have just felt regret. But now that Xiao Yu has agreed, it's undoubtedly the best. Good lad, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Our ancestors are watching, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is finally about to rise again. Following that, under Yu Yuanjun's lead, Xiao Yu followed Yu Yuanjun to the tallest peak within the 9 Dragon Lightning Valley. Boom, crack, accompanied by one violent thunderbolt after another falling. After hitting the mountain peak, these thunderbolts directly scattered, turning into strands of lightning that penetrated deep into the mountain. Standing on the ground at this moment, Xiao Yu could even see the silver-white lightning streaks showing through the ground below. Looking around, Xiao Yu could also see the other 8 towering peaks of varying heights standing in the distance. The dragon gives birth to 9 suns, entrenched in 9 mountains, crowns on the mountains, snow jade crown, appear. Before long, as Yu Yuanjun formed hand seals and chanted the incantation, a pure white light rapidly broke out of the ground. Boom! In the next moment, with the appearance of this pure white light, the lightning flashing in the sky seemed to have encountered some kind of enemy, and they all began to accelerate their descent. It was as if they wanted to strike down the thing contained within this light. But this pure white light was completely fearless of the lightning striking towards it. After spinning a few times in the air, it slowly landed in Yu Yuanjun's hand. Looking at the snow jade crown in front of him, Yu Yuanjun turned around and handed the snow jade crown to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, this is the only complete soul bone among the true dragon 9 crowns, and it's a head soul bone. You happen to not have a head soul bone, so absorb this one first. Xiao Yu took the snow jade crown from Yu Yuanjun's hand. And at the moment of receiving this snow jade crown, the snow jade crown instantly erupted with an incomparably intense golden light. After a brief flicker, this intense golden light directly transformed into a golden ball of light, completely enveloping Xiao Yu's body. Yu Yuanjun's expression greatly changed upon seeing this scene. Because there was no record in the clan leader's notes about such a scene appearing. But not knowing the situation, he didn't dare to casually intervene, afraid that his intervention would make things worse. Therefore, he could only stand anxiously in place and wait. At the same time, he began to keep time. If after an hour, Xiao Yu was still like this and had not reacted in any way, then he would forcibly intervene, no matter what, at least to protect Xiao Yu is the bottom line. As for the True Dragon 9 Crowns plan, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. It's fate. Perhaps he wasn't destined to see the scene of the True Dragon 9 Crowns being perfectly absorbed. Quote. Just as Yu Yuanjun was anxiously pacing outside the golden ball of light, Xiao Yu inside the golden ball of light was also quite uncomfortable. Because after Xiao Yu was enveloped by this golden ball of light, scenes of inexplicable images first appeared like slides on the golden halo in front of Xiao Yu. Before Xiao Yu could carefully examine and react, these slide-like images directly rushed into Xiao Yu's eyes without a word. Xiao Yu only felt a golden light spreading before his eyes, followed by a feeling of dizziness in his brain. And after that intense daze, a wave of intense pain struck. Feeling so many inexplicable memories suddenly appearing in his mind, Xiao Yu was completely unable to adapt for a moment. He could only endure the discomfort and half squat in place. Open black lens bracket. This is, close black lens bracket. Just as Xiao Yu didn't know what was happening, the Silver Dragon King's will, which had been staying dormant within Xiao Yu's sea of consciousness, let out a cry of surprise for the first time upon seeing that golden halo. Finally, that feeling came quickly and left quickly. In just a few breaths, Xiao Yu's painful expression returned to normal. The original feeling of suffocation and pain also dissipated instantly. Looking at the snow jade crown in his hand, Xiao Yu's face was filled with complex emotions. What exactly did I just see? It's clearly not something I experienced, so why does it feel so familiar and real? Xiao Yu muttered to himself with a puzzled expression. Open black lens bracket. What you just saw was the life that this light sacred dragon's head soul bone experienced, close black lens bracket. Just as Xiao Yu was feeling confused, the Silver Dragon King's voice came. You are, the Silver Dragon King. You're still in my consciousness. Didn't I return Nini to you already? Are you still monitoring me? Xiao Yu said with an angry expression. He was always being spied on when he was doing things, and he couldn't do anything about it. Who wouldn't be angry? Open black lens bracket. You are nominally the father of the auspicious beast, so I naturally have to observe your every move. What if you choose to betray us and have bad intentions towards the auspicious beast? Regarding the auspicious beast, we can't afford to make any mistakes. Since I am now in a state of awakening, I naturally have to keep a close eye on you, close black lens bracket. The Silver Dragon King didn't care about Xiao Yu's anger and said coldly. Listening to the Silver Dragon King's words, Xiao Yu smiled and curled his lip. In his heart, he slapped Ji Yuina's butt a few times. Then he suppressed his thoughts and continued to ask. What did you mean by what you just said? What do you mean by the life that this light sacred dragon's head soul bone experienced? Open black lens bracket. It's the literal meaning. Our dragon race can learn about the other party's memories and life experiences through mental connection. And it's not just us, some soul beasts with outstanding talents can also do this. For example, Nini, with her Eye of Destiny, can also do this. As long as the person who establishes the connection has a stronger mental strength, they can check each other's life memories with Nini. Although you are a human, because your martial soul is also the light sacred dragon, and you also have a physique comparable to that of the dragon race, this head soul bone subconsciously believes that you are also a light sacred dragon, so it established a mental connection with you, a resonance of memories. Chapter 251 The Silver Dragon King's Deal. Moreover, because the owner of this head soul bone has already died and cannot control the memory connection channel, you suddenly received such a huge amount of memories, close black lens bracket. The Silver Dragon King explained with an extremely complicated tone. She really didn't expect that after so many years, she could still see the soul bone of the light sacred dragon. The luck of humans is really good. They can even possess the soul bones of ancient divine beasts. But unfortunately, the light sacred dragon is a divine beast, not a soul beast. The soul bones of divine beasts cannot be absorbed by ordinary humans. Forcibly absorbing this soul bone without a dragon physique will only accelerate the death of the person who absorbs it. Quote. Listening to the Silver Dragon King's explanation, Xiao Yu suddenly understood. So that's how it was. After Xiao Yu first felt the memories in his mind, he thought he was going to be possessed. That feeling was really too real. So real that even Xiao Yu, who had transmigrated once, subconsciously guessed whether this was a memory from his previous life. So that's how it is. What I just saw was the memory of a light sacred dragon soul beast. No wonder it felt so strange. All around were half-dead dragons. I was so scared that I thought I was being possessed. Xiao Yu said with a wry smile. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Yu, what you saw should be the scene of our dragon race being slaughtered by the god of Asura. I still can't forget the scene of the god of Asura holding the Asura demon sword and slaughtering the dragon race to this day, close black lens bracket. The Silver Dragon King's voice continued to sound. Only this time, there was a lot of sadness and desolation in the voice. Back then, the divine beast realm and the human divine realm were still in a situation of mutual confrontation. As a result, now, besides myself, only DTN is left of the pure-blooded dragon race. Listening to the Silver Dragon King's sigh, Xiao Yu asked in confusion. The god of Asura slaughtering the dragon race. What's that? In the scene I saw, there were only dragons, no one else. Hearing this, the Silver Dragon King was stunned and said in astonishment. Open black lens bracket what? No, that's impossible. Besides the god of Asura slaughtering the dragon race, no other god has the ability to slaughter the dragon race. What exactly did you see in the memory? Close black lens bracket. Listening to Xiao Yu's explanation, the Silver Dragon King wished she could have a memory link with Xiao Yu to see what Xiao Yu had just seen. But no, her strength was too strong, and Xiao Yu's strength was too weak. If the two sides forcibly connected, besides Xiao Yu's spirit being completely destroyed by her own spirit, she wouldn't be able to see Xiao Yu's memory. An analogy would be a male elephant trying to have children with a female ant. Listening to the Silver Dragon King's anxious question, Xiao Yu slowly described the scene he had just seen. When the Silver Dragon King heard that they were all staying in a dilapidated valley on the verge of death, Xiao Yu immediately sensed the Silver Dragon King's turbulent and roaring psychological fluctuations through his mind. The fact that such fluctuations could occur clearly indicated that the Silver Dragon King's heart was very uneasy at the moment. Silver Dragon King, are you all right? Although she heard Xiao Yu's question, the Silver Dragon King only responded with endless silence. But not long after, the Silver Dragon King's gloomy voice continued to come. Open black lens bracket Xiao Yu, can you summon all of your so-called true dragon 9 crowns for me to see? Close black lens bracket. Hearing the Silver Dragon King's request, Xiao Yu was silent for a moment and chose to agree. The Silver Dragon King is one half of the dragon god. She definitely knows more about the dragon race than he does. Therefore, Xiao Yu also wanted to see what the details of the true dragon 9 crowns were. After all, although Xiao Yu knew about the true dragon 9 crowns, he didn't know the details. Open black lens bracket thank you, Xiao Yu, close black lens bracket. The Silver Dragon King said sincerely. Afterwards, Xiao Yu dispersed the light sphere. As the light sphere dispersed, Xiao Yu saw Yu Yuanjun looking at him nervously. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Are you alright? It's alright, I think it's because I'm more compatible with this snow jade crown, which is why it reacted like this. Xiao Yu made an excuse. Yu Yuanjun didn't have time to care about Xiao Yu's excuse. Now, as long as Xiao Yu is fine. Alright, Xiao Yu, do you still want to absorb the snow jade crown? If you don't want to, we can come next time. Or we can just give up on this plan. Yu Yuanjun asked. No, I want to absorb it, but Patriarch, before I absorb the snow jade crown, can you take out all the true dragon 9 crowns for me to see? I'm also very interested in the other 8 crowns. Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Yu Yuanjun nodded slightly and didn't refuse, but he still said with a worried expression. That's not a problem, but Xiao Yu, promise me that if anything is wrong, stop immediately. No matter what, your future is more important. There's no need to force the matter of the true dragon 9 crowns. After seeing Xiao Yu nod solemnly, Yu Yuanjun slowly formed hand seals, retreated several steps, and then said solemnly. The dragon gives birth to 9 sons, entrenched in 9 mountains, every mountain has a crown, the golden crown, appear. The mountain crown, appear. The Yan fire crown, appear. The 9 nether crown, appear. The cloud firmament crown, appear. The sacred radiance crown, appear. The eternal night crown, appear. The emerald crown, appear. Rumble, ding a ling. Not long after, as Yu Yuanjun solemnly shouted the incantation, streams of light of different colors instantly broke out from the other 8 mountain peaks. In the end, ignoring the increasingly frequent lightning that fell, they quickly flew to Yu Yuanjun's side, revolving around Yu Yuanjun. Afterwards, as the halo disappeared, crowns with unique shapes appeared beside Yu Yuanjun. These 8 light spheres of different colors and shapes revolved around Yu Yuanjun, just like soul rings. Looking at the 8 dragon crowns in front of him, Xiao Yu asked in his heart. Silver Dragon King, these are the other 8 dragon crowns. Can you see anything? In response to Xiao Yu's question, the Silver Dragon King remained silent. But Xiao Yu could still feel the Silver Dragon King's low emotions, like the receding tide. He believed that when the Silver Dragon King completely figured it out, the receding tide would completely erupt again. Like a tsunami of turbulence and madness. Finally, After the Silver Dragon King was silent for a full 5 minutes, the Silver Dragon King said in a low voice. Open black lens bracket Xiao Yu, I want to make a deal with you, are you willing? Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Xiao Yu asked. What kind of deal do you want to make? Open black lens bracket I can help you perfectly absorb these so-called true dragon 9 crowns, but you must promise me to find the valley in your memory, close black lens bracket. Listening to the Silver Dragon King's words, Xiao Yu was silent for a moment and asked. Don't you think that there are still members of your clan inside that valley? Open black lens bracket yes, if I guessed correctly, that valley should be a place specially set up by a certain Dragon King to preserve the last bloodline of the dragon race, close black lens bracket. Regarding Xiao Yu's speculation, the Silver Dragon didn't hide anything and directly expressed her thoughts. After admitting her thoughts, the Silver Dragon King continued. Open black lens bracket back then, the Dragon God, the most powerful being, fought against the 5 divine realm law enforcers alone, but unfortunately, he died under the sword of the Asura God. With the Dragon God's death, the Divine Beast realm lost its ability to resist the invasion from the God realm. After the Dragon God's death, the Divine Beast realm was left with only one path, complete destruction. Although the 9 Dragon Kings at the time tried their best to resist the God realm's invasion, the 9 Dragon Kings were ultimately only considered level 1 gods and couldn't compete with the God realm law enforcers. Therefore, they could only spill their blood in the God realm. The Dragon Kings fell, and if I'm not mistaken, the Dragon Valley in your memory might be a hidden place temporarily constructed by one of the 9 Dragon Kings in a moment of crisis. It was used to shelter some of our Dragon clan's descendants with pure bloodlines for recuperation, and the head spirit bone of the light sacred dragon in your hand is complete, while the other pieces are fragments, so the one who made this move was probably the light sacred dragon king. The light sacred dragon king is not as warlike as the other dragon kings. He is very calm and alert, and not as steady and dull as the mountain dragon king. Therefore, it is understandable that the light sacred dragon king would do this after seeing the decline of the dragon clan, close black lens bracket. Listening to the Silver Dragon King's explanation, Xiao Yu roughly understood the tragic state and ending of the great battle between the Dragon God and the God realm back then. Although there were some discrepancies with the scenes in his memory, since the Silver Dragon King, as one of the Dragon Gods, had said so, he should prioritize the Silver Dragon King's memory. Seeing Xiao Yu's dumbfounded expression, the Silver Dragon King then asked. Open black lens bracket now that you've heard that our Dragon clan and the God realm have such a shocking feud, are you still willing to help us, close black lens bracket. The Silver Dragon King was giving Xiao Yu a heads up in advance. After all, this concerned the future of their Dragon clan. If Xiao Yu didn't agree, she would immediately have DTN take over the matter. In response, Xiao Yu remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. I agree, he didn't care about the conflicts between the God realm and the Dragon clan. The most important thing was to improve his own strength. Even if the God realm and the Silver Dragon King started another war, as long as he had enough strength, the possibility of surviving on the battlefield would be greater. Hearing that Xiao Yu actually agreed, the Silver Dragon King's eyes narrowed. She looked at Xiao Yu with a strange expression. At this moment, the Silver Dragon King looked at Xiao Yu with a serious gaze for the first time. Open black lens bracket since you agree, let's begin. I'll help you fuse this so-called true dragon 9 crowns first. I must say, you humans are really lucky. You can pick up spirit bone fragments that have all 9 attributes, close black lens bracket. The Silver Dragon King said with a faint smile. What should I do? Xiao Yu asked. Open black lens bracket first, you need to release your spirit, then absorb the 8 fragments first, and finally absorb the snow jade crown, close black lens bracket. I still need to summon my spirit. Open black lens bracket naturally, your spirit is very unique. It's a rare detached spirit. It can help you withstand the pressure of absorbing the true dragon 9 crowns, so you won't be in so much pain. Otherwise, even though you have the dragon general physique, you can't withstand the absorption of a spirit bone comparable to the Dragon King level. However, according to you humans, the greater the pressure, the greater the reward. Perhaps through this, your spirit can completely evolve into the light sacred dragon, close black lens bracket. The Silver Dragon King said calmly. After speaking with the Silver Dragon King, Xiao Yu nodded slowly, and then a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. After all, Letting Crouching Dragon completely evolve into the Light Sacred Dragon was something Xiao Yu had been looking forward to for more than 10 years. Then, Xiao Yu looked at Yu Yuanjun and said calmly, "Clan leader, perhaps I can directly absorb these true dragon 9 crowns." Quote. The next moment, Yu Yuanjun was dumbfounded upon hearing Xiao Yu's words. Although he wanted to stop him, Yu Yuanjun put down his raised hand when he saw Xiao Yu's serious eyes. He asked sincerely, "Xiao Yu, are you sure? Once you fuse, there will be no turning back." "I'm sure, clan leader, don't worry, I never do anything without a reason." Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. In the end, Yu Yuanjun chose to agree. Finally, he whispered a formula in Xiao Yu's ear. Then, he retreated to the distance. Xiao Yu then sat directly on the spot, first summoning Crouching Dragon. After appearing, Crouching Dragon immediately prepared according to Xiao Yu's instructions. After preparing everything, Xiao Yu began to pinch hand seals. He murmured, "The dragon gives birth to 9 sons, entrenched in 9 mountains, each mountain has a crown, 9 into 1. Before long, the 8 dragon crowns that were still hovering around Yu Yuanjun quickly flew towards Xiao Yu. Then, they directly merged into Xiao Yu's body one after another. Open black lens bracket Xiao Yu, take advantage of this moment to immediately absorb the Snow Jade Crown. 9 is the extreme number. You need to use the energy of the complete head spirit bone of the Snow Jade Crown to drive and unite the other 8 dragon crowns. As long as these 9 energies can be successfully drawn together to form a complete circulation in your body, then you will succeed." Close black lens bracket. Just as Xiao Yu felt as if the blood in his whole body had begun to burn. The Silver Dragon King's slightly nervous voice appeared in Xiao Yu's ear. But at this moment, Xiao Yu was too lazy to think about why the Silver Dragon King's tone was nervous, because at this moment, he had already begun to directly absorb the Snow Jade Crown. Instantly, as the Snow Jade Crown was absorbed, a golden light instantly shone over the entire 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. The strength of this golden light even covered the dark clouds of thunder that were splitting down in the sky. Inside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, countless people also turned their heads to look at the golden light shining above the 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. Inside Xiao Yu's wooden house, Liu Erlong, wearing a thin gauze nightgown, stood at the window, looking at the dazzling golden light. At this moment, Liu Erlong's transparent gauze lingerie nightgown perfectly showed off her perfect figure. If Xiao Yu were here, he would definitely tear these veils to shreds and fight Liu Erlong again. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu was not there, leaving only Liu Erlong, whose face was slightly pale, looking at the 9 Dragon Thunder Valley emitting golden light. Boom, boom. At this moment, inside the 9 Dragon Thunder Valley, the golden light continued to grow and expand. The white thunder in the sky even turned golden under the golden light. At this moment, the thunder of this 9 Dragon Thunder Valley seemed to be punishing Crouching Dragon, who was trying to super evolve. The roar and power of the thunder became more and more powerful and shocking. Roar. As the golden thunder flashed quickly, Xiao Yu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground at this moment, was already covered in sweat, his face full of pain and entanglement. At this moment, Xiao Yu felt like everything in his body was being madly toyed with by the true dragon 9 crowns. Chapter 253, Cocoon Transformation, Arrangement. Whether it was blood, internal organs, or bones and muscles. It was sometimes hot, sometimes cold, sometimes heavy, sometimes stinging. The multiple pains caused Xiao Yu to twitch non-stop. And at this moment, not only Xiao Yu couldn't bear the severe pain. Even Crouching Dragon on the side was lying on the ground with a painful expression. One mournful wail after another burst out of his mouth. Golden halos burst out from his scales. These golden halos seemed to tear Crouching Dragon's body apart and run out. Yu Yuanjun stood on the side, looking at Xiao Yu and Crouching Dragon with painful expressions at this moment. His face was full of worry. At this moment, he had no choice but to kneel on both knees and kowtow fiercely in the direction of the ancestral hall. Trying to bless this most talented young man since the founding of their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. So, as time passed, in the blink of an eye, most of the day had passed. Xiao Yu and Crouching Dragon had now completely become blood men. The bodies of this man and beast, at this moment, were covered in bright red blood. And this blood was flowing out of their meridians and muscles that had been collapsed by the powerful energy. Looking extremely frightening and uncomfortable. At this moment, Yu Yuanjun, who had been kneeling on the ground all the time, saw this scene. His face was extremely pale. If Xiao Yu died because of this, he would definitely blame himself to death. Even he couldn't maintain the power of the true dragon 9 crowns for too long. Not to mention Xiao Yu, whose strength had only just reached the soul saint level. For a time, Yu Yuanjun was also extremely regretful that he had agreed to Xiao Yu directly absorbing the true dragon 9 crowns. Before long, as time passed, another day passed. Roar. Crouching Dragon's roar directly awakened Yu Yuanjun, whose face was pale at this moment. Yu Yuanjun looked in the direction of Crouching Dragon. He saw Crouching Dragon spitting out a golden light. Then, this golden light seemed to have life, directly covering Xiao Yu's figure. Seeing this scene, Yu Yuanjun's face changed greatly. But then, looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Yu Yuanjun couldn't help but think of a scene. That is, breaking out of the cocoon, becoming a butterfly. As the light cocoon formed, the golden light in the sky completely dissipated. As the golden halo dissipated, this world once again returned to its original dark clouds, thunder, and 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. At this moment, besides the addition of a giant cocoon of light, everything at the scene seemed unchanged. Looking at the golden cocoon of light before them, Yu Yuanjun and the others were speechless. If it weren't for sensing Xiao Yu's soul power fluctuations being incomparably stable and peaceful, Yu Yuanjun would have definitely interrupted Wolong's actions immediately. In the end, seeing that Xiao Yu wouldn't be breaking out of the cocoon anytime soon, Yu Yuanjun could only choose to leave and return to the family. As soon as he returned, he saw Liu Erlong, dressed in a black outfit, walking towards him with flames blazing around her. She looked as if she was ready to demand an explanation or have a good spar, demonstrating the clan leader's ultimate skills. She noticed that Xiao Yu hadn't returned with him, which directly triggered her. Erlong, what are you doing? Calm down first. Let's talk things through. Don't be impulsive. Yu Luomian, seeing this scene, quickly came over to stop his daughter, trying to reason with her and appeal to her emotions. He didn't have the slightest bit of a father's authority. However, Liu Erlong directly ignored her father's obstruction. Boom! The aura around her exploded directly. Caught off guard, Yu Luomian was directly blown away by the scorching soul power. Feeling the heat on his body, Yu Luomian said with a grimace. Liu Erlong, are you trying to rebel? Yu Luomian, shut your mouth. I just want to rebel, who can stop me? If you don't want me to rebel, answer my question, where is Xiao Yu? Liu Erlong opened her phoenix wings behind her. She asked with an icy expression. Looking at Liu Erlong, whose aura was soaring at this moment. Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luomian both had bitter expressions on their faces. One was the clan leader, and the other was Liu Erlong's father. But neither of them could stop Liu Erlong, who was now enraged. In the past, when Liu Erlong was only a soul saint, Yu Luomian could still forcefully suppress her with force. But now that she had broken through to the peak of Soul Duluo, and possessed the ultimate fire, even Yu Yuanjun, as the clan leader, couldn't guarantee that he could suppress her. He might not even be able to beat her. It was only in front of Xiao Yu that Liu Erlong acted like a good daughter and a good wife. In front of them, even if they were the clan leader and her father, Liu Erlong was still the same tyrannical mother Tyrannosaurus Rex. They had no way to deal with this. In the end, to avoid causing more trouble, Yu Yuanjun could only give in first, saying with a wry smile. Erlong, don't be impulsive. Xiao Yu is absorbing a soul bone. Because the soul bone's energy is immense, it might take a long time to absorb. Please be patient, Xiao Yu is fine. After speaking, Yu Yuanjun brought Liu Erlong to the cocoon of light that Xiao Yu had transformed into. Looking at the cocoon of light emitting a golden halo before her, Liu Erlong stepped forward. She gently touched the cocoon of light in front of her. She felt the familiar aura, scent, and temperature coming from inside the cocoon. The scent she felt at this moment was the incredibly rich scent that Liu Erlong had eaten countless times in the past few years. After sensing this familiar scent, Liu Erlong finally put away her cold expression and revealed a smile. Seeing Liu Erlong's smile, Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luomian finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, after learning everything, Liu Erlong chose to stay in the family. She constantly monitored the movements of the cocoon of light that Xiao Yu had transformed into within the 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. At the same time, Liu Erlong also told Xiao Yu's other women the news that Xiao Yu was improving his strength. Xiao Yu's confidants felt a sense of loss after learning this news. However, soon, under the arrangement of the eldest sister, Liu Erlong, the women also had new goals. Ning Rongrong was taken back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school to be personally taught by Ning Fengji. Dugu Yan followed Dugu Bo back to the ice and fire yin yang well to cultivate. Meng Yiren chose to go back to see her grandparents. After the last Soul Master competition, they only met briefly, so this time Meng Yiren wanted to go back for a reunion. Liu Erlong had no objections to this. As for Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Zhu Zuyun, who had no way out, they chose to continue to practice at the Blue Tyrant Academy. By the way, they kept an eye on Ling Yuan Duluo, who had been played by Xiao Yu for more than half a year. Ling Yuan Duluo, a titled Duluo, had been tormented by Xiao Yu for more than half a year. She was already like an eagle that had been tamed. She had completely surrendered to Xiao Yu. At this moment, besides becoming Xiao Yu's RBQ, Ling Yuan also became a teacher at the Blue Tyrant Academy in her spare time. As a titled Duluo, it was easy for her to be a teacher. Chapter 254, Tang San's special training begins. Moreover, because Liu Erlong was about to return to the family to live permanently. Therefore, Liu Erlong was too lazy to continue managing the affairs of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Just right, as the strongest person in the academy besides Liu Erlong, Ling Yuan happened to take over as the acting dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy during the time Liu Erlong returned to the family to live permanently. Moreover, not only Ling Yuan, but also Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, whose strength was about to break through to Soul King, and Zhu Zuyun, who was already a Soul King, would be responsible for managing the Blue Tyrant Academy together. Although Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were novices, Zhu Zuyun was not. Because Zhu Zuyun had been designated as Davis's crown princess early on, she had been forced by the elders of the Zhu family to learn management and political affairs handling for several years. After all, as the future queen, how could she do without some skills? How could she convince the public? How could she manage the harem well? Therefore, in terms of management, Zhu Zuyun, who had a lot of practical experience, could be said to be even more powerful than Ling Yuan, who was a titled Duluo. Moreover, if they were too busy, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would also send Soul Duluo level offerings to support them. The area occupied by the Blue Tyrant Academy in Heaven Do City can be said to be 3 times the size of the original Blue Tyrant Academy. Although it is not too large in area, its reputation is completely no weaker than the Spirit Hall Academy, the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and the Star Luo Royal Academy. Now that the reputation has gone up, the teaching staff of the Blue Tyrant Academy must be in place. At this point, all of Xiao Yu's women were arranged. Although everyone had gone their separate ways. But that was only temporary. After all, the women all had their own concerns and weaknesses. They were not Xiao Yu's sex slaves, but wives who would truly spend their lives with Xiao Yu. At this moment, not to mention that Xiao Yu was not around, even if Xiao Yu was around, Xiao Yu would not refuse their requests. Moreover, they would have a long time together in the future, and there would be plenty of days to sleep together, so there was no need to rush these few days. As all the arrangements came to an end, the situation on the Heaven Do Empire's side temporarily stabilized. Everyone also began to enjoy this period of stable time that they did not know how long it would last. Quote. Soon, as time passed, in the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. Many things had happened in these 2 months. First of all, the Spirit Hall's hunt for evil soul masters was still in full swing. In order to capture evil soul masters, the Spirit Hall's capture teams could be said to be going all out. No matter who you were, as long as you were suspected of being an evil soul master, they would directly arrest you without saying a word. The Spirit Hall's behavior of forcibly arresting people directly aroused resentment among ordinary soul masters on the continent. It was clear that it was the evil soul masters who should be hated and disgusted, but since the launch of the Spirit Hall's capture operation, more and more people began to hate the Spirit Hall, and felt that the Spirit Hall was even more disgusting than the evil soul masters. As for the memorials sent up from the subordinate Spirit Halls requesting His Holiness the Pope to suspend the capture of evil soul masters, BBDong directly ignored them. At this moment, she only wanted to use her position to assist Xiaogang well. As for Yu Xiaogang at this moment, after this period of blood food, his injuries had long since recovered, and he had already started the Rakshasa God's test. The first test of the Rakshasa God's test was to continue to absorb blood food and raise his level to level 40 to complete the God's test. It was precisely because of this that the Spirit Hall's evil soul master capture operation would continue to progress endlessly. Within the Hall of Offerings, Qian Daliu had been advised more than once by the other offerings to depose BBDong and establish a new pope. But they were all stopped by Qian Daliu. The Spirit Hall had been established for so long, and some small problems and hidden dangers must have accumulated, so this time, it was rare to have such a crazy time. Let the madness continue for a while to see how many monsters and ghosts will come out. When the time comes, they will all be wiped out, and then handed over to Shuei, a brand new and thriving Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall was full of factions, and it was almost a mess, while the Star Luo Empire was also full of climaxes. Within the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai showed amazing talent after officially becoming the Crown Prince. Not only did he directly break through to the 60th level Soul Emperor within 2 months, he even defeated a Soul Saint level royal offering, shocking the whole country. From this moment on, Dai Mubai's position as the Crown Prince became more and more stable. Some ministers who were originally loyal to Davis also began to defect to Dai Mubai. As for the former Crown Prince Davis, it is said that when he went to his fief, he was kidnapped by evil soul masters and his whereabouts were unknown. The Star Luo royal family mysteriously gave up the search after symbolically searching for a few laps without finding him. The twists and turns in this matter once again became a laughing stock for many people. Many conspiracy theories have been generated from this. Quote. Wow la 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 la. Heaven Do Empire, Fasinuo Province, about 300 miles away from Nuoding City, within a dense forest. A huge waterfall with extremely rapid water flow stands here. The water flow of this waterfall is so fast that it washes the originally rough and sharp rocks at the bottom of the waterfall to become extremely smooth and round. Even ordinary soul venerables and soul sects might not be able to withstand such a rapid waterfall for too long. However, under this waterfall that even soul sects could not stay for long, there was a naked-chested young man with a gloomy face, holding a wooden hammer. Standing on the smoothest rock at the bottom of the waterfall, he endured the huge impact of the waterfall and began to swing the wooden hammer in his hand. However, before the boy could swing it a few times, the wooden hammer in his hand shattered directly because it couldn't withstand the force of the waterfall. And the boy also lost his balance due to the collapse of the hammer, and was directly washed into the bottom of the lake by the waterfall. In the end, the boy, washed into the lake by the waterfall, could only swim out of the lake in a very embarrassed manner, first panting heavily, and simply resting for a while. Then he sat directly on the spot, recovering his soul power while continuing to carve a wooden hammer. And this boy is Tang San. Since he was taken away by his father, Tang Hao. Tang San first spent 3 months recuperating from his injuries, due to the Soul Hall's large-scale capture of evil soul masters and Tang Hao. Therefore, Tang Hao had no choice but to take Tang San into hiding, which slowed down the progress of Tang San's injury recovery. Otherwise, according to Tang San's estimation, it would only take a month at most for the injuries he suffered in the competition to fully recover. But now it has been delayed for a full 3 months. And after the injury recovered, he came here under the leadership of his father, accepting the teachings his father gave him. And Tang Hao's request for Tang San was also very simple, that is, in the case of being sealed with soul power and martial soul. Standing on the smooth rock, use the wooden hammer in your hand to perform the chaotic cloak hammer technique. When can you swing 81 hammers? When will the special training end? Chapter 255 Crazy Spirit Hall. After half a year of hard work, Tang San can already swing 30 hammers under the waterfall. Because the wooden hammer is easy to break, Tang San needs to more strictly control the strength of each swing, which is why it took him more than half a year to swing 30 hammers. Soon, in the blink of an eye, Tang San once again carved a wooden hammer. Then he continued to stand excitedly on the smooth rock under the waterfall. Continue to wave the wooden hammer in his hand and start to perform the chaotic cloak hammer technique. However, before Tang San could swing too many hammers, the wooden hammer in Tang San's hand broke again and was washed into the bottom of the lake again. Then Tang San climbed out of the lake again, and then continued to carve a wooden hammer. At the same time, on the other side of the waterfall, there was a burly figure sitting on the ground grilling fish. Looking at his son who was once again smashed into the bottom of the lake at this moment, Tang Hao's eyes were full of disappointment. This burly figure is Tang Hao. Since bringing his son here to train, Tang Hao has been watching his son's cultivation progress all the time. And the reason why he frowned in disappointment, it was because Tang San's cultivation progress had not improved at all. Since 2 months ago, Xiao San successfully swung 30 hammers under the waterfall. Even after 2 months, Xiao San has been unable to break through this number. This made Tang Hao very annoyed. He knew that there was a process from scratch. But Xiao San's state of stagnation for 2 months is no longer something that talent can explain. This is completely because Xiao San doesn't want to improve. For 2 whole months, Tang Hao could accept it even if you broke through to 40 hammers. But stagnation is not what Tang Hao wants to see. Hey, it seems that Xiao San still can't let go of Xiao Wu. No one knows a son better than his father, especially when they are both fathers and sons who have fallen in love with soul beasts. Therefore, Tang Hao can probably guess Tang San's inner activities. Although Xiao Yu gave Xiao San a lot of hardships and difficulties, Xiao Yu will only become the driving force on his son's growth path. It will not make Xiao San depressed. Only Xiao Wu will become an obstacle on Xiao San's growth path. Although Tang Hao didn't want to admit it, but it makes sense that women affect their hammer swinging speed. Okay, Xiao San, stop for a while and come over to eat. After thinking for a while, Tang Hao decided to have a good chat with Xiao San. Okay, father. When Tang San saw that his father was actually calling him to eat, he excitedly put down the wooden hammer he was still carving. Then he ran quickly to his father's side. After the two had a simple meal, Tang San was about to continue practicing, but was stopped by Tang Hao. Tang San looked at his father with a puzzled expression. Xiao San, your heart is in chaos. Do you know that you haven't made any progress for 2 full months? Tang Hao's slightly reproachful voice sounded. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression changed. Then he lowered his head in disappointment. I'm sorry, father, I have disappointed you. Looking at his son with his head lowered at this moment, although Tang Hao wanted to say a few words, he couldn't bear to continue speaking. In the end, Tang Hao could only say with a stern face. Xiao San, you have grown up and have your own thoughts, so I won't say much. In short, you must remember that if you really like Xiao Wu, then hurry up and practice, abandon all the thoughts in your mind, and focus entirely on practice. Only when your strength is strong enough can you truly be with the person you like. Father, don't you object to me being with Xiao Wu? Tang San asked. This is what he is most worried about. Because Tang San has always believed that Tang Hao wanted to capture Xiao Wu in order to collect soul rings for himself. It is precisely because of this that Tang San always subconsciously slows down his upgrade speed. He didn't want to see the moment when Xiao Wu became his soul ring. For Xiao Wu, he would rather give up this power. To this, Tang Hao smiled lightly. Since you truly love each other, why should I stop you from being together? What if you are human, what if you are a soul beast? As long as you truly love each other, then you are a family. Speaking of this, Tang Hao couldn't help but recall his wife, Yin. After hearing Tang Hao's decision, Tang San also regained his spirits. Since his father is not for Xiao Wu's soul ring, then his spirit is completely free of obstacles. Looking at Xiao San who had regained his confidence, Tang Hao snorted coldly. Since you have recovered, then hurry up and practice. Yes, father. Quote. Soon, as time passed, in the blink of an eye, another 4 months passed. During these 4 months, Xiao Yu was still absorbing the 9 dragon crowns in the 9 dragon thunder valley. The Heaven Do Empire was stable under the rule of Shui Qinghe. However, looking back at the Spirit Hall, for the past 4 months, they have still been tirelessly capturing evil soul masters. And with the Spirit Hall's wanton capture in the past few months, it has already caused many soul masters on the continent to have more and more complaints and more intense feelings about the Spirit Hall. Some places have even begun to erupt in conflicts. And as the conflict began to break out, BBDong not only did not reduce her efforts to ease the anger of all parties. Instead, she believed that they were provoking the majesty of the Spirit Hall, so she suppressed them through bloody means. For those families that had conflicts with the Spirit Hall, they were directly labeled as evil soul master families, and one of the families even had all 86 members captured. The strongest soul saint in this family was even killed on the spot. Since then, the reputation of the Spirit Hall has gradually begun to decline. Whether it is a sub-hall, or various branches within the two empires, they are now directly in a state of panic. Although the hall masters of the various sub-halls and branches have repeatedly reported the seriousness of the situation to their superiors, praying that His Holiness the Pope will stabilize the situation before continuing to search for evil soul masters. However, Pope BBDong still went her own way and did not care about the life or death of others. She was single-mindedly capturing evil soul masters because of Yu Xiaogang's doubts. As for those letters and memorials, they were directly discarded and destroyed by BBDong at will. Now, it is not just most of the soul masters on the entire continent who are dissatisfied with Pope BBDong's behavior. Even many elders and red-clothed archbishops within the Spirit Hall have begun to be dissatisfied with BBDong's behavior. The Consecration Hall is even more so. If it weren't for Duluo suppressing them, the other few consecrations would have already stormed the Papal Hall and forced BBDong to abdicate. Brother, are you just going to watch BBDong, this woman, harm our Spirit Hall? If this continues, the Spirit Hall will be destroyed by BBDong. Jinyi doesn't know how many times he has come to Duluo. But Duluo always looks indifferent. However, this time, Duluo smiled lightly and said, Jinyi, let Descending Demon and Qianjin take the consecration order to the Heaven Do Empire and order the Spirit Hall of the Heaven Do Empire to be entirely under Shui's control. Chapter 256 Duluo's Plan. Hearing Duluo's words, Jinyi, who originally thought that his eldest brother would still tell him not to worry, was stunned. He didn't expect his eldest brother to suddenly change his mind. But soon, Jinyi, who reacted, said with a face full of excitement, Brother, have you finally figured it out? Are you finally going to let Xiao Shui ascend to the position of Pope? Regarding Jinyi's words, Duluo shook his head and smiled lightly. What do you mean figured it out? I have just been waiting for an opportunity, and now, the opportunity has come, and it is time for me to start implementing the plan. Listening to Duluo's words, Jinyi showed a puzzled expression. Then he only heard Duluo explain, Golden Crocodile, you wouldn't think I'd really watch the Spirit Hall be destroyed by BBDong, would you? Although my Qian family does owe her quite a bit, I, Duluo, can say with a clear conscience that I've done enough today. I was willing to support BBDong in ascending to the position of Pope, but since she can't fulfill the duties of Pope, then don't blame me for taking action to remove her from the position. Hearing this, the Golden Crocodile's expression became even more confused. Why couldn't he understand these words? If Big Brother wants to drive away BBDong, then why doesn't he just take action directly? Then Big Brother, since you want to remove BBDong from the position of Pope, then why don't you just take action and force her to abdicate? With a few of us brothers helping you, BBDong can't possibly resist the entire Hall of Elders, can she? Regarding the Golden Crocodile's question, Duluo smiled faintly. Heh, Brother Golden Crocodile, you're thinking too simply. You haven't left the Hall of Elders in a long time, so perhaps you don't know that since BBDong became Pope, the entire Spirit Hall, except for our Hall of Elders, has gradually begun to follow BBDong's lead. Therefore, if you want to take back the position of Pope from her, although the process is easy, it will lose popular support. Once the people's hearts are scattered, then Shui will have a hard time after becoming Pope. People's hearts are selfish. The entire Spirit Hall is so big, you simply don't know how many people within the Spirit Hall are completely loyal to BBDong. So, forcibly putting Xiao Shui on the stage will only harm her. Therefore, if you want Shui to take the throne, you need to proceed step by step, and the first step is to lower BBDong's position in the hearts of all spirit masters on the entire continent, and lower her position in the hearts of everyone within the Spirit Hall. It must be said, to be able to get to this point today, I really have to thank Yu Xiaogang. I really didn't expect that a useless Yu Xiaogang could turn BBDong, who was decisive, ruthless, and efficient in her actions, into what she is today. If I had known this back then, I wouldn't have let Jer take her as a disciple. It would have been better to just throw her to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School or the Clear Sky School. Maybe now our Spirit Hall could be sitting on the sidelines watching the show. Listening to Duluo's sigh, the Golden Crocodile was still in a daze. He had only been in seclusion for a few years, why couldn't he understand what his big brother was saying? Then he heard Duluo continue to explain. As for the second step, after BBDong's position in everyone's hearts has been lowered, let Shui be responsible for managing part of the spirit hall. As the Holy Maiden, it's reasonable for her to perform some of the Pope's duties. After controlling part of the spirit hall, Shui doesn't even need to work too hard to govern, she just needs to return everything to its original state. At that time, through the contrast between Shui's and BBDong's management, Shui's positive position in everyone's hearts will be deepened. At that time, the more outrageous BBDong's operations are, the more stable Shui's position as acting Pope will be in comparison. At that time, even if BBDong is still the Pope, there may not be many people who will listen to her orders. When that time comes, it will be time for us old guys to appear. With our Hall of Elders joining in, what ability does BBDong, who has already been abandoned by everyone, have to continue controlling the spirit hall? Quote. Listening to Qian Daoliu's general plan blueprint, the golden crocodile was completely stunned in place. His face was full of shock as he looked at Qian Daoliu. Unexpectedly, his big brother, who was wholeheartedly devoted to the angel god, could actually come up with such a method. This method is simply too suitable for Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui can basically do nothing, she just needs to wait for BBDong to destroy herself. Wonderful, it's really too wonderful. Big brother, I didn't expect that you, who have been living in the Hall of Elders for a long time, could come up with such a perfect plan. It seems that even if you re-emerge to become Pope, there would be no problem. The golden crocodile said with a hint of admiration in his eyes. To this, Qian Daoliu shook his head. Heh, you think too highly of me. The position of Pope is too tiring. It's most important for me to focus on helping Shui become a god. As for this plan, it wasn't my idea. All of this is thanks to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, are you talking about that Xiao Yu from Blue Tyrant Academy? That young man actually has such foresight. The golden crocodile was startled upon hearing this, his face showing a surprised expression. Qian Daoliu nodded. That's right, it's him. At that time, Shui was stimulated by BBDong and returned to her room to cry. I chatted with Xiao Yu outside the room for a few words. I just casually mentioned that I would drive away Yu Xiaogang, that useless trash, but Xiao Yu stopped me. He also said that since BBDong could accept Tang San, the son of Tang Hao, who had the hatred of killing the Pope, into the spirit hall for Yu Xiaogang sake, then BBDong could definitely do even more brain-dead things for Yu Xiaogang. And as long as BBDong does enough brain-dead things, then the greater the possibility of Shui inheriting the position of Pope. Even when Shui succeeds to the throne, she may not even need to do anything to quickly reverse the reputation of the spirit hall. Although I wasn't optimistic about his statement at the time, but since I was idle anyway, and there was still a long time before Shui returned, I decided to wait a few years to see the situation before making a decision, so I let BBDong keep Yu Xiaogang. But what I didn't expect was that in just half a year, BBDong really did as Xiao Yu said, and did so many foolish and absurd things for a useless Yu Xiaogang. Do you know how surprised I was at that time? I would rather believe that Tang Chen became a god than believe that BBDong could do so many absurd and self-destructive things. Hearing this, the golden crocodile was completely unable to move while sitting on the chair, his face full of astonishment and shock. That kid, could he be a reincarnation of a god? Not only is he young and so powerful, but he also has such foresight. It's really terrifying. Fortunately, he's not our enemy, otherwise, we'll have sleepless nights. Chapter 257 The Cooperation between the Holy Maiden and the Crown Prince. Qian Daoliu also sat back on the chair, took a sip of tea, and then continued with a smile. Do you know what? Xiao Yu also said a sentence that has impressed me deeply, and that I only understand now. Oh, what is it, big brother? The golden crocodile asked with a face full of curiosity. The competitor is an idiot. Hearing these 5 words, 7 or 8 question marks suddenly burst out on the golden crocodile's head. What does this mean? Quote. In the end, Duluo golden crocodile, after understanding everything, quickly took the elder decree to find the conquering demon and 1,000-weight Duluos, and told them the order of the great high priest. After receiving the instructions of the great high priest, they did not know too many rites, so they directly and quickly rushed to the Heaven Do Empire. Assist the Holy Maiden Qian Runshui in controlling the Spirit Hall branch of the entire Heaven Do Empire. Bang! Inside the Pope's palace, BBDong looked at Qian Daoliu, who had come to explain the situation to her, with a face full of anger. Letting Qian Runshui serve as the acting pope of all the Spirit Hall branch halls in the Heaven-Do Empire is digging at her roots. How could BBDong, who controlled the entire Spirit Hall, tolerate this? Qian Daoliu, what do you mean? I am the pope. Why did you let that slut be the acting pope? Do you really think that slut is competent to be the pope? BBDong, Shuiye is still your daughter after all, watch your words. Nowadays, the complaints from the Spirit Hall in various regions are endless, and some have even reached me, but you, as the pope, are always unwilling to make changes. Therefore, in order for the work of the Spirit Hall to be carried out smoothly, and also for Shuiye's undercover operation in the Heaven-Do Empire to proceed smoothly, I have no choice but to do this. The plan cannot afford to fail. Your actions have already increased too much pressure on Shuiye. Or, if you are really unwilling, I can also withdraw the order, but you must also fulfill your duties as pope. Qian Daoliu's angry tone echoed in BBDong's ears. If the plan hadn't only progressed halfway, he would have really wanted to slap this woman who called his granddaughter a slut. Hearing Qian Daoliu's words, BBDong's face became even more gloomy. Because according to Qian Daoliu's statement, what he did was completely reasonable, and she had no ability or reason to stop him. Because once she stopped him, it would mean that Qian Runshui's undercover plan would be prolonged or even affected due to the Spirit Hall's affairs. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Xiaogang's evil spirit master capture operation will be shelved. At that time, wouldn't Xiaogang's strength improvement be slowed down a lot? That's not a scene she wants to see. As for the position of pope, after Xiaogang returned to her side, she didn't care much about it. Therefore, for Xiaogang's sake, she can still endure making some sacrifices. After all, she is the rightful pope. After helping Xiaogang, she can just remove that slut Qian Runshui from her position. Immediately, BBDong could only shout frantically in her heart. Humph, Qian Daoliu, you just wait, when I build Xiaogang into an unparalleled Duluo, I will settle today's score with you. In the end, with BBDong's default, Qian Runshui officially became the acting pope of all the spirit halls in the Heaven-Do Empire. She was specifically responsible for managing all the spirit hall branches within the Heaven-Do Empire, including the main hall located in Heaven-Do City. All the staff, elders, and bishops of the spirit hall within the entire Heaven-Do Empire were temporarily under the command of the holy maiden Qian Runshui, and no longer needed to listen to the command of Pope BBDong. For a time, people all over the continent were dumbfounded by the issuance of this order from the Spirit Hall. They couldn't imagine why the Spirit Hall would suddenly release such a message. The acting pope of the Spirit Hall in the Heaven-Do Empire, is this paving the way for the Holy Maiden to take the position of pope? Will the people of the Heaven-Do Empire agree? Will they be willing to have an acting pope appear in their territory and do whatever they want? Afterwards, just as everyone was still feeling confused, within the Heaven-Do Empire, a shocking message began to be released. That is, the Holy Maiden Qian Runshui of the Spirit Hall actually reached a cooperation intention with Prince Shui Qinghe. The two sides talked in Yuzan for a whole day, and then, under the witness of Tang Yuehua, the owner of Yuzan, they officially confirmed the cooperation. And the content of the cooperation is to improve the welfare and treatment of all people within the Heaven-Do Empire. Among them, the most conspicuous and anticipated is that as long as they are people within the Heaven-Do Empire, the relief money that Soul Masters can receive will increase by 100% for Soul Masters, 50% for Great Soul Masters, and 30% for Soul Grand Masters. As for ordinary people who are not Soul Masters, taxes will be directly reduced by 30%. Although these welfare benefits are temporary, as long as the Prince and the Holy Maiden continue to cooperate, the improvement of this welfare treatment will continue to be maintained. But at least in the first few years, the people of the Heaven-Do Empire can always enjoy this welfare treatment. Instantly, as soon as this news came out, the entire continent was shocked. They didn't expect that the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall would implement such eye-catching welfare benefits as soon as she became the acting pope. At the same time, many people were also very confused. What is the Heaven-Do Empire thinking, that they are actually willing to reach such a deep cooperation with the Spirit Hall? At this moment, everyone in other kingdoms, including the Star Luo Empire, was very envious of the people of the Heaven-Do Empire. Moreover, what made the people of the Star Luo Empire and Spirit Hall even more unable to hold back was that After the Holy Maiden Qian Runshui officially became the acting pope, she directly cancelled the capture operation against evil soul masters. And she directly abolished many of the rules set by BBDong before, and restored them to their original state. And this also means that the evil soul master search team, in the Heaven Do Empire, is gone, completely disappeared. The people of the Heaven Do Empire no longer have to live that frightening life. After hearing this news, the people of other empires and kingdoms who were suffering from the torture of the evil soul master search team completely couldn't hold back. They all petitioned to let the people of the Spirit Hall in their local areas do the same. But the current Star Luo Empire and Spirit Hall, and even the Spirit Hall shop owners in other kingdoms, don't have the right to issue this order. They can only watch all this helplessly, powerless. In just a few months, after spending a little more money and restoring the original rules of the Spirit Hall, the status of Qian Runshui, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and the acting Pope of the Spirit Hall in the Heaven Do Empire, suddenly rose a lot in the hearts of all the people within the entire Heaven Do Empire. And not only in the Heaven Do Empire, but also in Spirit Hall, the Star Luo Empire, and several other independent empires. Countless ordinary people and lower-level soul masters began to look forward to the Holy Maiden Qian Runshui coming to liberate their areas. Although it has only been a few months, many lower-level soul masters have been suffering from the evil soul master search team for a long time. Chapter 258 Shock, Shui Qinghe and Qian Runshui are suspected of opening a room. The evil soul master search team has basically gone from being respected and welcomed at the beginning to being extremely spurned and disliked now. Now, most people, as long as they see the evil soul master search team, retreat as if they have seen a plague god or even an evil soul master. Yes, the current evil soul master search team is really no different from the cruel evil soul masters in the eyes of some lower-level soul masters. From this, it can be seen how much fear and oppression the evil soul master search team has brought to the lower-level soul masters. Within Spirit Hall, when BBDong learned that her good son had done such a thing to annoy her as soon as she became the acting pope, although she was extremely angry in her heart. But under Qian Daoliu's obstruction, BBDong had no way to deal with this and could only watch all this happen. In the end, forced by helplessness, she could only choose to strengthen the evil soul master capture operation in other empires and kingdoms. Since the Heaven Do Empire can't control things themselves, they can only cry to the Star Luo Empire. Within the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, unlike BBDong's gloominess and silent anger, Emperor Shui Yi was very happy and pleasantly surprised by his Crown Prince's actions. The reason was simple. Crown Prince Shui Qinghe had actually reached a strategic partnership with the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. That was the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, the person destined to become the next pope. Such a lovely person was cooperating with his son. At that moment, Emperor Shui Yi even suspected that the Holy Maiden named Qian Runshui had fallen in love with his Crown Prince Shui Qinghe. Otherwise, why would she engage in such cooperation? Therefore, Emperor Shui Yi subtly hinted to Shui Qinghe to pay more attention to Qian Runshui. If Shui Qinghe could really marry Qian Runshui, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, then the future of their Heaven Do Empire would be promising. When Qian Runshui becomes pope, if their Heaven Do Empire joins forces with the Spirit Hall, with one side sending troops and the other dispatching high-end soul master combat power, what would they have to fear from the Star Luo Empire? They could destroy them in minutes. As for Emperor Shui Yi's subtle hints, Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qinghe, fully understood the meaning behind Emperor Shui Yi's words and felt helpless. She muttered inwardly, "This Emperor Shui Yi is getting old and dares to dream anything. I'm only playing two roles at the same time to make it easier to simultaneously hold the position of Crown Prince and acting Pope of the Spirit Hall, appearing as both Shui Qinghe and Qian Runshui. Otherwise, how could I possibly fancy Shui Qinghe, a mere Crown Prince?" Qian Runshui curled her lips. Although her heart was full of complaints, she didn't reveal any unusual expression in front of Emperor Shui Yi, whose health was still relatively good. Instead, she said with a serious expression, "Yes, Father Emperor, I will do everything in my power to win the heart of the Spirit Hall's Holy Maiden, Qian Runshui. I'll win my own heart, that makes sense. Good, good, good. Qinghe, just go ahead and do it. If you can really marry the Holy Maiden Qian Runshui, the day of your wedding will be the day you ascend the throne. Then, I can retire and enjoy life." Emperor Shui Yi looked at the Crown Prince's confident smile and laughed with excitement. Looking at Emperor Shui Yi's smile, Shui Qinghe also smiled back with a hint of a sinister grin. Soon, as time passed, another 3 months went by. During these 3 months, BBDong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, continued to exert her power steadily. The evil soul master search teams caused misery and suffering to all the kingdoms and empires except for the Heaven Do Empire. Many low-level soul masters were searched as many as 3 times a day. As a result, the resentment towards the Spirit Hall's actions became more serious and frequent on the continent. However, because the powerful sects on the continent were all in the Heaven Do Empire, and the Clear Sky School remained hidden from the world, without anyone taking the lead in speaking out, even if they were very annoyed and disgusted, they still lacked the ability to resist the Spirit Hall's absolute power. They could only be treated like sheep, being searched again and again. Unlike other kingdoms and empires, the Heaven Do Empire's days for these 3 months were the envy and jealousy of people in other countries on the continent. Not to mention not having to worry about harassment from the evil Soul Master search teams and the monthly Soul Master subsidies, these 2 things alone made people in other countries on the continent extremely envious and jealous. The gold coins that a Soul Master could receive in a month increased from 1 to 2, a Great Soul Master received 15, and a Soul Elder received 130. Moreover, now it wasn't just some low-level Soul Masters who were envious, some Spirit Hall staff members were also gradually starting to envy those Spirit Halls in the Heaven Do Empire that were specially managed by the Holy Maiden Qian Runshui. Because according to their understanding, unlike their own welfare benefits which couldn't be increased for several years, the welfare benefits in the Spirit Halls in the Heaven Do Empire had been further improved. Not only had their salaries and benefits increased proportionally, but even the assessment standards were not as difficult as in other empires. Simply put, working in the Spirit Hall within the Heaven Do Empire meant more money, less work, and being close to home. This was completely different from their own miserable and busy situation, where they were also being criticized behind their backs by low-level soul masters. Furthermore, according to internal Spirit Hall news, Su Yuntao, a great soul master deacon in Notting City who was responsible for awakening spirits in the surrounding villages, earned a large year-end bonus after passing his performance assessment, and finally married his sweetheart, making him a winner in life. In addition to these enviable welfare benefits, what was even more talked about was the love-hate relationship between Crown Prince Shui Qinghe of the Heaven Do Empire and Holy Maiden Qian Runshui of the Spirit Hall. Since announcing their cooperation 3 months ago, these 2 had been like conjoined twins, appearing together in the public eye from time to time. Although they didn't hold hands or hug, after appearing, no matter what they did, the final destination of both of them was basically Moon Pavilion. And they both stayed inside Moon Pavilion for a whole day before leaving separately. Although the owner of Moon Pavilion once came forward to explain that there was really nothing between His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Holy Maiden, that they were both free people and only had a cooperative relationship, not any other relationship, the more the owner of Moon Pavilion explained, the more the world saw it as a cover-up. After all, judging from various signs, Crown Prince Shui Qinghe and Holy Maiden Qian Runshui didn't seem to have no other relationship at all. If they really had no relationship, could they stay in Moon Pavilion together for a whole day? What a load of bull. Tang Yuehua also saw that no one believed her even after she clearly told the truth, and after a long time, she was too lazy to explain, so she let the rumors spread. Chapter 259, Take off your clothes and lie on the bed, I'll teach you how to become stronger. As Tang Yuehua stopped explaining, everyone gradually believed that Tang Yuehua had acquiesced, and therefore believed even more in what they thought in their hearts. Some busybodies had even begun to bless Qian Runshui and Shui Qinghe. It can be said that if it were anyone else, this kind of thing would definitely be something that couldn't be explained or defended. But unfortunately, in this matter, Shui Qinghe and Qian Runshui can be said to be completely innocent, because Shui Qinghe and Qian Runshui are completely the same person. Since they are the same person, how could they possibly complete those outrageous operations in the eyes of the world? The reason why Qian Runshui went to Moon Pavilion every time was completely to sleep there. Moon Pavilion was quiet and undisturbed. With Tang Yuehua playing the zither to help her sleep, it was perfect for Qian Runshui to get deep rest. For the past 3 months, she had been playing 2 roles, managing both the Spirit Hall and the palace. Although she had the help of Demon Subduer and Thousand Jun enshrined, it still made Qian Runshui's already tired body even more exhausted. In addition, She had to deal with Emperor Shui Yi's urging her to marry and the small frictions from Prince Shui Xing, so she really wished she could split herself into two people. It was precisely because of this extreme exhaustion that she came up with such a method, which would damage her reputation a bit, but would allow her to have a good day's sleep. After all, as long as she did this, no one would dare to disturb her at that time. Emperor Shui Yi, needless to say, was most looking forward to seeing Shui Qinghe marry Qian Runshui. Therefore, he would naturally not interfere. He would also restrain Prince Shui Xing, who wanted to cause trouble. The same was true for the Spirit Hall. Demon Subduer and Thousand Jun didn't want their young master to be too tired, so they turned a blind eye and gritted their teeth. Quote. Spirit Hall City, Spirit Hall. BBDong looked at the quarterly work report sent by the red-robed bishop of the Heaven Do Empire. Looking at the extremely clear rows and columns listed above, the already angry expression on her face suddenly turned livid, and her expression became ferocious. Then, she threw it away casually, directly throwing the letter towards the wall on the side. Bang! The force was so great that, while making a loud noise, the seemingly weak paper directly pierced through a layer of hard wall. It was firmly embedded in the wall just like that. Damn bitch, a girl doesn't cherish her reputation so much, and even such scandals have spread. You really disappoint me too much. It's not an exaggeration to call you a bitch. Bitch, bitch, bitch. BBDong roared angrily, her face full of anger. But these were not what made BBDong the most angry. What made BBDong the most angry were the words written by the red-robed bishop in the letter, praising Qian Runshui, this acting pope, for her actions in the past 3 months. Solace's proud and self-satisfied tone seemed to be directly mocking BBDong's ears, saying that her management was not even as good as Saintess Qian Runshui. Especially when Solace wrote in the letter suggesting that His Holiness the Pope should imitate the management model of Saintess Qian Runshui, so that the Spirit Hall could continue to grow stronger, it directly stimulated BBDong's nerves. Because before seeing Solace's letter, she had seen many suggestions from other countries and empires to imitate the Saintess, and it was precisely because of this that BBDong, who had been holding back a belly of anger, broke out after seeing this last letter. After reading these letters, BBDong's feeling was that now it seemed that everyone on the mainland thought that her, Pope BBDong's, management ability was not as good as Qian Runshui, a little girl who had only been the acting pope for 3 months. Thinking of this, BBDong's expression became even more ferocious and angry. She had managed the Spirit Hall for so many years, could she still be inferior to Qian Runshui, this little girl? For a time, BBDong's expression became more and more ferocious and ugly. Quote. Nana, what's wrong with you? You've been on leave for several days now. Inside Huliena's room, after training, Xiaoyu came to Huliena's room with Yan. Recently, Nana had always been taking leave due to poor health and not participating in Yu Xiaogang's cultivation. Xiaoyu and Yan were worried about this and came to check. However, as soon as they arrived, they saw Huliena sitting on the head of the bed with tears streaming down her face full of panic. A beautiful and charming face was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. That weak appearance really made people feel sorry for her. Nana, what's wrong with you? Don't cry. Nana, who bullied you? Tell me, I'll twist off his head. Xiaoyu and Yan panicked when they saw Huliena in tears, and said with a look of horror. Brother, master, he wants to do something indecent to me. Hearing this, Xiaoyu and Yan's faces changed drastically. Then, they said with a look of horror. Nana, don't joke, how is this possible? Master Yu is a teacher personally recruited by Her Holiness the Pope, and he is also familiar with Her Holiness the Pope, and you are a disciple of Her Holiness the Pope, how could he do something indecent to you? Yan also nodded in horror, but although Huliena's martial soul was a sky fox, she wouldn't lie. Afterwards, Huliena, with a face full of tears, told the cause. It turned out that just a few days ago, that is, the day before Huliena took leave, Yu Xiaogang had called Huliena to his room alone after finishing the teaching work of the day. Originally, Huliena didn't want to go. After all, Huliena felt disgusted just looking at Yu Xiaogang's face, but she couldn't refuse Yu Xiaogang as a teacher, so she went to his room. However, as soon as she entered the room, Yu Xiaogang didn't even have the idea of concealing and gradually progressing, and directly revealed his true colors. He said to Huliena, who was full of confusion and bewilderment. Nana, do you want to become stronger? Huh, Of course I want to, so I have been perfectly fulfilling Master Yu's requirements. Thanks to you, Master, my soul power has increased by 2 levels. Hu Liena blinked at Yu Xiaogang subconsciously, showing a very obedient and easy to arouse people's desire appearance. This was completely Hu Liena's subconscious behavior. Having the Sky Fox martial soul, she naturally revealed this charming emotion to normal life. However, this kind of blinking, in Yu Xiaogang's view, was completely another feeling and another meaning. Before long, Yu Xiaogang's thoughts about Hu Liena became more and more intense. Then, Yu Xiaogang forcibly endured the impulse in his heart and continued to say, "That's good, since that's the case, I have an even stronger method to become stronger, which can make you stronger, do you want to learn?" Hearing this, Hu Liena's eyes lit up, and then she said with a face full of excitement, "I am willing to learn, I am willing, Master, what should I do?" Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang nodded slightly, and a wicked smile that made Hu Liena feel very uncomfortable appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Take off all your clothes, lie obediently on the bed and don't move, then, I will teach you well by hand." Chapter 260 Fallen Emotions. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, the joyful smile on Hu Liena's face instantly froze. In the next moment, her beautiful and enchanting eyes immediately revealed confused and bewildered expressions. Her pair of white and tender hands even subconsciously covered her chest, taking a few steps back towards the door behind her. "What did I just hear? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Master, he actually wants me to take off my clothes and lie on his bed. What does he mean by this? What does he want to do to me? Isn't he supposed to be teaching me cultivation methods? Did I misunderstand, or did he say something wrong?" With a face full of confusion, Hu Liena opened her trembling red lips and spoke in a trembling voice. "Master, what do you mean by this? I don't understand what you're saying, you." Facing the gloomy master at this moment, Hu Liena no longer knew how to continue speaking. She could only look at Yu Xiaogang in front of her with a terrified expression. Yu Xiaogang looked at the panicked Hu Liena, and a hideous smile appeared on his stiff face. Coupled with Yu Xiaogang's dark face, Yu Xiaogang's smile, which seemed to reassure Hu Liena, made her feel even more terrified. Immediately, her body could not help but take a few steps back again. Then, she heard Yu Xiaogang slowly say, "Nana, what are you thinking about? I really want to help you improve your strength, I have no other thoughts. As your teacher, since I want to teach you, I must have some physical contact with you. This is something that can't be helped." Although Yu Xiaogang said this, Hu Liena still covered her chest with a terrified expression, looking like she didn't believe a word he said. Finally, just as Yu Xiaogang wanted to continue explaining, Hu Liena immediately opened her mouth in a trembling voice with a panicked expression. "I'm sorry, Master, I can't accept this kind of thing for the time being. Please let me go back and think about it carefully." After saying that, regardless of Yu Xiaogang's obstruction, Hu Liena turned around and left quickly in a rather disheveled manner. Looking at Hu Liena leaving, Yu Xiaogang took a few steps forward, smelled the lingering fragrance in the air, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Ever since he began to accept the Rakshasa inheritance, a sense of depravity, lust, and resentment surged within him. This depraved emotion had been tormenting Yu Xiaogang, whose strength was only barely at level 45. Moreover, as Luo Sanpao devoured more and more evil soul masters, this depraved emotion became increasingly intense and powerful. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang, who was only at the Soul Grand Master level, felt that he was about to lose control of this depraved emotion. Therefore, he needed to vent, to release this depraved emotion. However, as a well-known figure within Wuhun City, it was naturally impossible for him to casually find women outside. After all, if he really dared to go, BBDong would immediately know the news that he went out to find women the second he entered the shop. At that time, his position in BBDong's heart might rapidly decline, which would be a bit of a loss. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang thought of a way, which was to use the excuse of teaching to vent the depraved emotions in his heart. And the first person to vent on, Yu Xiaogang naturally thought of Hu Liena. She was the Pope's disciple, beautiful, with a good figure, and at the same time, he was her teacher, and most importantly, she was still a virgin, and her martial soul was the enchanting heavenly fox. Each and every one of these conditions directly poked at the restlessness in Yu Xiaogang's heart, making Yu Xiaogang's heart more and more fiery. Such favorable conditions of time, place, and people also allowed Yu Xiaogang to successfully set his sights on Juliana. If this matter can be accomplished, the depraved emotions in his body can definitely be vented a lot. And even if BBDong really finds out about this matter in the end, there is no need to worry. After all, to the outside world, he is just teaching, and Juliana and the others have indeed improved under his guidance. By that time, BBDong may not easily accept it in her heart, but for the sake of Nana and the others' growth, she will definitely not arbitrarily stop him. After all, on the matter of teaching people, I am the master. Even BBDong can't compare to me. Damn BBDong, if you were willing to help me, why would I have to do so many troublesome things? Having you, the Pope, help me vent is more enjoyable than using your disciple. Inside the room, Yu Xiaogang roared in his heart with a ferocious look. During this period of time, he had been constantly looking for opportunities to further close the distance with BBDong, but BBDong had deliberately rejected him every time. This feeling of being able to see but not touch made Yu Xiaogang feel very uncomfortable. Clearly, she cares about him so much, but she just refuses to have intimate contact with him. Repeated rejections made Yu Xiaogang's heart more and more distorted, and he gradually began to think that BBDong was just using him, just like she did back then. And this is also one of the reasons why Yu Xiaogang set his sights on Juliana. Since I can't get you, I'll get your disciple, and leave you speechless. At this moment, if BBDong, who was working hard in the papal palace to capture evil soul masters for Yu Xiaogang, knew Yu Xiaogang's thoughts, how bewildered and unbelievable would she be? Nana, you can reject me once, twice, but can you reject me 3 times? After all, you don't want to disappoint your teacher, do you? Within the large room, Yu Xiaogang's sinister laughter echoed. Dash 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 dash. Inside Juliana's room, after Yan and Xiaoyu heard the cause and effect of this matter, they immediately sat down on the chairs with decadent faces, not knowing what to say. Yan looked out the window with red eyes, the anger in his heart was about to be suppressed. Xiaoyu was even more angry and punched the table. Boom! Instantly, under the pressure of the Soul King level, the table was directly smashed. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt more remorse and powerlessness than anger. This Yu Xiaogang, how dare he? How dare he? Nana is the Pope's disciple. Xiaoyu roared, damn it, I can't stand it anymore, dare to bully Nana, I'll kill him. After saying that, Yan planned to get up and leave, but was stopped by Xiaoyu. Wait, Yan, this matter cannot be handled like this. Brother Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Nana has been bullied. Although Yu Xiaogang, that beast, didn't succeed this time, can you guarantee that he won't continue to target Nana in the future? Hearing Yan's words, Xiaoyu still looked angry. His body even trembled uncontrollably with rage. But he still held onto Yan's shoulders tightly, not letting him leave. As the eldest of the 3, and also the brains of the group, he knew that this matter absolutely could not be handled this way. Even more so, this matter couldn't be known by others. Because once this matter was known by others, the one who would suffer in the end would only be Nana. Chapter 261, Juliana enters the City of Slaughter. After all, the only people who know the whole story are Nana and Yu Xiaogang, that beast. And based on the Pope's behavior recently, the Pope trusts Yu Xiaogang immensely. Trusting him to the point of being willing to give up the Spirit Hall's control over the Heaven Do Empire for Yu Xiaogang. From this, it can be seen that if Nana and Yu Xiaogang were placed in front of the Pope at the same time for her to choose, she might choose Yu Xiaogang instead of Nana. Although Xiaoyu could gamble on the Pope's attitude, gamble on the teacher-student relationship between Nana and the Pope. But Xiaoyu didn't dare to gamble, because once the gamble failed, then Nana being punished by the Pope would be a light matter. Once the Pope agreed to let Yu Xiaogang continue his teaching work, that would be a hellish punishment for Nana. If the Pope gave the order, then Nana would be completely doomed. Therefore, while not many people know about this matter yet, finding a thorough solution is the best strategy. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyu, with a gloomy and self-reproachful expression, spoke to Yan and Juliana, who was sitting on the bed hugging her knees. Yan, I know you're anxious, and I'm also very anxious, very angry, wishing I could kill Yu Xiaogang as soon as possible, but we can't do that. Sit down first, listen to me. Nana, listen carefully too. Hearing this, Yan could only clench his fists and sit back in his chair, and Juliana also looked up at her elder brother. If Xiaoyu and the others hadn't forced the truth out just now, she wouldn't have dared to tell her teacher, because she was also afraid that her teacher would agree to Yu Xiaogang's actions in a moment of desperation. Therefore, at this moment, Juliana was like a lonely boat walking on the stormy sea, very lonely and dangerous, and in need of a strong support. Quote. The next day, early in the morning, Juliana got up early, washed up, and went to the spirit hall to meet her teacher. Nana, how is your health? I heard from Xiaogang that you've taken several days off. If it's really not good, should I find a healing type soul sage to help you take a look? BBDong, who was processing official documents, showed a gentle smile when she saw Juliana coming. Teacher, I'm already fine, I've made you worry. That's good, since you're fine, then hurry up and report to Xiaogang, you need to make up for the lessons you've missed these past few days. Xiaogang said that your lessons are several days behind, he might even need to help you catch up privately. BBDong said softly, Teacher, I don't want to go to Grandmaster Yu's class anymore. I want to go to the City of Slaughter. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's name, which made her feel disgusted, Juliana's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, and then she said solemnly. The City of Slaughter, this was the solution proposed by Xiaoyu after careful consideration last night. As long as she goes to the City of Slaughter, at least, there's no need to worry about Yu Xiaogang continuing to harass Nana, although the City of Slaughter is also very dangerous. But compared to Yu Xiaogang, the people in the City of Slaughter can at least be killed. There's no need to be so restrained. And BBDong, hearing this, also put down the pen in her hand, and looked at her disciple with a deep gaze. Nana, the City of Slaughter is extremely dangerous, have you really thought it through? BBDong also came out of the City of Slaughter, so she naturally knew the horror of the City of Slaughter. She was very happy that Nana could go to the City of Slaughter to improve her strength, but she was also very worried about what would happen if Nana went to the City of Slaughter and couldn't come back. After all, the environment there is really too bad. Teacher, I've thought it through. Juliana nodded seriously. Looking at her disciple's serious eyes, BBDong also smiled. Then she nodded and said, Okay, since you have this intention, then I can't refuse you, Nana, I'm looking forward to the day you return with the Asura domain. Thus, under BBDong's arrangement, Juliana was personally escorted by BBDong to the City of Slaughter the next day to cultivate. When Yu Xiaogang heard that Juliana, who had asked for leave for several days, would rather choose to go to the City of Slaughter than accept his guidance, his heart couldn't help but become more twisted. He originally thought that giving Juliana a few days would allow her to understand, and then accept him, but he didn't expect that giving her time would give her a way to escape him. And after a burst of emotion, Yu Xiaogang then revealed a gloomy smile. Nana, the City of Slaughter is the place I will go after I break through to the Soul King. After all, the evil soul masters there are much more than the evil soul masters on the mainland. Sanpao can evolve better there. Hee. Wait, Nana, I will go to the City of Slaughter to find you, you can't escape. In the City of Slaughter, it's not like being in the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaogang, can do many things, and doesn't need to be so careful anymore. Inside the City of Slaughter, BBDong personally sent Juliana into the City of Slaughter, and after seeing Nana kill several evil soul masters who wanted to have fun with her, BBDong was relieved. Then BBDong came to the palace of the King of Slaughter. As soon as she entered, BBDong smelled a decadent and licentious smell that made her feel very disgusted, which was also mixed with a strong smell of blood. Death God of Slaughter, what brings you here? In the center of this massive palace, the King of Slaughter was bare-chested, attended by 6 or 7 perfectly shaped and beautiful maids. Seeing the King of Slaughter's current decadent state, BBDong, knowing his personality, didn't bother with pleasantries. She spoke with an icy tone. I've sent my disciple to the City of Slaughter for training. If anything happens to her, I wouldn't mind replacing the King of Slaughter. With that, BBDong turned and left. She felt utterly disgusted by the scene of extravagance before her. She didn't even want to waste time with more threats. The King of Slaughter watched BBDong's departing figure, his blood-red eyes filled with furious flames. As the King of Slaughter, when had he ever been threatened like this? But alas, the person before him did indeed have the power to threaten him. She was not only one of the current great gods of slaughter, but also the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Their City of Slaughter had been able to stand for so long because of its close cooperation with the Spirit Hall. However, after his anger subsided, he looked at BBDong's slender back as she left. Aroused by the maids, the king of slaughter tore open the head of one of the maids beside him and greedily sucked her blood. Instantly, warm blood splattered on everyone present. The other maids trembled in terror, but their hands didn't dare stop moving. They allowed the warm blood to slide down their enchanting and smooth skin until it reached the ground. Finally, it was absorbed by the ground, leaving only a bloody smell. Death god of slaughter, I really want to taste your blood. What does it taste like? Unfortunately, the king of slaughter couldn't use the power within him, otherwise. Chapter 262. 3 months later, great changes in Nine Dragon Thunder Valley. As Hu Liena entered the city of slaughter, time flew by again. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Now, more than a year had passed since the end of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master competition, and the changes on the Duluo continent during this year had been enormous. In the Star Luo Empire, Prince Dai Mubai's strength steadily increased. In the Spirit Hall, Hu Liena went to the city of slaughter to train and avoid Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang continued his evil spirit master affairs while teaching Xie Yu and others, while also completing the Rakshasa God test. BBDong continued to implement her previous policies, ignoring all protests from below. As a result, more and more people within the Spirit Hall were dissatisfied with BBDong's methods. During these 3 months, BBDong also took the time to visit the city of slaughter. Seeing that Nana was safe and sound, BBDong was relieved. Within the Hall of Elders, Qian Daoliu continued to wait for his granddaughter to return. Within the Stardo Great Forest, the auspicious beast freely played under the care of the Demon Eye Tree King, the Azure Sky Bull Python, and the Titan Giant Ape. She occasionally missed her father. Beneath the waterfall, Tang San, currently wielding a wooden hammer, was once again smashed into the lake by the force of the waterfall. However, he had already successfully struck 70 blows. He was getting closer and closer to completing Tang Hao's task. Within the Heaven Do Empire, Crown Prince Shui Qinghei's regime became increasingly stable with the help of him and Qian Runshui. The two of them also entered and exited Moon Pavilion more and more frequently. Although the Spirit Hall side didn't have much to say, Emperor Shui Yi was overjoyed and even fantasized about becoming a grandfather. Under Qian Runshui's management, the Spirit Hall of the Heaven Do Empire presented a thriving appearance. It was incomparable to the Star Luo Empire and other independent kingdoms. Under the pressure of BBDong's policies, the bottom-level spirit masters of these kingdoms had been suppressed to an extremely difficult baseline to rebound from. The royal nobles of their own countries ignored them and were only concerned with their own affairs. The Spirit Hall exploited them. Under this double exploitation, they had been suppressed to the point where they could no longer be suppressed. Therefore, more and more bottom-level spirit masters wanted to join the Heaven Do Empire. As a result, the combat power of the Heaven Do Empire increased significantly. The smile on Emperor Shui Yi's face also grew wider. Within Blue Tyrant Academy, except for Ning Rongrong, who was still in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, everyone else had returned to Blue Tyrant Academy. They cultivated while waiting for Xiao Yu's return. Among them, Meng Yiren would return once every month or two. Dugu Yan would also go back to see her grandfather from time to time. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Liu Erlong remained in the clan, waiting for Xiao Yu to emerge from his seclusion. Although more than half a year had passed since Xiao Yu began absorbing the True Dragon 9 crowns, Liu Erlong was still waiting. Every day, she either went to Nine Dragon Thunder Valley to see Xiao Yu or stayed in her room in a daze. If it weren't for the golden ball of light surrounding Xiao Yu growing stronger and stronger, and Xiao Yu's aura becoming more and more powerful, Liu Erlong might have been worried to death about Xiao Yu's safety. Quote. Early morning, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. Although it was early morning, a time when all things flourished. Within 9 Dragon Thunder Valley, the thunderous storm continued to rage as always. On the main peak where Xiao Yu was in seclusion, accompanied by a flash of extreme fire, a beautiful woman wearing a black palace dress arrived at the top of the mountain. The beautiful woman's figure and appearance were both stunning. Her small waist that could be grasped in one hand, her full whiteness, and her shapely rear. Under the backdrop of the palace dress, the beautiful woman looked even more noble. Moreover, the beautiful woman's worried and lonely expression added a lot of charm to her. It could be seen from the beautiful woman's eyes that she was already very uncomfortable. Erlong, it's been more than half a year, and you still come to see him every day. Beside the beautiful woman stood a burly man with a head full of silver hair. The burly man's aura was extremely majestic and powerful. But in front of the beautiful woman, the burly man was as restrained and cautious as a child. You Luomian, I can see whoever I want, it's none of your business. Liu Erlong glanced at Yu Luomian indifferently and spoke in an icy tone. It was Yu Luomian who suggested that Xiao Yu come back to accept the inheritance, resulting in the current situation. If anything happened to Xiao Yu because of this, Liu Erlong would definitely go berserk immediately. Seeing Erlong's icy gaze, Yu Luomian moved his lips and couldn't say anything more. Erlong had also broken through to the title Duluo level a few months ago. With the help of Dugu Bo, Sword Duluo, himself, and his elder brother, she had hunted a 90,000-year-old spirit beast containing dragon blood and officially entered the realm of title Duluo. Erlong's strength had greatly increased after obtaining her 9th spirit ring. In addition to the extreme fire, the dragon bloodline within her body had also been enhanced a lot. Therefore, even if he and his elder brother joined forces now, they might not be Erlong's match. Therefore, Yu Luomian didn't dare to say such harsh words to Erlong as before. After all, Erlong was really capable of taking action. In addition to his debt to her back then. Sigh. Crack, crack. Not long after, just as Yu Luomian was thinking about turning around to leave, a subtle sound rang in Yu Luomian's ears. Yu Luomian's expression suddenly froze upon hearing this sound. Then, he turned around and immediately saw the golden ball of light that was crackling and releasing golden lightning. On this ball of light, the sound of the golden lightning flashing was getting louder and louder, more and more ferocious. Seeing this scene, both Yu Luomian and Liu Erlong were dumbfounded. What was going on? Boom. Not long after, the next moment, before they could react, a pillar of light reaching the sky fell directly from the sky hanging with 9 days of thunder. It smashed heavily on the ball of light. Xiao Yu. Seeing this scene, Liu Erlong subconsciously wanted to approach, but was pulled away by Yu Yuanjun, who had rushed over. Erlong, Xiao Yu is about to break through. The momentum may not be too small. This place is not suitable for a long stay. Let's leave first. Under Yu Yuanjun's reminder, Liu Erlong regained her senses and quickly retreated away from the main peak. At the same time, Yu Yuanjun also shouted to the clan. All members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, retreat to 10 miles away from 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. Under Yu Yuanjun's call, the people of the originally peaceful Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan instantly began to move. Countless clansmen followed the clan leader's orders and quickly retreated towards the outer clan. They didn't ask why. After all, even within the clan, they could see the pillar of golden light reaching the sky above the main peak of 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. Many clansmen knew that the clan's dragon child was in seclusion within 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. Now that such a huge momentum had been created, could it be that the dragon child was about to emerge from seclusion? Boom! Instantly, in addition to the main peak, another pillar of golden light descended on Crane Mountain, not far from the main peak. Boom! Boom! Chapter 263, I'm back. As the second pillar of golden light fell, in the blink of an eye, the third, fourth, fifth, and not long after, a full 9 pillars of light reaching the sky descended within the 9 Dragon Thunder Valley of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. In addition to the main peak and Crane Mountain, Valley Mountain, Tang Mountain, Tyrant Mountain, Fight Mountain, Luanfeng Mountain, Zidian Mountain, and Nanwang Mountain all had the pillar of light reaching the sky appear. Looking at the 9 towering pillars of light descending upon 9 Dragon Thunder Valley, everyone was dumbfounded, because they could clearly see. At the instant these 9 pillars of light descended, the thunderous dark cloud actually dissipated. The thunder that had echoed within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan for countless years actually vanished completely. This kind of great power that changed the layout of heaven and earth made all the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan feel incredibly small. At this moment, even Yu Yuanjun, a title Duluo of level 95, was filled with shock. That was a thundercloud laid down by the power of heaven and earth. What exactly happened? The thundercloud actually dissipated. The next moment, just as Yu Yuanjun was considering whether to have his clansmen retreat further, the 9 towering pillars of light quickly began to move towards the main peak. As the closest Crane Peak arrived and merged with the pillar of light on the main peak, the pillar of light above Bamboo Peak expanded slightly. Seeing this scene, Yu Yuanjun immediately pulled Liu Erlong and quickly flew backwards. Yu Luomian also followed behind with a face full of horror. Roar! Before long, as the 9 towering pillars of light descending upon 9 Dragon Thunder Valley merged into one above the main peak. This towering pillar of light had already expanded to completely encompass the entire 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. The next moment, a roar as if it had existed since ancient times began to resound from the direction of the main peak. Puff, puff, in an instant, Yu Yuanjun, Liu Erlong, and Yu Luomian, who were closest, all looked at the scene before them with horror, spitting out blood. What happened? In this dragon's roar, they actually heard the horror and fear from their own martial souls. That was a fear like a biological chain restraint. Crack, crack, before long, accompanied by sounds like glass shattering. That huge towering pillar of light was now covered with shocking cracks. Finally, as these cracks became more and more numerous, this huge pillar of light, completely covering the entire 9 Dragon Thunder Valley, directly shattered. An extremely dazzling golden light instantly burst out. Then, with lightning speed, it quickly began to spread towards the entire continent. As this golden halo began to spread, everyone on the Duluo continent looked up at the golden light that flashed across the sky. Some low-level soul masters might feel that this didn't represent anything. But among some high-end soul masters, the world had already turned upside down. Xianxia even rarely left the angelic temple and flew into the air, looking towards the direction of Heaven Do City. Remembering the young man who taught him, his expression was extremely complicated and strange. And within the papal hall, BBDong looked at this warm and gentle halo. Her eyes, which were always filled with violence, anger, and jealousy, rarely revealed calmness, contemplation, and a gentle and harmonious light. Stardo Great Forest, after the Silver Dragon King felt this aura, he immediately connected to Xiao Yu's spiritual world. Then, she revealed a satisfied smile. Seaside. As the golden halo flew towards the sea, countless sea soul beasts jumped out of the water, looking at the fleeting golden light. The overlord of the ocean, the deep sea demon Whale King. In this halo, which seemed to have not very strong power, he felt a pressure from the depths of his bloodline. Sea God Island, Sea God Hall. A beautiful figure in a blue dress and a golden crown slowly stood up after sensing this aura. This was the first time she had stood up since she sat down again decades ago. Feeling the aura on this golden halo, Bo Saishi slowly murmured. This feeling is very sacred, making people feel very warm, but there is also a very violent feeling in it. I didn't expect that the sacred aura could one day be linked to violence. This aura does not belong to Qian Daliu, nor does it seem like Tang Chen's. Who could it be? Hehe, the mainland is really full of talents. Another such powerful person has appeared. Presumably, in a few years, he will ascend to Sea God Island, just like Tang Chen and Qian Daliu back then, and challenge me. Bo Saishi did not detect the aura of a god, so she only guessed that this person might be a human powerhouse. Perhaps he had obtained some natural treasures and broke through after swallowing them, which caused such a scene. Looking at the golden halo in front of her, Bo Saishi suddenly thought that no one on Sea God Island had been given a black level assessment for a long time. Thinking of this, Bo Saixi's face was full of helplessness. If the Sea God successor doesn't come, can Sea God Island survive after I fall? Not to mention the Spirit Hall, just one deep sea demon Whale King is enough to completely destroy Sea God Island. The owner of this aura, should I let him try? Looking at the dissipating golden light, Bo Saishi suddenly had a flash of inspiration and murmured thoughtfully. Quote. Within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. As the golden light erupted, this power, as if it could change the world, gradually dissipated. Before long, as the golden light dissipated, a ray of sunlight began to shine into 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. The dragon roared, the golden light arrived, the thunderclouds dispersed, and the sun appeared. Looking at the 9 Dragon Thunder Valley, which was shrouded in thunderclouds all year round, actually shining with sunlight for the first time, Yu Yuanjun's face was full of disbelief. Yu Luomian even knelt directly on the ground, tears streaming down his face for a while. Xiao Yu. But Liu Erlong didn't care about these things. She spread her phoenix wings and quickly flew towards the main peak. As soon as she flew over, she saw a light holy dragon about 80 meters tall, flashing with golden thunder. His body was filled with a terrifying dragon aura, standing before her. This is, you are, Wolong. Liu Erlong looked at the huge light holy dragon and opened her mouth in shock. However, before Liu Erlong could recover from the shock of the huge light holy dragon in front of her, she was shocked again. Because the light holy dragon in front of her actually spoke. Mother, it's me. Quote. Liu Erlong was dumbfounded. Wolong could actually speak now. Oh my god, what exactly is this? Just as Liu Erlong was still in shock, a strong figure. A young man with a height of about 1.9 meters, nearly 2 meters, slowly stood up from the ground where he was sitting cross-legged. Looking at Liu Erlong in the air with a dazed expression, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Compared to Wolong's huge body, Xiao Yu's figure was basically no different from an ant. After stretching lazily, Xiao Yu stepped into the void and came to Liu Erlong. In Liu Erlong's dazed and confused eyes, he slowly hugged the beautiful woman in front of him who was looking at him with tears in her eyes. Teacher, I'm back. About the plot, regarding Yu Xiaogang, my idea is that Yu Xiaogang obtained the Rakshasa god inheritance. In addition, in order to evolve his martial soul, he became an evil soul master. His heart was polluted and fallen. Therefore, he coveted the products after the fall, such as lust, killing, greed, etc., and could not restrain this emotion. BBDong's strength is so strong that she is completely affected by the Rakshasa god's divine sense. How can Yu Xiaogang restrain the influence of the Rakshasa god's divine sense? In addition, BBDong was tossed around by Qian Jisun several times, and she subconsciously resisted Yu Xiaogang's approach. This further led to Yu Xiaogang's blackening. Therefore, he took a fancy to Hu Liena and wanted to use her to vent. As for Hu Liena telling BBDong, there are many similar cases of teachers playing with students in reality. Everyone can look for them. I won't post them to avoid being blocked. Anyway, I feel that based on BBDong's madness, Yu Xiaogang will definitely be fine, and Hu Liena will most likely be crippled and expelled from the spirit hall. As for the subsequent plot, to prevent anyone from being unable to stand it, I will also make a simple preview. BBDong will suffer from PTSD, personally kill Yu Xiaogang, devour the Rakshasa god's divine sense in his body, perfect herself, and then rely on Xiao Yu's light holy dragon to soberly inherit the Rakshasa god position. At least she won't be so crazy. After Yu Xiaogang dies, Tang San's God War plot will be opened. Okay, that's about all I want to say. It's an explanation. After all, I see that many readers have this question and don't want to disappoint them. After all, everyone is paying real money to read, and no one's money comes from the wind. I should still explain it. If you have any questions later, you can ask. As long as it's not too outrageous, I'll try to answer them. Finally, please follow up and collect. Chapter 264 700,000 Year Soul Rings with Soaring Blood. Xiao Yu pressed Liu Erlong's head against his chest. Then he put his arm around her waist and put his head on Liu Erlong's jet black hair. Feeling Liu Erlong's mature woman-like softness and plumpness, and her refreshing fragrance, Liu Erlong's body was stiff as Xiao Yu hugged her in his arms. After feeling this familiar warmth and smell, Liu Erlong's stiff body softened a little. After responding for a while, she finally murmured with tears in her eyes. It's been more than half a year, you're finally back. I thought you would never come back. Liu Erlong hugged Xiao Yu's waist with her backhand and shouted loudly, tears streaming down her face instantly. Although she knew that Xiao Yu was breaking through. But this breakthrough took more than half a year. How could Liu Erlong not worry? Moreover, it was a breakthrough that didn't seem to have a high chance of success. This made Liu Erlong even more worried. Under such intense worry, even Liu Erlong was finding it hard to bear. Fortunately, Xiao Yu returned, her disciple and husband, returned safely. It's good that he's back, she finally doesn't have to worry about him anymore. After a period of tenderness, Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luomian quickly flew over. After seeing Xiao Yu's greatly changed form at this moment, Yu Yuanjun looked at Xiao Yu with a complex expression. Xiao Yu, you succeeded. To this, Xiao Yu nodded faintly. I succeeded, clan leader, the true dragon 9 crowns merged perfectly, all the abilities of the true dragon 9 crowns have been integrated into my body, not only has it strengthened my physique to an extremely strong degree, but it has also greatly changed my spirit rings. Hearing Xiao Yu's admission, Yu Yuanjun immediately revealed an excited expression. He succeeded, Xiao Yu actually succeeded, his guess was right, great, that's really great. Xiao Yu, can you let me see what it looks like after perfectly absorbing the true dragon 9 crowns? Yu Yuanjun asked curiously. Since he became the clan leader, he had always been curious about what the power of a demigod was like. But no matter how curious he was, he couldn't possibly use his own life to satisfy his curiosity. Therefore, he now eagerly wanted to see the strongest power of the true dragon 9 crowns that their blue lightning tyrant dragon clan's ancestor brought back, what it was like. Okay, then clan leader, you can watch carefully, don't be scared. Xiao Yu looked at Yu Yuanjun and said calmly. Then Xiao Yu let go of Liu Erlong and took a few steps back, treading on the void. Wolong, after shouting at Wolong, who was standing on the main mountain at this moment. Received, boss. Hearing that this 80-meter-tall light sacred dragon actually spoke, Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luomian immediately revealed horrified expressions. Xiao Yu's martial soul can actually speak. In the next moment, an even more horrifying situation occurred to them. They saw that the body of this light sacred dragon, which originally reached a height of 80 meters, began to shrink rapidly. However, as the body of this light sacred dragon began to shrink, streams of spirit rings, flashing with extremely enchanting red blood light, burst out from Wolong's body. Then slowly flew to Xiao Yu's side, merging into Xiao Yu's body. The first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one. Before long, a full 7 blood-red spirit rings gushed out from Wolong's body, and then quickly flew back into Xiao Yu's body. Then formed spirit rings, rotating at Xiao Yu's feet. And with the 7 blood-colored spirit rings leaving the body, Wolong's body also shrank to about 15 meters in size, but compared to humans, it was already a behemoth. Even a martial soul avatar of a soul saint with a beast martial soul might not be comparable to the current Wolong. But at this moment, Yu Yuanjun and the others didn't have time to look at the rapidly shrinking Wolong. Because at this moment, the eyes of the 3 people present were attracted by the 7 blood-red spirit rings under Xiao Yu's feet that were dazzling, incomparably enchanting, and soaring with blood light. In this Duluo continent, which is dominated by spirit rings, everyone knows. The preciousness of spirit rings is divided from bottom to top into white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The red 100,000-year spirit ring is even hailed as the undisputed #1 treasure in the spirit master world. Whether it is because of the strength of the 100,000-year spirit beast, or because a 100,000-year spirit ring can bring 2 spirit abilities to the absorber. The 100,000-year spirit ring deserves the reputation of the #1 treasure in the spirit master world. On the continent, although titled Duluos are extremely powerful and very rare, in front of 100,000-year spirit beasts, titled Duluos can only stand aside. In terms of rarity, 100,000-year spirit beasts are really one less for every one killed. Humans cultivating to the titled rank is really 1 in 10,000. But spirit beasts cultivating to the 100,000-year level is not 1 in 10,000. But 1 in a million. After all, spirit beasts have to deal with not only humans who hunt them, but also the law of the jungle within the forest. Humans compete with each other for resources. But spirit beasts, on the other hand, are for filling their stomachs, which will be more cruel and real than the competition between humans. Therefore, nowadays, there are very few titled Duluo powerhouses who can possess 100,000-year spirit rings on the Duluo continent. Within the well-known upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects on the continent, only Tang Chen and Tang Hao possess 100,000-year spirit rings. The 7 treasure glazed tile school and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan don't even have one. Even within the spirit hall, which is full of talents, only the 2nd elder golden crocodile Duluo and Pope BBDong possess true 100,000-year spirit rings. Even the previous Pope Qian Jisun, his 9th spirit ring was only a black 10,000-year ring, not red. This shows the rarity and preciousness of 100,000-year spirit rings. As for the great enshrinement Qian Daoliu, he and Posey were both obtained through divine trials and do not count. Therefore, knowing the preciousness of 100,000-year spirit rings on the Duluo continent, Yu Yuanjun, Yu Luomian, and Liu Erlong, after seeing the 700,000-year spirit rings on Xiao Yu's body that were flashing with soaring blood light, all 3 of them floated in the air with shocked faces. They simply didn't know what to say, because at this moment, the scene in front of them had completely left them speechless. After seeing this scene, the minds of the three of them were completely blank, shocked by the 7 red 100,000-year spirit rings that were soaring with blood. And looking at the shocked expressions of the three, Xiao Yu was calm. After all, he was also shocked when he saw this scene. Although he knew that absorbing the true dragon 9 crowns could increase the age of the spirit rings. But he didn't expect that this increase in the age of the spirit rings would directly elevate his all-black spirit rings to the all-red state, ultimately causing such a scene. Although it's a bit shocking, but it feels pretty good. Chapter 265, Physique comparable to a demigod. Xiao Yu, your spirit rings, is this the benefit the true dragon 9 crowns brought you? Yu Yuanjun, who was familiar with the true dragon 9 crowns, opened his mouth with a mechanical voice. That's right, after absorbing the true dragon 9 crowns, a part of the power of the true dragon 9 crowns was injected into my body, improving and strengthening my physique, and a part was injected into the spirit rings, increasing the age of my spirit rings, making my original 7 rings, which were all 10,000 years old, directly evolve into 7 rings that are all 100,000 years old. Hearing Xiao Yu's admission, the expression on Yu Yuanjun's face became more and more complex. As for Yu Luomian and Liu Erlong, they were still unable to extricate themselves from the shock. Then your physique. Yu Yuanjun keenly heard the meaning in Xiao Yu's words and asked subconsciously. Let's put it this way, clan leader, even if you use your martial soul avatar plus your 9th spirit ability, I can still take it head-on with my physical body without using my martial soul. Quote exclamation mark 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 quote. As soon as these words came out, Yu Yuanjun, who was still a little sober, was instantly dumbfounded again. After hearing these words, his head was buzzing even more, completely unable to react. To be able to take his martial soul avatar and 9th spirit ability head-on with his physical body, doesn't that mean that Xiao Yu can beat him with his physical body? Is this really possible? And Yu Luomian and Liu Erlong were completely stunned. They could understand what these words meant. But why couldn't they understand the meaning of these words at all? It was clearly a very easy sentence to understand, but they just couldn't understand it. What does it mean, to take the clan leader's martial soul avatar plus the 9th spirit ability head-on with his physical body without using his martial soul? What does such shocking words mean? Why can't they understand it at all? Xiao Yu, could it be, don't tell me you are already a demigod body now. Yu Yuanjun opened his mouth with an extremely difficult tone after barely recovering. To this, Xiao Yu shook his head slightly regretfully. No, it hasn't reached the demigod physique yet. The reason why the true dragon 9 crowns can allow the user to reach the demigod physique is because it has to be combined with the user's life force, causing a 1+1 greater than 2 effect, forcibly breaking through the limit of the mortal body. Therefore, it can reach the demigod body. Although doing so can indeed break through the demigod body, once the life force is exhausted, the absorber will also die. And I only absorbed the true dragon 9 crowns and did not use the life force in my body, so I am not a demigod body now. Moreover, how can the demigod body be so easy to break through? That is the gods. Gods and mortals are different. Even if it is only a demigod, it is also transcending the category of humans, with one foot stepping into the realm of gods. However, although I am not a demigod body now, my physique is much stronger than most titled Duluos. According to my estimation, on the current continent, there may not even be 5 people who can surpass me in physique. And when I officially come of age in a few years and step into the titled rank, and my physique is further improved and perfected, then, I am confident that my physique can be compared to a demigod. According to Xiao Yu's estimation, those who can surpass Xiao Yu in physique now may only be the second elder of the Spirit Hall, the level 98 golden crocodile Duluo, who in the original book withstood several attacks from the god-level nether white tiger without dying. He is definitely one of the toughest existences. Then there are Tang Chen, Qian Daoliu, and Posey, the 3 level 99 peerless Duluos. Tang Chen's martial soul is the clear sky hammer, so there is no need to say more about his physique. Qian Daoliu and Posey are divine envoys, and their peak state can be considered demigods. And apart from them, even BBDong may not be Xiao Yu's opponent in terms of physique now. After all, although BBDong's martial soul is rare, the main focus is not on physical physique. Listening to Xiao Yu's explanation, the shocked and astonished expressions on the faces of Yu Yuanjun and the others could not be put away at all. Because the gold content of Xiao Yu's words just now was too great. So great that they couldn't react at all. Xiao Yu's physique has actually become so powerful. There are less than 5 people on the continent who can match him. What a terrifying physique this is. And most importantly, Xiao Yu's physique could further develop after adulthood and entering the titled rank. Completely comparable to a demigod's body. Therefore, after a long reaction, Yu Yuanjun patted Xiao Yu's shoulder with excitement. His face was full of relief and excitement. Good, good, this is really too good, Xiao Yu, you really surprise me too much. Xiao Yu, do you want the position of clan leader? If you want it, I will immediately resign from the position of clan leader and give it to you. Yu Yuanjun said with excitement on his face. Xiao Yu, who could physically beat him, was already qualified to be the clan leader. Clan leader, you should continue to be your clan leader. Xiao Yu is not interested in being the clan leader. As soon as Yu Yuanjun finished speaking, Liu Erlong glared at Yu Yuanjun fiercely with displeasure, making Yu Yuanjun feel extremely helpless. Erlong, it's not that I want Xiao Yu to inherit the position of clan leader, but the position of clan leader has always been held by the strong. Since Xiao Yu already has the ability to defeat me, I will let him be the clan leader. This is the ancestral teaching. Ancestral teaching my ass. Xiao Yu doesn't have the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's bloodline. What ancestral teaching do we need? Xiao Yu is still young, how can he be tied to the position of clan leader for a lifetime? Liu Erlong angrily rebuked forcefully. Hearing this, Yu Yuanjun looked at Yu Luomian, trying to get Yu Luomian to say a few words for him. But at this moment, Yu Luomian was looking at the distance with a face full of melancholy, looking mysterious and unpredictable. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yu Yuanjun's mouth twitched slightly. Damn you, Yu Luomian, keep pretending for me. When nothing is happening, you know how to contradict me and tease me, but now that something is happening, you pretend to be dead. You dodge when there's trouble, and you call me big brother eagerly when there's nothing to do. Huh, good kid you are. Very good. Just as Yu Yuanjun was still trying to find the right words, he only heard Xiao Yu say with a calm smile. Clan leader, you should continue to sit in the position of clan leader. I am not interested in the position of clan leader. I have always loved freedom. Although I am stronger than you, you are the most suitable to manage the clan, having been the clan leader for so many years. I am more suitable to be the person who protects the clan, not suitable to be the clan leader who manages the clan. Therefore, if something happens to the clan in the future, I will step up, but managing the clan will still have to trouble you. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Yu Yuanjun was stunned, and then sighed helplessly. Yes, Xiao Yu is still young, he still has a great future and life to experience, how can he inherit the position of clan leader so early? Forget it, I, the old man, will continue to do it. Anyway, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan now has Xiao Yu as a trump card. As long as Xiao Yu is still alive, then I don't need to be as nervous and worried as before. Just take good care of my retirement and life. Maybe in the next selection of the 7 major sects, their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan can rely on Xiao Yu to seize the title of number 1 sect in the world from the Clear Sky sect. Thinking of this, Yu Yuanjun also revealed an excited look. The number 1 sect in the world, that is Yu Yuanjun's long-cherished wish for so many years. Chapter 266 Yu Yuanjun's full blow, is that it? Thinking back to the last 7 sect tournament. At that time, he had just broken through to the titled rank not long ago, and had just become the clan leader not long ago. He was ambitious and wanted to improve the ranking of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, to get rid of the position of 10,000 year number 3. He was full of confidence and even had the arrogance and confidence to defeat the Clear Sky sect and win the first place. After all, the current sect master of the Clear Sky sect at that time was old, and his strength was less than 20%. Although the 7 treasure glazed tile school had several elders, they were only Soul Duluo level. Therefore, in that 7 sect tournament, their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect still had a great chance of winning first place. But who knew that reality gave Yu Yuanjun a big joke? The 7 treasure glazed tile school had somehow found the famous 7-kill sword Duluo Chenshin, to serve as the sect's elder. Yu Yuanjun, who was only level 92 at the time, was directly defeated by sword Duluo Chenxin, who had reached level 94. Later, even when facing Tang Hao's father, Tang Zhen, who was already old. Under the terrifying explosive power of the Clear Sky Hammer, he was defeated again. Finally, he fell to third place again. But at this moment, looking at the young man in front of him, Yu Yuanjun finally saw the possibility of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect winning the first place in the continent. It's just that although Yu Yuanjun agreed to continue being the clan leader and let Xiao Yu continue to grow freely, but now that the emotions have been mobilized to this point, Yu Yuanjun is also eager to witness Xiao Yu's strength. Then, Yu Yuanjun's face was full of fighting spirit as he said, "Xiao Yu, since you are unwilling to accept the position of clan leader, then show the strength enough to defeat me. As long as you can defeat me, I will let you grow freely and will not interfere in any way with your growth trajectory. In the future, as long as you do not do anything that damages the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, even I will let you drive and command." Yu Luomian, who was originally looking at the scenery on the side, was stunned after hearing his big brother say such a thing. His big brother, who always valued his face the most, would actually say such a thing. Hearing this, Xiao Yu did not refuse. After all, he was also quite curious about what level his current strength had reached, and where his limit was. Since the clan leader invites me, Xiao Yu will naturally not dare to disobey. "Teacher, Grandmaster, why don't you step back a little?" Liu Erlong and Yu Luomian quickly retreated, leaving the main peak to the two of them. The leisurely crouching dragon on the side was also taken away by Xiao Yu. Seeing this posture, Yu Yuanjun's excitement became even more intense. Obviously, Xiao Yu really only planned to use his physique to fight him. At this moment, on the main peak, only Xiao Yu and Yu Yuanjun were left. Not long after, Yu Yuanjun, with a face full of excitement, took the lead in attacking, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, burst out all at once. The terrifying soul power fluctuations shocked the entire 9-Dragon Thunder Valley. Under the unimpeded eruption of the majestic soul power of level 95, the ground shook and the mountain swayed. Even the people in the distant clan felt a strong tremor at this moment. "Xiao Yu, let me see how you will use your physical body to take my full blow." After saying that, Yu Yuanjun flew slowly into the air in Xiao Yu's confident eyes. Then, his 7th soul ring began to flicker. Not long after, a giant dragon nearly 40 meters tall, filled with thunder, appeared in the sky. In front of this huge thunder dragon, Xiao Yu was as small as an ant. As the thunder dragon completely formed, the 9th soul ring on the thunder dragon, flashing with red light, also began to burst out with dark light. At the same time, a thunderous sound resounded in Xiao Yu's ears. "Xiao Yu, be careful, this is my full blow. 9th soul skill. True Dragon's Wrath, shakes the 9 heavens." Boom, roar. In the next moment, as Yu Yuanjun's 9th soul skill was unleashed, the thunderclouds that had originally dissipated within this 9-Dragon Thunder Valley actually began to gather again. The originally clear sky also darkened again at this moment. Then, from the thunderclouds flashing with thunder, a thunder dragon completely composed of blue and white began to stick out its dragon head. As the first dragon head stuck out, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. In the end, as the 9th dragon head stuck out, 9 thunder dragons flew towards the main mountain of the 9-Dragon Thunder Valley at the same time. No, it should be flying towards Xiao Yu on the main mountain. If these 9 thunder dragons exploded directly on the main mountain, this towering main mountain might be annihilated by more than half. And below, Xiao Yu looked at the thunder dragon in front of him, which was like a world-destroying demon dragon, and a look of indifference appeared on his face. As the soul power in Xiao Yu's body began to circulate, Xiao Yu slowly floated into the air. Then quickly flew towards the 9 thunder dragons that were rushing towards him. Looking at the thunder dragon closest to him, Xiao Yu smiled lightly. A golden light flashed in his hand. Then, his hands transformed into dragon claws. Facing the thunder dragon in front of him, he directly struck out with a claw. Boom! Xiao Yu. Seeing this scene, Liu Erlong suddenly became anxious, and a face full of trance, worry, and shock appeared on her face. However, in the next moment, when Liu Erlong saw that the thunder dragon, which even she had to treat with caution, actually collapsed and dissipated directly under Xiao Yu's claw, her eyes widened in horror in an instant. With just one blow, a thunder dragon actually collapsed and dissipated. This But in the next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared to Liu Erlong and others. Only to see that as the first thunder dragon was shattered by Xiao Yu. The second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Under Xiao Yu's pair of golden dragon claws. The 9 thunder dragons, which were originally enough to destroy the world, were actually directly shattered into 5. And in the sky, Yu Yuanjun couldn't help but laugh wildly when he saw this scene. Ha ha, Xiao Yu, good kid, let me see your full strength. Hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled lightly. Clan leader, as you wish. Roar. Not long after, as a dragon roar came from Xiao Yu's mouth. Xiao Yu's body was instantly completely covered by golden light. The golden light came quickly and went quickly. As the golden light dissipated, Xiao Yu's figure reappeared. And at this moment, some changes had also taken place in Xiao Yu's body. In addition to still being so strong and tall, there were countless golden thunderbolts crackling around him. And if you could see up close, you could also see that Xiao Yu's eyes had changed from human eyes to dragon eyes, looking majestic and fierce. As Xiao Yu's transformation was completed, a terrifying dragon might also began to spread from Xiao Yu's vicinity. Then, Xiao Yu looked at Yu Yuanjun above. After Yu Yuanjun met Xiao Yu's eyes, he suddenly felt a sense of fear and chill in his heart. This was a strong pressure from the bloodline, unrelated to strength. Chapter 267 7 Days of Tenderness. Under the pressure of this bloodline, Yu Yuanjun even had the urge to kneel down and submit. Looking at the scene before him, Yu Yuanjun couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Yu, is this your full power? Before long, Xiao Yu slowly continued to ascend from below. Facing the thunder dragon so close at hand, Xiao Yu just waved his hand casually. The terrifying thunder dragon was directly shattered and dissipated. And Xiao Yu was as if strolling in a leisurely courtyard, allowing the thunder after the thunder dragon dissipated to wander on his body. But Xiao Yu didn't feel anything about it. Finally, when the 9th thunder dragon was scattered, Xiao Yu came to Yu Yuanjun after his dragon transformation. Looking at him with calm eyes. Looking at Xiao Yu in front of him. The feeling of wanting to kneel down and beg for mercy in Yu Yuanjun's heart became more and more intense. In the end, Yu Yuanjun dispersed his martial soul true body. I admit defeat. His full blow was like swatting a mosquito in Xiao Yu's eyes. 1 palm each. This made Yu Yuanjun, a level 95 title Duluo, feel a burst of trance. Before long, seeing that the battle was over, Liu Erlong and Yu Luomian rushed over. Looking at Xiao Yu, who was filled with dragon might and surrounded by golden thunder. Liu Erlong and Yu Luomian immediately felt a sense of submission. I lost, Xiao Yu, the position of patriarch, I'll help you take care of it first. In the future, as long as you have any orders, I will definitely execute them 100%. At this moment, Yu Yuanjun was indifferent to the position of patriarch. But he no longer regarded himself as the strongest expert in the clan. Now, the strongest person in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has officially changed hands to Xiao Yu. Patriarch, you're too kind. With a flash of golden light, Xiao Yu returned to his original state. The original dragon might also dissipated, and the golden thunder quickly turned into golden light spots and dissipated. He said with a smile on his face. Liu Erlong saw this scene and asked with a fiery face. Xiao Yu, what was that just now, your transformation? Hearing this, Xiao Yu explained. I guess so, although I have perfectly absorbed the true dragon 9 crowns, because the full power of the true dragon 9 crowns is too powerful, my current soul saint physique cannot bear the full power of the true dragon 9 crowns for the time being. Therefore, I chose to set the fully powered true dragon 9 crowns into a sealed state, and temporarily unlock the seal when I need it, raising the strength of my physique to its peak in a short period of time, and as long as the opening time is not too long, it will not have much impact on my body. Although doing so may be a bit troublesome, it is the least burden on my current body, and later, when my cultivation reaches the title, and my soul rings and soul bones are complete, and my physique is perfect, I can always fully open the true dragon 9 crowns. Hearing this, the few people present showed a look of realization. So, this is the reason why Xiao Yu said just now that he could truly compare to a demigod body after reaching level 90. Then, he only heard Yu Yuanjun say with a helpless expression. Alas, I didn't expect there to be such a method, Xiao Yu, you truly deserve to be a genius. And Xiao Yu didn't say much about Yu Yuanjun's praise. After all, this method was taught to him by the Silver Dragon King. He couldn't seal the 9 dragon soul bone fragments by himself. If it weren't for the Silver Dragon King helping him, he wouldn't have been able to perfectly integrate the True Dragon 9 crowns and build the Dragon King body at the same time. Now, Xiao Yu's physique, under the blessing of the True Dragon 9 crowns, has broken through the Dragon General body and reached the Dragon King level physique. And it was precisely because of the soaring physique that Xiao Yu was able to perfectly integrate the True Dragon 9 crowns. Okay, Xiao Yu, you just broke through not long ago, go and have a good rest. There have been many things happening recently, let Erlong talk to you about it, we won't disturb you. Yu Yuanjun looked at Xiao Yu and said with a satisfied expression on his face. Then, he planned to pull Yu Luomian away. However, when he was about to leave, Xiao Yu stopped Yu Yuanjun and said, Patriarch, I would like to ask, is there any record in the clan of the mysterious space where the first patriarch brought out the True Dragon 9 crowns? Hearing this, Yu Yuanjun's expression froze. After pondering for a moment, he opened his mouth with a hesitant expression. I'm not sure, the era is really too long ago. If you really want it, I can go and look through the ancient books. But, why did you suddenly ask this? Oh, it's nothing. After absorbing the True Dragon 9 crowns, I felt something in my heart and wanted to go there and take a look. Xiao Yu smiled. Yu Yuanjun looked at Xiao Yu a few times. Okay, since that's the case, this old bone will listen to your orders and go and check the location there properly. Let's go, second brother, you come and help me. After saying that, Yu Yuanjun pulled away Yu Luomian, who wanted to escape. There were so many ancient books to find. How long would it take for him, Yu Yuanjun, to find them alone? Therefore, he had to pull a few people to help. However, the ancient books were of great importance. Therefore, only Yu Luomian could be pulled together to find them now. Watching the Patriarch and Vice Patriarch leave, only Xiao Yu and Liu Erlong were left in the 9 Dragon Thunder Valley. Without too many words, the two of them just looked at each other and saw that they were both thinking about the same thing in each other's eyes. Soon, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Inside Xiao Yu's detached small house, Xiao Yu walked quickly to several corners of the house, naked from the waist up, and put away the soundproof soul device. Then, he carried the food sent by the clan members back to the room. Teacher, get up and eat, Xiao Yu said to the plump beauty on the bed with scars all over her body and her eyes slightly narrowed. At this moment, although this plump beauty was covered in scars left after the battle, she still gave people a sense of broken beauty. You brat, I didn't expect that I have reached the title Duluo level, but I'm still not your opponent. Your physique is really perverted. It seems that I agreed to you taking so many younger sisters as the right thing to do. I really can't take you down by myself. Liu Erlong propped up her body and sat up. Sitting on the sticky big bed, she looked at Xiao Yu with a resentful face. Seeing that Liu Erlong was having trouble even getting out of bed, Xiao Yu walked forward and carried Liu Erlong to the dining table in the form of a princess carry. He started eating lunch, but after eating a few bites, Liu Erlong put down her chopsticks. Teacher, you're eating so little, do you have no appetite? Xiao Yu asked curiously when he saw that Liu Erlong stopped eating after eating a few chicken legs. HMPH, can I still eat? Haven't you fed me enough these past few days? Liu Erlong said with a face full of displeasure. She and Xiao Yu had been together all day this week. Now her mouth was full of that kind of taste. She couldn't even taste the taste of chicken legs for the time being. Hee, teacher, don't you still not want to have children? Therefore, don't waste it. HMPH. Liu Erlong snorted coldly and stopped saying anything. Although Liu Erlong really wanted to have a child with Xiao Yu and confirm her status as the eldest sister, the current situation on the continent was turbulent, and she didn't know what madness BBDong, that bitch, had gone to. It made the continent restless. Therefore, in order not to let Xiao Yu and herself have weaknesses, Liu Erlong could only suppress the idea of having children. Chapter 268 Teasing the Silver Dragon King. However, not having children was not the same as not allowing Xiao Yu to have children with others, so Liu Erlong said aggressively. You brat, I'm warning you, your first child can only be born with me. After I give birth, you can let others give birth to you. There's no discussion on this matter. I must be the eldest sister. As a woman who watched Xiao Yu grow up. As Xiao Yu's first woman. As the first woman who played with Xiao Yu's whole body. She didn't mind Xiao Yu finding more women. After all, she couldn't bear Xiao Yu's output by herself and needed to find someone to share it with, but the position of the mistress must be hers. This was Liu Erlong's bottom line. And Xiao Yu smiled faintly at Liu Erlong's jealous remarks. That's natural, Teacher Erlong, you will definitely be my first wife. Even Sister Yan Yan can only be ranked behind you. Looking at Xiao Yu's serious expression at the moment, Liu Erlong nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, the two of them started chatting one sentence at a time. After eating, Xiao Yu sent the tableware outside, waiting for the person who delivered the food at night to take the tableware out. And Liu Erlong started cleaning the room. After a week of war, if she didn't take advantage of Xiao Yu's sage mode to clean up, it would be too late when Xiao Yu's interest arose again. Moreover, the smell in this room was quite strong, and Liu Erlong didn't want others to clean it up. It was just that after cleaning up, Liu Erlong couldn't wait to burn this room down with a fire. After cleaning up, the two of them lay on the bed, hugging each other. Feeling each other's heartbeat, the gradually falling warm sunlight shone on Xiao Yu and Liu Erlong. At this moment, the two of them felt as if they were in a fairyland. Looking at the gradually setting sun, Liu Erlong murmured softly, "How wonderful it would be if this moment was eternal." Quote. Under the warm sunlight, Liu Erlong gradually fell asleep. She had very little sleep this week. If she wasn't a titled Duluo powerhouse and the dragon phoenix body, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stand the whole week of raids. Xiao Yu saw that Liu Erlong had fallen asleep. He kissed Liu Erlong and then helped her cover the quilt. Tisk tisk, Xiao Yu, it's been a whole week. This king has been waiting for you for a whole week. You finally finished, huh? You humans are really interesting. Is this kind of game really that interesting? Liu Erlong clearly couldn't take your impact anymore, but in order to cooperate with you, she forcibly circulated her soul power to match your impact. I really don't understand you humans. Just as Liu Erlong fell asleep, the Silver Dragon King's voice echoed in Xiao Yu's ears. Listening to the Silver Dragon King's teasing, Xiao Yu went to the balcony, looked at the sunset outside the window, and smiled faintly. Silver Dragon King, as the saying goes, dragons are inherently lustful. As one of the dragon gods, don't you know that your dragon race is also very keen on this kind of thing? HMPH, are you comparing this king to that group of dragons who are only controlled by desire? Are they worthy? Although she said that, the Silver Dragon King's tone carried a hint of guilt. Although dragons are inherently lustful, the Silver Dragon King is a clone of the dragon god. She is somewhat different from dragons born in the normal way. Therefore, the Silver Dragon King was indeed extremely curious about Xiao Yu's actions at this moment. Oh, Silver Dragon King, if you weren't interested, then why would you have watched for a whole week? Don't think I don't know that you've actually been watching me and Teacher Erlong, right? Tisk tisk, Silver Dragon King, could it be that you've taken a liking to my physique? Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, the Silver Dragon King's tone faltered. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke disdainfully. Good for you, Xiao Yu. You've grown bolder after absorbing the true dragon 9 crowns. Now you even dare to make fun of me. Could it be that you still want to play this game with me? Are you worthy? Although you have now forged the Dragon King's body, it's only the most basic Dragon King's body. And I am a half-dragon god body. The strength of my physique alone is comparable to some level 1 gods. And what about you? A little brat whose god body can't even compare to a 3rd level god. Not to mention me, even ZG, whom you saw back then, you probably couldn't satisfy her. After hearing Xiao Yu's teasing, the Silver Dragon King felt slightly annoyed. After all, this was the first time in so many years that she had heard someone dare to make fun of her like this. However, more than annoyance, the Silver Dragon King felt disdain for Xiao Yu. She believed that Xiao Yu was just daydreaming. Xiao Yu's physique was indeed very powerful among humans, but in their dragon race, it could only be considered mediocre. He couldn't even compare to ZG, who had just entered the 200,000-year mark, let alone DTN and herself. Listening to the Silver Dragon King's tone, which was filled with annoyance and a hint of disdain, Xiao Yu was speechless. After all, according to the Silver Dragon King, his current physique wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. Now, the gap between him and the Silver Dragon King seemed to be even greater than the gap between Liu Erlong and himself. However, Xiao Yu wasn't too discouraged. After all, How old was he now? Moreover, he still had the system. As long as everything developed according to Xiao Yu's plan, then in the future, his physique might not only surpass the Silver Dragon King, but even surpass the Dragon God. When Xiao Yu's physique surpassed the Dragon God, he didn't believe that the Silver Dragon King would still resist him. HMPH, Silver Dragon King, now is now, and the future is the future. How do you know that my future physique won't surpass you? Hearing this, the Silver Dragon King's tone became even more disdainful. HMPH, I am the Dragon God's incarnation. You, a mere human, still want to surpass me in terms of physique. You're simply dreaming. What if I really do it? HMPH, if you really do it, this king will grant you one wish. The Silver Dragon King's tone was filled with disdain. At this moment, this kind of bet seemed like child's play to the Silver Dragon King. She didn't take it to heart at all. Hearing the Silver Dragon King's words, Xiao Yu smiled slightly. It's a deal, Silver Dragon King. It seems that we're really going to become a family of three. Recalling how Ni called him daddy and the Silver Dragon King mommy, Xiao Yu revealed a smile. HMPH, arrogant human. Wait until you surpass me before you say that. The Silver Dragon King's cold voice came again. Her tone was full of disdain and casualness. At this moment, even the Silver Dragon King herself didn't realize that she was actually chatting about this kind of topic with Xiao Yu, and although she was annoyed, she didn't have too much resistance in her heart. Everything seemed to happen naturally. After teasing him, the Silver Dragon King remembered the purpose of her visit to Xiao Yu this time. She didn't come to Xiao Yu to chat. Wouldn't it be better to heal her injuries with that time? Then, the Silver Dragon King put away her chatting tone and asked Xiao Yu to activate the True Dragon 9 Crown Seal. Chapter 269, The Might of the Dragon King. Hearing that the Silver Dragon King was serious, Xiao Yu didn't continue chatting about other things. He jumped into the garden below, found an open space, and directly activated the True Dragon 9 Crowns. In an instant, after Xiao Yu's figure soared in size again, his whole body flickered with golden lightning, and his pair of black pupils turned into golden dragon eyes, appearing before the Silver Dragon King. Looking at Xiao Yu in front of her, the Silver Dragon King nodded slightly. Not bad, just as I expected. You have truly perfectly absorbed the True Dragon 9 Crowns. Next, you only need to wait for your physique to mature, and the seal will automatically break. At that time, you will no longer need to consume your physical strength to activate this Dragon King form, only soul power. Hearing the Silver Dragon King's words, Xiao Yu also nodded slightly. He had already understood these things after absorbing the True Dragon 9 Crowns. Now, with the Silver Dragon King's endorsement, Xiao Yu became even clearer about what he should do next. Then I'll honestly cultivate next and strive to break through the seal as soon as possible. Xiao Yu asked. Hearing this, the Silver Dragon King retorted. No, cultivating soul power is indeed very important, but what's more important now is that you need to perfect the Dragon King's might after your transformation. The Dragon King's might emanating from your body is not complete, and you can't voluntarily control its release and activation. While you have just advanced to the Dragon King's body not long ago, and the Dragon King's might has not completely stabilized, it won't take too much effort to perfect the Dragon King's might at this time. If you wait until you break through the title Duluo and your physique is complete, then it will take more effort and energy to perfect the Dragon King's might. Although I'm very surprised that you, a human, can actually activate the Dragon King's might that only Dragon Kings can activate, since you have activated it, you'd better perfect it. It will only benefit you in the future, not harm you. Hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned. Complete Dragon King's might, what does that mean? Are you talking about this domain-like thing on my body right now? What will happen after it's perfected? In response, the Silver Dragon King explained. Almost. Within our Dragon clan, the Dragon King's might is a crucial skill that a true Dragon King must master. Under the suppression of the Dragon King's might, the Dragon Generals and Dragon Soldiers under the Dragon King can fearlessly execute the Dragon King's orders and will not easily desert. Compared to a complete Dragon King's might, your current Dragon King's might only has form but lacks essence. In other words, your current Dragon King's might can only use your bloodline power to subdue soul beasts with dragon blood that are of a lower bloodline level than you. Someone like Ziji, who isn't quite a Dragon King yet, but whose strength and physique are stronger than yours, a purebred Dragon clan bloodline, cannot be shaken in the slightest by your current Dragon King's might, which only has form and lacks essence. However, if your Dragon King's might is complete, possessing both form and essence, even if your strength is weaker than Ziji's, with your Dragon King physique, Ziji's strength would be directly reduced by 40% when facing you. Although you still couldn't defeat her, it wouldn't be a disgrace to the Dragon King's might. Besides weakening the Dragon Clan below the Dragon King by 40% of their strength, a complete Dragon King's might can also reduce the strength of other powerful individuals by 20 to 30%. Listening to the Silver Dragon King's explanation, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. It seemed that the ability of this Dragon King's might was even more powerful than he had imagined. Immediately, Xiao Yu excitedly asked, "Then what should I do? According to the previous practices of our Dragon Clan, we would throw you into the Valley of 10,000 Dragons for hundreds of years, nourishing you with the murderous aura within the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, allowing your Dragon King's might to slowly be stained with the murderous aura within the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Once the murderous aura within your Dragon King's might and your bloodline power reach a balance, it will be considered a successful completion. But now, the Valley of 10,000 Dragons is gone. Therefore, you now need to find a new place where you can cultivate your killing intent, and it cannot be ordinary murderous aura. It must be the murderous aura of life and death struggles. Only then can you control the Dragon Clan members who are stronger than you but whose physiques are not as strong as yours. Adding murderous aura to the premise of bloodline pressure, that is the complete Dragon King's might, the Dragon King's might that the Dragon Clan cannot resist." Listening to the Silver Dragon King's words, Xiao Yu completely understood what the so-called form and essence of this Dragon King's might meant. It was the combination of killing aura and the Dragon King's bloodline pressure. If it's just cultivating killing aura, then I do know a place. Xiao Yu said thoughtfully, "Oh, humans actually have a place to cultivate killing aura. Where is it?" The Silver Dragon King asked curiously. "The City of Slaughter. Legend has it that as long as you pass the trials of the City of Slaughter, you can obtain the Slaughter God domain. And the Slaughter God domain, it is said, is completely composed of killing aura." Xiao Yu said. Upon hearing about the Slaughter God domain, the Silver Dragon King fell silent. As one of the dragon gods, she naturally knew what the Slaughter God domain was. After all, after several evolutions, the Slaughter God domain would become the Asura domain of the Asura God in the God realm. "Xiao Yu, isn't there any other place?" the Silver Dragon King asked hesitantly. "There isn't. Although the Great Spirit Arena has the rules of a deathmatch, there might not even be one deathmatch in the Great Spirit Arena in a day. If you want to perfect your killing aura through the deathmatches in the Great Spirit Arena, it would be too slow. As for other places, none of them are as good as the City of Slaughter. After all, inside the City of Slaughter, there are only evil soul masters, and their battles are truly a matter of life and death." Listening to Xiao Yu's explanation, although the Silver Dragon King was very unwilling, she had no choice but to choose the City of Slaughter in order to perfect Xiao Yu's Dragon King's might. However, for Xiao Yu's safety, the Silver Dragon King still advised. "Since that's the case, then go to the City of Slaughter. But I must warn you, Xiao Yu, you must never open the seal unless absolutely necessary, because you are now the Dragon King's body, not a human body. Although you are a Dragon King's body transformed from a human body, those despicable gods won't care so much. The City of Slaughter seems to be a place set up by the gods. Therefore, if those despicable gods discover that you are not human but a Dragon King, they will definitely not let you go. With your current strength, it will be very difficult for you if you are targeted by those despicable gods. Death is a light matter. Therefore, you must be very careful." Hearing the Silver Dragon King's reminder, Xiao Yu nodded slightly. "The Dragon Clan and the God Realm have conflicts. It's best to keep a low profile in front of those gods now that I possess the Dragon King's body." After that, the Silver Dragon King gave Xiao Yu a few more instructions before disconnecting the connection with Xiao Yu. Chapter 270. Rules are made to be broken. After deciding on his goal, Xiao Yu was not in a hurry to go. Instead, in the next few days, Xiao Yu continued to spend time with Liu Erlong. At the same time, he told Liu Erlong about his desire to go to the City of Slaughter. Although Liu Erlong strongly opposed it, believing that the City of Slaughter was too dangerous. However, due to Xiao Yu's stubbornness and thinking about Xiao Yu's terrifying physical strength, Liu Erlong had no choice but to agree. Who told her that this guy was the man she loved? If Xiao Yu really died in the City of Slaughter, she would just go with him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Under Liu Erlong's worried gaze, Xiao Yu embarked on the journey to the city of slaughter. A week later, according to the map Yu Yuanzheng gave him, Xiao Yu finally arrived at this town that was perpetually unable to be illuminated by sunlight. Slaughter Town. This is a lawless zone jointly established by Wuhun City and the two empires. As long as you come here, the people of the two empires will not hunt you down, allowing you to live or die on your own. But if someone wants to escape after entering, then sorry, the people of the Wuhun Hall will not give you this opportunity. Walking on this dark, damp, and dilapidated town, Xiao Yu could occasionally see skeletons with varying degrees of completeness on the streets. And the skinny figures that occasionally revealed a fierce light were standing in the corners of the street, staring intently at Xiao Yu's direction. Although their figures were skinny, their eyes were as ferocious as if they wanted to devour Xiao Yu completely. Ignoring their gazes, Xiao Yu went straight to a tavern in the middle of the town. Although this tavern is located in a remote location, it is very lively inside, unlike the empty and desolate streets outside. At this moment, inside the tavern, a large group of burly men with scars all over their bodies were each holding a glass of bright red liquid, drinking large gulps. Then, they began to talk about the dirty things they had done before, in order to achieve the purpose of showing off. Like raping a 3-year-old child. Like torturing and killing a beautiful young girl. Like killing a family of several people, and finally insulting their corpses and so on. Just as they were bragging shamelessly, Xiao Yu, wearing a black robe, slowly walked into this tavern. Xiao Yu's entry also attracted the attention of many people, but they all had eyes that seemed to want to eat Xiao Yu up and wipe him clean. "Welcome, what would you like to drink?" The bartender wiped the bright red liquid from the glass, looked at the strong figure in front of him, and said in a calm tone. Only this person in front of him looked like he was not easy to mess with, otherwise the bartender would not be so polite. "Take me into the city of slaughter." Looking at the bartender with a calm expression in front of him, Xiao Yu said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the people who were originally noisy in the room instantly stopped talking, and then looked at the figure at the bar. The bartender's expression also froze when he heard this, and then he frowned, and said impatiently. "Sorry, guest, according to the rules, it is not yet the opening time of the city of slaughter. If you want to enter the city of slaughter, please line up first. They are all in front of you. You can only enter after they enter." However, as soon as the bartender finished speaking, the group of people who had just been bragging began to mock him. "HMPH, I've killed hundreds of people and I still don't have the qualifications to enter the city of slaughter. You, a guy who doesn't seem to have any murderous aura on him, still wants to enter the city of slaughter. That's right, I'm known as the god of slaughter outside, but I'm still here waiting in line to get in. You, a little kid who still smells of milk, still wants to cut in line, obediently come over and line up. Tisk tisk, looking at you, you should also be a rich kid who wants to go to the city of slaughter to train. Come, come, let uncle check your body to see if your body is qualified." Listening to the words of the bartender and the group of people present, Xiao Yu was not annoyed, but smiled indifferently. Then, he looked at the group of people, and then looked at the bartender. Then, he quickly walked towards their direction. Seeing that this kid left knowingly, the bartender also showed a disdainful smile. "HMPH, is that all you've got? Still want to enter the city of slaughter? Ridiculous." However, the next moment, the bartender couldn't laugh anymore, because the scene that followed made the bartender tremble all over. Xiao Yu didn't sit down after walking in front of that group of guys. Instead, he directly grabbed one of them by the neck. Then, he pressed it gently. Crack, it was a person. The person whose neck was twisted off, still had the trace of mockery that he had just used to mock Xiao Yu that had not yet dissipated. But his life had already come to an end at this moment. After that, the others saw that this person actually rose up to kill, and were immediately furious. They released their martial souls one after another, intending to attack him in groups, but even if there were 2 Soul King level powerhouses in the room. But in front of Xiao Yu, they were still killed one by one with one hand. Their soul skills were like scratching an itch in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu didn't even have the idea of defending. In just a moment, the originally noisy tavern became extremely quiet. At Xiao Yu's feet, corpses lay scattered on the ground, all with their necks twisted off, with expressions of horror on their faces. The two bartenders had no intention of continuing to wipe the glasses at this moment. They looked at this scene with shock on their faces. Although there was no scene of blood flowing like a river. But this kind of strength to kill 2 soul kings, 5 soul sovereigns, and 6 soul venerables with a wave of his hand. It was enough to prove how terrifying the strength of this guy in front of him was. This guy, could he be an outstanding junior from some family again? After all, this young man didn't look like a desperate criminal at all. How is it, now that no one is in line, can I go in? Or, are you planning to continue to let me abide by the rules? Looking at Xiao Yu, who still didn't change his expression after killing more than a dozen people at this moment. The bartenders swallowed hard, and then opened a passage behind the counter. Seeing Xiao Yu's strength, they didn't dare to entangle with any rules. The strong naturally have preferential treatment. What if it's not time yet? Anyway, there are death knights blocking them below, so they can't be blamed. Go in, below is the city of slaughter. The bartender said tremblingly. They had no doubt that if they continued to be ignorant, this god of slaughter in front of them would not mind killing them and finding it himself. Thank you, Xiao Yu smiled lightly, and then entered the passage. His figure quickly disappeared. The two bartenders immediately closed the passage, and then looked at the room full of corpses with bitter smiles on their faces. All right, hurry up and clean up. They just died not long ago. They are all fresh Bloody Marys. One of the bartenders said, holding a wine glass. Yes, this way it will be easier for us to clean up. Just throw the corpses out, and the group of parasites outside will naturally help us clean them up. Quote. Boom. After Xiao Yu quickly descended for about 5 seconds. He landed in a narrow, long and lengthy passage. The passage was extremely dim, without any light. However, with Xiao Yu's current physical strength, even in a completely dark environment, he could walk as if on flat ground. Afterwards, Xiao Yu walked forward. After walking downhill for about 5 minutes, Xiao Yu vaguely saw a little candlelight in front of him, followed by a serious and murderous voice that rang in Xiao Yu's ears. Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is a paradise of slaughter. It is a world full of slaughter. As long as you are strong enough, you can get everything you want here, but the premise is that you will not be killed. Listening to this voice, Xiao Yu smiled indifferently. Then, he quickly continued to walk forward. Before long, after turning a corner, Xiao Yu saw the end of the passage. At the end of the passage, Xiao Yu could still hear faint noises. Before long, Xiao Yu pushed open the door at the end. His eyes suddenly lit up. Before long, what came into Xiao Yu's eyes was a huge square. The purple moon hanging in the sky illuminated everything on the square below. On this square, there were also more than 100 soldiers wearing black armor. The leader was a general wearing heavy armor, holding a sharp spear, and sitting on a stout, jet-black warhorse. Behind them was a huge city as black as ink. Presumably, that should be the legendary city of slaughter. Just as Xiao Yu was still looking around, the figure riding the warhorse quickly walked over. He said in a dignified and serious tone, "Fallen One, you have violated the rules." "Oh, what if I violated them? I'm already a Fallen One, why should I abide by your rules?" Xiao Yu said with a sneer. "Since you have broken the rules, then you need to accept punishment. As long as you can defeat me, you can enter the city of slaughter, otherwise, you will be a blood bank in the city of slaughter for the rest of your life." The leading general said, "In the city of slaughter, the rules can naturally be broken, but it depends on whether you have the strength." "Defeat you?" Xiao Yu smiled contemptuously at this request. "I am the Slaughter Knight." PFF'd. In an instant, before the Slaughter Knight could speak, Xiao Yu's figure disappeared in an instant. Afterwards, the Slaughter Knight's head was blown off by Xiao Yu with one punch. All of this happened too quickly. The Slaughter Knight didn't even finish saying his name before his head was blown off with one blow. Thump. The Slaughter Knight, who had lost his head, fell directly to the ground. The warhorse under his crotch also fell down under the suppression of Xiao Yu's aura. Too much nonsense. Xiao Yu shook the blood on his hand casually, and then continued to walk forward. Seeing that their general was killed by this fallen one with one punch, the crowd present retreated a few steps with fear on their faces. When they saw that this god of slaughter was actually walking towards them, they were even more frightened and their bodies began to tremble. God, what kind of person has come? Their general, the Slaughter Knight, was a Soul Duluo level powerhouse. A sole Duluo was actually killed with one punch. He directly became a headless knight. Even a titled Duluo would not be able to do this easily. Wait. Just as Xiao Yu was planning to ignore them and enter the city of slaughter directly, a voice came again. It's just that it's different from the dignity and ferocity just now. There was a strong sense of bravado in this talent's words. What, do you still want to stop me? Xiao Yu turned his head and sneered. Hiss. Seeing Xiao Yu's sneer, the crowd present shook their heads with fear on their faces. A ruthless person who can kill a sole Duluo with one punch, where do they have the confidence to dare to stop him? Immediately, the person who had just spoken immediately took out a skull with a number on it. 9527. Then, he tremblingly spoke to Xiao Yu. You have passed the assessment. This is your identity token. With it, you can freely enter the city of slaughter. After you enter, there will be someone to receive you. Hearing this, Xiao Yu remembered that it seemed to be true. He then took the skull and quickly walked into the city of slaughter. After seeing Xiao Yu's figure walking away, the person who spoke earlier said excitedly. Ha ha ha, Scott is dead, so I am the captain. Ha ha ha, my good days are here. As the vice captain, he had long been looking forward to the position of captain. Now that Scott is dead, he can finally get his wish. Quote. After entering the city of slaughter without any hindrance, a graceful figure in a black gauze dress slowly came to Xiao Yu's side. She said softly, "This little brother, welcome to the city of slaughter. I am a slaughter attendant and will be by your side for 12 hours. In the following time, you can ask me anything you want to know, or..." As she spoke, the slaughter attendant slowly moved her body closer to Xiao Yu. "Or you want to have a deeper communication with me, it's not impossible. Seeing that you are not very old, have you ever thought about tasting what elder sister tastes like?" Looking at Xiao Yu's strong body, although wrapped in a black robe, the slaughter attendant couldn't help but feel excited. Hearing this, Xiao Yu sneered. "Stay away from me, I'm not hungry." The slaughter attendant did not show any resistance or anger upon hearing this. Instead, she moved away slightly. Then, she began to lead Xiao Yu in while explaining the scenery of the city of slaughter. After talking for about half an hour, combined with the memories about the city of slaughter in his mind, Xiao Yu roughly understood the city of slaughter. Then, he said to the slaughter attendant, "Take me to the inner city." Hearing this, the slaughter attendant's expression froze, and then she said with a puzzled face. "Mr. 9527, you must have forgotten that I just said that the inner city is countless times more dangerous than the outer city. In the outer city, you only need to offer 2 cups of Bloody Mary every month to survive, but in the inner city, you will face the threat of death at any time. You don't need to worry about this, just take me there. By the way, take me directly to the Hell Slaughterhouse," Xiao Yu said indifferently. Hearing this, the slaughter attendant was silent. Now she can see that this guy in front of her came for the Hell Slaughterhouse. Just like the other person who was personally sent by the god of slaughter a few months ago. Chapter 272 Inches Encounter, Juliana. Since she had some understanding of the 9527 in front of her, the slaughter attendant had no intention of continuing to persuade him. After telling him not to leave her 5-meter range, she took Xiao Yu into the inner city. Soon, after passing through a gloomy, desolate, and barren street, the slaughter attendant brought Xiao Yu to the inner city. Unlike the high walls of the outer city, the walls of the inner city were only 10 meters high. Any Soul Emperor level powerhouse could easily jump over it with a little effort. Following behind the slaughter attendant, walking through the unguarded passage, Xiao Yu officially entered the inner city. As soon as he entered the inner city, Xiao Yu felt the heat and violence from the inner city. The outer city was quiet, barren, and desolate. The inner city was extravagant, a wine pool and meat forest, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Here, you can not only see the wildest and most primitive impulses between men and women at any time. You can also see people being cut off their hands and feet from time to time. Hearts and kidneys were dug out, internal organs flew, and blood flowed all over the ground. What's more, some people can even eat a female corpse that has grown maggots and rotten flesh. It seemed that he was really hungry. Looking at the scene in front of him, even though Xiao Yu had killed people, he still felt nauseous and uncomfortable looking at the scene in front of him. Xiao Yu's abnormal state was naturally noticed by many people who had been staying in the dark corners. After all, playing with newcomers was much more interesting than dealing with old people. However, because of the slaughter attendant's protection, although many people had their eyes on Xiao Yu, but they only dared to look with their eyes and did not dare to overstep in the slightest. Soon, Xiao Yu arrived at the Hell Slaughterhouse. At this moment, there seemed to be a competition going on inside the Hell Slaughterhouse. From time to time, fierce shouts, cheers, and cheering could be heard from inside. Listening to the screams coming from inside, Xiao Yu could also imagine how tragic the scene inside was. Then, the slaughter attendant brought Xiao Yu to the registration office and said softly, 9527, this is the registration place for the Hell Slaughterhouse. If you want to watch a competition first, you can go directly in. If you want to participate in the next competition, the registration fee is 1 cup of Bloody Mary. Hearing this, Xiao Yu didn't say much. He looked around and then saw a burly man with a fierce face who was a head taller than him. Boy, what are you looking at? Are you looking for death? The burly man saw Xiao Yu looking at him and smiled coldly. The ferocity in his eyes kept scanning Xiao Yu. If it weren't for the slaughter attendant beside Xiao Yu making him afraid, he might have attacked directly the moment Xiao Yu looked at him. The slaughter attendant also took the opportunity to say, Mr. 9527, this gentleman is a ruthless character who has won 5 Hell Slaughterhouse matches. Finding him is not a good choice. And if you choose to cause trouble, the protection I give you will immediately become invalid. In response, Xiao Yu sneered, and without saying a word, he directly snatched the Bloody Mary from the strong man's hand, and then, before the strong man could react, he punched the strong man directly. In an instant, the strong man didn't even have the strength to resist. After feeling a sharp pain in his chest, he flew out directly. Boom, boom. After crashing through several walls, he barely stopped, then stood up tremblingly, turned around with a look of horror and fear, and ran away. Also because of Xiao Yu's actions, many people who were following behind Xiao Yu, planning to wait for the slaughter attendant to leave before playing with Xiao Yu, immediately turned around and left after seeing this scene. Looking at the crowd gradually dispersing in the dark corners, Xiao Yu, holding the Bloody Mary, looked at the slaughter attendant and asked, "What did you just say?" Quote. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, the slaughter attendant was immediately silent. What else could she say? You are awesome. The slaughter attendant didn't expect that the person in front of her was so powerful that he punched away a powerhouse who had won 5 Hell Slaughterhouse matches in a row. It's okay, your strength is very strong. The slaughter attendant said softly. Her tone was full of complicated expressions. Then, Xiao Yu poured the Bloody Mary into a special silver container to complete the registration. Coincidentally, the competition inside was also completed. Next, as long as the champion of this match comes out, those who sign up for the next match can go in. The champion of this match is about to come out. The slaughter attendant said softly in Xiao Yu's ear. According to the slaughter attendant's instructions, Xiao Yu stared intently. Then, Xiao Yu saw a graceful figure stepping on a fox step slowly walking out. As she walked out of the passage, Xiao Yu finally saw her face and clothes clearly. Then, Xiao Yu also showed a smile. Because the person who came out was Juliana. At this moment, although Juliana, who walked out of the passage, was still extremely charming and her face was still exceptionally charming, her originally captivating eyes had completely disappeared at this moment, replaced by cold killing intent and indifference. She was still wearing the battle skirt she was wearing when he saw her. Although it was stained with blood because of killing people, it was precisely those blood that set off the cold and sinister seductiveness of Juliana even more. At this moment, Juliana, who combined charm and ferocity, made people want to conquer her even more. The next moment, with the appearance of Juliana, a commotion broke out instantly outside the arena. Several figures rushed towards this figure quickly. While rushing, they were still talking dirty. Juliana didn't show any strange expression when she saw the figures rushing towards her, as if she had seen it many times. With a sneer, she easily killed this group of trash with 3 strikes in 5 divisions. Just after she killed this group of people, she looked at Xiao Yu on the side as if she felt something. When he saw Xiao Yu, Juliana, who was originally full of sneers, was instantly stunned. Subconsciously said, "You." At this moment, after seeing Xiao Yu, she was completely dumbfounded. Why did he come here too? As if seeing that Juliana was distracted, several figures rushed towards Juliana's direction quickly. After sensing the danger, Juliana quickly took action and quickly solved them directly. After she solved this group of attackers, she turned to look in Xiao Yu's direction. But at this moment, Xiao Yu had already entered the Hell Slaughterhouse, so Juliana could only see Xiao Yu's back entering the Hell Slaughterhouse. The competition in the Hell Slaughterhouse is not like the Great Spirit Arena, where there are referees presiding over it. The competition here can start at any time as long as the people are all there. Before long, after Xiao Yu, who was the last to enter the arena, entered the arena. A figure rushed towards Xiao Yu quickly. Chapter 273 Following Juliana home. Looking at his appearance, he should also be an old man in the Hell Slaughterhouse. His murderous aura was still good. However, none of this was useful to Xiao Yu. Bang! This gloomy-faced figure directly punched Xiao Yu. But before he could show a victorious smile, he saw Xiao Yu's lifeless and icy voice sounded. Is that all? What? Before he could react, in the next moment, he felt something pressing down on his neck. Then, with a crisp cracking sound ringing in his ears, he felt his neck break. Thump! Xiao Yu casually tossed the gloomy-faced man onto the ground, his face filled with fear and shock that he hadn't had time to process. The other 8 participants, after seeing Xiao Yu's strength, exchanged a quick glance and then rushed towards Xiao Yu. In just an instant, they had determined that this person's strength was greater than all of theirs combined. Therefore, they had to kill him first. Kill him. In the audience stands, the spectators, seeing the other 8 participants attacking one person together, shouted excitedly. Crack, crack, crack. However, in the next moment, as 8 necks were snapped, the spectators in the audience erupted in even more excited shouts. Fast, too fast. Xiao Yu merely used one hand to quickly snap the necks of the 8 people who had planned to besiege him. Watching the 9 people fall to the ground, lifeless, Xiao Yu turned and left towards the passage, and what sent him off was a wave of cheers from the audience stands. Soon, after Xiao Yu left the Hell Slaughterhouse, the slaughter servant came to Xiao Yu's side, looking at Xiao Yu with a face full of smiles. You're really amazing. What I said to you before still counts. While there are still 10 hours left, don't you really want to find a place to get to know me better? I believe we can spend a very wonderful time together. The slaughter servant's words rang in Xiao Yu's ears. Incomparably tempting, alluring, like a kitten scratching at Xiao Yu's heart. However, Xiao Yu was unmoved and turned to look in one direction. Immediately, he saw Juliana standing there. Then he quickly walked towards Juliana. Seeing this scene, the slaughter servant quickly caught up with Xiao Yu, a slight change in expression on her face, and said from behind him. 9527, I suggest you don't try to hit on her. Although the person who wins from the Hell Slaughterhouse can live freely in the inner city for a year, she is different from others. Since she came to Slaughter City a few months ago, she has made a name for herself in the Hell Slaughterhouse, not only winning 10 consecutive matches but also killing many fallen ones who wanted to approach her and take advantage of her. I know you are strong, but you. Before long, before the slaughter servant could finish speaking, she saw Juliana actually trot over to 9527 and then reveal a shallow smile, saying, Why are you here too? Did teacher send you here? Quote. The slaughter servant, who had been planning to dissuade Xiao Yu from approaching Juliana, was immediately dumbfounded when she saw this scene. She didn't know how to say the other half of the words she had originally wanted to say. So, they knew each other. Alright, next, you don't need to lead the way for me anymore. You can leave now. Xiao Yu smiled indifferently, did not respond, but said to the slaughter servant. Seeing that Xiao Yu had issued an order to leave, a trace of annoyance flashed in the slaughter servant's eyes, and then she didn't bother to say anything more, bowed slightly, and then turned and left. Watching the slaughter servant leave, Xiao Yu then turned to look at the smiling Juliana. Your teacher isn't qualified to tell me to come here, I wanted to come myself. Hearing this, Juliana smiled wryly. Then, would you like to come to my place and sit for a while? I can also help you find a place to live. Juliana said in a calm tone. Having been in Slaughter City for a few months, it wasn't easy to meet an acquaintance, and one she had a good impression of, which made Juliana feel quite excited. To this, Xiao Yu did not refuse and followed Juliana to her small house. The two walked and talked, and Xiao Yu also learned a lot about the Spirit Hall. Soon, Xiao Yu followed Juliana to her small house. The house was not big. There was only a bed, a chair, and a table. There wasn't much interior decoration either, it looked quite desolate. If it weren't for the faint fragrance still lingering in the air, it wouldn't be a problem to say that this place had been uninhabited for a long time. Afterwards, Juliana poured a Bloody Mary for Xiao Yu, then sat on the bed, her legs swaying unconsciously. Xiao Yu casually took the Bloody Mary, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes as he placed it on the table. As if she had seen the disgust in Xiao Yu's eyes. Juliana smiled softly. Don't be disgusted, Bloody Mary can relieve the killing intent after you kill people and the increasingly tense nerves. If it weren't for it, I wouldn't be able to talk to you so calmly now. After all, every time you participate in the Hell Slaughterhouse, the killing aura in your body will become more and more intense. This killing aura will gradually impact your brain. Once the killing aura is so strong that your mental power can't bear it, then you will become a madman who only knows how to kill. Looking at Juliana, who was taking small sips of Bloody Mary at this moment, Xiao Yu sneered. Juliana, you really won't give up until you hit a wall. You don't have the ability to learn from your mistakes at all. You've been framed by Tang San once, and now you can still be attracted to something as poisonous as Bloody Mary. Hearing this, Juliana's expression froze, and then her expression gradually became terrified. The hand holding the Bloody Mary also began to tremble. She asked with a face full of astonishment. What do you mean? Literal meaning, the killing aura in your body will not decrease because you drink Bloody Mary. On the contrary, the effect of Bloody Mary is only to numb your spirit, because Bloody Mary contains a kind of poison. This toxin will paralyze your body and nerves, making you think that the power of the killing intent in your body is weakening. The killing intent in your body is still slowly increasing. Are you having 1 cup a day now? Hearing this, Juliana's face paled slightly, and she nodded. Then Xiao Yu continued to speak. According to my estimation, when your winning streak exceeds 30 matches, you might need 2 cups a day to sufficiently paralyze your mind. Further on, it might even extend to 3 or 4 cups a day. In short, the more consecutive wins you have, the more killing intent you have in your body, and the more you need the paralyzing toxin contained in the Bloody Mary to suppress the mental power in your body that is constantly being impacted by the killing intent. Chapter 274 Juliana, there's a price to pay for my help. And most importantly, the Bloody Mary will also create a hard-to-forget dependency in your body. Even if you really leave the city of slaughter in the future, you will not be able to control your urge to drink Bloody Mary, because your body has already developed a dependency on the paralyzing toxin of the Bloody Mary. Once this dependency forms, it will be very difficult to quit. Listening to Xiao Yu's explanation, Juliana was so frightened that she dropped the Bloody Mary in her hand, which was only half full, onto the ground. Bang! After a crisp sound, the cup shattered directly. The Bloody Mary in the cup scattered all over the ground. It began to spread around. The extremely viscous liquid seemed to be looking for a host, and began to spread rapidly towards Xiao Yu's direction. Is this true? Juliana murmured with a horrified expression. If this was true, wouldn't it mean that the Bloody Mary she had been drinking for the past few months was actually poison without her knowing? HMPH, do you think that the city of slaughter can become a paradise for the fallen just by relying on a hell slaughter arena and the unrestrained indulgence of the inner city? How is that possible? If there weren't methods to control the minds of the fallen, even if the city of slaughter was heavily guarded, it would be impossible for not a single fallen to escape. And this method is precisely this seemingly inconspicuous Bloody Mary. As long as you drink the Bloody Mary and indulge in the paralysis it brings you, then you will only be immersed in the paralyzing state brought to you by the Bloody Mary forever, until death. Xiao Yu sneered. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Juliana's face immediately turned extremely pale. The look in her eyes towards Xiao Yu also became pitiful. What had she been doing these past few months? She was originally complacent about winning 10 consecutive matches. But she had unknowingly been poisoned by the Bloody Mary. If her teacher knew about this, how disappointed would her teacher be? Her teacher had clearly said that the city of slaughter was very dangerous, full of temptations and killing intent. But she hadn't even understood this kind of hidden rule. She had almost complacently fallen into it. She really was. She didn't think that Xiao Yu would lie to her. After all, the disgust in Xiao Yu's eyes that she had just seen didn't seem like acting. Moreover, most importantly, after Xiao Yu's explanation, she now really felt like she was addicted to the paralyzing feeling that the Bloody Mary brought her. Then, Xiao Yu, if I stop drinking from now on, will there still be problems? Difficult. You've already been drinking it for several months. Presumably, a lot of toxins from the Bloody Mary have accumulated in your body. Although it can be cleared, it's easier to invite a god than to send him away. It might take you a long time to wash away the toxins in your body through the scouring of your soul power. And most importantly, you have to resist your craving for the Bloody Mary, otherwise, if you can't help yourself even once in the middle, then all your previous efforts will be in vain. Even if you can barely suppress it now, aren't you still going to participate in the Hell Slaughter Arena and break through Hell Road? But when you continue your winning streak, do you think you can still suppress the increasingly inflated killing intent in your body? Hearing Xiao Yu's explanation, Huliena's pretty face immediately turned even paler. What should she do? If she wanted to continue participating in the Hell Slaughter Arena, then the killing intent accumulated in her body would continue to accumulate, and it would inevitably continue to impact her mental power. At that time, coupled with the temptation of the Bloody Mary's toxins, Huliena admitted that perhaps it would be difficult for her to resist the temptation of continuing to drink Bloody Mary. But if she continued to drink, until the day she was completely addicted, then she would also have no turning back. At that time, even if she returned to the Spirit Hall, wouldn't that make her teacher even more disappointed? Was she, who liked to drink such inferior drinks, worthy of being her teacher's student? For a time, Huliena lowered her head with a face full of disappointment. Then, Huliena seemed to have thought of something. She came to Xiao Yu, squatted in front of Xiao Yu, and asked with a face full of pleading. Xiao Yu, you can help me clear the poison planted by Tang San. Logically speaking, you should also be able to clear the toxins of the Bloody Mary. Please, can you help me one more time? Hearing this, Xiao Yu sneered. You guessed correctly. The light attribute restrains all heresies, evil poisons, and viruses, and my light attribute can indeed do this. This is also one of the reasons why I cannot drink Bloody Mary and not be afraid of the increase in killing intent. But, why should I help you? Huliena, don't forget, I'm on the Saintess's side, and the Saintess and your teacher are not on good terms. Why should I offend the Saintess Qian Runshui in order to help you? Hearing this, Huliena's expression changed drastically. The despair in her eyes deepened. At this moment, she was like a little fox that had been stripped of its spirituality, looking listless. What to do? What should I do? If she didn't know, she could have forced herself to drink the Bloody Mary despite the disgusting feeling it gave her. But now that she knew, she no longer had any intention of drinking the Bloody Mary. Just as the look of despair in Huliena's eyes became extremely intense, Xiao Yu's voice slowly entered Huliena's ears. Actually, it's not impossible for me to help you. After all, we are colleagues from the Spirit Hall and can be considered our own people. It's not unreasonable for me to help you, but it depends on what price you can offer me. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Huliena's expression changed drastically, and then she said with a face full of surprise. What do you want? As long as you can help me get out, I will definitely tell my teacher after I get out and let her reward you handsomely. Soul bones or soul rings, my teacher can help you with anything. Looking at the surprised look in Huliena's eyes, Xiao Yu didn't say much. Instead, he reached out and pinched Huliena's soft chin, and then said in a calm tone. Huliena, do you think that with my background, I need your teacher's help to obtain soul bones and soul rings? Hearing this, Huliena's expression froze. She even temporarily forgot the strange feeling of Xiao Yu pinching her chin. Finally, a guess flashed through her mind, and Huliena asked in a soft voice. Then, what exactly do you want? Looking at Huliena, who was blushing at the moment, Xiao Yu slowly moved his hand from pinching her chin to the top of Huliena's head. While feeling her soft and smooth hair, he slowly pressed down with force. Huliena, the matter of your teacher sending people to hunt me down hasn't passed yet. You wouldn't have forgotten about it so quickly, would you? As for what I want to do you think I came back with you just to tell you about the dangers of Bloody Mary? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Huliena's expression changed drastically. Her heart was immediately filled with ominous emotions. Chapter 275, Huliena, full of brokenness. The guess that flashed through her mind just now had come true. He really had another purpose in coming back with her. Then, Huliena resisted the force of Xiao Yu slowly pressing her head down and asked with a grim expression. Xiao Yu, what exactly do you want? Just say it. Now, she was a fish on the chopping board, and Huliena had no ability to resist at all. If she didn't accept Xiao Yu's help, what awaited her would be complete immersion in the numbing pleasure of Bloody Mary. Compared to that, although Xiao Yu's side also required her to pay a price, the price she would pay for accepting Xiao Yu's help might be a little smaller. After all, the former would affect her for a lifetime, and the latter might only be a short period of time. Looking at Juliana, who had completely given up, Xiao Yu smiled faintly. What I want is very simple. Since BBDong sent so many titled Duluos to bully and hunt me down back then it's okay for me to bully her disciple, right? For the sake of the Spirit Hall, I won't kill you. After all, if I kill you, your teacher will definitely go crazy, and I can't bear it. Moreover, bullying you can make BBDong even more crazy than killing you directly. Listening to Xiao Yu's undisguised words, Juliana's small body trembled violently. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or fear. She couldn't even maintain her original squatting position anymore. At this moment, she knelt down in front of Xiao Yu with a face full of grievance and a pitiful expression. Although she had the idea of being a fish on the chopping board, hearing these words about how to dissect and deal with herself in front of her still made Juliana, who had been in a high position for a long time, feel a burst of trembling and helplessness. Subsequently, even more heartbreaking words echoed in her ears. In the next period of time, I will live with you, and you will become my slave in the city of slaughter, responsible for my daily life and relieving my boredom. Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I won't do anything to you. On the contrary, as a preferential treatment for my little maid, I will also take you out of Hell Road. It's not that I look down on you, but with your ability, you simply can't leave Hell Road on your own. If Hell Road was really that simple, there wouldn't even be a handful of Asuras who have passed Hell Road. After all, there are so many fallen people in the entire city of slaughter. Proportionally, not even a single native fallen person has passed Hell Road so far, which is really unreasonable. You can think about what kind of people have passed Hell Road. Tang Chen, Tang Hao, BBDong, are all famous powerhouses on the continent today, so you can imagine how difficult Hell Road is. Xiao Yu smiled faintly while stroking Juliana's tender little face, which was frequently dripping with tears. And Juliana was in a completely broken state at the moment, letting Xiao Yu stroke her little face without any reaction. Because the impact of Xiao Yu's words just now was too great for her. But soon, the only remaining trace of sanity in her heart forced Juliana to ask. Xiao Yu, I can promise you everything you said, but I want to see if what you said is true first. Looking at Juliana, who still had a trace of sanity left amidst her brokenness. Xiao Yu smiled indifferently. He gently put his hand on Juliana's shoulder. Then, golden halos slowly entered Juliana's shoulder. Before long, as he injected soul power containing the aura of the light sacred dragon into Juliana's body. Juliana immediately felt a burst of intense pain coming from her body. This pain was coming from the meridians all over her body. And most importantly, this pain was exactly the same as the feeling when Xiao Yu helped her clear the toxins left by Tang San last time. Now, Juliana had finally completely believed Xiao Yu's words. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yu felt that the viruses in Juliana's body had been cleared. Only then did he let go of Juliana's shoulder. Juliana was now kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, covered in sweat from the intense pain. Now, she was completely speechless. Xiao Yu, please, don't let my teacher know about this, okay? I don't want to disappoint her for the third time. The first time, their Spirit Hall team lost to the Blue Tyrant team, disappointing BBDong. The second time, she was addicted to the numbing toxins of Bloody Mary, almost causing a big mistake, once again disappointing BBDong. The third time was when she, as BBDong's disciple, relied on Xiao Yu to successfully leave the city of slaughter. If BBDong knew about this, she would be incredibly disappointed. Therefore, Juliana didn't want to disappoint her teacher again. In response, Xiao Yu stroked Juliana's hair and said, "Don't worry, this relationship will end completely once we leave the city of slaughter. I have so many women outside, I don't need you. You are just a temporary toy for me here." Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Juliana, who had always been confident in her beauty, felt a surge of shame and anger in her heart. But soon, this feeling of anger and shame completely vanished. Instead, Juliana widened her charming eyes and looked at Xiao Yu in front of her with a face full of horror. Before Juliana could react, she heard Xiao Yu's voice begin to ring in her ears. "Don't talk, Feel it with your heart. Soon, as time passed, half an hour later, Juliana, drenched in sweat again, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Having experienced near suffocation, Juliana's face was filled with a sense of brokenness, her eyes staring at Xiao Yu with numbness and despair. Xiao Yu looked at Juliana's sad and pitiful eyes, and couldn't help but feel the urge to hug her tightly and cherish her. But in order to maintain his persona, Xiao Yu could only watch. All right, go wash up, then change rooms. This room is too small. The next room doesn't have to be big, and the facilities don't have to be too good, just have a sense of home, but the bed must be big, otherwise I can't stretch out. The city of slaughter only has so much fun, don't disappoint me too much. Xiao Yu gently touched Juliana's face, looking at her beautiful eyes that had lost their light, and said with a faint smile. Yes, master. Juliana numbly stood up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Afterwards, under Juliana's guidance, Xiao Yu and Juliana moved into a two-story building located in a remote corner of the inner city. It was only 5 minutes away from the Hell Slaughterhouse, and far away from the noisy main road. Xiao Yu also visited some of the neighbors around and directly blew their heads off, and hung their bodies directly at the entrances of their own rooms. Chapter 276, A Pure Love War God in the City of Slaughter. Xiao Yu's purpose in doing this was to warn others not to approach their living area. For a time, because of the terrifying killing power displayed by Xiao Yu, and Juliana's terrifying record of winning 10 consecutive matches, many people who originally coveted Xiao Yu and Juliana chose to stay away. Xiao Yu's purpose in doing this was purely so that no one would disturb him when he was doing things. Otherwise, being interrupted during the process would be really annoying. In the following half-month or so, Xiao Yu and Juliana, who had gradually settled down, ate, lived, and went out together. In order not to run into each other, the two even signed up separately for the Hell Slaughterhouse. When one person was fighting, the other would watch from the stands. After both of them had finished fighting, they would randomly grab some food that looked relatively clean and take it home. Then they would stay behind closed doors all day long, and no one knew what they were doing inside. After all, several streets around Xiao Yu had been cleared by Xiao Yu. Any fallen ones who dared to approach Xiao Yu's residence would have their heads blown off and hung at the door as a warning. And inside the house, in addition to the daily activities of relieving boredom, Xiao Yu and Juliana spent most of their time cultivating. After all, although relieving boredom is very pleasant and comfortable, but their days in the City of Slaughter will last for a year or two, and there will always be a day when they get tired of relieving boredom all day long. Even Juliana's martial soul, which specializes in charm, would still be like this. After all, after those few tales, waterways, welding paths, and eloquent tongues have been played with dozens or hundreds of times, even the most beautiful person will subconsciously develop a sense of boredom, and the feeling of being tasteless to eat and a pity to discard will become more and more intense. And the most important thing is that Juliana simply cannot withstand Xiao Yu's full strength. Even Liu Erlong, who is at the title Duluo level, cannot withstand it, so how can Juliana, who follows the path of charm, be able to fully withstand it? Therefore, in order to maintain freshness and pleasure as much as possible, and for Juliana's sustainable recycling, Xiao Yu can only choose to spend most of his time cultivating. A small amount of time is used to relieve boredom with Juliana. Quote. Before long, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. During these 5 months, an extremely strange scene inexplicably appeared in the city of Hell. That is, in this city synonymous with killing and depravity, a monogamous pure love war god unexpectedly appeared. This pair of pure love war gods is like a couple of gods and immortals. No matter what they do, they travel hand in hand and shoulder to shoulder, living in the same place, eating the same food, and venturing through the Hell Slaughterhouse together. And they usually don't have any other hobbies. Their daily range of activities is the Hell Slaughterhouse, the restaurant, and home. A 3-1-line life, extremely pure and disciplined. Although there are many fallen ones who envy and are jealous of the relationship between them and want to rely on their powerful strength to break them up, however, without exception, all those who have this idea have become corpses hung at the entrance of their house. In these 5 months, I don't know how many iron-headed babies have appeared who rely on their strength and want to break them up. But these people have basically become the white bones hanging at the entrance of their house. At this moment, the white bones hanging at the entrance of their house are countless. If you count them carefully, there should be hundreds of white bones. Such a scene, even in the city of slaughter, even some fallen ones who have stayed in the city of slaughter for several years, when they see the shocking scene of hundreds of white bones being hung together, rarely show a look of fear. This kind of scene is a rare sight, even in the notorious city of slaughter. And it is precisely with the increase in the number of white bones at their door. In the later stage, no one with a shrunken brain would dare to provoke them anymore. As fewer and fewer people came to cause trouble, the pure love war gods remained oblivious to the world outside, focusing solely on their routine. Basically, they wouldn't provoke others unless provoked. And when they did provoke others, it was mostly to snatch some fresh food. This formed a stark contrast to those fallen ones who fought fiercely over Bloody Mary. Within the Hell Slaughterhouse, this pair of pure love war gods was an incredibly rare phenomenon, both achieving consecutive victories. The male had achieved 28 consecutive victories. The female had achieved 33 consecutive victories. They even occupied the first and second positions on the Slaughter City's Slaughter God ranking. Given their consecutive victories and the dense white bones outside their door, those who were keen on post-match ambushes didn't even dare to continue their attempts after the matches. Although some tried their luck a few times, after the male exploded their heads with a single punch several times, everyone chickened out. And as for this bizarre pair of pure love war gods appearing in this Slaughter City that revered depravity, the people of Slaughter City, while not understanding, gave them each a nickname. Because the male was fond of ending matches with a head-exploding punch. Much like an executioner in a prison, he was nicknamed Hell Decapitator by the people of Slaughter City. The female, unlike the male, was fond of assassination, and was thus called Hellbringer. The crowd also gave them a combined name, Hell Romance, and these two were none other than Xiao Yu and Juliana, who had been living together for 5 months. At this moment, in the eyes of the people in Slaughter City, the two of them were like a couple in love. Enviable, while also making people jealous. Of course, most of the fallen ones were keen on Juliana, the mature woman. After all, in these 5 months, after Juliana had been thoroughly developed by Xiao Yu, she, who was originally full of charm, now had her body completely opened up. Her original charming demeanor, coupled with her gradually becoming voluptuous figure, and the faint mature aura she exuded, were all extremely alluring. Now, as long as the two of them walked on the street together, Juliana would be like a succubus, constantly attracting everyone's gazes and attention. Quote. Master, quick, help me, my murderous aura is about to get out of control again. Quick, please, help me. On a normal day, Juliana and Xiao Yu had just finished fighting in the Hell Slaughterhouse. After taking some food as usual, the moment they entered the door, Juliana directly threw the food on the table. Then, she couldn't wait to wrap her jade arms directly around Xiao Yu's neck, her face flushed red, and shouted at Xiao Yu with loving eyes. Chapter 277, Yu Xiaogang arrives in Slaughter City. And Xiao Yu didn't resist at all, picking up Juliana and walking towards the room. At the same time, a series of crisp tearing sounds began to echo in the room. As pieces of clothing fell to the ground, by the time they reached the room, the two of them were already. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours later, Juliana lay beside Xiao Yu, drenched in sweat. Her consciousness was still stuck in the scene just now and unable to extricate herself. In these few months, she, who possessed the heavenly fox spirit, had been well taken care of and educated by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, after we leave the Hell Slaughterhouse, can we really not continue to be together? I seem to be more and more inseparable from you. Juliana looked at Xiao Yu's profile, panting, and said with a grievance. The thought of having to continue facing Yu Xiaogang, that good for nothing, after she left made Juliana feel disgusted. After all, she didn't think her teacher would agree to her not letting Yu Xiaogang teach. Hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled faintly. BBDong won't agree to us being together, besides, you're just a toy to me, this is just a transaction, don't think too much. Hearing this, Juliana's face was full of disappointment. In these past 6 months, under Xiao Yu's methods, she could clearly feel that she was becoming more and more inseparable from Xiao Yu. Whether it was his terrifying purification ability or his combat ability, all of them made Juliana incomparably infatuated, delighted, and fond of him. At this moment, Juliana even felt that although she had left the toxins of Bloody Mary, she had accidentally been poisoned by Xiao Yu. Although Xiao Yu's poison had no effect on the body, it was still something that Juliana would remember in her heart. In these 5 months, she had more than once vaguely mentioned that she wanted to follow Xiao Yu forever, even if the price was being punished by her teacher. But she had been rejected by Xiao Yu every time. Being rejected repeatedly also made Juliana feel extremely disappointed. On the other side, just as Xiao Yu and Juliana were resting after the battle, outside Slaughter City, a man and a woman, 2 figures, came to the gate of Slaughter City again. And the border guards responsible for guarding subconsciously reached out to stop them when they saw the people coming. But when he saw that the woman among the 2 actually released her spirit rings, he immediately realized that the woman in front of him, who looked dignified and beautiful, was actually a slaughter god returned. Recognizing her identity, the border guard immediately welcomed them into Slaughter City. Slaughter gods who have obtained the Slaughter God domain can freely enter Slaughter City. They didn't dare to stop them. After all, even the Slaughter King would not easily stop them. And these 2 were none other than BBDong and Yu Xiaogang, who had just come here from the Spirit Hall not long ago. More than half a year had passed, and although the time exceeded Yu Xiaogang's estimate, during this time, Yu Xiaogang had finally reached the level of a 50th level Spirit King by devouring evil spirit masters, obtaining his first black spirit ring in all his years of cultivation. And after his strength reached the 50th level, Yu Xiaogang immediately proposed to BBDong his idea of coming to Slaughter City. After all, even if one were to dig 3 feet into the ground outside, it would be difficult to find any more evil soul masters for Yu Xiaogang to devour. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang proposed the plan he had been devising for more than half a year. Although BBDong was reluctant for Xiaogang to leave, it was for Xiaogang's future. In addition, her disciple was also in the city of slaughter, and she was once the god of slaughter herself. Xiaogang's safety would be guaranteed in any case. After thinking everything through, BBDong tearfully bid farewell and brought Yu Xiaogang to the city of slaughter. Xiaogang, this is the outer city of the city of slaughter. After you enter the passage, there will be a slaughter maiden to receive you. You can stay in the outer city for a few days first. The outer city is relatively safe. You can enter the inner city after you get used to the environment here. After you enter the inner city, Nana is there. As long as you go, she will naturally be responsible for receiving you. You can follow Nana in the Hell Slaughterhouse for a few days to familiarize yourself with the environment. At this moment, BBDong, who was originally full of arrogance and coldness, after bringing Yu Xiaogang to the entrance of the passage, was like an old mother, explaining the dangers and precautions of the city of slaughter to Yu Xiaogang. Every word and instruction was her experience from staying here for 3 years. She had never revealed these words to her disciple Juliana. It is conceivable how much she cared about Yu Xiaogang. Even though she knew he would not be in mortal danger, BBDong still repeatedly told Yu Xiaogang about the precautions. However, BBDong, whose face was full of worry and heartache, completely did not notice the indifference, impatience, and a hint of eagerness in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. Oh, right, I suddenly remembered, Xiaogang, there is one more thing you need to. All right, stop talking. I've already said it several times. Are you annoying or what? I'm not a child anymore. Why are you saying so much? I only asked you to bring me here, not to chatter in my ear with such a long list. I am a grandmaster. Wouldn't I know this much? Just when BBDong remembered some details she hadn't said and planned to say them all, Yu Xiaogang impatiently interrupted BBDong's words. For a moment, BBDong, who was originally immersed in her own world, was suddenly rudely interrupted by Yu Xiaogang's words. When BBDong raised her head, the first thing she saw was Yu Xiaogang's indifferent and disgusted eyes. Instantly, after seeing this look, BBDong felt a sharp pain in her heart for some reason. Even the advice she originally wanted to say was choked back into her heart. But immediately after, a trace of endless grievance rose in her heart. Xiaogang, I'm doing this all for your own good. I haven't even said these words to Nana before. You, what does this mean? That look you gave me just now, it hurts my heart so much. It hurts, Xiaogang, without waiting for BBDong to say more, Yu Xiaogang waved his hand directly, ignoring BBDong, who was full of sadness and astonishment behind him, and walked straight towards the outer city. Before long, as soon as Yu Xiaogang walked into the outer city, he saw a slender figure wearing a transparent black gauze robe slowly walking towards him. The moment he saw this person, Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up immediately. The desire that he had suppressed for more than half a year was instantly aroused. And the slaughter maiden obviously also noticed Yu Xiaogang's gradually becoming lewd and perverted gaze. Towards Yu Xiaogang's increasingly aggressive gaze, the slaughter maiden not only did not feel any discomfort, but the faint smile under the cover of the black gauze became more and more gentle and beautiful. Looking at such a subtle and captivating smile, Yu Xiaogang was almost drooling. "Xiaogang, be careful, if you really can't hold on, let someone notify me, and I'll come and take you back. After you go back and rest well, you can come back whenever you want." Chapter 278 Yu Xiaogang's disgust and the slaughter maiden's shock. Just as Yu Xiaogang was looking at the beauty of the slaughter maiden in front of him and her enchanting, faintly visible figure, and the desire and heat in his heart were gradually rising, BBDong's concerned and gentle voice sounded from behind. Hearing BBDong's voice full of concern and gentleness, Yu Xiaogang's eyes instantly became incomparably gloomy and angry. Immediately, with a face full of impatience, he turned his head and shouted angrily at BBDong behind him. All right, this is none of your business. Hurry back, you're so annoying. I'm not a child." After roaring at BBDong, he immediately turned around and ignored BBDong, who was now full of tenderness, and continued to look at the slaughter maiden in front of him with fiery eyes. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang, whose eyes were full of fiery emotions, did not notice at all that the slaughter maiden's enchanting eyes were full of horror. Originally, the slaughter maiden should have immediately taken Yu Xiaogang into the city of slaughter, but after seeing this scene, she was completely dumbfounded, and her brain had crashed. As the personal maid of the Slaughter King, she naturally knew that BBDong's identity was the current god of slaughter, and also the famous Pope of the Spirit Hall. The last time she appeared in the Slaughter King's palace to stand up for her disciple and threatened the Slaughter King with words, the scene was still fresh in the slaughter maiden's memory. It can be said that within the city of slaughter, in the face of this god of slaughter, even the Slaughter King had to serve her carefully. After all, besides being the current god of slaughter, she was also the Pope of the Spirit Hall, who controlled the lifeline of their city of slaughter. However, because of BBDong's strong strength and background, until now, she couldn't believe what she had just seen. She actually saw this woman, whom even the king of slaughter deeply feared, being reprimanded by a little old man with a spirit power of only around a spirit king, and even saying she was annoyed to death. And what shocked her the most was that this most powerful woman on the continent, who could casually threaten even the king of slaughter, didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction towards the little old man's impatience, and even looked so gentle. "Oh my Zhaogiao, what on earth is going on in this world? Is this still the Duluo continent? She's not dreaming right now, is she? She could actually witness such an astonishing scene. Who exactly is this old man in front of her? Is his strength really only that of a spirit king? What exactly does he have that makes BBDong so fond of him?" At this moment, the slaughter servant was filled with endless doubts. However, the slaughter servant didn't immediately reveal them. Instead, she acted as usual, forcibly suppressing the shock in her heart. While leading Yu Xiaogang inside, she introduced the basic rules of Slaughter City. However, BBDong had already told Yu Xiaogang these basic rules several times when she came here. But when these rules were spoken by a beauty like the slaughter servant, Yu Xiaogang still had an attentive look, completely different from his arrogant and overbearing attitude just now. Looking at Yu Xiaogang's lecherous gaze that kept staring at her, the slaughter servant's heart was even more confused. Clearly, he has such a beautiful and powerful pope who is fond of him. Why does he still look like he's never seen a woman before, looking at me like this? What on earth is going on in the outside world? Why is there such an outrageous scene? The slaughter servant felt like her little head was about to explode, but she couldn't figure out the answer. Outside the outer city, BBDong looked at Yu Xiaogang's departing figure. Recalling Xiaogang's impatience and disgust towards her. Sigh. After a helpless sigh, she immediately restrained her lost and aggrieved expression, replaced by a strong domineering aura and dignified demeanor. With Yu Xiaogang's departure, Love Brain BBDong went offline. Now on stage is the Spirit Hall Pope BBDong. Then, BBDong's figure flickered. Before long, she came to the King of Slaughter's palace again. As soon as she arrived here, BBDong once again smelled that unpleasant odor. And in front of her, The king of slaughter was still the same as last time, enjoying himself with his maidservant. Just as BBDong's face was full of disgust, the king of slaughter's cold and aggressive words sounded in her ears. Death God, it's been more than half a year, why are you here again? If you're here for your disciple, then you don't have to worry. Your disciple is living very well in Slaughter City. There's no need for my help at all. In the past 6 months, she has won dozens of consecutive victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena, and now she is ranked second on the God of Slaughter list, even better than you were before. Hearing the King of Slaughter's words, a trace of tenderness and gratification flashed in BBDong's cold and majestic eyes. Originally, she was thinking of warning the King of Slaughter before going to see Nana's recent life and status, but now it seems that Nana seems to be adapting well here. She'll wait to see her next time she comes to see Xiaogang. She also doesn't think that the King of Slaughter would deceive her. After all, BBDong is sure that the King of Slaughter doesn't have the guts. This trace of gratification was fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, BBDong's eyes once again became cold and majestic. Then, she said solemnly, King of Slaughter, my disciple is naturally a peerless genius, one in a million. It's not surprising that she can do this. I'm not here to see you for her, but for another person. I just sent our Spirit Hall's red-clothed Bishop Yu Xiaogang into Slaughter City. Like my disciple, I want you to be responsible for protecting his safety. And also promptly pass on to me all the news about Bishop Yu within Slaughter City. If Bishop Yu loses even a single hair, I wouldn't mind changing the King of Slaughter City. After saying that, BBDong immediately turned around and left, unwilling to stay in this filthy and disgusting place for long. Just like last time, the gradually leaving BBDong only left the King of Slaughter with a perfect and enchanting back view. Seeing this, the fire in the King of Slaughter's heart began to rise rapidly. However, BBDong felt refreshed and happy after speaking, and turned around and left without any pressure. But the King of Slaughter, who watched BBDong leave, was unhappy. As the fire in his heart rose, he directly smashed the large table in front of him, which was full of melons, fruits, pastries, and Bloody Marys. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the table was directly smashed into pieces. The maids who were serving nearby were also trembling and standing in place, not daring to move. What a BBDong, what a pope, what a change of the King of Slaughter. BBDong, what do you take my Slaughter City for? Is it a training ground for your Spirit Hall's descendants? First you let your disciple come, and now you let your Spirit Hall's red-clothed bishop come. It's fine if they come, but you also want me to protect them like a nanny, and also manage the exchange of news between you and them. Do you really think that I, the King of Slaughter, am a slave of your Spirit Hall? Chapter 279 Yu Xiaogang's Unbridled Tongue. The King of Slaughter roared in a low voice with an incomparably ferocious expression. A huge killing intent began to rush around the palace. This vast palace began to tremble because of the King of Slaughter's outburst of killing intent. And the maids who were serving on the side were even more terrified and helpless. But after being stuffy for a while, the King of Slaughter helplessly slumped back on the chair, looking blankly at the purple moon outside the window. Although he had the heart to resist, he didn't have the strength. Even if he was the King of Slaughter, even if his strength had reached a terrifying level of 99. However, in the face of the Spirit Hall, these were not enough. Even if he took out the power within him that he couldn't use, he would still probably be suppressed by the Spirit Hall. Therefore, complaining was fine, but he, the King of Slaughter, didn't have the idea, the strength, or most importantly, the courage to really turn against them. He knew very well that the gap in hard power between the City of Slaughter and the Spirit Hall was too great. And the most important point was that the days in the City of Slaughter were great. He was second only to one person, above tens of thousands. He could enjoy beauties, fine wine, and delicious food to his heart's content. Therefore, he didn't really need to argue over a bit of face. After all, he was possessing this person's body. It was him who was losing face. What did it have to do with him, the bat? HMPH, what are you hiding for? Am I that scary? Come, continue the music, continue dancing. After the King of Slaughter understood this, he looked at the trembling maids and spoke in a cold tone. Yes, King. Soon, amidst the maids, unrestrained swaying and shaking, the palace once again returned to a scene of singing and dancing. On the other side, led by a Slaughter City maid, Yu Xiaogang quickly arrived at the inner city. After seeing the wine pools and meat forests, the extravagant and decadent scenes, and the various scenes of returning to a primitive state everywhere, Yu Xiaogang immediately felt as if he had arrived in paradise. Although he knew that the city of slaughter was a synonym for depravity, he didn't expect it to be so much to his liking. If he had known, he would have come earlier. On the other side, after this period of contact, the Slaughter City maid, who had some guesses about Yu Xiaogang's character, said softly, "Bishop Yu, this is the inner city. As long as you are willing, you can do anything here. Even snatching those women who already belong to someone else is allowed. After all, within the city of slaughter, strength is everything. If you have strength, you can do whatever you want here." Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up, and he asked anxiously, "Anyone, anything, does that include you too?" Looking at Yu Xiaogang's impatient eyes, the Slaughter City maid's heart suddenly turned cold. However, she still opened her mouth with a gentle and beautiful smile. "That's natural, it's just that I belong to the King of Slaughter. As long as the King of Slaughter agrees, even me, it's possible." Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang immediately revealed an excited expression, his eyes slightly red, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Then what should I do to have you? Anything I have, I can take it out." Although there were many beauties on the street at the moment, compared to the Slaughter City maid, who was like a cold and aloof rose in hell, the Slaughter City maid was truly unique. Therefore, before snatching other people's women in the city of slaughter, he had to taste the flavor of the Slaughter City maid. Looking at Yu Xiaogang's increasingly flushed eyes, although the Slaughter City maid's heart was sneering at this moment, her tone was still incomparably gentle and pitiful as she spoke in a soft voice. "Bishop Yu, I am just a wandering and helpless maid in the city of slaughter. Your Majesty the Pope cares so much about you, and you have such a beautiful woman accompanying you, why bother doing this for me? If the Pope finds out, this servant cannot bear the responsibility." Hearing the Slaughter City maid's soft and cowardly green tea speech, Yu Xiaogang immediately became angry. He roared with a face full of anger, "HMPH, don't mention that woman to me, she's not as good as you, she just took a fancy to my brain and wants to use my intelligence to help her train the Spirit Hall's students. I have nothing to do with her, she thinks she's acting very well, but I've already seen through her lies." "Ah, how could that be? I think she cares about you very much." Hearing this, the Slaughter City maid pretended to be astonished and asked, "HMPH, what caring about me? That's all fake, it's just a show. If she really cared about me, she wouldn't let me touch her when I wanted to touch her. Is that called caring about me? Don't joke around, you're still better, you're countless times more gentle than her." After saying that, Yu Xiaogang took the initiative to hold the Slaughter City maid's hand and began to gently caress it. Touching the Slaughter City maid's soft and smooth little hand, Yu Xiaogang instantly began to giggle foolishly. And the Slaughter City maid did not refuse Yu Xiaogang's actions, letting Yu Xiaogang touch her hand. After all, if she didn't give him some sweetness, how could she continue to get information from him? Then, the Slaughter City maid asked in surprise, "What, then since that's the case, why are you still staying in the Spirit Hall? With your ability, shouldn't you be able to achieve something no matter where you go?" Hearing the Slaughter City maid's question, Yu Xiaogang sneered. "HMPH, she's using me, and I'm naturally using her too. I'm not the kind of person who will be taken advantage of easily. Since she wants to use my wisdom, then I'll use her power to further enhance myself." "Wow, Brother Xiaogang, you're so amazing, I like you so much." The Slaughter City maid opened her mouth with a face full of surprise and gentleness. Those words of praise made the corners of Yu Xiaogang's mouth curl higher and higher. After that, the Slaughter City maid continued to inquire about some news about the Pope. And Yu Xiaogang, who had completely fallen into the Slaughter City maid's gentle embrace and the surrounding green tea aura, revealed everything without saying a word, without the slightest concealment. Soon, as time passed, after listening to Yu Xiaogang's words and combining them with what she had just seen and heard, the slaughter servant paid the price of a pair of hands and being embraced by Yu Xiaogang, learning about the relationship between the Pope and him, as well as the little secrets between him and the Pope. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang, who was completely infatuated, didn't notice at all. The slaughter servant's face showed contempt, and she didn't even bother to hide her thoughts. After learning all the information, what she and Yu Xiaogang thought was different. The slaughter servant could see that the Pope's gaze just now was definitely sincere, while Yu Xiaogang was just being clever. Hee, I really didn't expect it. I actually learned such a big piece of news. If this news is reported to the king, how will he reward me? Thinking of this, the slaughter servant's face immediately revealed an incomparably excited expression. Chapter 280 The King of Slaughter plots against BBDong. In the following day, the slaughter servant, who thoroughly understood Yu Xiaogang's nature, completely stopped pretending and began to play with Yu Xiaogang like playing with a dog. And under the slaughter servant's open black lens bracket true close black lens bracket green T mode, Yu Xiaogang really seemed like a licking dog, being played by the slaughter servant in a daze. Even just a sentence like, "Brother Xiaogang," from the slaughter servant could make Yu Xiaogang's heart flutter. Unconsciously, he revealed a lot of secret information and anecdotes, allowing the slaughter servant to greatly broaden her horizons. Quote. Don't worry, I will definitely come to you, you wait for me. You must wait for me. 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. According to the regulations, the slaughter servant was about to leave. Looking at his lover who was about to leave, Yu Xiaogang spoke with a serious and solemn expression. Although they had only spent a day together, Yu Xiaogang knew that he had truly fallen in love with this woman. He would spare no expense to snatch her away from the King of Slaughter. Then take her away from the city of slaughter and live a good life. Okay, I'll wait for you. The slaughter servant also looked pitiful, as if hoping for her beloved to return soon. Afterward, the slaughter servant, with reddened eyes, reluctantly left Yu Xiaogang, turning her head 3 times for each step, and finally returned to the embrace of the King of Slaughter. After watching the slaughter servant leave, Yu Xiaogang first calmed down, then turned and headed towards the tavern. He wanted to go there for a drink, and also inquire about Huliena's whereabouts. One of his purposes for this trip was to completely devour Huliena. On the other side, inside the palace of the King of Slaughter, the slaughter servant, while enjoying the King of Slaughter's rough treatment, recounted everything she had just learned. In the next moment, with the King of Slaughter's outburst, he couldn't even put down the slaughter servant before asking with a serious face. What you said is true. After taking a while to adjust to the sudden surge of energy in her body, the slaughter servant opened her mouth with a broken expression and hazy eyes. King, of course it's true. After all, Pope BBDong's gaze of hoping for her beloved to return soon didn't seem like acting at all. Hearing the slaughter servant say this, the King of Slaughter immediately laughed wildly with an incomparably arrogant expression. Ha ha, ha ha ha, good, too good, it's really too good, BBDong, you really surprised me, a dignified pope, is actually such a pope, good, you really surprised me too much. I thought you had no weaknesses at all, but I didn't expect it, BBDong, you actually threw your weakness so blatantly in front of me. And since you are so generous, wouldn't it be a waste of your good intentions if I didn't make good use of your weakness? At this moment, after learning this information, a plan against BBDong immediately emerged in the King of Slaughter's mind. It can be said that as long as this plan succeeds, then he can not only obtain BBDong, suppress the spirit hall pope who has repeatedly contradicted him under his body and torture her at will, but also no longer be confined to the city of slaughter, and at the same time begin to extend his hand outside the city of slaughter. But to accomplish this, he must know how much of what Yu Xiaogang said is true. The information that the slaughter servant inquired about sounded too real, so real that it seemed fake. For the dignified Pope of Spirit Hall to fall in love with an old man at the Soul King level, no one would believe it if it was said out loud. Therefore, to complete his plan, the King of Slaughter must be careful and cautious about this matter. Then, he saw the King of Slaughter say to the slaughter servant in front of him, who was rolling her eyes because she couldn't eat anymore. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for monitoring Yu Xiaogang. If necessary, you can give him some sweetness to make him obediently listen to you. I want to know how much of what he said is true. Yes, King, the slaughter servant replied vaguely while swallowing. BBDong, if you are really such a pope, then you just wait for my favor. Ha ha ha. The King of Slaughter, the biggest fallen person in the city of slaughter, had already coveted BBDong's beauty and figure since she came to the city of slaughter, but because of the Spirit Hall's prestige and terrifying foundation, he could only bury this covetousness deep in his heart, but at this moment, he finally found an opportunity to take down BBDong. For a time, recalling BBDong's stunning beauty and figure, the King of Slaughter became even more excited. And at this moment, the slaughter servant, who was still eating, was even more exhausted. Quote. Inside the city of slaughter, there is a white bone building hanging hundreds of white bones. This is the pure love war god couple in the city of slaughter. The small building where hell's romance lives. Since the white bones hanging here started increasing half a year ago, no one has dared to step into this place even half a step. After all, the hell lovers are currently ranked first and second on the kill god leaderboard. Faced with such formidable rankings, naturally no one dares to provoke them again. In fact, other fallen ones should burn incense and pray that the hell lovers don't come out and bother them. However, at this moment, the notorious White Bone Tower is once again welcoming fallen ones who are attempting to disrupt its tranquility. At the end of the street, several fallen ones, filled with murderous intent, are walking into the area of the White Bone Tower. Inside the White Bone Tower, Xiao Yu immediately sensed that fallen ones had invaded his domain again. Tisk tisk, are these fallen ones really that brainless? There are so many white bones of fallen ones outside, are their heads made of iron? Do they have to come here to be hung by me? Xiao Yu looked at the purple moon outside the window and said helplessly. Xiao Yu, watching the purple moon outside the window, was sitting on the chair in a relaxed posture, while below, Hulina, after praying for a while, slowly stood up, wiped the corner of her mouth, and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. After clearing her throat with a few coughs, she spoke softly. Master, they are just some fallen ones. This servant will go and kill them. Hearing this, Xiao Yu, stroking Hulina's soft hair, smiled faintly. You go, the murderous aura in your body is already affecting your mind. Aren't you afraid of suddenly going berserk? Recently, Hulina has been deliberately controlling her murderous aura. With Xiao Yu as a safety net, she also wants to try to control it herself without Xiao Yu's help, because she doesn't want to be a vase forever. In response to Xiao Yu's inquiry, Hulina leaned gently on Xiao Yu's chest, and said with a charming tone. Hee, isn't it just murderous aura? If it really doesn't work, Master, you can help me again. Master, the way you helped me suppress the murderous aura and educated me when I went berserk last time was really handsome.